The kingdoms that would become Spain stood at a hinge of history. For generations, the Iberian Peninsula had been divided among Christian realms and Muslim states. Its politics shaped by border war, raids, truces, and sudden shifts of fortune. Now, through the dynastic union of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, the largest Christian crowns were bound together. They were not yet a single centralized nation, but they could act with a new unity, pooling resources, coordinating policy, and projecting power with greater confidence than any one kingdom could manage alone. That same year, the long Reconquista reached its symbolic conclusion. Granada, the last Muslim kingdom on the peninsula, fell after a sustained campaign. The victory carried more than military meaning. It strengthened the idea that monarchy and Catholic identity belonged to the same project. To rule was to defend and extend the faith, and to build the state was to impose religious and political order. The Crown's authority tightened around institutions, taxation, and law, and it sought legitimacy not only through lineage and conquest, but through a sacred mission. With the peninsula's great war winding down, Spain faced a question shared by every ambitious power in Europe. Where would wealth and influence come from next? The Mediterranean was contested, and the richest trade, spices, silks, gold, flowed through routes controlled by rivals and intermediaries. Portugal had been pushing down the coast of Africa, building experience in navigation and fortification, and seeking a sea road to Asia. If Portugal could reach the Indian Ocean first, it could dominate the most profitable commerce of the age. Spain needed another path, something that could match Portugal's promise of trade, while also fitting Spain's crusading momentum and hunger for prestige. That opening arrived in the form of an audacious proposal. Christopher Columbus argued that by sailing west across the Atlantic, he could reach the markets of Asia faster than any voyage around Africa. The idea relied on mistaken calculations, but it appealed to the moment, a newly confident monarchy fresh from victory, looking for a grand venture that could bring bullion, ports, and souls to convert. In 1492, Columbus sailed. The immediate results were confusing and electrifying: new islands, unfamiliar peoples, and the belief that the edges of Asia were close at hand. Early expectations hardened quickly. There would be gold to find, labour to command, rivals to keep out, and a Christian duty to claim and baptize. The Crown saw an opportunity not merely for exploration, but for sovereignty. New lands to govern, new revenues to fund war and display power, and new realms to add to a growing Catholic monarchy. From this westward gamble, an empire would take shape, first tentative and improvised, then vast and systematized, and eventually strained beyond what its wealth could sustain. The story begins in 1492, and it will unfold across 4 centuries, to 1898, as Spain rises into a global empire, and then, step by step, loses it. Columbus's first landfalls brought Spain into the Caribbean as an uncertain newcomer, but the logic of empire took hold quickly. The islands were close enough to resupply, sheltered enough for anchorage, and populated by communities who could be pressed, by persuasion or force, into feeding expeditions and guiding them onward. What began as exploration turned into a search for something more specific: gold that could be carried home, authority that could be claimed before rivals arrived, and a stable base from which Spain could keep sailing. On Hispaniola, the first foothold hardened into the first colony. Columbus's men built a small fort and then a town, and very soon they discovered the problem that would define Spain's early Caribbean. Europeans came in numbers expecting sudden wealth, but the local economy was not organized to deliver it. There were no great storehouses of treasure waiting to be taken. Gold existed, but in small amounts, gathered from streams and traded regionally. To extract it at a scale that satisfied investors and the Crown, the Spaniards demanded labour. Those demands reshaped daily life on the island with brutal speed. Spanish settlements needed food, construction, and transport, and they also needed indigenous labor for mining. The earliest system was improvised, tribute requirements, forced carrying, and compulsory work imposed through local leaders pressured into compliance. When that failed, coercion escalated. Raids, punishments, hostage-taking, and wars framed as pacification. Violence was not only a tool of conquest, it was a way to keep an unstable colony fed and producing. For the indigenous communities of Hispaniola, the consequences were catastrophic. People were pulled from their villages for work far from home. Food production faltered as fields were neglected and social structures strained under constant exaction. Resistance took many forms: flight into less accessible regions, refusal to comply, attacks on outposts, but Spanish weaponry, horses, and trained tactics made open conflict terribly costly. Yet even Spanish victory did not solve the deeper problem. The settlers kept arriving, and their survival depended on labour the island could not provide without breaking. The Spanish response was to turn coercion into something that looked like administration. Out of early tribute demands and labour drafts emerged the roots of the encomienda, a grant by which a Spaniard received the right to collect tribute and labour from a specific indigenous community, in exchange for a promised duty to protect them and instruct them in Christianity. In theory, it bound conquest to responsibility. In practice, it tied wealth to extraction and gave local Spaniards enormous leverage over people who were now compelled to sustain a foreign colony. This system was not created fully formed in a single decree. It developed through argument, compromise, and the simple fact that colonists refused to go hungry or return home empty-handed. The crown wanted revenue and control, but it also feared lawless adventurers building private fiefdoms across the ocean. So, from the start, Spanish Caribbean rule carried attention. Colonists on the ground demanded autonomy and rewards, while royal officials tried to channel conquest into predictable taxable patterns. Then disease accelerated everything. Old world pathogens, especially smallpox, but also measles and influenza, moved faster than Spanish paperwork and faster than Spanish swords. Caribbean populations had no prior exposure and therefore no immunity. Epidemics arrived in waves, and each wave reduced communities already weakened by forced labour, hunger, displacement, and war. The demographic collapse was not a single event, but a long unravelling, and it reshaped the Spanish project at its foundation. As the indigenous population of Hispaniola fell sharply, the colony's labour demands did not disappear, they intensified. Spaniards tried to pull people from other islands, extending raiding and slaving outward in search of workers. The logic was grimly circular. Labour shortages produced more coercion, which produced more death and flight, which produced deeper shortages. The Crown's desire for gold and settlement collided with the biological reality that the Caribbean was becoming a graveyard. Cuba became the next major step in this expansion, both because of its size and because Hispaniola's early settlements needed new sources of food, labour, and opportunity. Spanish expeditions moved into Cuba in the 1510s, establishing towns that served as military posts, administrative hubs, and bases for further voyages. The pattern repeated: alliances and negotiations where possible, violence where resistance was strong, and then the imposition of tribute and labour on surviving communities. Cuba's ports, timber, and farmland made it valuable even when gold was limited, and its location made it ideal for staging expeditions westward. By this time, the Caribbean was no longer a vague discovery. It was becoming a working imperial space, towns with councils, officials who claimed to represent royal authority, and settlers who expected legal recognition of their spoils. Ships began to move along familiar routes. Supplies were organised. Horses, weapons, and manpower could be gathered, then launched toward the next target. The islands were Spain's training ground, where conquistadors learned the tactics of intimidation and negotiation, and where administrators learned, often painfully, what it cost to govern across an ocean. The Church entered this world as both partner and critic. Missionary efforts aimed at conversion gave conquest a spiritual rationale, and baptisms became a way to fold indigenous peoples into a Christian empire. But religious orders and some clergy also witnessed the realities of forced labour and mass death, and they brought moral pressure into a system that otherwise rewarded extraction. The question was not abstract. If indigenous people were rational souls capable of Christian faith, then what limits should exist on Spanish power over them? These early debates reached the crown because the monarchy needed to define legitimacy. Spain claimed its right to rule through discovery, papal authority, and the duty to Christianize, but rule based on naked brutality risked undermining that claim and destabilizing the colonies. Royal policy began to grope toward regulation, to restrain the worst abuses, to insist that conversion and protection were part of imperial duty, and to keep colonists from acting like independent warlords. Yet enforcement across the Atlantic was weak. Distance favoured local power, and local power was built on labour. The Caribbean thus produced the first Spanish colonial systems, settlement anchored by ports and towns, labour organised through coercive grants, administration built through a mixture of royal instruction and local improvisation, and a religious mission that could sanctify conquest, while also condemning its excesses. Above all, the islands created a new kind of momentum. Even as gold disappointed and populations collapsed, the Spanish presence did not retreat. Instead, it adapted, searching for richer lands and larger, more centralized sources of wealth. By the late 1510s, rumours and reports began to circulate with increasing insistence. Somewhere beyond the islands lay a mainland with great cities, organized states, and treasure on a scale the Caribbean had not offered. Veterans of Hispaniola and Cuba, hardened by conflict, experienced in building alliances and enforcing tribute, looked west and saw a solution to their crisis. If the islands could no longer provide enough labour or gold, then the empire would have to find new centres of power to conquer. The Caribbean, in other words, was not the end of Spain's westward gamble. It was the beginning of Spain's imperial method, an improvised system of conquest, turning into governance, of spiritual language bound tightly to material demands, and of colonies that survived only by reaching outward. From these island ports, Spain would soon strike the mainland, where conquest would meet empires far larger and more complex than anything the Caribbean had contained. From Cuba's ports, the mainland no longer felt like a distant rumour. Spanish captains had heard of a coast where merchants traded fine cotton and cacao, where rulers commanded tribute, and where cities rose from lakes and valleys, for men shaped by the Caribbean, where gold was scarce and labour was collapsing. Mexico promised what the islands could not: concentrated wealth, larger populations, and political systems that could be seized and redirected. Hernan Cortés set out in 1519 in that atmosphere of impatience and opportunity. His expedition was possible because the Caribbean had become a staging ground. Ships, horses, weapons, and veterans of earlier fighting could be gathered quickly, financed by investors who expected returns, and justified by a crown that wanted revenue and expansion without letting any one commander become too independent. Cortés himself operated in that tension. He needed royal legitimacy, but he also needed freedom of action, and he moved fast before rivals or cautious officials could pull him back. When the Spaniards reached the Gulf Coast, they stepped into a political landscape that had its own logic long before Europeans arrived. The Aztec Empire, more accurately, a tribute empire led by the Mexica of Tenochtitlan, did not rule every community directly. It demanded goods, labour, and captives through networks of allied and subordinate city-states. Some benefited from the system. Many resented it, and along the empire's edges there were groups who had fought the Mexica for generations, measuring survival in shifting coalitions and old grudges. Cortez's most decisive weapon was the ability to insert himself into those rivalries. Indigenous allies did not join because they were dazzled by Europeans, but because they were calculating. Some coastal peoples saw a chance to break tribute demands that drained their harvests and their autonomy. Others hoped to settle scores with imperial garrisons and tax collectors. Even communities that feared Spanish intentions could see the immediate danger of standing alone if their neighbors chose alliance. As Cortes moved inland, diplomacy and coercion traveled together. He offered friendship and protection, demanded supplies, and took hostages when he felt it necessary to guarantee cooperation. Interpreters, especially a Nahua-speaking woman known as Malintzin, became essential, not as a magical solution, but as the practical bridge that allowed negotiations, threats, and promises to be understood. Words mattered, because conquest in this setting began as politics, securing food, guides, and legitimacy through agreements that could always fracture. The Tlaxcalans, longtime enemies of the Mexica, became the most important of these partners after fierce fighting and hard bargaining. Their alliance transformed the expedition from a raiding party into a coalition army. Thousands of indigenous fighters brought local knowledge, manpower, and a strategic aim of their own, breaking the Mexica's dominance. From this point it becomes impossible to tell the story as a few Spaniards overpowering an empire. Spaniards supplied a mobile striking force and a claim to a new kind of authority, but the war's scale depended on indigenous decisions. The march toward the Valley of Mexico carried a momentum that was both military and psychological. Spanish steel swords, crossbows, and early firearms could be terrifying in close encounters, and horses added speed and shock value, especially against opponents encountering them for the first time. Yet these advantages were limited. Firearms were slow, unreliable, and few. Horses required care and could be killed. What mattered more was combined tactics, disciplined formations, the use of cavalry for sudden charges, and the ability to concentrate force at critical moments, often alongside large indigenous contingents who fought with their own weapons, their own leaders, and their own reasons. When Cortes entered Tenochtitlan, he reached a city that astonished outsiders, not because it was mysterious, but because it was unmistakably organized and powerful. Built on an island, linked by causeways, supplied by canoe traffic, and surrounded by chinampa fields that fed dense populations, it was the hub of an imperial system. Its markets, temples, and palaces were the visible face of tribute flowing in from many regions. The meeting between Cortes and the Mexica ruler Moctezuma unfolded as a precarious attempt to manage danger through ceremony and calculation. Moctezuma was not a passive figure bewitched by prophecy. He was a leader navigating uncertainty. He faced internal political pressures, external enemies, and a sudden armed coalition at his gates. Allowing the Spaniards into the city could be read as containment, watching them closely, controlling their supplies, learning their intentions. For Cortes, entering peacefully was a strategic victory, because it placed him at the empire's center without having to fight across the causeways. Then the balance snapped. Cortes seized Moctezuma and held him as a hostage, trying to turn imperial authority into a lever for Spanish demands. This was a familiar Caribbean tactic applied to a far larger state. It created short-term leverage, but it also undermined the legitimacy that held the tribute empire together. When violence broke out, sparked by Spanish actions during Cortes's absence, and escalated by panic and outrage, the city rose. The Spaniards and their allies were forced into a brutal retreat, suffering heavy losses as they fled across the causeways under attack. What followed was not a single dramatic victory, but a grinding campaign shaped by logistics, alliances, and disease. Smallpox arrived in the valley in 1520, likely carried through the networks of war and contact. It spread through densely populated communities with devastating speed, killing leaders and commoners alike, disrupting food production, and weakening armies that still had to defend the city and the empire. Disease did not win the war by itself, but it reshaped the conditions of every decision, reducing the defenders' capacity at the moment the invaders were regrouping. Cortes returned with reinforced alliances, especially with Tlaxcala, and with a clear strategic aim: isolate Tenochtitlan. He built and assembled small vessels to contest the lake, cutting canoe traffic and limiting supplies. He targeted the causeways and the towns around the lake, not merely to punish, but to sever the city from its tributary lifelines. Siege warfare turned the valley into a landscape of starvation, displacement, and relentless fighting. Neighborhoods became battlegrounds. Water sources were threatened. Hunger and disease spread as the city's defences tightened inward. In 1521, Tenochtitlan fell after months of destruction. The human cost was immense: combat deaths, mass starvation, and epidemic mortality layered atop each other. The victors did not inherit a functioning capital so much as a shattered centre they would rebuild into Mexico City, laying Spanish streets and institutions over the ruins of a Mexico world. The immediate consequences were a redistribution of power rather than a clean replacement. Indigenous allies expected rewards, autonomy, reduced tribute, and status in a new order. Some received privileges, at least temporarily, and many local elites were incorporated into the colonial system as intermediaries. But Spanish demands for labour, tribute, and land expanded quickly. The conquest became the foundation of New Spain, a colony organised around extracting wealth, converting souls, and channeling indigenous communities into predictable obligations under Spanish oversight. Cortes's victory also became a template and a warning for what Spain would do next. It showed that empires could be toppled not just by foreign arms, but by exploiting existing fractures, by capturing political centres, by turning tribute networks into colonial taxation, and by letting disease do what weapons could not. It also revealed the instability of conquest itself. Alliances could shift, promises could be broken, and victory could leave behind a devastated society that still had to be governed. In Mexico, Spain had not simply found treasure. It had found an imperial heartland, dense, organised, and traumatically transformed, on which a global empire could be built. Out of the wreckage of Tenochtitlan, Spain faced a problem that conquest never solved on its own: how to make victory durable. Loot could be carried away. An empire could not. New Spain had to be turned into a place where orders could be issued, taxes collected, labour organised, disputes judged, and loyalties managed, year after year, far from the royal court. The first step was urban and administrative. The Spaniards rebuilt the ruined island city as Mexico City, laying out plazas, streets, and a new civic centre where power could be performed in familiar forms. Across the conquered regions they founded or refounded towns, because towns were the basic units of Spanish rule. Each town had a cabildo, a municipal council of local Spanish notables, which managed markets, public works, policing, and local regulations. Cabildos were practical tools, places to register property, assign labour drafts, settle quarrels, and coordinate defence. But they were also political statements. They made conquest look like governance, anchoring Spanish authority in stone and paperwork. Yet the crown did not intend New Spain to become a patchwork of private lordships. Royal authority moved in alongside the conquerors. Officials arrived to audit, to hear complaints, to enforce the king's claims over land and people. Courts and treasuries grew around the capital, and legal language, petitions, licenses, investigations became a weapon as sharp as any sword. The conquest leaders wanted rewards and autonomy. The monarchy wanted revenue and obedience. that tension would shape the colony for generations. In the short term, the crown relied on the very men it feared. The most important institution was the encomienda. In theory, an encomienda was not ownership of land or of people. It was a grant of the right to receive tribute and labour from specific indigenous communities. In return, the encomendero was supposed to protect those communities, maintain order, and support their Christian instruction. In practice, it spread quickly because it solved immediate problems. The conquerors demanded compensation. The colony needed a way to feed Spanish towns, supply expeditions, and keep soldiers from turning into uncontrolled raiders. The encomienda converted indigenous tribute systems into Spanish income, using existing community structures to deliver predictable obligations. Its human consequences were severe. Tribute could mean maize, textiles, cacao or labour days, demands that bit into household survival, especially after war and epidemic. Labour was often extracted through coercion, enforced by local violence, and backed by colonial courts that tended to favour Spaniards. Communities were pushed to meet quotas even as disease reduced their numbers, creating a brutal spiral: fewer people, the same demands, deeper exhaustion. The encomienda did not only take goods, it reshaped time itself, pulling men and women away from their fields and crafts, and making survival dependent on negotiations with new masters. The crown's dependence on the encomienda was real, but so was its fear of it. A class of encomenderos, enriched and armed, could become a rival nobility in the Americas, men who thought conquest gave them hereditary rights. Spain had just completed centuries of struggle to curb overmighty lords at home. It did not want to recreate them overseas. So even as it granted encomiendas, it tried to limit them, defining obligations, hearing indigenous complaints, and later pushing to prevent perpetual inheritance. The monarchy's goal was not humanitarian purity. It was control. If indigenous labour and tribute were the foundation of wealth, the crown wanted that foundation to support royal power, not private warlords. Alongside tribute and law came the church, the second pillar of colonization. Missionization in New Spain was sincere for many clergy and useful for the state. Conversion offered a language of legitimacy. Spain could present its rule as the spread of Christianity rather than naked conquest. Religious orders established missions, churches and schools, learning local languages to preach and to administer new communities. Baptism, marriage and burial drew everyday life into a Christian calendar, and new saints' days and processions began to structure public time. But conversion was also coercion and cultural transformation. Temples were dismantled or repurposed, sacred spaces redefined, and public worship policed. Indigenous religions did not vanish. They adapted, blending with Christian forms in ways that could preserve meanings under new names. Still, the pressure was constant. To abandon old rituals to accept new moral rules, to reimagine the cosmos under a colonial church that was tied to Spanish authority. Priests recorded births and marriages, mediated disputes, and sometimes defended communities against the worst abuses. Yet they also helped make those communities legible and governable. A new society formed in the spaces between these institutions. Spaniards sat at the top of a hierarchy that valued purity of Spanish ancestry and proximity to power. Beneath them were growing populations of mixed ancestry, and at the bottom, the vast indigenous majority, still organized in towns with their own leaders, but increasingly constrained by tribute demands and colonial courts. Enslaved Africans also entered New Spain, especially in ports and cities, adding another layer to a society already sorting people by origin, status, and perceived rights. These categories were never perfectly fixed in daily life. Wealth, connections, and local circumstance mattered, but they shaped law, marriage, employment, and the assumptions of who could command and who must obey. Urban life made the new order tangible. In Mexico City, the plaza became the stage of authority. Markets selling maize, chiles, textiles, and Spanish imports, notaries drafting contracts, guilds of craftsmen shaping leather, metal, and cloth, officials collecting fees, friars preaching, indigenous porters carrying goods through streets laid atop older causeways. Outside the capital, agriculture and ranching expanded to feed towns and mines, and Spanish livestock changed landscapes, cattle, sheep, and horses, spreading across valleys where fields and waterways had once been tightly managed for dense indigenous farming. Workshops and regional trade networks linked villages to cities, moving food, tools, cloth, and building materials. Wealth increasingly came not from plundered treasure, but from steady production and extraction, systems that required order, records, and disciplined labour. By turning conquest into routine cabildos and courts, encomiendas and missions, towns and trade, Spain built New Spain into something more than a battlefield's aftermath. It was a colony designed to endure, profitable, Christian, and governed in the king's name. Yet it rested on contradictions that never fully settled: reliance on indigenous communities and their labour, fear of powerful conquerors, and the constant effort to translate a shattered world into a controlled one. While New Spain was being turned from a conquest into a colony, Spanish attention also swung south along the Pacific coast, toward the Andean world, an empire not built around a single lake city like Tenochtitlan, but stretched across mountains, deserts, and high plateaus, tied together by roads, storehouses, and an unusually centralized state. Before the Spaniards arrived, the Inca Empire ruled through a layered political structure. At the top stood the Sapa Inca, whose authority was both dynastic and sacred. Beneath him, administrators organized the population through kin-based units, keeping records with knotted cords called quipus, and moving goods through a vast network of state warehouses. Labour was the heart of the system. Communities owed work to the state, building terraces, maintaining roads, serving in armies, rather than paying taxes in coin. In return, the state provided security and redistributed food in times of need. The empire's strength was logistical. Steep terrain could be crossed, armies could be fed, and distant regions could be held together by planned movement and stored surplus. But that strength depended on a stable centre, and the moment the Spaniards entered the Andes, the centre was cracking. A succession crisis had become a civil war between two royal brothers. Years of conflict had exhausted armies, disrupted tribute and labour obligations, and sharpened resentments in newly conquered provinces that had never fully accepted Inca rule. Disease, carried ahead of Europeans along trade and travel routes, had already undermined the imperial household and its legitimacy. What the Spaniards encountered was not a united empire, ready to face an external threat, but a bruised political landscape filled with factions looking for advantage. Francisco Pizarro arrived with a small force by Andean standards, but he carried a method already tested in the Caribbean and Mexico: strike at the top, seize the person who embodied authority, and force a political collapse that numbers alone could not achieve. In 1532, he met the victorious Inca claimant Atahualpa in the highland town of Cajamarca. Atahualpa had just defeated his rivals and was consolidating power. His confidence and the expectation that strangers could be managed through ceremony and display helped create an opening. The Spaniards captured him in a sudden assault, turning a diplomatic encounter into a decapitation of sovereignty. The consequences rippled outward. In the Inca political system, commands flowed from the ruler through a hierarchy of officials and kin ties. With Atahualpa held hostage, Spaniards could issue orders in his name, demanding gold and silver as ransom, and using the captive ruler to quiet immediate resistance. The ransom enriched the conquerors, but it also did something more destabilizing. It taught everyone watching that the old rules had been broken, that the sacred body of the ruler could be seized, and that wealth could be extracted by force without the reciprocity that had legitimized Inca demands. When Atahualpa was executed after the ransom was delivered, the shock was not only moral and political, it was administrative. The empire's central node had been removed, and rival claimants and regional leaders recalculated their loyalties. As in Mexico, Spanish victory depended on indigenous collaboration as much as Spanish weaponry. Many Andean groups had been incorporated into the Inca Empire only recently, and some saw the newcomers as useful allies against Cuzco's dominance. Others tried to play Spaniards and Incas against each other, bargaining for autonomy, settling old grievances, or seeking protection. Coalitions shifted repeatedly, because it was not always clear who would win, and because Spanish demands, food, porters, and labour, could be as burdensome as Inca ones. The conquerors, operating far from their bases, relied on local supplies and guides, and on indigenous intermediaries who could translate not only language but political expectations. The fall of Cuzco did not end the struggle. Conquest in the Andes was not a single collapse. It was an extended contest across difficult geography, with long supply lines and pockets of determined resistance. Inca elites attempted to preserve a restored state under new leadership, sometimes cooperating tactically and sometimes fighting outright. The Spaniards themselves fractured as rival factions fought over spoils, offices, and control of indigenous labour. These internal Spanish conflicts mattered because they weakened coordination and forced the crown to intervene more directly, just as it had in New Spain. Conquest leaders could win battles, but they were unreliable builders of stable royal authority. A new colonial centre emerged on the coast. In 1535, the city of Lima was founded to anchor Spanish power near the sea, closer to maritime supply routes and communication with Panama and Spain. The choice reflected hard lessons about logistics and control. The highlands were politically central to the Andes, but the coast connected the colony to the wider empire. From Lima, Spanish officials could manage shipping, oversee taxation, and project authority into the interior through governors, courts, and eventually a more formalized bureaucracy. By the early 1540s, the crown created the Viceroyalty of Peru, signaling that the Andes were not merely another frontier, but a pillar of imperial wealth and strategy. A viceroy, backed by royal courts and treasuries, was meant to discipline unruly conquistadors, regulate labour systems, and secure the king's share. Yet consolidation was slow and violent. Remote valleys and rugged mountain zones offered refuge to Inca resistance, and imperial roads that had once served Cuzco could now serve rebels as well. Campaigns dragged on for decades, punctuated by negotiations, betrayals, and shifting alliances, until the last major Inca strongholds were broken in the later 16th century. What ultimately made Peru central to Spain's empire was not only the dramatic capture of an emperor, but the transformation of Andean labour and administration into a mining-centred economy. The conquest redirected an existing system of state-organised work towards Spanish priorities, pushing communities into new drafts and tribute demands that would feed the mines and the cities that served them. The Andes had long been a world of organised labour and long-distance provisioning. Under Spanish rule, those same capacities would be bent toward extraction, towards silver above all, turning Peru into a core engine of imperial finance, and making the long, harsh process of consolidation worth the cost in the eyes of the crown. That mining-centred economy found its symbol and its brutal efficiency high on a wind-scoured plateau in the southern Andes. In the mid-16th century, a rich silver mountain was identified near an indigenous settlement called Potosi. The ore was not merely abundant, it was concentrated on a scale that made earlier Caribbean plunder, and even the first Andean ransoms seemed small by comparison. A city rose almost overnight in a place that, by ordinary standards, should not have supported one thin air, bitter cold, few trees, and long distances to food and fuel. Yet people came in waves: merchants, officials, priests, muleteers, craftsmen, and, above all, coerced workers. Potosi became less a town than a machine, pulling labour and supplies from across the Andes and turning stone into coin. The technology and organisation that made Potosi truly world-changing developed quickly. Early on, miners followed rich veins and smelted ore in small furnaces. But as the easiest ore declined and production demanded greater throughput, the industry shifted toward mercury amalgamation, a process that allowed lower-grade ore to be refined in massive quantities. Mercury, poisonous, difficult to handle, and essential to the new method, was itself mined and controlled, most importantly from Huancavelica in Peru. The Crown's ability to regulate mercury supplies gave it leverage over silver output, and silver output increasingly meant imperial survival. Watermills were built to crush ore. Networks of dams and channels were cut into the highland landscape. Herds of mules and llamas moved constantly along mountain roads, carrying ore, mercury, tools, and food. Potosi's scale changed what the Spanish Empire could attempt, because it promised a regular, taxable stream of bullion rather than sporadic windfalls. To feed this engine, Spain adapted an older Andean institution, the meter. Under the Incas, communities had owed rotating labour to the state, framed as a collective obligation with reciprocal support. The Spanish recast it into a draft for mining and related work, administered through colonial officials and local indigenous leaders who were compelled to meet quotas. Men were pulled from villages for weeks or months at a time and sent to high-altitude mines or refining mills, often far from their families and fields. Some workers were paid wages, but coercion defined the system, the draft itself, the debt that accumulated through prices and fees, and the harsh discipline of the workplace. Alongside the meter were other forms of labour pressure, tribute in cash that forced participation in the market, and private demands for service in transport, milling and provisioning. The social consequences were profound. Communities lost labour at critical agricultural seasons, weakening their ability to maintain terraces, irrigation, and herds. Families reorganised around absence and risk. Many drafted workers died from accidents, exposure, and lung disease, while mercury poisoning and contamination spread through refining centres. Others fled, becoming migrants in Spanish towns or moving to remote regions to escape the draft, which in turn tightened pressure on those who remained. New layers of intermediaries grew powerful. Some indigenous officials who managed draft lists, Spanish mine owners, merchants who sold supplies at inflated prices, and administrators who counted and taxed the metal. In the Andes, Conquest matured into a society structured around extraction, towns, roads, and markets oriented towards silver, and rural life increasingly shaped by the need to meet colonial demands in coin. From Potosi, the silver travelled outward in guarded streams. It moved to the Pacific port of Arica, and up to Lima, then north to Panama, and across the Caribbean to the great Atlantic staging points. The Crown claimed its royal fifth and other taxes, and the rest flowed through merchants, creditors, and officials. Silver became the lifeblood of Habsburg policy. Spain fought long wars to defend its European position, to support allies, to suppress revolts, and to maintain garrisons and fleets from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic. The New World's bullion did not simply enrich Spain, it underwrote a global military posture. It allowed the monarchy to borrow heavily on the expectation of future shipments, tying imperial strategy to the rhythms of extraction and the hazards of the sea. Yet the same silver that financed empire also warped it. A flood of bullion increased the money supply across Europe, driving a long inflation that raised prices faster than wages and squeezed fixed incomes. Spain felt this acutely. Costs rose, while much of the silver quickly left the kingdom to pay foreign bankers, purchase grain, and buy manufactured goods from more productive economies. Easy access to bullion discouraged the patient work of building domestic industry and a broad tax base. Royal finances came to depend on extraordinary influxes rather than resilient revenue, and the monarchy repeatedly found itself rich in metal but short of liquidity, forced into cycles of borrowing and default as expenses outran even American treasure. The Atlantic itself became part of the economic system to protect the flow of bullion. Spain organized convoy fleets and fortified ports, creating a schedule of departures and arrivals that tried to balance commerce with security. But concentrated treasure attracted predators. Privateers and pirates hunted the routes. Rival states saw Spanish silver as the fuel of Habsburg power and therefore a legitimate target. The cost of protection rose. More warships, more garrisons, more bureaucratic oversight, more taxes on colonial trade. Smuggling expanded wherever regulation tightened, and corruption followed opportunity as officials and merchants found ways to skim value from a system built around a single glittering commodity. In the short term, Potosi made Spain's global ambitions possible. In the long term, dependence on silver created vulnerabilities that deepened with every decade. Production could falter with labor flight, disease, flooding, or mercury shortages. A storm or an enemy raid could disrupt remittances that European policy had already spent on credit. And as Spain committed itself to wars justified by dynastic claims and confessional struggle, it tied the fate of the monarchy to a volatile chain stretching from Andean mines to Atlantic convoys to European battlefields. The mountain of Potosi was not only a source of wealth, it was an imperial engine whose power came with a hidden design. It encouraged Spain to live on extraction, to finance greatness with a river of silver, and to accept risks that would one day become unbearable. When that river of silver began to take on a regular rhythm, it entered a monarchy whose ambitions were no longer merely Spanish. In 1516, the crown passed to Charles, a young ruler raised in the Burgundian Netherlands who inherited Spain not as an isolated kingdom, but as the keystone of a vast family compact. From his grandparents he drew different worlds at once: the Spanish crowns with their Atlantic openings, the Habsburg lands in Central Europe, and the Burgundian inheritance with its wealthy cities and strategic coastline. When he was later elected Holy Roman Emperor, those pieces formed a dynastic empire stitched together by titles, marriages, and law, more a web of obligations than a single state. But Spain, with its ocean routes and growing American revenues, became the hub that could move money and men across that web. This was also the beginning of the great contradiction of Habsburg Spain. The empire was global, but its rulers' problems were relentlessly European. Charles spent much of his reign fighting for dominance in Italy, where control of Milan, Naples, and the sea lanes of the western Mediterranean meant security for Spain and prestige for the dynasty. France, encircled by Habsburg possessions, resisted with equal determination, and the rivalry became a grinding cycle of campaigns, ransoms, and shifting coalitions. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire pressed from the east and south, threatening Habsburg Austria by land and challenging Spanish power at sea. North African corsair bases, tied into Ottoman strategy, raided coasts and shipping, turning the Mediterranean into another costly front. Spain's American conquests widened the monarchy's horizon, but they did not narrow its dangers. They multiplied them. In that setting, American wealth mattered less as a treasure chest than as a credit system. Silver offered a way to pay soldiers, subsidize allies, and keep fleets at sea, and just as importantly, it offered bankers a reason to lend. The monarchy could sign contracts and issue long-term promises backed by expected bullion shipments. Yet even Potosi could not make the empire solvent in a simple way. Wars were expensive because they were fought with professional armies, artillery trains, and fortified frontiers. Supply had to be purchased. Garrisons had to be maintained in Italy, along the Pyrenees in North Africa, and across the Habsburg lands. The crown's ordinary tax base in Castile, though substantial, was narrow and heavily burdened, while other parts of Spain guarded their fiscal privileges. Much of the silver passed quickly through Spain to pay foreign creditors and buy imports, because the empire needed grain, weapons, cloth, and naval materials that Spanish production could not reliably provide. The monarchy was often wealthy on paper and desperate in practice, its commitments expanding faster than any single revenue stream could follow. So Charles's reign was also an age of administrative construction, an attempt to govern distance with paperwork, and to turn conquest into a durable system. In Spain, decision-making gathered around specialized councils, bodies that handled particular regions and functions, advising the king and translating royal will into orders. For the Americas, institutions like the Council of the Indies and the Casa de la Contratación helped regulate trade, appointments, and law, turning the ocean into a supervised corridor rather than a frontier of private adventure. Across the Atlantic, the crown expanded the logic of viceroyalty. The viceroy served as the king's representative in a continent-sized jurisdiction, supported by audiencias that acted as high courts and administrative centres. Below them, governors, corregidores, and local councils reached into towns and indigenous communities, collecting tribute, supervising labour drafts, and enforcing royal monopolies. This was bureaucratic rule, not because it was gentle, but because it was meant to be legible. The Crown wanted registers, inspections, and lawsuits. It wanted competing authorities that could report on each other. It wanted a paper trail that turned violence and extraction into something the king could tax and, at least in theory, restrain. This impulse produced constant negotiation and conflict between conquerors expecting rewards and officials enforcing limits, between settlers demanding labour and missionaries denouncing abuse, between colonial elites and royal agents sent to curb them. But over time, the monarchy's centre of gravity shifted away from the first generation of conquistadors toward lawyers, accountants, and administrators who treated empire as a set of offices and revenue flows. Religion gave this system its moral language and much of its political energy. Charles ruled as a Catholic monarch in an era when faith and statecraft were inseparable, and unity of belief was treated as a foundation of order. In Spain, this meant the continuing force of the Inquisition and suspicion of religious difference as a form of disloyalty. In the wider empire, Catholicism became both justification and tool. Conversion framed conquest as providential missionaries helped organize new communities, and church institutions became partners in governance, education, and record-keeping. At the same time, Charles faced the Protestant Reformation in Northern Europe, which threatened not only theology but dynastic legitimacy and imperial cohesion. Fighting heresy required diplomacy, councils, and war, and it added another layer of expense to an already overextended monarchy. By the 1550s, Charles had learned that a single ruler could not personally hold together so many fronts, languages, and political traditions. Exhaustion, debt, and the sheer complexity of his inheritance pushed him toward partition. In 1556 he abdicated, leaving the imperial title and the Austrian lands to his brother Ferdinand, and the Spanish crowns with their Italian possessions, the Netherlands, and the American Empire, to his son Philip. The handover did not end the Habsburg struggle, it reorganized it. Under Philip II, Spain would become more firmly the headquarters of this Western Habsburg monarchy, and the machinery of councils, viceroys, and guarded sea lanes would tighten further. The global empire, born from dynastic accident and fueled by American silver, was about to be centralized, more Spanish in its habits, more rigid in its controls, and more committed than ever to sustaining greatness on an increasingly costly foundation. Philip II inherited more than territories. He inherited a problem of coordination, how to make decisions for Naples and Mexico, for Flanders and Peru, while enemies probed the borders and creditors watched the sea lanes. Where Charles V had ruled on the move, Philip chose stillness. He fixed the monarchy's centre in Castile, and in time Madrid, an inland town without a great port, became the empire's nerve centre precisely because it was secure, central, and close to the court's paperwork. From there, the king could receive dispatches, issue orders, and force distant realities into forms he could read: petitions, reports, account books, and legal cases. Philip's style was intensely personal and methodical. He worked through councils of state, war, finance, the Indies, yet he insisted on seeing decisions pass across his desk. The result was a monarchy that could be astonishingly informed and also painfully slow. Messages from the Americas took months. Instructions returned just as slowly. Local officials learned to act first and justify later, knowing that by the time Madrid answered, the moment had often passed. But the accumulation of paper was not wasted motion. It was how authority travelled. Royal power became something that could be copied, sealed, archived, and cited in court. In a world of distance, that was a kind of strength. At the same time, Spain's peak depended on practical imperial infrastructure, systems that made ocean and continent predictable enough to exploit. The treasure fleets became the backbone. Rather than scattered private sailings, bullion and high-value goods were concentrated into guarded convoys that ran on schedules, backed by naval escorts and intelligence networks watching for privateers. Ports, arsenals, and shipyards, especially along the Andalusian rivers and coasts, were pulled into the monarchy's strategic orbit. Fortifications rose where the empire was most exposed. Caribbean harbours that sheltered the fleets, choke points guarding approaches to Mexico and Peru, and citadels in Italy and North Africa meant to deny rivals a staging ground. The empire spent heavily not only on conquest, but on keeping what had already been taken. To pay for it, Philip squeezed revenue from every available channel. Castile remained the fiscal engine, carrying the heaviest taxes and shouldering the weight of imperial defence. Sales, taxes, customs, and extraordinary grants from the Cortes were pushed again and again, while the crown also borrowed against future silver. In the Indies, the quinto, the royal fifth skimmed bullion at the source, and monopolies and fees wrapped trade in layers of official permission. Paperwork itself became a tool of extraction: licenses, inspections, fines, and lawsuits that translated commerce into crown income. The monarchy's grandeur was built not only on silver, but on accounting, on the ability to measure, claim, and compel. Yet Philip believed that obedience required more than money and guns. It required unity, and in the 16th century unity meant Catholicism. Spain's rulers treated religious difference as political risk, a crack where foreign influence, rebellion, or social disorder might enter. Under Philip, enforcement hardened. The Inquisition remained a feared instrument. Policing converted minorities, and suppressing Protestant ideas. Books were monitored. Universities and clergy were expected to defend orthodoxy. Suspicion became a public habit. This pursuit of religious uniformity gave the monarchy a powerful language of legitimacy, defender of the faith, champion against heresy, but it also carried costs. Talent and capital could be driven into silence or flight. Fear narrowed debate, and the insistence on uniformity made compromise with dissenting provinces far more difficult, especially where Protestantism was taking root. Spain's peak was therefore not peaceful. In the Mediterranean, the Ottoman rivalry continued to shape priorities. The empire of sultans pressed across North Africa and the eastern sea lanes, while corsairs raided coasts, seized captives and disrupted trade. For Spain, the Mediterranean was both frontline and lifeline. Italy had to be defended, and sea routes had to be kept open for troops and supplies. Philip's monarchy poured men and money into galleys, coastal towers and garrisons, fighting a war of attrition against raids and rival fleets. Even at the height of American riches, Spain could not choose its wars. Geography and rivalry chose them. Then in 1580, the map expanded again. A dynastic crisis in Portugal brought Philip the Portuguese crown, uniting the Iberian kingdoms under one monarch. This union did not erase Portuguese laws and institutions, but it placed Portugal's oceanic network under the same royal head. Suddenly Spain's reach extended through Portuguese forts and trading posts, along the coasts of Africa, across the Indian Ocean, and into the roots of Asian commerce. Brazil, already a growing plantation colony, became part of the same imperial horizon as Mexico and Peru. The claim that the sun never set on the king's dominions was no longer rhetoric. It was geography, Atlantic and Pacific, Europe and the Americas, Africa and Asia linked, however imperfectly, by guarded routes and shared enemies. But the lived reality of this peak was unequal and often brutal. At court and in the great cities, nobles, office holders and merchants could profit from contracts, appointments, and the flow of colonial wealth. In the Indies, Spanish settlers and local elites benefited from land, labour systems and access to legal privileges, while the church acquired property and influence. Yet the burden fell heavily on others. Castilian taxpayers financing distant wars, sailors facing disease and shipwreck, soldiers garrisoned for years in unfamiliar climates, and most of all indigenous and African labourers whose coerced work sustained mines, plantations and workshops. A hierarchy of purity and status hardened over time, sorting people into ranked categories that shaped rights, opportunities and punishments. The empire's wealth was real, but it pooled at the top, and the machinery that gathered it, taxation, forced labour, monopolies and courts, made inequality feel permanent. By the late 1580s, Philip II presided over a monarchy that seemed vast beyond precedent, richer than its rivals on paper, more interconnected than any earlier European state, and defended by fleets, fortresses and files of orders signed in Madrid. And yet the very mechanisms that made global rule possible, centralization, religious rigidity, and constant military readiness, also made the system expensive, slow to adapt, and dependent on uninterrupted flows of silver and credit. Spain had reached a summit. The question was how long it could remain there when the winds of war and finance never stopped blowing. From that summit, Spain could see the next threat forming across the Channel. England was smaller, poorer, and far less imperial, yet it was positioned to wound the monarchy where it was most exposed, on the sea lanes that carried silver, soldiers and orders between Philip's scattered dominions. The drift toward war had several causes, layered rather than singular. Religion mattered because it shaped legitimacy. Protestant England under Elizabeth had become, in Spanish eyes, a sanctuary for heresy and a sponsor of rebellion. Strategic competition mattered because the Dutch revolt in the Spanish Netherlands could not be contained if it were supplied from the sea. And privateering mattered because it turned ideology into profit. English captains, half pirates, half state contractors, raided Spanish shipping and ports, selling captured cargoes at home and using the proceeds to finance further attacks. These voyages were not only theft, they were intelligence gathering and disruption, probing the edges of Spain's convoy system and forcing the crown to spend more on escort and fortification. By the mid-1580s, England's open support for the Dutch and Spain's determination to defend Catholic order and Habsburg security pushed both kingdoms into formal war. Philip's answer was the Armada, often remembered as a single fleet and a single moment, but better understood as an operation that demanded coordination across distance, precisely the kind of coordination his empire struggled to achieve. The plan depended on joining naval power with land power. A great fleet would sail from Iberia, clear the Channel, and escort an army from Flanders across to England. That army, experienced, disciplined, and already positioned near the coast, was meant to be the decisive weapon. The fleet's task was less to conquer than to protect a crossing, create temporary control of a narrow sea, and deliver soldiers into the heart of England's political centre. This was a strategy built on timing and logistics. It required ships, provisions, ammunition, and money gathered from many ports and many treasuries. It required favourable winds to keep a large formation together. It required constant communication between commanders separated by coastline and enemy patrols. And it required suitable transport barges and flat-bottomed vessels ready in Flanders for an embarkation that could not be prepared openly without inviting attack. Spain could build a formidable fleet, but building a synchronized system with each part arriving at the right time was harder than assembling cannon and hulls. When the Armada sailed in 1588, these constraints quickly asserted themselves. The fleet was powerful, but it was not a single, simple instrument. Different squadrons had different sailing qualities. Many ships were adapted merchantmen rather than purpose-built warships. The command structure had to manage formation discipline, rationing and morale while dealing with weather that scattered ships and delayed progress. Spain's objective also narrowed its tactical options. The fleet needed to preserve itself to complete the escort mission, not gamble on an all-or-nothing battle that might leave it too damaged to protect the crossing. In the Channel, England exploited these pressures. English ships were generally more nimble and could engage at a distance with rapid gunnery, avoiding the close-quarters fighting where Spanish soldiers excelled. The fighting that followed was not a single decisive clash, but a series of engagements and manoeuvres, pursuit, harassment, and attempts to break formation. The Armada's greatest vulnerability remained the same. It could not complete its mission without meeting the army in Flanders, and that meeting point was itself difficult to reach and harder to hold. At a critical moment, disorder and confusion, amplified by fear of fire ships, and the challenge of maintaining formation, pushed the Spanish fleet away from the safe anchorage it needed. The result was not simply defeat by weather or defeat by tactics, but a chain of problems: imperfect coordination with Flanders, supply strain, the inability to force a protected embarkation, and the cumulative damage of repeated fighting. Then, as the Armada withdrew northward to return home by sailing around Scotland and Ireland, storms turned withdrawal into disaster. Ships already stressed by combat and crowding were driven onto unfamiliar coasts. Men drowned or died of exposure and hunger, or were killed after coming ashore. Nature did not replace strategy. It punished an operation whose margins for error were already thin. The immediate effects were both military and psychological. England celebrated survival as proof of providence and national resilience, and the war at sea gained political oxygen. Spain, for its part, did not collapse. It rebuilt fleets, continued to escort treasure, and remained the dominant land power in Europe. Yet the aura of inevitability, of Spain as unstoppable, was cracked. The war exposed that even a global empire with deep resources could be checked if its enemies targeted the connective tissue: shipping, ports, and coordination between theatres. Over the years that followed, maritime warfare pushed Spain to harden its defensive priorities. Convoys became even more central, escorts more costly, and coastal fortifications more urgent. Privateering and raids spread risk across the Atlantic world. threatening not only bullion but also credibility, because if the crown could not protect commerce, it could not easily borrow against it. The war's outcome, ending in 1604, did not hand mastery of the seas to England overnight, but it revealed limits that mattered. Spain could project power far from home, yet it could not fully control the sea lanes against persistent, well-placed rivals. An empire held together by water could survive storms and enemies, but it could not ignore how often the two arrived together. Even as the war with England flared and cooled, the deeper wound lay closer to Spain's northern frontier, in the wealthy, crowded provinces of the Netherlands. These were not distant colonies, but core European possessions, ports, workshops, and market towns that helped finance the Habsburg system. Holding them was not a matter of pride alone. It was a matter of keeping open the roads of money and soldiers that connected Spain to its wider strategy. The revolt that began in 1568 grew from tensions that had been building for years. The Netherlands had a long tradition of local privileges and negotiated rule. Town councils, provincial estates, and great merchants expected to be consulted, taxed carefully, and left room to manage their own affairs. But the Habsburg monarchy, faced with rising costs and constant war, pressed for more uniform control. New taxes and tighter administration felt, in the provinces, like a slow squeezing of autonomy, an attempt to turn a patchwork of self-governing communities into a more obedient machine. Religion turned that political friction into a crisis of legitimacy. Calvinism spread quickly through cities and trading networks, and for many communities it became bound up with resistance to outside authority. Philip II's government, shaped by the Catholic Reformation, treated religious dissent as rebellion in the making. When officials moved to enforce orthodoxy, punish heresy, and strengthen the hand of the Church, they struck not only at belief but at local power. The revolt did not begin as a simple nationalist uprising. It was a fight over who would command consciences, courts, and taxes, and whether the Netherlands would be governed through negotiation or through coercion. Spain answered with soldiers, and at first it seemed a response suited to a monarchy that still dominated European battlefields. Experienced troops marched north along the Spanish road, the overland artery that carried men and money from Italy through friendly territories toward Flanders. Yet every army that arrived brought another bill. Garrisons had to be paid, fortresses maintained, and sieges supplied. Campaigning in the Low Countries was particularly costly. Dense towns, canals, and strong walls meant war became a grinding contest of fortifications and field works rather than swift victories. And when money ran late, as it often did, discipline frayed. Mutinies and plundering by unpaid troops deepened hatred of Spanish rule and made reconciliation harder, feeding the cycle that prolonged the war. The financial strain was not an unfortunate side effect. It became one of the central drivers of Spain's difficulties. Silver from the Americas could be immense, but it arrived irregularly, and much of it was already promised to creditors before it ever reached Castile. The crown borrowed against future treasure to pay today's armies, then borrowed again to cover the interest. A rebellion in one corner of Europe thus echoed across the Atlantic. The need to fund Flanders shaped taxation at home, borrowing in Genoa, and the urgency with which fleets were loaded and dispatched from American ports. As the revolt continued, the Dutch provinces that held out began to transform their struggle into a new kind of power. Their strength did not rest primarily on vast land armies, but on ships, credit, and commerce. Dutch merchants and sailors entered the routes that Iberian crowns had tried to guard as monopolies, first as smugglers and privateers, then as builders of far-reaching trading systems. They learned to strike Spain where it hurt most, not always in grand battles, but in the costly disruption of shipping and the steady siphoning away of trade in the Atlantic Dutch raiders and rival companies probed the edges of Spanish and Portuguese claims, looking for sugar, salt, slaves, and silver. In Asia, they challenged Iberian positions and inserted themselves into the spice trade. This was more than piracy. It was the rise of a maritime commercial rival whose success depended on weakening Spain's ability to police oceans. For Spain, the contest in the Netherlands was no longer only a European land war, it was a global competition over who would set the terms of trade and whose flags would be protected by force. That global pressure forced Spain into difficult choices. Every ship assigned to escorting treasure was a ship not available elsewhere. Every regiment shipped to Flanders was a regiment not stationed in the Caribbean or on the Pacific coast. Colonial defences, forts, militias, watchtowers, and local fleets were strengthened over time, but they were never enough to seal an empire that stretched across so much water. The convoy system reduced risk, yet it also concentrated it. Delays, storms, or enemy action could postpone a year's revenues, and a single capture could send shock waves through credit markets. European war thus shaped colonial life, not only by demanding silver, but by forcing American cities and ports to live under the constant expectation of attack. In the early 1600s, the conflict entered a wider inferno. The 30 Years' War began as a religious and constitutional struggle within the Holy Roman Empire, but it quickly became a contest among great powers. For the Spanish Habsburgs, it was both an opportunity and a trap. Spain fought to support its Austrian relatives, defend Catholic allies, and maintain strategic corridors linking Italy, Germany, and the Low Countries. Yet each new front widened the gap between commitments and resources. This was Habsburg overstretch in its most concrete form. Too many battlefields, too many garrisons, too many loans, and too few moments of decisive peace. By the 1640s, exhaustion had become a political fact. Revolts at home and defeats abroad signalled that Spain's capacity to enforce its will was no longer what it had been under Philip II's early confidence. When the Peace of Westphalia arrived in 1648, it closed the 30 Years' War and recognised the independence of the Dutch Republic. The significance was larger than the map. Westphalia signalled that the age of a single Catholic Habsburg order dominating Europe was fading. Spain remained a vast empire, still rich in territories and tradition, but the direction of power had shifted. A stubborn revolt in the Netherlands had become a proving ground for modern war, modern finance, and global competition, and Spain, forced to fight for decades without rest, emerged still standing, yet unmistakably diminished. With power in Europe slipping from Spain's grasp, the American kingdoms became even more essential, not only as sources of silver, but as spaces that had to be governed, defended, and kept loyal across immense distances. The paradox of Spanish rule in the Americas was that it claimed absolute authority in the name of the king, yet in practice it survived through paperwork, delegation, and constant negotiation. At the top stood the viceroyalties, New Spain and Peru first. Then later New Granada and Rio de la Plata, each meant to represent the monarch's presence in lands the monarch would never see. A viceroy could command armies, supervise officials, and preside over ceremony, but his power was intentionally hedged. Spain distrusted any single strongman growing too rooted in American soil. So alongside the viceroy stood audiencias, high courts that were also administrative councils, staffed by trained jurists whose job was to apply royal law and report abuses upward. Beneath them, a lattice of governors, corregidores, and municipal councils tried to make empire work town by town. City councils, cabildos handled markets, water supplies, street maintenance, and local militias. In emergencies, they could act with surprising independence, simply because decisions had to be made before news could cross the ocean and return. that distance shaped everything. Orders from Madrid were slow and often outdated on arrival. Local realities demanded improvisation. The Crown responded by building a system that valued records, inspections, account books, residency trials for departing officials, and an endless tide of reports. In theory, this was control. In practice, it was a way of managing uncertainty, correcting disasters after the fact, and keeping rival authorities balanced against one another. Colonial government was less a clean chain of command than a carefully maintained rivalry of offices, each watching the other. No institution was more deeply woven into daily life than the church. Beyond preaching, it functioned as an administrator of people. Parishes kept registers of baptisms, marriages, and burials, turning households into legible entries of obligation and belonging. Religious orders spread through cities and frontiers alike. Franciscans, Dominicans, Jesuits and others, founding missions, schools and hospitals, and learning local languages to teach doctrine and discipline. Cathedrals and monasteries were not only spiritual centres but economic ones, supported by tithes, donations, rents and estates. The Church gave the empire moral authority and a vocabulary for hierarchy. But it also became a mediator, a place to complain, petition and seek protection, especially when secular officials were predatory. In the cities, Spanish America could feel intensely organized and public. Central plazas held markets crowded with maize, beans, chilies, cacao, textiles, candles and meat, goods brought in by indigenous traders and mule trains from surrounding countryside. Workshops rang with the work of tailors, shoemakers, carpenters and silversmiths, while scribes and notaries sat behind desks, turning life into contracts. Processions and feast days marked the calendar. Bells structured the hours. Yet the city's order depended on the countryside, where most people lived, and where the pressures of colonial rule were sharpest. Across broad valleys and high plateaus, haciendas expanded, large landed estates producing wheat, cattle, sugar, and wine for regional markets and for mining centres. Some labour was waged, some coerced, and much was trapped in debt and dependency, with workers tied to an estate store and a cycle of obligations. In older indigenous regions, communities were reorganized into towns, expected to pay tribute and supply labour drafts for mines and public works. Local leaders, often recognized as intermediaries, helped collect payments and maintain order, but their position was precarious, squeezed between community survival and imperial demands. Land loss introduced animals that trampled fields, and epidemics that hollowed families all intensified the strain, leaving villages to bargain desperately over what could be given and what must be preserved. Out of conquest and mixing grew a complex social hierarchy, often described in terms of race and caste, but lived as a shifting reality. Spaniards born in Iberia, the Peninsulares, held the highest prestige in many offices. American-born Spaniards, criollos, might be wealthy and educated yet blocked from top appointments. Below them, a broad and growing population of mestizos, free blacks, and people of mixed ancestry filled cities and rural towns as artisans, muleteers, soldiers, servants, and small traders. Enslaved Africans laboured in households, plantations, and ports, and their presence shaped culture and resistance from Mexico to Peru to the Caribbean. The law and custom tried to sort people into categories, but categories could be contested. Wealth, patronage, education, military service, and respectable marriage could soften boundaries. Appearance and reputation mattered, and documents, baptismal records, testimonies, and certificates could be used to argue a different identity. Because empire ran on law, it ran on petitions. Subjects wrote to officials and to the king, asking for exemptions, complaining of corruption, requesting land titles, disputing tribute, or seeking permission to found a town, a convent, a guild. Courts heard cases that dragged on for years, and the act of suing became a political tool. This bureaucracy could be suffocating, but it also offered a language of negotiation. Many communities survived not by defying Spain openly, but by learning how to use Spanish institutions, appealing to royal justice against local abuses, playing one authority against another, and insisting on written promises. Still, stability was never automatic. Rebellions flared when burdens spiked, new taxes, harsher labour drafts, attacks on local autonomy, or shortages that turned hunger into anger. Sometimes uprisings were dramatic, sometimes they were quiet. Flight from an estate, evasion of tribute, smuggling around monopolies, sabotage, and the steady refusal to comply in small ways that forced officials to compromise. Spain's American empire endured for centuries not because it ruled effortlessly, but because it adapted, mixing force with ritual, law with coercion, and lofty claims of royal authority with countless practical bargains made in plazas, parish offices and courtrooms far from the king's sight. Yet even as Spain struggled to hold its far-flung American kingdoms together with paperwork and compromise, the empire was becoming something even larger, an engine of exchange that reached beyond the Atlantic. Across the mountains of Mexico on the far side of the known world, a second ocean offered both opportunity and danger. To the crown, the Pacific was not simply empty water. It was a route to the richest markets on earth. Spain's push into the Pacific grew from the same pressures that had driven Columbus west: competition, spice, and the promise of Asian wealth. Portugal had already carved routes around Africa into the Indian Ocean, and Spain, bound by treaties and rivalries, searched for a way to claim access to Asia on its own terms. The Americas made that possible. New Spain provided ports, timber, sailors, and, most importantly, silver. With Mexico as a staging ground, Spain could attempt something audacious: a transoceanic bridge to East Asia. The Philippines became the keystone. When Spanish expeditions established a permanent foothold there in the later 16th century, it was not because the islands offered vast mines like Mexico or Peru. Their value was strategic. The archipelago sat close to the commercial heart of Asia, within reach of Chinese merchants, Southeast Asian traders, and the wider networks that flowed toward Japan and the Indies. Manila, founded as a Spanish city and port, was positioned to gather Asian goods into one place where Spain could tax, regulate, and protect them under its own flag. Out of that geography emerged one of the early modern world's most consequential systems: the Manila galleon trade. Each year, heavily built ships crossed the Pacific between Manila and Acapulco. The westbound journey from Mexico to the Philippines could be punishing, but the eastbound return was legendary: months of open ocean, storms, sickness, and the constant risk that a single catastrophe could erase an entire year's profits. These were not ordinary merchant vessels. They were floating warehouses and fortresses, designed to carry enormous cargoes and to fight if necessary. The logic of the system was simple, and it reshaped global trade. Spanish America produced silver on a scale unmatched elsewhere, especially from Mexico and the Andean mines. In East Asia, particularly in Ming and later Qing China, silver was in high demand as a monetary metal, useful for taxes, savings, and large transactions. In practice, this meant that American silver could buy what Europe wanted most: Asian luxury and craft goods. So bullion travelled west from Acapulco to Manila, then into the hands of Asian merchants, and onward through regional markets. In return came silk textiles, porcelain, lacquerware, spices, cottons, carved ivories, and countless small items of daily use and prestige. From Acapulco, these goods were hauled across Mexico to Veracruz and shipped onward to Spain or absorbed into American markets themselves. This trade altered consumption and status in ways that reached far beyond royal treasuries. Mexican elites could furnish homes with Chinese porcelain and wear silks that had crossed 2 oceans. In cities and mining towns, Asian textiles circulated through shops and fairs, sometimes blended with local styles and materials. The empire's wealth was no longer only measured in ingots and coins, but in the global flow of desirable things, objects that signaled connection to distant worlds. Strategically, the Pacific link shifted priorities. Manila had to be held, supplied, and defended, even though it was far from Spain and even far from Mexico. The Philippines became dependent on New Spain for subsidies, soldiers, and administrative support. In turn, New Spain gained influence as the hub that made the Pacific Empire function. The Spanish world was now tied together not only by Atlantic convoys, but by a second, thinner lifeline stretching across the largest ocean on Earth. In the Philippines, Spain built a colonial order that echoed patterns in the Americas, but with its own constraints. Missionary work was central. Religious orders organized parishes, founded schools, and tried to gather dispersed communities into more governable settlements. Conversion provided Spain with legitimacy and a framework for authority, while also creating local alliances and intermediaries who could translate imperial demands into village life. Spanish governance relied on a small European population supported by local elites, tribute systems, and military outposts. Control was strongest around Manila and key ports. Beyond them, authority thinned, negotiated continually with geography and local power. The Manila galleon system, for all its grandeur, was fragile. A long route meant slow communication and slow correction. Decisions made in Madrid could not respond quickly to events in Manila. Even Mexico City was distant. Raids and war magnified the danger. Rival European powers and privateers understood that a single captured galleon could be a fortune. Storms, shipworms, and navigational uncertainty could destroy ships without an enemy in sight. And because the trade was concentrated into a small number of massive voyages, disruption was not a minor inconvenience. It could become a crisis. In the end, Spain's Pacific connection reinforced both its power and its dependence. It demonstrated that the empire could operate on a planetary scale, turning American mines into global purchasing power. But it also bound Spain's fortunes to silver, to long-distance shipping, and to a world economy it could not fully control. The same routes that carried wealth carried vulnerability, and the same global reach that made Spain seem unstoppable also made the cost of holding the empire higher with every passing decade. Silver could purchase the world's goods, but it could not by itself create a strong economy at home. By the early 17th century, Spain was living inside a paradox of empire. American bullion continued to arrive, yet prosperity in Castile and much of the peninsula remained thin, uneven, and increasingly fragile. One reason was inflation. The great streams of silver from Mexico and the Andes expanded the money supply across Europe, pushing prices steadily upward over generations. Wages and fixed incomes rarely kept pace. In Spain, where much of the crown's ordinary revenue came from taxes approved in Castile, the rising cost of food, clothing, and transport meant that the same nominal income bought less each year. The empire seemed rich, but daily life felt more expensive, and the state's finances grew more strained. Just as important was what Spain did with its silver. Much of it passed through the kingdom rather than rooting itself in productive investment. War consumed enormous sums, and so did imports. Spain bought grain in bad years, textiles, arms, ship supplies, and luxury goods from more industrialized regions. Italy, the Low Countries, France, and beyond. The bullion that should have strengthened domestic production often became a payment method to foreign merchants and bankers. Spain's productive base remained weak, agriculture was vulnerable to drought and disruption, and urban industry struggled against competition and policy choices that favoured privilege and status over manufacturing. As the century progressed, this imbalance hardened into deindustrialization. Castilian wool continued to flow outward, but much of the value-added work increasingly happened elsewhere. Cloth that might once have been made in Iberian towns was imported instead, sometimes even purchased with American silver, minted into coins in Seville or Mexico City. The empire's own trading rules encouraged concentration and rigidity, monopolies, regulated ports and licensing systems that were designed to control wealth, not necessarily to multiply it. Profits could be made through access and connections rather than innovation. Over time, that encouraged rent-seeking behavior, competing to win privileges, offices and contracts instead of building workshops and expanding output. The Crown's response to constant military commitments was borrowing on a breathtaking scale. Habsburg Spain maintained armies in the Netherlands, garrisons in Italy, fleets to guard the Atlantic routes, and defences stretching from the Caribbean to the Philippines. Each theatre demanded money up front, and silver arrived on schedules that were uncertain, delayed by storms, raids, or administrative disruption. To bridge the gap, monarchs relied on short-term loans and long-term debt, drawing heavily on financiers who expected repayment from future tax streams and future bullion. This system could function, but it was brittle. When expenditures spiked or silver shipments failed to meet expectations, the monarchy declared suspension of payments, royal bankruptcies that shook credit and forced renegotiations. These defaults did not end the empire, but they raised the price of future borrowing and narrowed the crown's options. More revenue had to be committed to servicing debt, leaving less for reform or recovery. The state increasingly resembled a machine that existed to keep armies in the field and interest payments flowing, always vulnerable to a missed shipment or a lost campaign. Inside Spain, social and demographic pressures tightened the vice. Castile bore the heaviest tax burden, and the effort to extract more revenue met limits in population, productivity, and political consent. Some regions retained stronger legal protections against taxation or resisted new levies, which pushed the crown back toward the same overused sources. At the same time, expulsions, emigration to the Americas, war losses, and periodic disease outbreaks reduced labour in key areas. Rural communities struggled with debt, harvest failures, and the movement of land into large estates. A society that rewarded noble status and ecclesiastical careers could siphon talent away from commerce and crafts. The result was not sudden collapse, but slow erosion. Fewer taxpayers supporting greater obligations. These weaknesses showed themselves in war. Spain remained formidable, but the strategic initiative gradually slipped away. The long struggle in the Netherlands drained men and money for decades, and as Dutch power expanded at sea, the costs of protecting trade and communications climbed. Against France, Spain fought hard, but faced a rival with deeper demographic reserves and growing fiscal capacity. By mid-century, Spanish armies could still win battles, yet sustaining campaigns became harder. Defeats and unfavourable treaties did not instantly dismantle the empire, but they narrowed Spain's room to manoeuvre and signalled that Habsburg dominance was no longer inevitable. Corruption and administrative inertia compounded the damage. Empire ran on paperwork and patronage, and offices could become sources of private profit. Taxes were farmed out, contracts were awarded through connections, local officials sometimes delayed payments or diverted funds. Even when Madrid understood the problems, reform threatened entrenched interests, municipal elites, noble households, religious institutions, and the bureaucracies that managed imperial life. Decision-making slowed, and the system defaulted to familiar solutions: more borrowing, more privileges sold, more pressure on the same taxpayers. And yet the Spanish Empire endured, It endured because it had institutions that still worked well enough: councils, viceroyalties, audiencias, and a church network that reached into villages and towns. It endured because coercion remained real. Forts, fleets, and militias could still impose order where challenges arose. It endured because inertia itself is a kind of strength. Trade routes, legal structures, and social hierarchies do not vanish simply because balance sheets deteriorate. The empire could become poorer in relative power, less efficient, and more indebted, while continuing to function, still extracting silver, still administering cities, still defending its coasts 1 year and 1 convoy at a time. That endurance was tested at the very centre of the system when the Habsburg line in Spain reached its end. In 1700, King Charles II died without an heir. His death did not simply open a domestic succession question. It opened the possibility that the immense Spanish inheritance, Spain itself, its Italian possessions, the Spanish Netherlands, and the overseas empire, might be folded into another great power's orbit. Europe had spent generations trying to prevent any single dynasty from becoming too dominant. Now the fear was clear: if France and Spain were united under one Bourbon house, the balance of power could tilt decisively. 2 candidates represented 2 different futures. The French Bourbons supported Philip of Anjou, grandson of Louis XIV. The Austrian Habsburgs promoted an archduke, hoping to keep Spain tied to the old Habsburg web. Behind these legal claims stood strategic calculations: England and the Dutch Republic, maritime powers dependent on trade, worried about French control of Spanish ports and colonial markets. Austria wanted to block French expansion and preserve its influence in Italy. For Spain, the stakes were existential. Foreign armies would soon fight on Iberian soil to decide who wore the crown. The War of the Spanish Succession turned Spain into one theatre of a much larger conflict. Inside the peninsula, support split along regional and political lines. In broad terms, Castile leaned toward the Bourbon claimant, while parts of the Crown of Aragon, especially Catalonia and Valencia, resisted, fearing that a French-backed king would crush their traditional privileges. The war was therefore both an international contest and a civil struggle over the nature of the monarchy. When the fighting finally exhausted the contenders, the settlement did not preserve Spain's old European position. It preserved Spain's independence, but at a price. Philip V remained king, establishing the Bourbon dynasty that would rule Spain for the next century and beyond. Yet Spain's European outer ring was cut away. The Spanish Netherlands and major Italian possessions were transferred to Austria, while other key points went to rival powers. Gibraltar and Minorca passed to Britain, giving it permanent footholds that mattered not only as symbols but as bases shaping Mediterranean strategy for generations. Spain kept the Americas and the Philippines. Its oceanic empire remained intact. But in Europe, the map was redrawn to Spain's disadvantage. The deeper shift was not only territorial, it was institutional and ideological. Under the Habsburgs, Spain had often acted as a dynastic composite, a monarchy stitched together from regions with different laws and privileges, held in place by tradition, negotiation, and the demands of continental war. The early Bourbons brought a different model, influenced by French statecraft, centralization, uniformity, and administration designed to function like a single machine. The most dramatic early expression came after the war, when the crown moved to punish resistance and prevent future fragmentation. The old legal autonomy of Aragonese territories was curtailed, and Castilian-style institutions spread. This was not merely revenge, it was a program. A more centralized Spain, Bourbon ministers believed, could tax more reliably, raise troops more efficiently, and respond faster to threats. Rebuilding state capacity became the great project of the first half, of the 18th century. Revenue had to be made steadier and less dependent on emergency borrowing. Administration had to become more professional, less captured by local privilege and old patronage networks. The military had to be updated, with better organisation, supply systems, and naval investment, because the empire's lifelines were maritime, and because Britain's growing sea power made the Atlantic and Caribbean increasingly contested spaces. This was also the moment when Spain's relationship to its colonies began to change in tone. The overseas empire had long been a source of bullion and status, but it was also bound up in a legal and religious vision. Kingdoms and subjects under a Catholic crown ruled through councils, viceroys, and negotiated local arrangements. The Bourbons increasingly approached the empire as a fiscal and strategic system that had to pay for its own defence and contribute more to the recovery of the metropole. If Spain had lost its richest European territories, then the Americas mattered even more, not only as prestige, but as the main reservoir of revenue. That logic pushed reform outward. To extract more, the Crown tightened supervision of trade, sought to reduce smuggling, and looked for ways to increase tax yields on commodities, customs, and monopolies. It also favoured officials who answered directly to the Crown rather than to local networks. Each change aimed to make imperial income more predictable and to ensure that wealth did not leak away into private hands, contraband routes, or semi-autonomous elites. But efficiency has a human cost. In the Americas, these efforts threatened established interests. Merchant groups accustomed to old arrangements, municipal councils that guarded their influence, and Creole elites who had built identity and power inside the Habsburg framework. Greater extraction meant higher burdens and closer scrutiny. Centralization meant fewer opportunities to negotiate exceptions. The empire was not yet in open revolt, but resentment had new fuel. The sense that Madrid now saw the colonies less as partner kingdoms and more as managed assets. By 1748, as Europe reached another uneasy peace, Spain had not returned to Habsburg-era dominance. Instead, it had chosen a different path. The dynasty had changed, the European perimeter had shrunk, and the purpose of empire was being rewritten. The age of dynastic, continent-spanning Habsburg war was giving way to a Bourbon vision of managerial control, an empire to be audited, defended, and made productive, stronger in some ways, more disciplined, and quietly more brittle in others. In the mid-18th century, the Bourbon vision of a more disciplined empire moved from plans on paper to a broad remaking of Spanish America. The purpose was practical: increase revenue, reduce corruption and contraband, and build defences strong enough to survive a world where Britain's naval power kept growing. But every attempt to make the empire more efficient also made it feel more intrusive, and in many places that intrusion became the seed of lasting political resentment. One of the clearest changes was administrative restructuring. The Crown sought to shorten the distance between Madrid and the provinces by multiplying points of supervision. New jurisdictions were carved out to weaken older centres of power and to respond to strategic needs. In the north, the Viceroyalty of New Granada was revived and strengthened, giving the Crown a closer hand over the Caribbean-facing regions and the Andean interior. In the south, the Viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata was created, shifting authority away from Lima and toward the Atlantic, where trade and defence against rivals demanded attention. Beneath the viceroys, a new layer of intendants, royal officials with broad fiscal and administrative authority, was introduced to bypass local municipal councils and entrenched patronage networks. The goal was to make the empire legible: more reports, more audits, clearer chains of command, and fewer compromises with local power. Economics followed the same logic. Spain's leaders believed the imperial system had grown too rigid, too dependent on a few ports, and too vulnerable to smuggling. Rather than simply squeezing the old structure harder, They tried to modernize it in a controlled way. Trade was partially liberalized within the empire, allowing more Spanish ports to send ships to the Americas and more American ports to trade legally within new regulations. In theory, this would expand commerce, undercut contraband, and raise customs revenue. In practice, it often meant sharper competition and new winners and losers. Monopoly arrangements and tax farms were reorganized, customs procedures tightened, and revenue drives expanded sales taxes and state monopolies on key goods. The Crown wanted a colonial economy that could fund a stronger navy, a larger army, and a recovering Spanish state, an empire that did not merely glitter with silver but paid its bills reliably. Defence, too, became a central obsession. The 7 Years' War exposed Spain's vulnerability when British forces seized Havana and Manila, briefly demonstrating how quickly the empire's arteries could be cut. Afterward, fortifications were improved, militias expanded, and coastal garrisons strengthened from the Caribbean to the Rio de la Plata. The Crown encouraged local military organization, including Creole participation, because the distances were too vast for Spain to defend the Americas with peninsular troops alone. Yet this created an unintended consequence. Creole elites gained military experience, command roles, and the habit of local coordination skills that would later matter when loyalty fractured. The human effect of all this was friction, especially in the social hierarchy that had long defined colonial life. The Bourbons increasingly favoured peninsulares, officials and merchants born in Spain for top posts in government, finance, and the higher church, believing they were more dependable agents of royal authority. Creoles, even wealthy and culturally Spanish, felt blocked from advancement in the lands where their families had lived for generations. They watched new administrators arrive with reforming zeal, empowered to inspect accounts and override local custom. The old arrangement in which local elites could negotiate and influence rule through cabildos and relationships seemed to narrow into something colder, an empire of professionalized control. That tension erupted repeatedly in open unrest, revealing how legitimacy could erode when reforms were experienced as extraction. In the Andes, resistance flared in massive rebellions that fused anger over taxes and labor demands with memories of conquest and the continuing burdens placed on indigenous communities. The Great Uprising, associated with Tupac Amaru II, showed that the social order could still be shaken at its base, and that Bourbon fiscal pressure could ignite long-suppressed grievances about tribute, forced labor, and abusive local officials. In New Granada, the Comunero revolt similarly rose from opposition to new taxes and monopolies, gathering broad support before being broken by negotiation and force. These movements were not simple independence wars, but they exposed something crucial. People obeyed the crown partly because they believed in a certain moral economy, limits, protections, and reciprocal obligations. When reforms seemed to discard those limits, obedience became conditional. By the late 18th century, the paradox of the Bourbon project was clear. The empire was, in many ways, stronger. Revenues rose, trade volumes increased, and defences improved. Administration became more standardized, and Madrid's ability to act in the Americas grew sharper. But the emotional bond between Crown and many of its American subjects grew weaker. Creole identity hardened into something more self-conscious. Spanish in language, religion, and law, yet increasingly distinct in interests and dignity. Excluded from top offices, burdened by new fiscal demands, and now practiced in local organization through militias, councils, and networks of educated clergy and lawyers, Creoles began to imagine political authority not only as something received from a distant king, but as something that could, in a crisis, be claimed and exercised at home. The reforms bought Spain time and resources, but at the cost of loyalty. By 1808, the imperial structure looked more orderly than it had a century earlier. Yet beneath that order lay a growing conviction among many in Spanish America that the empire's new efficiency was not a shared renewal, but a tightening grip, and that if the centre ever faltered, the provinces had both the reasons and the means to act on their own. In 1808, the centre did falter, and it did so in a way that struck at the very idea of legitimate rule. Spain had been pulled into the storms of the Napoleonic era, first as an uneasy ally of France against Britain, then as a state whose weakness invited exploitation. The Spanish court was riven by faction and mistrust, the treasury strained, the fleet battered, and confidence in royal direction already shaken. Napoleon saw a strategic opening. Control of Spain meant pressure on Britain, access to Spanish ports and resources, and a pathway to enforce the continental system against British trade. But it also meant, in practice, taking hold of a monarchy that was losing its authority even before foreign troops marched in. The crisis began as French forces entered Iberia under the pretext of moving against Portugal. Once inside, they did not simply pass through. They occupied key cities, and the Spanish royal family, caught between fear of France and anger at its own unpopularity, unravelled into abdications and confusion. Napoleon summoned the Bourbon monarchs into his grasp and replaced them with his own brother, Joseph Bonaparte. The move was meant to be clean, legalistic, and final, an empire of decrees and dynastic rearrangements. Instead, it detonated a legitimacy crisis. Many Spaniards could endure bad ministers or harsh taxes, but a king imposed by a foreign conqueror challenged the foundations of sovereignty itself. Resistance erupted into what became the Peninsular War, a conflict of regular armies and relentless local warfare. Spanish forces fought set-piece battles when they could, but the war was also defined by sieges, reprisals, and the grinding uncertainty of occupation. Local communities organised bands to harass French lines of communication, while British troops, committed to keeping Napoleon tied down on the peninsula, joined the struggle. The war turned Spain into a battlefield for years, consuming revenue, disrupting administration, and shredding the state's capacity to govern at distance. As the old structures failed, Spaniards improvised new ones. Across the country, local and provincial juntas, emergency councils, claimed authority in the absence of a legitimate monarch. They raised troops, collected funds, issued orders, and coordinated resistance. This was not merely practical self-defense. It was a political earthquake. The question could no longer be avoided. If the king was captive or displaced, where did sovereignty reside? In traditional theory, authority flowed from the monarch. In the new reality, authority was exercised by bodies claiming to act in the name of the nation and the true king, even while the very act of claiming it hinted that political power could exist without direct royal command. From this improvised landscape emerged the Cortes of Cadiz, convened in a city that resisted French occupation and became a refuge for officials, soldiers, merchants, and political thinkers. There, representatives tried to rebuild the state while the war still raged. The Cadiz Cortes asserted that sovereignty lay in the nation, not solely in the person of a monarch, and it undertook a constitutional experiment meant to modernize Spain and bind the empire together on new terms. The Constitution of 1812 promised a unified political community, representation, and limits on royal power, and it spoke in the language of citizenship rather than colonial hierarchy. Yet the Cadiz project carried its own contradictions. It imagined a single Spanish nation spanning oceans, but the empire was not a blank slate. Spanish America had its own elites, corporate privileges, racialized social orders, and deep resentments sharpened by the Bourbon reforms. Cadiz offered representation, but representation was unequal and difficult to enact across war and distance. It proposed reforms that threatened entrenched interests, including the Church's traditional privileges, and the older structures of local power. Some embraced the constitution as a path to a reformed empire. Others saw it as peninsular politics exported overseas, too late and too uncertain to restore trust. Across the Atlantic, the shockwaves were immediate. News of abdications, occupation, and juntas arrived in fragments carried by ships and rumour, and every delay widened the space for local interpretation. American cities and provinces began forming their own juntas, often insisting that they remained loyal to the rightful king, while refusing to accept officials tied to French authority or to a discredited court. In practice, this meant self-government. Cabildos and militias, strengthened and politicized under the Bourbons, became instruments for asserting local sovereignty. The old language of loyalty remained, but the machinery of independence started turning under it. Spain's ability to reassert control was crippled by the war's demands. The peninsula needed men, money, and supplies merely to survive. Trade was disrupted by blockades and conflict at sea. Remittances and silver flows became less predictable, and imperial administration lost coherence as officials were captured, replaced, or ignored. Even where loyalist sentiment remained strong, Madrid could not reliably send troops, pay garrisons, or enforce policy. Power in the Americas increasingly belonged to whoever could organize locally, who could secure arms, collect revenue, and negotiate alliances among competing social groups. By the time Napoleon's grip weakened and the war drew toward its end, something irreversible had happened. The crisis had taught Spanish Americans that the empire's chain of command could snap, and that in the vacuum authority did not vanish, it relocated. Independence no longer needed to begin as a pure ideology. It could begin as an emergency measure justified as defense of order, faith, and the king's rights, and only later become an open break. Between 1808 and 1814, imperial legitimacy was not merely questioned. It was practiced away as provinces learned day by day that self-rule was not only imaginable but workable. By the early 1810s, those emergency measures hardened into rival claims of sovereignty. In Spanish America, many leaders still spoke the language of fidelity to Ferdinand VII, but loyalty was no longer a single shared position. Some argued that in the king's absence, authority reverted to local communities and their councils. Others insisted that only the established imperial hierarchy could preserve order. The legitimacy crisis, born in Napoleon's invasion, became a contest over who had the right to govern, tax, command militias, and speak for the people. The deeper fuel lay in the recent past. Bourbon reforms had tightened imperial control, raised revenues, professionalized bureaucracy, and expanded militia service. They also reduced Creole access to high office, empowered peninsular officials, and made the empire feel more extractive. When the centre cracked, old grievances turned into immediate power struggles between cities and provinces, merchants and landholders, royal officials and local councils. Independence was not one movement. It was many movements, shaped by local rivalries as much as by political ideals. The wars that followed were regional and uneven, fought across mountains, plains, tropical coasts, and long supply lines. They were civil wars as much as wars against Spain. In many areas the key question was not abstract independence, but which side could offer protection, stable trade, and a tolerable social order. Loyalist armies often drew strength from groups who feared Creole dominance or upheaval, communities wary of new taxes, forced recruitment or the loss of traditional rights. Patriot forces, in turn, depended on coalitions that could shift quickly. Creole elites seeking autonomy, urban radicals demanding representation, free people of colour and enslaved people bargaining for freedom, and frontier fighters drawn by local loyalties more than ideology. In northern South America, Simón Bolívar, emerged from this chaos as the most persistent strategist of independence. He was a Creole aristocrat with a sweeping vision, a liberated Spanish America that could avoid becoming a scatter of vulnerable republics. For Bolívar, independence required more than removing Spanish officials. It required building states strong enough to survive, with disciplined armies, reliable revenue, and political authority that could outlast the emergency of war. But his rise came through failure as well as triumph. Early republican experiments in Venezuela collapsed under military pressure and internal division. Patriot governments struggled to supply troops, and their promises often failed to reach the countryside. Royalist commanders exploited these fractures, recruiting local fighters by presenting themselves as defenders of religion, monarchy, and familiar hierarchies. The conflict became brutal, marked by reprisals that made neutrality difficult and reconciliation rarer. Bolívar adapted. He learned that victory depended on mobility, control of key river routes and highlands, and above all coalition building across social lines. The independence armies he helped assemble were not simply Creole militias. They incorporated Llanero horsemen from the plains, veterans hardened by years of campaigning, and fighters for whom emancipation or status was tied to service. Bolívar increasingly linked military recruitment to promises of freedom, though these promises were contested and unevenly fulfilled. His campaigns relied on daring movement, crossing difficult terrain to strike where Spanish forces were thin, seizing strategic cities, then using those gains to build legitimacy and gather resources. Out of these campaigns came new political experiments. Bolívar championed the creation of Gran Colombia, an ambitious union meant to bind Venezuela, New Granada, and Quito into a single state capable of resisting foreign pressure and internal fragmentation. It was a bold answer to the empire's collapse, where Spain had once provided a distant framework of unity. Bolívar tried to replace it with a republican one. Yet the same forces that had shattered imperial rule now strained the new republics. Regions that had fought for autonomy did not easily submit to centralized authority. Local commanders, provincial elites, and rival cities guarded their power. Bolívar's own political thinking, suspicious of unchecked faction, and fearful that weak institutions would invite anarchy, pushed him towards strong executive rule. To opponents, this looked like a betrayal of republican liberty. To Bolívar, it was a grim necessity in a landscape still shaped by war. Spain's defeat, in the end, was not simply a matter of lost battles. Geography worked against it. Distances were vast, communications slow, and campaigns expensive. The Peninsular War had drained Spain's manpower and finances, and the post-war state struggled to rebuild a navy capable of sustaining control across the Atlantic. Shipping troops and supplies grew harder as Spain's credit weakened and as international trade networks shifted. Britain, now the dominant maritime power, favoured open commerce with independent American states and had little interest in helping Spain restore a closed imperial system. The wider Atlantic world revolutionary precedent, new republics, and changing markets tilted against reconquest. By the mid-1820s, Spanish authority on the mainland had largely collapsed, leaving a map of new countries born from wartime alliances rather than settled consensus. Independence brought formal sovereignty, but it did not erase the colonial social order overnight. Old hierarchies of race, land, and labour persisted, even as legal categories shifted. Many states faced chronic instability, regional revolts, military strongmen, fragile finances, and unresolved questions about citizenship and rights. For Spain, the consequences were profound. The empire that had once been financed by American silver and organized around Atlantic monopoly now stood diminished, its global status reduced, and its politics shaken by loss. What remained were a few crucial colonies, especially Cuba and Puerto Rico in the Caribbean, and the Philippines across the Pacific. territories that would become both symbols of lingering imperial ambition and pressure points in a world where Spain was no longer the central power shaping the oceans. What remained after the mainland breakaway was not a coherent imperial world, but a last ring of holdings that Spain treated as both lifeline and proof of continued stature. Cuba and Puerto Rico sat close to Atlantic routes and growing American markets. The Philippines, tied to Spain by long sea lanes and fragile budgets, anchored a residual presence in Asia. Spain held on partly because these territories were easier to supply and garrison than the vast interiors of the Americas, and partly because local elites, planters, merchants, and officials often feared the upheaval they associated with independence wars. For a weakened Spanish state, these colonies also mattered because they could still generate revenue through tariffs, monopolies, and export duties, even as the old silver engine was gone. In the 19th century, Cuba became the keystone. Its soil and climate made it ideal for sugar, and global demand surged. Sugar, however, was not simply a crop. It was an industrial system of mills, credit, shipping, and coercion. Planters invested heavily, borrowed heavily, and demanded predictable order. That order in Cuba leaned on slavery far longer than on the mainland. While much of Spanish America moved unevenly toward abolition during and after independence, Cuban sugar expanded through the importation of enslaved Africans and the tightening of plantation discipline. Spain, dependent on Cuban wealth, tolerated and protected the system even as international pressure against the slave trade mounted and as abolitionist ideals spread, that made Cuba central and combustible. The island's prosperity created a powerful planter class, but it also sharpened social fears of slave revolt, of racial war, and of a repetition of Haiti's revolution. These fears often pushed elites toward the Spanish state, which presented itself as the guarantor of stability. At the same time, Spanish rule became more extractive. Trade rules and taxes channeled wealth toward metropolitan needs and toward peninsular merchants favored by the colonial administration. Reformers called for representation, freer trade, and autonomy, demands that were repeatedly postponed or limited, especially when Madrid worried that concessions might be the first step toward separation. Puerto Rico followed a different rhythm, smaller, less dominated by vast sugar fortunes, and with a colonial society where reformist currents could be absorbed more readily. Spain experimented with limited changes there earlier than in Cuba, including gradual political reforms late in the century. But Puerto Rico, too, lived under an imperial structure that treated the colony as a revenue source and strategic outpost, not a partner with equal voice. Across the Pacific, Spain's position in the Philippines was more precarious than it looked on maps. The colony's economy was being reshaped by global trade and by export crops, while older monopolies and privileges eroded. A small Spanish population relied on local intermediaries, religious orders with large landholdings, and a bureaucracy that struggled to project authority across an archipelago. Education and travel created a new class of Filipino professionals who could compare Spanish rule with other possibilities. They did not begin as separatists. Many asked first for equality before the law, representation, and an end to abuses associated with arbitrary local power and clerical dominance. When reform seemed blocked, nationalism hardened. In Cuba, the same pattern: reform delayed, power concentrated, society strained by labor systems produced open rebellion. In 1868, a major uprising began and dragged on for years. It revealed how difficult it was for Spain to fight a long counterinsurgency across an island with dense rural networks and valuable coastal towns. Spain could send soldiers, but sustaining them was expensive. The war strained Spanish politics and finances, and it did not resolve the underlying issue of autonomy and identity. A later revolt in the 1890s reignited the crisis with broader organisation and clearer separatist aims. Spain responded with harsh measures meant to separate insurgents from civilian support, concentrating rural populations and intensifying hunger and disease. Repression, rather than pacifying the island, increased bitterness and drew international attention. By then, the international environment had shifted decisively. The United States had become Cuba's main commercial partner and saw the Caribbean as a strategic sphere. American policymakers and business interests watched Cuba's instability with a mix of anxiety and opportunity, while a sensational press turned the conflict into a moral drama of suffering and Spanish cruelty. Spain, weakened by domestic turmoil and lacking the naval strength of earlier centuries, faced a problem it could not localize. The Cuban War was no longer only about imperial authority. It was about how power in the Atlantic was changing hands. In early 1898, an American battleship, the USS Maine, exploded in Havana Harbor. The cause was uncertain, but the event became a catalyst. Public outrage in the United States, combined with sympathy for Cuban rebels and strategic calculation, pushed Washington toward intervention. Spain, unwilling to abandon Cuba yet unable to compel peace, entered a war for which it was poorly prepared. The Spanish-American War unfolded quickly and on multiple fronts. In the Caribbean, American naval power tightened the noose, and U.S. forces landed in Cuba, coordinating in limited ways with Cuban insurgents who had already worn down Spanish control in the countryside. Spain's fleet, constrained by inferior ships and difficult choices, suffered decisive defeat. Puerto Rico, with fewer defences and less capacity to resist, was occupied with comparatively little fighting. In the Pacific, the American Navy struck the Spanish squadron in Manila Bay, shattering Spain's ability to defend the Philippines by sea. Filipino revolutionaries, already in revolt against Spain, pressed their own struggle as Spanish authority collapsed, only to confront the reality that the United States intended to replace Spain rather than recognize immediate independence. The settlement that followed stripped Spain of its last major overseas empire. Cuba became formally independent under heavy American influence and constraints, while Puerto Rico became a U.S. territory. Spain ceded the Philippines to the United States, a transfer that led directly into a new and brutal war between American forces and Filipino nationalists. For Spain, 1898 was not simply defeat. It was the end of an imperial identity that had lasted for centuries. The remaining fragments of empire could no longer justify the costs, and the world system that had once been organized around Spanish oceans now belonged to other powers. The losses of 1898 felt sudden, but Spain's imperial decline had been long in the making, built into the way the empire had grown. From the first Caribbean footholds to the great continental conquests, Spain became powerful quickly, and then spent that power just as quickly. The empire was vast, scattered, and expensive to defend. Silver and taxes could fund fleets and armies for a time, but war after war turned American treasure into European obligations. Costly commitments against the Dutch, against England in Italy and the Atlantic, made the monarchy dependent on borrowing, and repeated defaults weakened confidence and raised the price of survival. The deeper problem was economic structure. Extraction rewarded short-term inflows, not long-term development. The flood of bullion helped Spain purchase goods and pay soldiers, but it also encouraged dependence on imports and drained incentives to build a broad productive economy at home. In the colonies, systems like encomienda, forced labour drafts, and later debt peonage and plantation slavery concentrated land and power. Administration could be impressive, viceroys, audiencias, councils, and a paper-heavy bureaucracy, but distance, corruption, and competing jurisdictions limited what the crown could truly control. When reforms tightened oversight in the 18th century, they often raised revenue and resentment at the same time. Those inequalities mattered because they shaped colonial society for generations. A hierarchy of peninsulares, Creoles, mixed communities, indigenous peoples and enslaved Africans created permanent contests over status and rights. The Crown and the Church built towns, parishes, schools and courts, but they also defended privilege and demanded labour and tribute. By the time legitimacy cracked in 1808, grievances were already organised, not only against Spain, but against the local order Spain had helped create. Yet the empire also left institutions that endured. Spanish became a shared public language across much of the Americas. Roman law traditions, municipal government, and imperial courts influenced later constitutions and legal culture. Catholicism, carried by missionaries and enforced by the state, reshaped landscapes with churches, festivals, and moral authority, even as local beliefs persisted and blended. Cities built around plazas, councils, and cathedrals still anchor daily life, marking the urban imprint of empire. The human legacy was the most profound and most contested. Epidemic disease caused catastrophic indigenous population loss, a demographic collapse that made conquest possible and still haunts memory. At the same time, mestizaje, mixing of peoples, created new identities, families and cultures alongside enduring racism and struggles over land and recognition. Globally, Spain helped knit together an early modern world economy. American silver moved through Europe into Asia. The Manila galleons tied Mexico to the Philippines and China, linking markets, tastes, and fortunes across oceans. After 1898, Spain faced itself without empire. The shock fed debates over national purpose, reform, and decline, arguments that shaped modern politics and cultural life. What Spain left behind was not a single story of glory or ruin, but a vast uneven inheritance, languages and laws, cities and faiths, networks of trade and deep wounds, still visible wherever the empire once ruled. On the night of January 5th, 1066, King Edward the Confessor lay dying at Westminster. He had ruled England for nearly a quarter of a century, pious and careful, but he had never produced an heir. By the next day, January 6th, Edward was dead, and the crown that had seemed stable suddenly became a prize. In later retellings, Edward's last moments are crowded with meaning. Some sources claim he named Harold Godwinson as his successor on his deathbed. Others hint that the words were uncertain, or that they were shaped by those who stood closest to the dying king. What is clear is this: Edward's death created a legal and political problem that could not be solved by bloodline alone. England did not follow a simple automatic rule of inheritance. The royal house of Wessex mattered, but so did acceptance by the leading men of the kingdom. Kingship still carried an elective element, guided by precedent and power. The Witan, an assembly of senior churchmen and nobles, could recognize a king, and that recognition was the difference between rightful rule and civil breakdown. In 1066, the Witan's choice would be contested, not only by rival English factions, but by ambitious rulers across the sea. Harold Godwinson, Earl of Wessex, stood at the centre of the moment. He was the most powerful noble in England, the son of Earl Godwin, and the leader of a family that had dominated Edward's reign. He also had the practical advantage of being present, with support in London and a network strong enough to move quickly. Within hours of Edward's death, the Witan acknowledged Harold as king, and he was crowned likely the same day with remarkable speed. If you enjoy these long history stories, consider subscribing. It really helps the channel grow. And let us know in the comments where you're listening from, your city or country. Harold's rapid elevation solved one problem and created several more. At home, it risked deepening resentments among other great earls. especially in the north where loyalties and rivalries could be as decisive as any foreign army. Harold was experienced, wealthy and battle-tested, but he was not a king by unquestioned dynastic right. His legitimacy would be argued over, and those arguments would soon be sharpened into weapons. Beyond England, Edward's reign had left dangerous ties and expectations. In Normandy, Duke William believed the throne had been promised to him, whether by Edward himself, by earlier understandings, or by later Norman claims is still debated, but William treated it as a binding commitment. Across the North Sea, the Scandinavian world had its own memory of rule in England, and its own calculations about what Edward's death made possible. The English Channel and the cold waters to the north were not barriers, they were roads. So 1066 opened with a kingdom that had a new king, but no peace. Harold would face threats from Normandy and from Scandinavia, while trying to hold together a realm where power was concentrated in a few massive earldoms and where family alliances could shift quickly. This story will follow that year, its marches, battles and hard decisions, and then the years immediately after, as one victory turns into conquest, and conquest into a new order, ending with William's consolidation of England. To understand why Edward's death could unravel the realm so fast, and why Harold's crown was both necessary and vulnerable, we need to look at what Anglo-Saxon England was in the last days before the crisis, how it was governed, where its strength lay, and where the fractures were already waiting. Anglo-Saxon England in 1066 was not a loose tribal land, but a mature kingdom with working institutions, steady revenue, and a political culture that expected consultation. The king sat at the centre, but he did not rule alone. Royal authority moved through networks, through the great men who advised him, through officials who enforced law and collected dues, and through a church that could bless a reign or quietly undermine it. At the top was the Witan, the council of leading nobles and senior churchmen. It was not a parliament in the later sense, but it mattered. The Witan witnessed major decisions, confirmed grants of land, and most crucially in a succession crisis, recognized who would be treated as king. A strong ruler could steer it, but could not easily ignore it, because the realm's most powerful earls and bishops were the ones who made royal orders real in the shires. Below that high politics, England was organized into shires, each with courts and local officers. The sheriff, the king's man in the county, was key, collecting royal revenues, calling local levies, and ensuring that fines and obligations reached the crown. Hundreds, subdivisions of the shire, held regular courts that handled disputes and policing. This local administration gave England an advantage many rivals lacked. The king could reach deep into the countryside, not just through personal charisma, but through routine systems that had been hardened over generations. Yet those same systems depended on cooperation from magnates, and by 166 power had become heavily concentrated in a handful of massive earldoms. An earl was not merely a regional noble. He could be the hinge between the king and entire provinces. The greatest was Wessex, rich and populous, with the old heartlands of the West Saxon royal house and the administrative centre around Winchester. By Edward's final years, Wessex was held by the Godwin family, and its wealth and manpower helped make Harold's swift coronation possible. But it also meant that the crown's stability rested on a family whose interests did not always match the king's, and whose rivals watched for any weakness. Other great earldoms, especially in the north, could behave almost like semi-independent powers. The farther from the royal core, the more local loyalties and regional identities mattered. Northumbria, with its own traditions and its proximity to Scotland and the Scandinavian world, had a different political gravity from the south. When the kingdom was calm, these earldoms could be managed through marriages, appointments, and careful bargaining. In crisis, they could become fault lines. The economy that underpinned all this was overwhelmingly rural and based on landholding. Great estates, held by the king, by earls, by bishops, and by monasteries, produced the food and rents that sustained households and armies. England also had towns, mints, and a developed money economy for the period, with silver pennies struck in many places and regulated closely by royal authority. That mattered because a king who could tax and pay could move faster than one who relied only on personal loyalty. Taxation and obligation were practical, not abstract. The land tax known as the Geld could be raised across the kingdom, originally strengthened in response to Viking threats, and later used by kings as a flexible source of cash. Land was also assessed in hides, a unit tied to fiscal duty as much as acreage. From land came service. Men owed labour, supplies, and, when called, fighting. The state could demand ships and coastal watch in some regions, and it could demand men for the host. But these demands had limits, and 166 would expose them. The church was the other great pillar. Bishops and abbots were among the realm's leading landholders, and monasteries were not just religious communities but economic centres, custodians of learning, and political voices. Reform currents were moving through parts of Western Europe, emphasising discipline and tighter clerical standards, and England was not isolated from them. Kings influenced church appointments, and churchmen in turn helped legitimise kingship. A coronation was a sacred act, and a ruler's standing was strengthened by visible support from senior clergy. But church politics could also be international. Connections to Rome and to reform-minded continental circles meant English church leadership was part of a wider conversation, one that Norman rulers understood and could later exploit. Defence depended on a mixture of professionalism and obligation. The king's elite were the housecarls, well-armed, paid retainers, many of them hardened veterans, capable of holding a line in close combat. Around them, when danger threatened, the third could be called, a levy of free men obliged to serve for a limited period, providing manpower and local strength. This system worked well for sudden raids and for regional emergencies. It was less well suited to a prolonged, coordinated campaign that required keeping large numbers in the field through harvest season, paying them, feeding them, and holding them together as months passed. England could be strong on land, but its coasts were long and exposed. The Viking legacy still shaped policy and memory. For generations England had faced attacks, paid tributes, and at times been ruled by Scandinavian kings. Even after the old wave of conquest had receded, the North Sea remained a highway for ambitious war leaders. The Channel, too, was a corridor, not a wall. An organised invasion was difficult, but not impossible, especially if England's forces were drawn away, divided by regional rivalries, or uncertain about who had the right to command them. And that brings the long-term vulnerability into focus. Dynastic uncertainty. With Edward dead and no clear heir of his body, the kingdom's institutions could choose a king, but they could not silence rival claims. The very strengths of Anglo-Saxon England, its powerful earldoms, its consultative politics, its mobilization system could become weaknesses when contested legitimacy encouraged men to hedge, delay, or switch sides. In 1066, England had money, law, and seasoned warriors. What it lacked was the one thing that made all those tools decisive: uncontested unity at the top. That uncertainty at the top had a long prehistory, and it begins with Edward himself, Edward the Confessor, whose life linked England to Normandy in ways that would later prove explosive. Edward was the son of King Athelred and Emma of Normandy. When Denmark's Knut seized England, Edward spent much of his youth in exile across the Channel, living among Norman kin and absorbing their politics, their church culture, and their habits of patronage. When Edward finally returned to claim the English throne in 1042, he did not arrive as a blank slate. He arrived with friendships, expectations, and a sense that trusted men could be imported from abroad. Those Norman connections mattered later not only because they shaped his household and church appointments, but because they gave outsiders a story to tell that Edward had long been part of the Norman world and might naturally look there when thinking about succession. But Edward did not rule in a vacuum, and in England the strongest power outside the crown was the great Earl of Wessex, Godwin. Godwin had risen under Canute, showing an ability to survive regime change and to thrive within it. Under Edward, he became something close to indispensable. Wessex was the kingdom's richest and most strategically central earldom, and Godwin's influence extended well beyond it. Through careful marriage alliances, control of land, and a network of clients, men who owed their advancement to him, Godwin built a family power base that could move the levers of government. His sons would inherit not just estates, but leverage, the ability to supply troops, to sway local officials, and to shape what the Witan was willing to accept. Edward, by contrast, had to rebuild royal authority after years in which kingship had been entangled with Danish rule and powerful earls. He needed support, but he also needed room to act. This set up the defining tension of his reign, a king with Norman ties trying to establish his own circle, and an English magnate family whose dominance made them hard to control. The relationship between Edward and the Godwins swung between cooperation and open confrontation. The clearest crisis came in 1051. A violent dispute in Dover, sparked by the behaviour of visiting nobles connected to Edward's Norman circle, escalated into a test of strength. Edward demanded that Godwin punish the town. Godwin resisted, not wanting to attack his own people and perhaps not wanting to set a precedent of enforcing a foreign faction's will. The result was political showdown, with other earls and churchmen backing the king at that moment. Godwin and his family were driven into exile. This episode revealed two important realities. First, Edward could still marshal enough support to strike at the Godwins when the rest of the elite agreed the family had gone too far. Second, that support was conditional and fragile. Godwin's exile did not last. Within a year he returned, gathered allies, and applied pressure that the kingdom's leadership could not ignore. Edward was forced to accept the family back, and the king's Norman associates lost ground. Some fled. Others were sidelined. The political lesson was unmistakable. The greatest earl could be challenged, but removing him permanently risked instability, even civil conflict. From then on, the Godwinsons tightened their grip. When Godwin died in 153, his son Harold succeeded as Earl of Wessex, an extraordinary inheritance of power and prestige. Other sons and relatives held additional earldoms and influence, giving the family a national footprint, not just regional strength, but a web of command across shires and along coasts. Harold, capable and increasingly prominent, became the essential man of the realm, leading campaigns, negotiating with rivals, and acting as the king's chief secular partner, whether Edward liked it or not. All of this played out against the most destabilizing fact of Edward's reign. He produced no clear heir. Edward was married to Edith, Godwin's daughter, a match that should have bound king and earl together. It linked the crown directly to the kingdom's dominant family, and in theory promised children who would reconcile competing interests. Yet no heir came. Later tradition sometimes hinted at a celibate or unusually restrained marriage, but historians treat such claims cautiously. What matters is the political outcome. Decades passed with no son to silence disputes, and no obvious adult prince waiting in the wings. The lack of an heir made succession less a matter of bloodline and more a matter of politics, who had the strongest claim, who had the backing of leading men, and who could keep the peace. Candidates existed, but each came with problems. Edward had a close male relative in exile, and then in Hungary, Edward the Exile son of Edmund Ironside, who represented the older royal line. When he was finally brought back to England in 1057, it looked like a solution. But he died soon after arriving. His son Edgar Atheling survived, yet in 1066 he was still very young, without the military reputation and mature alliances expected of a king in dangerous times. As Edward aged, decision-making at court became more consequential and more ambiguous. He promoted churchmen and advisers with continental links, including Normans, while also relying on Harold and the great English earls to govern and fight. Each choice could be read as a sign of intended succession. Favour shown to Norman contacts could be interpreted later loudly as preparation for a Norman heir. Reliance on Harold could be read as quiet endorsement of the man who actually kept the kingdom functioning. Edward's own sanctity and reputation for piety, which grew after his death, only made these interpretations more potent. If a saintly king had chosen someone, that choice could be framed as morally binding. By the final years, the problem could no longer be avoided. Edward was ill at the start of 1066, and the question became urgent. Who would receive the kingdom, and on what authority? Here the sources pull in different directions, and the conflict matters because it fed the propaganda wars that followed. The Norman version, preserved in later Norman narratives, insisted that Edward had promised the throne to William, Duke of Normandy. Years earlier, often dated to the early 1050s, around the time Edward briefly had the upper hand against the Godwins. English accounts, especially those closest in time, emphasize a different moment, Edward's deathbed, when he was surrounded by the leading men of England, and when Harold was present as the foremost earl. In this telling, Edward commended the kingdom to Harold's protection, words that could be understood as naming him successor or, more cautiously, as urging him to safeguard the realm and the young Edgar. Even the same phrase could be politically repurposed. To commend the kingdom might mean, I choose you to be king, or it might mean, I entrust you to keep order until a rightful heir is recognized. In a system where the Witan's recognition mattered, ambiguity was dangerous. It left room for multiple claims to be presented as lawful, even sacred, William as the promised heir, Harold as the chosen guardian and effective ruler, Edgar as the blood prince, and others beyond the Channel and the North Sea, watching for opportunity. When Edward died on the 5th of January 1066, he left behind not only a wealthy, organised kingdom, but a vacuum at its centre, created by a reign shaped by Norman ties, dominated by the rise of the Godwinsons, and never resolved by a single, undisputed heir. The struggle that followed would not begin with armies on the coast. It would begin in the chamber of a dead king, and in the arguments men made about what he had truly meant. Edward was scarcely gone when England's leading men moved to prevent the worst outcome of any succession crisis: hesitation. The next day, the Witan, the council of powerful earls, bishops, and royal officials, recognised Harold Godwinson as king. In a kingdom where custom mattered as much as blood, that decision carried real weight. It was not a simple coronation of the next in line, because there was no adult, universally accepted heir. It was a choice, made under pressure, about who could hold the realm together. Harold's advantages were practical, and everyone in the room knew it. As Earl of Wessex, he controlled England's richest and most central power base. He had spent years acting as the king's chief lay partner, leading armies in Wales, managing disputes between great men, and enforcing royal authority across the shires. He was not a prince by birth in the old royal line, but he was the man with the networks, the experience, and the resources that could be mobilised immediately. Against that stood Edgar Atheling, the boy with the best blood claim and the least ability to command. Choosing Edgar might satisfy dynastic purity, but it risked inviting ambitious rivals to rule in his name. Choosing Harold meant adult leadership and continuity of government, even if it invited arguments about legitimacy. Harold also moved with deliberate speed. He was crowned on the 6th of January, the day after Edward's death, an unusually swift transition, but not a careless one. The timing sent a message. England had not fallen leaderless even for a week. The kingdom's institutions still functioned, the witan still chose, the church still anointed, the law still ran. That was the claim Harold needed most, to look not like a usurper seizing a prize, but like the lawful answer to an emergency. The coronation itself reinforced that message. It took place at Westminster, beside the new abbey Edward had founded, and had just been buried in a site heavy with royal symbolism, and it was performed by the Archbishop of York, Ealdred, in most accounts, rather than Stigand of Canterbury, whose position was controversial in Rome. That detail mattered. To be anointed was to be set apart with sacred authority, but an anointing could be questioned if the officiant was questioned. Later Norman writers would insist Stigand crowned Harold, because it helped portray the accession as tainted from the beginning. English sources generally push back by emphasizing Ealdred's role. Even in the ceremony, legitimacy was already being argued over by who laid hands on the king, and by which story people would repeat afterward. Almost immediately, chroniclers began to frame Harold's reign through signs and portents. Some of this is the normal language of medieval history, where God's will is read in storms, famines, and strange lights in the sky. But the year 1066 offered something vivid and unforgettable. A comet, later identified as Halley's, appearing in the spring. English and Norman accounts alike noticed it, but they did not agree on what it meant. For writers supporting the Norman cause, the comet became a warning from heaven, an omen of Harold's doomed and wrongful rule. Other traditions treated it more broadly as a sign of upheaval to come, not necessarily a verdict on Harold alone. What is consistent is how quickly the heavens were recruited into politics. When armies later marched, chroniclers could say the sky had already declared who would win. Harold, for his part, could not rule by omens. He had to rule by holding together a coalition of powerful interests that did not automatically love him simply because he wore the crown. England was not a centralized monarchy in the modern sense. It was a realm where earls commanded regions with their own loyalties, and where the king's authority depended on cooperation as much as command. His immediate priorities were therefore both political and administrative: keep the great earldoms aligned, prevent local rivalries from turning violent, and secure the loyalty of the church. The most important partnership was with the brothers Edwin and Morcar, young earls whose influence in Mercia and Northumbria mattered as much as Harold's in Wessex. Their support signalled national unity rather than a purely southern takeover. Harold had already tied himself to them by marriage to their sister, Edith, an alliance that strengthened his position in the Midlands and the North, even if it complicated his earlier relationship with a different partner and invited later moral criticism from hostile writers. In 1066, the political meaning was clearer than any personal one. Harold needed England's regions to accept his kingship as a shared settlement, not a Godwin family monopoly. Yet unity was fragile. Some men had long resented the dominance of the Godwinsons, and one grievance in particular would not stay quiet: the exile of Harold's brother Tostig, former Earl of Northumbria, driven out after a revolt and replaced by Morcar. Harold's willingness to accept that change had kept the peace in 1065, but it left an embittered enemy with a personal cause. Tostig's anger would soon become a national threat, because in a year of contested succession every exile and every disappointed claimant could look for foreign allies. And that, above all, shaped Harold's first months as king. He had to treat the realm as already under attack, even before any ships were sighted. Across the Channel, William of Normandy had a claim ready to be turned into an invasion. To the north, the Norwegian king, Harald Hardrada, could invoke older Scandinavian rights and the memory of Snout's empire. Edgar Aetheling's bloodline, though not a military threat, offered a banner around which malcontents could rally if Harold stumbled. Even internal dissent could become an invitation to outsiders. If England looked divided, it became a prize. So Harold prepared defensively with the tools English kings had always used. He relied on the fyrd, the militia obligation that could be summoned from shires, and on his own household troops, and the professional corps of his army, the housecarls, men trained and equipped for close combat, loyal to the king and the great lords who maintained them. He also needed ships, because the first line of defence against a Norman-style assault was to prevent a landing or to force it under unfavourable conditions. Sources suggest that in the summer he assembled a fleet and kept forces along the south coast, waiting through long weeks for the expected blow. But defence created its own problems. Keeping a large force in the field was expensive and politically difficult. Farmers could not stay away from harvest forever. Supplies ran down. Local communities felt the burden of provisioning armed men. Harold's government had to balance readiness with sustainability, always guessing not only where an enemy might strike, but when. The central danger of 1066 was that England might face not one invasion, but several, arriving in different places at different times. Through all of this, Harold's greatest challenge was not simply military, it was narrative. A king in England needed the acceptance of the realm's leading men and the church, but acceptance could be attacked by rival claimants from abroad. William would present Harold as a perjurer and a thief of a promised crown. Hardrada could present himself as the heir to an older northern dominion. Edgar's supporters could claim Harold had leapt over the rightful bloodline. Harold's answer was essentially the same in every action he took early on, that he had been chosen, crowned, and anointed according to English custom to preserve order at the moment of danger. In the calm language of law and continuity, Harold tried to make his kingship look inevitable. But 1066 was not a year that allowed a new king time to settle in. Legitimacy could be debated in councils and chronicles, but it would be tested, finally, by who could keep England secure when the challengers came. Across the Channel, William, Duke of Normandy, did not see Harold's swift coronation as a settlement. He saw it as a provocation, an outcome that threatened to lock him out of a prize he believed had already been offered. William's power in Normandy mattered because it made his claim more than a distant complaint. He had been duke since childhood, and Normandy was not a peaceful training ground. His early years were marked by aristocratic violence and repeated challenges to ducal authority. Surviving those years and then imposing order gave William a reputation for hard rule and relentless focus. By the 1060s he had proven himself in war, most notably by expanding Norman influence westward into Maine and by keeping powerful lords in line. He also anchored his legitimacy at home with a careful relationship to the church. William's parents had not been married. His enemies could and did use that against him. Yet he secured recognition, married into high nobility, patronized monasteries, and presented himself as a lawful prince by performance, by governing, judging, and winning. That background shaped what came next. If William meant to challenge Harold, he could not do it as a romantic adventurer. He had to do it as a ruler capable of planning, paying, and persuading, because an invasion of England was an enormous logistical gamble. The basis of William's claim rested on three main supports, and each was framed to sound as if it followed accepted custom. First was kinship. Edward the Confessor had spent years in exile among the Normans, and William was related to him, though not closely enough for the relationship alone to settle anything. In a world where blood mattered, even distant kinship could be used as a starting point, especially when a king left no son. Second was the alleged promise. Norman accounts insist that Edward at some point indicated William should succeed him, and that this promise was known in high circles. English sources are quieter and less supportive, and modern historians treat the certainty of such a promise with caution. Edward's court politics were complicated, and even if Edward spoke favourably of William, it is not clear that an English king could simply designate an heir without the consent of the kingdom's leading men. Still, as a diplomatic argument, the idea of a royal promise was powerful. It made William's claim sound like the continuation of Edward's will rather than a foreign land grab. Third, and most explosive, was the assertion that Harold himself had confirmed William's right. That story would become central to Norman propaganda and will be taken up in detail. But its importance here is simple. It transformed the dispute from one of competing candidates into one of betrayal. If Harold had sworn to support William and then took the crown, William could present his invasion not as aggression, but as punishment and restoration. William's next task was to turn claim into capability. A duke could not simply order an overseas invasion and expect every lord to follow. Normandy was feudal, and obligations had limits. Many knights owed service for local defence, not months abroad in a risky campaign. William therefore built a coalition with promises. Land was the language of reward, and England, rich, fertile, and comparatively centralised, offered the greatest prize a warrior aristocracy could imagine. William attracted not only Normans but also men from neighbouring regions, Brittany, Flanders, and parts of northern France. Each would come for a share of conquest, and each would expect it in writing and in results. Ships had to be assembled, and that required more than ambition. Timber, nails, rope, sailcloth, food, fodder for horses, barrels for water and wine. An invasion was a supply chain. William also needed transport for cavalry, because his army depended on mounted warriors and on the ability to move quickly once ashore. The sources celebrate this preparation with a sense of inevitability, but it was full of uncertainty. The Channel's weather could strand a fleet for weeks, and a single storm could break ships and morale before a battle was ever fought. To strengthen the venture, William sought moral and political legitimacy beyond Normandy itself. That meant the Church, especially the papacy. William's relationship with Rome was not frictionless, but he had cultivated a reputation as a reforming ruler who supported monastic renewal. The Norman case against Harold could be framed in religious terms. A sworn oath had been violated, a rightful succession had been stolen, a kingdom had been taken under questionable ecclesiastical auspices. If the Pope could be persuaded, the invasion could be cast as more than a dynastic dispute. It could be presented as a just cause, even a kind of sanctioned correction of wrongdoing. Later tradition holds that William received a papal banner, a symbol that his cause had spiritual approval. How precisely this support was granted, and on what evidence, is debated. Our clearest narratives come from Norman writers with every reason to emphasize Rome's endorsement. But whether the papal support was explicit or cautiously worded, the political effect was real. It helped William rally men who might otherwise hesitate to fight fellow Christians for a crown. It also helped define Harold not merely as a rival, but as a man under moral suspicion. Behind the diplomacy was a hard military calculation. Norman forces had notable advantages in the style of warfare they practiced, and the command culture William enforced. Norman armies were used to combined arms, cavalry to shock and pursue, infantry to hold and press, and archers to disrupt and weaken. They were also used to campaigns and castle warfare, to moving in hostile territory and securing lines of supply. William's rule encouraged discipline and centralized direction, and he had a habit of appointing men for ability and loyalty rather than tolerating endless private feuds. None of this guaranteed victory over English soldiers who were experienced, well-armed, and fierce in close combat. But it meant William arrived with a force designed for flexibility. By late summer, the dispute over England had become two stories running side by side. Norman chroniclers increasingly portrayed William as the rightful heir, chosen by Edward, confirmed by Harold's oath, blessed by the Church, and compelled to act when cheated. English sources, closer to the workings of the Witan and the reality of Harold's coronation, were more likely to treat William as an outsider pressing a claim that England had not accepted. The difference was not just interpretation, it was strategy. William understood that conquest required a narrative as well as an army. If he could make the world believe he was reclaiming what was his, then the invasion would look less like an act of piracy and more like the enforcement of order. And so, while Harold watched the coastline and tried to hold England together, William gathered ships, men, and legitimacy, preparing to turn a contested promise into a crossing, and a crossing into a kingdom, to make Harold's coronation look like a crime rather than a choice. William needed a single, unforgettable charge that Harold had sworn to support William's claim, and then broke a sacred oath. The story begins a couple of years before the conquest, with a puzzling journey across the Channel. Sometime around 1064, Harold Godwinson left England and sailed for the continent. Why he went is one of the great uncertainties of the whole crisis. Norman writers later insisted Edward the Confessor sent Harold to Normandy to confirm William as Edward's heir, making Harold an official messenger who then gave his personal guarantee. Other possibilities have been argued, including that Harold went to negotiate the release of family hostages who had been held since the Godwin family's earlier fall from power, or that he travelled on a more routine diplomatic mission that later grew in the telling. The English evidence is thin, and even the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, usually brisk on major politics, gives no clear explanation. What can be said with confidence is that Harold's trip proved politically disastrous, because once he was on the far shore, control of the narrative shifted to Normandy. The accounts of Harold's arrival are dramatic, and again they vary. The most widely repeated version is that Harold's ship was blown off course, and he landed on the coast of Ponthieu, north of Normandy. There he was seized by Count Guy of Ponthieu, who treated him less like an honoured visitor and more like valuable property, someone whose status could be converted into money or influence. This detail matters because it frames Harold as a captive from the very start, not as a free negotiator. The story continues with William intervening. According to Norman narratives, the Duke demanded Harold's release, bringing him into Norman custody, not as a prisoner, but as a guest under William's protection. The Bayeux tapestry supports the broad shape of this. Harold arrives, is taken to Guy, and then is transferred to William. Once in Normandy, Harold seems to have been treated with high status. He accompanies William on campaign, most famously in operations against Brittany, and is shown in the tapestry fighting alongside the Normans. Some accounts even claim William presented Harold with arms, a gesture that could be read as honour, but also as incorporation into William's personal circle. Whether Harold joined willingly or had no practical choice is impossible to prove. In a ducal court, hospitality could be a form of control. A great man might be feasted, housed and praised, while still being constrained by the simple fact that he was far from home and surrounded by the Duke's men. It is in this setting that the alleged oath appears, an oath that became the moral core of William's case. The Norman version says Harold swore to support William's succession to England, and in some tellings also promised to secure the handing over of key English strongholds, or to marry into William's family, binding the agreement with kinship. The story is not consistent from one source to another, which is part of why historians argue so fiercely about it. But the central point in Norman propaganda is stable. Harold gave his word, and that word was not ordinary. It was sworn on holy relics. Relics were not symbolic decoration in medieval politics. They were instruments of fear and legitimacy. The bones of saints, fragments associated with holy lives, sacred objects kept in churches. These were believed to carry a kind of spiritual presence. To swear on relics was to place one's promise under divine witness and potential divine punishment. In a culture where oath-keeping underpinned lordship, law, and peace agreements, a relic oath was meant to be binding in the deepest possible sense. It made a political promise into a religious act. Breaking it was not merely disloyalty, it could be framed as perjury before God. This is why the Bayeux tapestry lingers on the scene. It shows Harold with hands placed on reliquaries, and its captions present the moment as a solemn commitment. Later Norman chroniclers expand it further, emphasizing that Harold did not understand what he was swearing upon until the relics were revealed, as if to suggest a trap, or, just as usefully, to suggest that even if he felt pressured, the oath still counted. Either way, the scene is carefully crafted to deliver a verdict. Harold is not simply a rival king, he is an oath-breaker. English sources do not offer the same clarity. They do not celebrate an oath, and they do not concede that Harold bound England to William. That silence does not prove nothing happened, but it does make it harder to accept the Norman version at face value. Modern historians therefore tend to separate what is plausible from what is rhetorically useful. Many accept that some form of pledge may have been extracted from Harold while he was in William's power, because such coerced promises were common tools of medieval politics. But there is strong disagreement over the circumstances and content, whether Harold was truly free to refuse, whether the oath concerned the succession at all, and whether any promise, especially one made abroad under pressure, could override the authority of England's leading men to choose a king. What remains most plausible is that William took advantage of Harold's vulnerable position to obtain a commitment he could later weaponize. Even a vague promise could be sharpened after the fact. Once Harold was crowned in January 1086, William's propagandists could present the oath as clear, absolute, and sacred. The tapestry and the chronicles did not merely record events. They argued a case, aimed at Norman allies, the Church, and anyone whose support might hinge on whether this war looked just. By the time the invasion fleet assembled, the disputed oath had become more than a contested memory. It was a political weapon, one that turned ambition into righteousness, and a foreign attack into claimed enforcement of order. And in 1066, with rivals gathering on multiple horizons, Harold would soon discover that the deadliest threats were not only armies, but stories powerful enough to mobilize them. While William sharpened his case with relics and rhetoric, another claimant looked toward England from the far north, one who needed no disputed oath at all, only a tradition of Scandinavian ambition and an opening in English politics. Harold Sigurdsson, remembered as Harold Hardrada, was King of Norway and a veteran of almost every kind of war the 11th century could offer. As a young man he had fought at Stiklestad, then wandered into exile, serving first in the east and then in Byzantium with the famed Varangian Guard. Later sagas describe riches, campaigns, and a hard-earned reputation for ruthlessness and discipline. Whatever embellishments the stories carry, the essential truth is clear. By 1066, Hardrada was not a raider looking for plunder. He was a king with resources, experience, and a belief that the English crown might be within reach. His claim rested on an older agreement whose exact terms are debated, but whose political value was obvious. In Scandinavian tradition there had been an understanding between King Magnus of Norway and King Harthacnut of Denmark and England. If one died without an heir, the other would inherit. When Harthacnut died in 1042, the English chose Edward the Confessor instead, and the agreement, whether formal treaty or later rationalization, was ignored. Magnus's successor, Hardrada, could present himself as the heir to a northern compact that England had brushed aside. It was not a claim many Englishmen recognized, but it gave Hardrada a usable justification, especially to his own followers. Like William, he needed a story that made conquest sound like rightful succession. Hardrada's opportunity arrived through an English exile, with very personal reasons to see Harold Godwinson fall. Tostig Godwinson, Harold's brother, had been Earl of Northumbria, an earldom unlike the others, politically prickly and fiercely protective of its own customs. Tostig's rule had become deeply unpopular. The reasons given in the sources include heavy-handed justice, harsh taxation, and the presence of southern favourites in a region that resented outside interference. In 1065 the Northumbrians rose in rebellion, killed Tostig's supporters, and demanded a new earl, Morcar, brother of Edwin of Mercia. King Edward had wanted Tostig restored by force. Harold, then the most powerful man in England, chose a different path. He accepted the rebels' demand, likely to avoid civil war, and because he needed northern support for the succession he could see coming. To Tostig, it looked like betrayal, his own brother sacrificing him for political convenience. Tostig went into exile, nursing grievances that were not just personal but strategic. If Harold's kingship depended on unity, then Tostig's best weapon was division. Tostig first tested England's defences on his own. In early 1066 he appeared with a fleet and struck along the southern and eastern coasts, hitting places like the Isle of Wight and the Kentish shoreline, then moving north to raid the Humber region. These were not full-scale invasion attempts. They functioned more like reconnaissance by violence, measuring local resistance, probing harbours, showing that the coast could be reached, and gathering supplies and allies where possible. The response was mixed. Some local forces resisted, others were caught unprepared. But the larger message was unmistakable. England's shores were open to sudden attack, and the year would not be decided by one enemy alone. Tostig's raids also revealed a second truth. He could not win his earldom back by himself. His following was too small, and in the north he found little love. Eventually he moved to Scotland, and then sought a stronger partner. Hardrada, with his royal army and his appetite for a great prize, was the answer. The alliance made sense for both men. Tostig could offer guidance, local knowledge, and a political wedge. The fact that Northumbria had already rejected him, and might therefore be vulnerable to intimidation or bargaining. Hardrada could offer ships, seasoned fighters, and a king's authority. Together, they could transform scattered coastal trouble into a serious bid for the throne. All of this created a strategic dilemma that haunted Harold Godwinson's first months as king. The most obvious danger lay to the south. William of Normandy assembling ships, securing papal support, and turning a disputed oath into a crusade-like justification. Harold concentrated his main forces on the southern coast through the summer, calling out the Fyrd, England's militia, and keeping his elite household troops, the housecarls, ready. But militia service was not endless. Men had farms to tend, food to harvest, and families to feed. Holding a large army at full readiness for months strained the kingdom's resources. Meanwhile, the north could not be ignored. Northumbria's politics made it the most likely landing ground for a Scandinavian assault. The region had strong ties to the wider Norse world and long experience of Scandinavian rule. York was a wealthy prize and a vital administrative centre. The Humber and Ouse offered navigable routes into the interior, and Northumbria had only recently undergone rebellion and leadership change, meaning loyalties were not settled. Even if the local earls, Morcar and Edwin, were now part of Harold's coalition, their authority in the region had to be proven, and their willingness to coordinate with Harold could not be assumed without tension. In 1066, the unity of England existed, but it was newly stitched together and still vulnerable at the seams. Communication made everything harder. News travelled at the speed of a horse on rough roads or a ship hugging the coast, passing from messenger to messenger, never perfectly reliable. Rumours could outrun facts. Fleets could appear before warnings arrived. Decisions, therefore, had to be made with partial information. Was the main threat gathering in Normandy, or would the first blow fall in the north? Holding both fronts was beyond any medieval state without paying a heavy price. And as summer wore on, the King of Norway, and the exiled Earl of Northumbria were moving toward the final step, turning claim, grievance, and reconnaissance into invasion. In September, the northern blow fell first. Harald Hardrada sailed into the Humber with a large fleet. Later tradition speaks of hundreds of ships, though exact numbers are uncertain, and he moved quickly up the river system that led toward York. The waterways did much of the work for him, carrying men, weapons, and supplies deep into England with far less strain than an overland march. Tostig came with him, not as a mere guide, but as a political instrument, proof that this was not simply a foreign raid, but an invasion aimed at the heart of English rule in the north. The local response fell to the earls who governed the region. Morcar of Northumbria and his brother Edwin of Mercia gathered what forces they could, household troops, local levies, and the experienced fighters attached to their followings. They could not wait for the king in the south. York was too important, and an invading army so close to it would pull men and loyalties like a magnet. The earls chose to meet Hardrada before he could settle in, gather hostages, or force the city into a negotiated submission. The English took a defensive position near Fulford, just south of York, where the land narrowed between water and marsh. The choice was sensible. Constriction could blunt the advantage of a larger army, and difficult ground could disrupt the cohesion of an attacker. If the invaders were forced to fight in a tight space, the English line might hold long enough to break their momentum, or at least make the cost of victory so high that Hardrada would be slowed before York. But Hardrada had not come north to test England lightly. The battle unfolded as a hard grinding contest along that constrained front. At first the English line did what a defensive line is supposed to do. It absorbed the pressure and tried to keep its shape. Yet the ground that seemed protective could also become a trap. On one side, wetland limited movement and made it difficult to shift men to meet a developing threat. On the other, the water and marsh restricted retreat. Once the fighting began, small local advantages mattered more than grand manoeuvre, and a line that bent in the wrong place could fail suddenly. As the pressure built, the English formation began to give way, not everywhere at once, but in sections. Sources differ on exactly how the collapse began, but the general pattern is clear. Hardrada's army forced openings, exploited them, and turned strain into rupture. The defenders were pinned by the landscape and by their own need to protect the route to York. When part of the line broke, the rest could not easily redraw itself. A defensive position that depends on steadiness can become disastrous when steadiness is lost. The result was a defeat severe enough that it was remembered not as a mere setback, but as a tearing open of the north. The immediate consequences were stark. York, the greatest city in northern England, and a critical centre for administration and wealth, was suddenly exposed. The earls had fought in part to prevent negotiation under duress. Instead, their defeat ensured exactly that. With the local field army beaten, the city's leaders had little choice but to come to terms. York's vulnerability was not only military, it was psychological. A Scandinavian king, famed, experienced, and now victorious, stood at the gates of the region's capital. For a kingdom already bracing for danger from Normandy, the knowledge that a second major invasion had broken through must have felt like the year turning into a vice. Contemporary and near-contemporary sources speak of heavy casualties, though medieval numbers are always slippery. Chroniclers had reasons to exaggerate, to magnify the glory of a victor, to heighten the tragedy of defeat, or to make the consequences feel inevitable in hindsight. Some accounts suggest thousands of English dead, and later narratives can be more dramatic still. What can be said with confidence is more limited, but still grim. This was not a polite battle with light losses. Fighting on restrictive ground, followed by a collapse and a pursued retreat, tends to produce high casualties, especially among levies who break and run. Even if the precise figures cannot be trusted, the scale of the defeat is confirmed by what followed, York's swift submission, and the need for an immediate royal response. Fulford therefore changed the strategic math for Harold Godwinson in a single stroke. Until then, his central problem had been how to hold England together while watching the southern coast for William. Now the north was not merely threatened, it had been opened. A victorious Hardrada could consolidate, draw supplies from a rich region, and present himself as a viable king to men whose loyalty might bend under pressure. Every day that passed increased the chance that Hardrada's position would harden through hostages, tribute, or alliances, born of fear and pragmatism. When the news reached Harold, it forced a choice that would shape the rest of the year: speed over rest and risk over consolidation. The king could not allow an enemy to sit astride York and the Humber routes. He also could not afford to keep his best troops idle in the south, while a rival king established a foothold in the north. The solution was brutally simple: march hard, take the fight to Hardrada before the invasion could become permanent, and accept the costs that such haste would impose on men and horses. In that sense, Fulford was not only a battle, it was a hinge. It did not decide the crown on its own, but it set the conditions for the decision that followed, with the north shaken and York compromised. Harold's next move had to be immediate and decisive. The road now led toward a rapid march, a sudden confrontation, and a dramatic pivot from defeat to opportunity, because Hardrada, fresh from victory, would soon be met at Stamford Bridge. News of Fulford left Harold Godwinson no room for a slow, methodical response. If he hesitated, Hardrada could turn a battlefield victory into lasting control, collecting tribute, taking hostages, and presenting himself as a king with momentum. Harold's answer was one of the most demanding moves any medieval ruler could attempt: a rapid overland march from the south toward York, done not as a raid with a light retinue, but as the movement of a royal army that still needed to arrive ready to fight. A fast medieval march was not simply a matter of walking faster. It required usable roads, predictable stopping points, and strict discipline. England's main routes, old Roman roads in places, newer trackways in others, could carry men north, but they did not remove the basic problem of feeding an army on the move. Every extra day on the road consumed stores, wore down footwear, strained bodies, and increased the chance that men would drift away. Speed demanded organisation, columns that could keep formation, officers who could enforce pace and order, and a plan for provisions that did not collapse into hunger and disorder. Harold had one advantage that made speed possible. He could move quickly with his core household troops, the king's experienced fighting men, the professional element of his army, often described as housecarls. These were not seasonal farmers called up for a brief emergency. They were trained, armed, and accustomed to operating under command. Their cohesion mattered as much as their skill. A disciplined corps could march longer, keep better order in camp, and arrive in a state fit for battle, even if the march was punishing. Around this nucleus, Harold could concentrate additional forces as he went, drawing in local support and whatever levies could be raised quickly enough to keep up. That concentration was itself a logistical feat. Early medieval armies were not assembled by sending out a single instruction and waiting for everyone to appear at a fixed date and place. Men gathered unevenly, based on distance, local leadership, and willingness. Harold's authority as king helped, but it did not magically solve geography. To gain speed, he likely relied on those closest at hand, and on the reality that many in southern and midland England understood the stakes. Hardrada's presence in the north was not distant news. It threatened the unity of the realm and the legitimacy of the new king. A rapid march was therefore also a political act, proof that Harold would meet danger directly, and that he could still act like a king who commanded the kingdom's roads and resources. But the price of that speed was fatigue, and Harold must have known it. A hard march meant sore feet and strained legs for infantry, and for horses it meant exhaustion that could reduce their value in the crucial hours before a fight. Even if the housecarls held together, the less seasoned men attached to the host would suffer more. The faster the pace, the greater the risk that stragglers would be left behind. That equipment would be discarded, that tempers would fray. Harold's calculation, however, was clear. A tired army that arrived in time was preferable to a fresh army that arrived too late. Better to take a single sharp risk now than allow Hardrada to settle into the north and become harder to uproot. The route itself depended on cooperation from the regions Harold passed through. An army cannot move through the countryside without creating pressure on food, fodder and lodgings, and on the patience of local communities. There was always the potential for resentment, especially if supplies were seized rather than purchased or requisitioned through local authority. Yet Harold needed those same communities to function as his supply network. Regional leaders mattered. Earls, thegns, and local officials who could organize food deliveries, open storehouses, and keep order as troops passed. In a crisis year, the difference between support and resistance along the road could be the difference between an army that arrived coherent and an army that arrived scattered and half-fed. England's administrative habits helped, at least to a point. The kingdom had long experience with musters and obligations, and it had infrastructure of governance that could be used in an emergency. Still, the speed Harold attempted pushed those systems to their limits. The march north compressed time. There was less opportunity to gather fresh supplies, less time to negotiate, less room to handle problems gently. It demanded that people comply quickly, because the alternative was allowing an enemy king to dictate terms in York. Late September 1066 moved with startling rapidity. Hardrada's victory at Fulford opened the way to York, and York's submission followed soon after. Hardrada then positioned himself to receive hostages and guarantees, an act that was both practical and symbolic, a way of turning conquest into authority. Harold, receiving news in the south, moved north with urgency that suggests he understood exactly how narrow the window was. The timeline matters because it shows how little margin existed between a threat appearing and a battle being forced. In a world without instant communication, rapid action was the only substitute for foreknowledge. Harold's gamble was strategic as much as physical. He still expected William of Normandy to attempt a landing, and the longer Harold and his best men were absent from the south, the greater the danger there. Yet leaving Hardrada undefeated was equally unacceptable. Two rivals were pressing at once. Harold could not meet both simultaneously. His best chance was to defeat one decisively, fast enough that the victory would free him to turn and face the other. That meant striking Hardrada before the Norwegian king could disperse his army into garrisons, before winter weather complicated movement, and before northern political calculations began to tilt toward accommodation. So the march north was more than a race. It was a wager on timing. Harold bet that he could move quickly enough to catch Hardrada in a vulnerable moment, and that the blow he delivered would be final enough to prevent a drawn-out northern war. The entire plan depended on a decisive battle, one that would end the northern invasion outright, not merely bruise it. Only then could Harold hope to pivot back south and confront Normandy with whatever strength remained. By the time Harold's army neared York, the costs of the march were already being paid in aching bodies and worn nerves. But the urgency had achieved its purpose. Hardrada did not have the leisure to consolidate, and the English king was close enough to force a confrontation at once. The road from Fulford had led not to a slow siege or a cautious standoff, but to a sudden meeting of armies, where surprise, speed, and exhaustion would all matter, and where the northern crisis would be decided at Stamford Bridge. Harold's speed achieved what it was meant to achieve, contact, before the northern invaders could settle. Harold Hardrada had taken York's submission and then moved east to Stamford Bridge, a crossing over the River Derwent, where hostages and supplies were to be delivered. It was, in a sense, a moment of confidence. Hardrada's army had just won at Fulford, and the local leadership had yielded. With York apparently secured and the English king thought to be far away, many Norwegians expected a day of bargaining, not a day of desperate fighting. Hardrada's position also reveals something practical about his mindset. A large army could not sit indefinitely in one place without eating the region bare, and a conqueror needed more than victories. He needed guarantees. Taking hostages was a standard method of turning submission into obligation. Stamford Bridge offered a convenient meeting point, close enough to York to pressure it and far enough to avoid being hemmed in by the city's streets. The Norwegians, joined by Tostig Godwinson and his followers, waited on the riverbanks with the air of men collecting what they believed had already been won. Harold arrived with the opposite intention, not negotiation, but annihilation. His approach was so rapid that it appears to have caught Hardrada off guard. Medieval scouting could fail for many reasons: distance, fatigue, overconfidence, or simply the difficulty of tracking an army moving fast along known routes. Whatever the exact cause, the result was clear. The English host came onto the Norwegians suddenly, near enough to force an immediate decision, and with no time for Hardrada to arrange the careful battle order that had served him at Fulford. A crucial detail repeated by the sources is that a portion of the Norwegian force had left armour behind at their ships. That may not mean they were unarmed. Spears and shields could travel more easily than mail, but it does suggest a reduced readiness for an unexpected pitched battle. Hardrada's men had reason to think the day would involve ceremony and exchange, not a struggle for survival. Harold had deliberately chosen the moment when confidence and routine would be at their strongest. The first shock at Stamford Bridge was therefore not just physical, it was organisational. Hardrada had to assemble a fighting line, while the English pressed in. The Norwegians formed around their king, with Tostig's men beside them, trying to hold a position near the crossing. The English, arriving in force and with a disciplined corps, aimed to break that line quickly because the longer the fight lasted, the more time it gave the scattered Norwegians to rally, and the more chance there was that Hardrada could stabilise the battle into something like Fulford again. It is here that one of the most famous anecdotes enters the story. A lone defender said to have held the bridge against the English advance, buying time for his comrades before he was killed. The account is vivid and has been repeated for centuries, but its details are uncertain and may be shaped by storytelling. Still, the fact that later writers felt the need for such a moment suggests a real tactical problem. Crossings create bottlenecks, and even a small delay can matter when one army is trying to form and the other is trying to prevent it. Once the English forced their way across and brought their strength to bear, the battle widened into a brutal close-range contest. Hardrada's men were experienced fighters, and they did not collapse at first contact. They fought hard enough to create a dense knot of resistance, shield against shield, spear and axe, at close quarters. But the conditions favoured Harold. Surprise reduced Norwegian coordination. The English had arrived with urgency and a clear purpose, and Hardrada's army was not fully concentrated in one place. Some of it was on the field, some at the ships, and some in motion between. As the struggle intensified, the battle turned on leadership and momentum. Harold Hardrada was killed in the fighting, according to later tradition, struck by an arrow to the throat, though the exact manner cannot be confirmed with certainty. What matters is the effect. The death of a king in the midst of combat is not merely a casualty, it is a shock to command morale and cohesion. Hardrada had been the central figure holding together a coalition of ambition, reputation, and fear. When he fell, the invasion lost its anchor. The Norwegians attempted to recover by rallying under another leader, and their reinforcements did arrive from the direction of the ships, now racing toward the sound of battle. But the pace of events left them little room. Men arriving late were thrown into a field already decided by exhaustion and slaughter. The English pressure, once established, pushed the fight toward a rout, because when a line breaks in early medieval warfare, killing accelerates. A retreat becomes a scramble becomes pursuit, and pursuit in armour and with anger high becomes mass death. Tostig Godwinson died as well, refusing to abandon the cause he had chosen. His end closed a bitter chapter of internal English politics, but it did not simplify Harold's situation as much as it might have seemed. The victory was decisive, yet it was not free. By the end of the day, the northern invasion had collapsed. The survivors, now led by Hardrada's son, Olaf, were offered terms to leave. The sources emphasize how few ships were needed to carry the remnants back. Later writers often give the striking figure of 24 ships returning out of a much larger fleet. The exact number may be stylized, but the message is consistent. The army that had threatened England in September had been cut down to a fraction. For Harold, Stamford Bridge was a sudden victory, but it was also a costly one. He had forced a battle at the end of a punishing march, and then fought it at full intensity. Men were killed, others were wounded in ways that would not heal quickly. Equipment was damaged, strength was spent, units were scattered. Even in triumph, an army does not instantly reset. It needs food, rest, and time, things Harold did not truly have. Most dangerously, the battle consumed the very resource Harold had been gambling with all a long time. Stamford Bridge closed the northern crisis, but it narrowed the window of safety in the south. Harold had won the kind of decisive battle he needed, yet the kingdom's other threat had not disappeared. It was still out there, across the Channel, waiting for wind and opportunity. And while the English king stood among the dead on the banks of the Derwent, the next phase of 1066 was already moving toward him. While Harold's army caught its breath in the north, Normandy had been waiting on something no general could command: the wind. William had spent the summer and early autumn gathering ships, men, horses and supplies along the Channel coast, especially around the mouth of the river Dives and later at St. Valery. The invasion force was large by the standards of the day. Normans at its core, but reinforced by allies and adventurers from across northern France, drawn by promises of land and favour. Yet for all that preparation, the fleet could not safely cross until the weather turned. The sources describe long delays, weeks of restlessness, and the strain of feeding an army that was ready but idle. Ships had to be held together, horses had to be kept fit, men had to be paid, persuaded, and prevented from drifting away. A medieval host could unravel quietly if it sat too long without action. William's advantage was that he had built his expedition with a clear purpose and firm command. Still, the delay carried risk. Every day that passed was another day Harold might strengthen the southern coast. Another day the political moment might shift. Another day the invasion might look like a boast rather than a reality. At last, late in September, the conditions changed. A favourable wind rose, often described as a shift, that allowed ships to run west to east across the Channel, and William moved quickly to seize the moment. The crossing itself was a gamble, but it was a controlled one. The fleet sailed in a mass, with efforts to keep ships together in darkness and open water. Later Norman-friendly accounts emphasize order and providence. English sources emphasize the suddenness and threat. What can be said with confidence is that William got across intact, with horses and supplies, and he landed where he intended to land. The Norman army came ashore at Pevensey on the Sussex coast, inside the curve of a natural harbour and beside the ruins of an old Roman fort. The location mattered. Pevensey offered a defensible point, a place where ships could be brought in and protected, and a perimeter that could be held while the army organised itself on English soil. The first priority was simple: do not be pushed back into the sea. An invader at the shoreline is vulnerable, half unloaded, scattered, and dependent on the weather behind him. So William's men moved immediately to fortify. They did not need to invent defences from nothing. The Roman walls at Pevensey still stood in part, forming a strong enclosure even after centuries. Within or alongside those remains, the Normans established a fortified base, strengthening earthworks, setting guards, and organising the camp so that a sudden English counterattack would meet obstacles rather than confusion. This was the Norman way of war: speed, entrenchment, and the creation of strongpoints. A secure foothold turned a raid into a campaign. From Pevensey, William shifted part of his force east to the Hastings area, where another fortification was raised. Whether it was first a simple earth and timber work or more substantial from the outset, the purpose was the same: to anchor the army, store supplies, and protect the line back to the ships. Two bases close enough to support each other reduced the danger of isolation. They also let William control a stretch of coast, making it harder for English forces to cut him off from reinforcement or escape. With defences taking shape, the next task was to feed men and animals. An army's appetite is relentless, and an invading army cannot rely on local markets to welcome it. So the Normans foraged, collecting grain, livestock, and anything useful from the surrounding countryside. In practice, foraging blurred easily into plunder. Villages could be stripped, barns emptied, animals driven away, and fields trampled. The effect on local communities was immediate: loss of food, loss of winter stores, fear, and displacement. It also had a political effect, because news of harsh foraging spread faster than armies. William's foraging served more than hunger. It was pressure. It signalled that the invasion was not a demonstration meant to bargain. It was an occupation in the making. It challenged Harold to respond, and it undermined confidence in the king's ability to protect the south. At the same time, William had to manage his own men. Promised rewards were one thing. A prolonged wait on foreign soil was another. Foraging provided food and also kept the army active and confident. But it had to be controlled enough that it did not scatter the force into small, vulnerable bands. So William balanced aggression with cohesion. His operational goal was not to roam deep into England at once. It was to establish a secure base, gather intelligence, and force a decision on terms favourable to him. That meant drawing Harold into battle. William's claim to the crown, his papal support if one accepts the Norman account that such support was granted, and his careful messaging were all aimed at presenting the invasion as lawful correction rather than naked piracy. But legitimacy would ultimately be decided by power, and power, in 1066, could be settled in a single day on a battlefield. Intelligence mattered as much as food from Sussex. William could probe the land, learn the roads, identify defensible ground, and listen for reports of English movement. He would also have understood Harold's predicament. The English king had been watching the south for months, then marched north to confront Hardrada, and now, after Stamford Bridge, would be forced to reverse direction again. William did not need to chase Harold. He needed to remain planted, visible and threatening, so that the political weight of invasion pulled Harold toward him. News reached the English court, and earls quickly enough to create crisis, but not quickly enough to prevent the landing. Coastal watchers, local levies, and messengers carried word inland that Norman ships had come ashore and that Sussex was being stripped. For Harold, still in the aftermath of battle in the north, the timing was cruel. His army had fought hard and won, but it was tired and diminished. The longer he delayed, the more William could fortify, forage, and perhaps win support through fear or opportunism. Yet if Harold moved too fast, he risked arriving with exhausted men and incomplete forces, repeating the dangers of Stamford Bridge, only now against a fresh, well-prepared enemy. By the final days of September, The new shape of the war was set. William stood behind rising earthworks on English soil, his supply line running back to the sea, his army fed by the countryside and held together by his command. Harold, far to the north, had learned that the true struggle for the crown had only just begun, and that time again was the most dangerous enemy of all. Harold now faced the cruelest kind of choice a king can face in war: to move quickly and risk arriving weak, or to move slowly and risk losing the country while he gathered strength. The news from Sussex did not merely report a landing. It reported fortifications rising, foraging parties ranging out, and the authority of the crown being tested in the very region where Harold's own family held deep influence. William's presence was not distant. It was immediate, and it was political as much as military. From York and the north, Harold turned south with the core of the army that had won at Stamford Bridge. The speed of the march has become one of the most remarked details of the campaign. Even if later writers exaggerated the pace, the direction of travel was clear. Harold pushed hard. But an army that has just fought a major battle is not a clean instrument. Men were wounded. Equipment was damaged or lost. Horses were spent. The housecarls, Harold's professional retainers, remained the best fighting force he had, but they too had taken losses. The wider fyrd, the local militia levies, did not move as easily or as reliably over long distances, especially as autumn advanced, and households worried about harvest and winter. Reinforcements were possible in theory, but far harder in practice. England's military strength depended on regional obligations and on the cooperation of powerful earls. Here the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria, Edwin and Morcar become central, not because they were present in Sussex, but because they were not. Their forces had been heavily involved in the northern crisis, and after Fulford and Stamford Bridge their capacity, and perhaps their willingness to march again at once, was limited. Some sources imply they withdrew to protect their own regions. Others suggest the shock to Northumbria made immediate movement impossible. Either way, what mattered was the limit of national coordination. England was a kingdom, but it was not a centrally drilled machine. Harold could command, but he could not simply summon a fully fresh national army and expect it to appear on a single road at a single moment. That constraint was sharpened by politics. Harold's kingship, proclaimed in January, had been accepted, but it had not been unchallenged. A foreign invader carrying his own claim, and perhaps, if Norman sources are believed, papal approval, threatened to reopen every doubt about legitimacy. Harold needed to be seen acting as king, defending the land, protecting the church, and responding decisively. Delay could be read as prudence by soldiers, but as weakness by rivals. And in 1066 the crown rested on consent as much as on ceremony. If confidence broke, it could break quickly. As Harold moved south, he likely passed through the old centres of royal administration, where messages, supplies, and men could be gathered, places along the great roads like Lincoln, and then toward the Midlands. Many historians place an important stop in London, where the king could draw on the resources of the city and the surrounding shires, and where messengers could spread the call for the fyrd to assemble. What Harold knew, and when he knew it, is not perfectly clear, but he would have learned enough. William was concentrated in Sussex, with bases at Pevensey and Hastings, and was provisioning by force. Harold also would have understood what William wanted. An invader who fortifies and forages is inviting a battle, because his position is strongest when the defender attacks under pressure. At this point Harold had options, and they were not all the same kind of risk. He could delay, gathering a larger army, and perhaps waiting for Edwin and Morcar or their detachments to join. He could attempt a blockade of the Norman position, using control of roads and the threat of cutting foraging parties to starve William into retreat. He could order a scorched earth policy in Sussex and neighbouring regions, denying supplies, an ugly strategy, and one that would punish his own subjects first. Or he could seek immediate engagement before William's foothold became a settled occupation with broader support. The debate over what Harold should have done has long divided historians, and the sources do not allow certainty. Some argue that waiting for more forces was the sounder military plan, because it would reduce the strain on an exhausted army and increase the chance of overwhelming the invader. Others note that delay had its own dangers. William was already entrenched, and every day of Norman foraging weakened the king's authority, drained the region, and risked drawing local submission through fear. The essential point is not a modern judgment about the right decision, but the reality that Harold's choices were constrained by time, logistics, and legitimacy all at once. Harold chose to advance. As he approached Sussex, his army drew in additional levies from the south and east, men obliged by duty and drawn by alarm, but these forces varied in readiness. The housecarls remained the hard core, disciplined and heavily armed. The Fyrd added numbers, and with numbers came both strength and unpredictability. Harold could not keep everyone in the field indefinitely. Seasonal obligations pressed on the militia, and the longer an army sat, the more it thinned. So the pressure to bring matters to a decision was not only Harold's political impulse, it was built into the structure of his forces. By mid-October, Harold moved into the area north of Hastings, and took up a position on rising ground near what later tradition would call Senlac Hill. It was a strong defensive choice, a ridge that could force attackers uphill, narrow the front, and let the English line hold firm with shields locked close. Harold's approach suggests he intended to fight on ground that reduced the advantage of Norman cavalry and created a contest of endurance. He was not charging blindly toward the shore. He was positioning to meet the enemy on terms that suited an army built around infantry strength. On the eve of confrontation, the campaign narrowed into a single question. William needed a battle that could break Harold's kingship in one stroke. Harold needed a battle that could break the invasion before it became permanent. Both commanders understood that the next day might decide not just a war, but the shape of England's future. The armies settled into place, each measuring the other across the darkening hours, as Sussex waited for the judgment of the ridge. Morning brought both armies into clearer view, drawn up on the ridge and the slopes below it. Harold's choice of ground had already made a statement. He would not meet William on the open lowlands where cavalry could move freely. He would stand on the high spine of the hill and make the Normans pay for every step. The English army was built for that kind of fight. At its heart were the housecarls, the king's own household troops and the retainers of great men, professionals by the standards of the age. They were well equipped with mail shirts, helmets, and heavy weapons, most famously the two-handed Danish axe that could split shield and limb if it landed cleanly. Around them stood the Fyrd, the militia levies called up from the shires. The Fyrd was numerous, essential, and uneven. Some men would be well armed, especially those from wealthier districts or with prior service. Others carried lighter spears, axes, and simple protection. But whatever their differences, the English fought as infantry, and the battle plan depended on one thing above all, the shield wall. A shield wall was not a single object, but a collective discipline. Shields overlapped or pressed close, spears angled forward, gaps filled quickly, men braced by the weight and presence of those beside them. On a ridge, it turned the English line into a barrier that was hard to break without causing disorder. Harold's standards and the presence of the king himself in the centre helped anchor that wall psychologically as much as physically. As long as the line held, the English could force the battle into a grinding contest, where individual Norman advantages mattered less. William's army was a different instrument, assembled for invasion and built for combined action. It included infantry, men with spears and swords who could climb and close, but also a significant body of archers, and most crucially, cavalry. Norman horsemen were not the later heavily armoured knights of popular imagination, but they were trained to fight in coordinated groups, to press, withdraw, and press again, and to exploit any opening with speed. William's strength lay in mixing arms, archers to disrupt, infantry to fix the enemy in place, and cavalry to strike where the line weakened. The ground shaped how those strengths could be used. The ridge near Senlac narrowed the effective front. The slope forced attackers to climb under pressure, and the crest gave the defenders better footing and sightlines. Even the surface mattered. Autumn fields could be churned and slick, and a slope under repeated assaults became exhausting. For the Normans, every advance meant a climb into a solid wall of shields. For the English, every moment they held increased the chance that William's attack would break itself. The opening phase began with missiles. Norman archers stepped forward and loosed their first flights. But the elevation worked against them. Arrows shot uphill, lost force, and often struck shields at poor angles. Many likely sailed over the crest or thudded harmlessly into wood and rim. The English had fewer archers of their own, at least in the surviving accounts, and relied instead on staying tight and letting the slope do its work. In these first exchanges, the arrow storm that William hoped would loosen the line did not deliver a quick result. Then came the first assaults uphill. Infantry advanced, and behind or among them cavalry sought purchase on the slope. The attackers had to come on in broken momentum, breath shortening as they climbed, formations stretched by the gradient and by the obstacles of the ground. At the crest they met axes, spears, and the sheer shove of a packed shield wall. For the English, this was the fight they had prepared for. Stand, absorb, and strike downward into men struggling to climb. The first contacts were fierce, but not decisive. The Norman attack gained noise and motion without yet finding a fracture. Command in such a battle depended on visibility and signals more than on detailed control. Harold, fixed at the top, likely directed by the steady presence of the royal standard, and by trusted themes conveying orders along the line. His main decision, once engaged, was less about manoeuvre and more about restraint, keeping men from pursuing too far, closing gaps immediately, and holding the crest as the point of honour and survival. William's command challenge was different. He had to coordinate 3 types of troops across a slope, under pressure, and in the confusion of hand-to-hand fighting. He could not simply issue a single order and expect it to carry cleanly. Control came through messengers, horns, banners, and the example of leaders riding where they were needed. In the sources, William appears repeatedly as a commander who moved to points of danger to steady them, an image that may be partly shaped by later Norman storytelling, but fits the practical demands of the day. An early crisis soon tested that control. At some point in the first hours, one part of the Norman line, often associated with the Breton contingent on one flank, fell into disorder and began to give ground. Retreat on a slope could become a rout in moments, and in medieval battle rumour was almost as deadly as steel. As Normans pulled back, a shout spread that William had been killed. Whether the rumour began from genuine uncertainty, from the chaos of the fighting, or from wishful English voices on the ridge, it threatened to unravel the invasion in an instant. If the Duke was dead, why keep climbing? William acted quickly. Several accounts emphasize that he rode forward, showed himself, and proved he was alive. Some say he lifted his helmet so his face could be recognized. The detail may be polished by retelling, but the underlying truth is plausible. In a battle held together by confidence, the commander's living presence could stitch a line back into shape. The retreat slowed, then stopped. The rumour was mastered, and with it, the first real chance of a sudden Norman collapse. The English, meanwhile, faced their own danger. Success could tempt them into breaking formation. As the Normans wavered, some Englishmen, likely among the less disciplined feared, surged forward down the slope to strike at enemies in retreat. It was a natural impulse, and sometimes a useful one, but it carried a cost. Men who left the shield wall left gaps behind them, and once downhill they were separated from the protective mass of the line. The ridge that had been a fortress became farther away with every step. In these opening hours, no final turning point had yet arrived. What had emerged instead were the basic truths of the battle. The English position was strong, but it demanded discipline. The Norman army was flexible, but it needed cohesion and confidence to keep climbing into a wall that would not easily break. And over both armies, as the morning wore on, hung the fragile power of morale, how quickly a rumour could wound, and how quickly a leader's presence could heal it. Once the first rush of advantage passed, the battle settled into something harder to see in the grand stories, but decisive in reality: repetition. William did not need a single miraculous breach. He needed time, pressure, and opportunities created by English impatience. The withdrawals on the Norman flank, whether they began as genuine disorder or as controlled movement, revealed a dangerous pattern. Each time some Normans fell back, a portion of the English line loosened. Men streamed downhill to finish what looked like a victory, and downhill the pursuers were suddenly fighting without the ridge beneath their feet, and without the density of the shield wall around them. There, Norman cavalry could turn and strike into scattered groups. Mounted men did not have to smash the whole English army. They only had to punish those who separated themselves, and then ride back before the rest of the shield wall could advance to help. Sources later describe feigned retreats, a tactic associated with Norman flexibility and discipline. It is possible that William, seeing how well pursuit worked for him, began to encourage controlled pullbacks to bait the English. But it is also possible that later writers sharpened messy battlefield moments into a neat plan. Either way, the effect was real. Pursuit became a recurring risk for Harold. Every time the line surged forward, it became thinner at the crest, and every time it thinned, the next Norman assault found slightly more give. Hour after hour, repeated attacks wore down the shield wall, not only through casualties, but through fatigue and disruption. A wall of shields is strongest when men can brace and recover between blows. On Senlac's Ridge, recovery was limited. Mail grew heavy with sweat. Arms tired from holding shields at the same height. Housecarls who had stood firm in the morning had to keep closing small gaps as men fell or drifted out of place. And the longer the fight went on, the more the English reliance on a single formation became a liability. The Third could stand and fight, but it was not trained to endure an entire day of coordinated pressure from archers, infantry, and cavalry rotating through waves. As the afternoon wore on, William's combined arms began to bite more effectively. Archery that had been blunted earlier by the slope and angle could be adjusted. Accounts suggest that Norman archers started shooting higher, sending arrows in arcs so they dropped onto the crowded crest rather than striking straight into shield faces. Even if only some volleys landed well, the psychological effect mattered. Men who could once trust their shields now had to fear what might fall behind the rim. Cavalry and infantry kept returning to the climb. Not every assault was a charge in the later romantic sense. Horses struggled for footing, and riders were vulnerable near the crest. But repeated pressure, timed with missiles and with infantry pushing close, increased the chance that the English line would lose its clean edge. A shield wall does not collapse all at once, it fragments. A few men step forward too far, a few step back without meaning to. A cluster turns to face an immediate threat. And suddenly there are angles in the line, places where an attacker can wedge in, not by strength alone, but because the defenders are no longer presenting one continuous front. By late day, cohesion, more than courage, became the deciding factor. Harold's position at the centre was still the anchor, with the royal standard as the rallying point. But around that centre, the English defence was increasingly a series of hard-fought stands rather than one unbroken barrier. William's army, battered and costly to maintain, nonetheless had one advantage. It could still attempt something new. The English had fewer options than hold. It is in this late, exhausted phase that the most famous moment is placed, the death of King Harold. Here the sources diverge, and the uncertainty matters. The popular image is of an arrow in the eye, drawn in later art and echoed in later accounts. Yet not all contemporary or near-contemporary descriptions agree, and some are silent on the arrow entirely. Other versions describe Harold being cut down in melee, or being struck by multiple wounds as the fighting surged around the standard. It is possible that an arrow wounded him, and that he was finished in close combat. It is also possible that the arrow story was shaped by Norman propaganda, useful as moral symbolism, or simply a misunderstanding amplified over time. What can be said with confidence is simpler and more brutal. At some point near the end of the battle, Harold was killed, and his death removed the central point of English command at the worst possible moment. The immediate effect was not instantaneous surrender, but it was irreversible disintegration. The king's death struck at the logic of the English position. Housecarls could die where they stood, and many likely did, defending the standard as a matter of duty and honour. But without Harold, coordinated restraint became harder. Units and local contingents began to pull away. Some retreated along the ridge line toward the nearby woods, others broke downslope. Norman cavalry, built for pursuit, exploited the movement, cutting into fleeing groups and turning retreat into slaughter in places. Later tradition remembers a deadly episode of pursuit, where Normans themselves suffered losses in a sudden collapse of ground or an ambush at the edge of terrain. Details vary, but the broad pattern fits the warfare of the time. The killing often intensified once a line ceased to be a line. English leaders also fell or vanished from the field. Harold's brothers, Gyrth and Leofwine, are commonly reported among the dead, though details are sparse and sometimes contradictory. What is clear is that the battle removed more than a king. It damaged the leadership class that could have organised immediate resistance, and yet Hastings, for all its decisiveness, was not the same thing as instant control of England. William had won the field and broken Harold's army, but he had not yet taken the kingdom's administrative heart. London still mattered. The English still had powerful earls and a tradition of choosing kings. What Hastings did was clear away the one force that could quickly stop William's next move. The road to the crown was opened not by a single blow, but by the collapse of English cohesion at the end of a long day, and by the death of the man who had held that cohesion together. Hastings had opened the road, but it had not delivered the kingdom. William held a battlefield and a shaken coastline, not yet the machinery of English government. The days after the fight were therefore not a triumphal march so much as a careful consolidation. He stayed close to his line of supply, securing the ports that kept Normandy within reach, and tightening control over the routes that could move men, horses, and food. Dover, battered and vulnerable, submitted after William advanced toward it. There, as elsewhere, he demanded hostages, human guarantees that promises would be kept, and he placed garrisons to hold what he had taken. This was conquest by logistics as much as by shock. William could not afford to be cut off in hostile country, so he anchored himself to the Channel and to the roads leading inland. Some towns negotiated quickly, preferring terms to destruction. Others resisted, and resistance was met with enough force to become a warning. The pattern was deliberate. Pressure, then negotiation, controlled violence, then a settlement that brought money, hostages, and obedience. Meanwhile, the English political world was reeling into motion without the king who had held it together. In London and beyond, the question was not merely whether to fight on, but who had the right to command? The surviving great men looked for a figure around whom legitimacy might gather. Harold's immediate family had suffered heavily at Hastings, and the Witan, the council of leading nobles and churchmen, still mattered as the body that could recognise a king. Attention turned to Edgar Atheling, young and untested, but crucially of the old royal line. He was proclaimed king by some in London, more a symbol of continuity than a leader capable of directing war. The Earls Edwin and Morcar, powerful brothers from Mercia and Northumbria, were central to this moment. They had not been at Hastings, and their ability to raise men gave them weight. Yet they hesitated. Their past relationship with Harold had been complicated, and now their interests did not automatically align with a boy king in London. They could support Edgar, bargain with William, or wait to see which way the wind truly blew. That uncertainty, inside the English elite, not just among frightened towns, was one of William's greatest advantages. William moved accordingly, avoiding the most dangerous mistake an invader could make, charging straight at London and hoping fear would do the rest. London was large, defended, and positioned behind the River Thames, with bridges and fortified approaches that could punish a rash assault. Instead, William applied pressure in a widening circle. After securing Dover and the southeast, he advanced through Kent and toward the Thames corridor, taking towns whose submission tightened the noose. Canterbury, the senior archbishopric of England, was an especially important prize in symbolic terms, even if the exact details of its submission are not fully clear in the sources. Step by step, William aimed to make London feel surrounded, not stormed. When Norman forces probed nearer the capital, they met resistance. A notable clash took place at Southwark across the river from London, where fighting and fire, whether accidental, deliberate, or simply the result of brutal street combat, left destruction that carried a message. It was not necessary to take the city by assault if the approaches could be made costly and unstable. William then chose a strategic detour. He moved west, crossing the Thames where it was less strongly held at Wallingford. That crossing mattered. The Thames was not just a river, it was a highway of power. Control along it meant control of movement, trade, and the ability to threaten London from multiple directions. At Wallingford, a key submission followed. The powerful churchman Stigand, Archbishop of Canterbury in office, though burdened by questions of legitimacy, came to meet William and offered terms. Whether Stigand acted from calculation, fear, or both, his submission signalled to other leaders that bargaining was possible, and that the moral and administrative world of England was beginning to tilt toward the new power. With the Thames crossing secured and towns along the route giving hostages, William advanced toward London again, now from a position designed to break resolve without a prolonged siege. The English leaders in the city faced hard truths. The field army had been destroyed, regional unity was uncertain, and William had the ability to devastate the surrounding countryside while denying them a decisive battle. Edgar Atheling's prominence faded as quickly as it had risen. Edwin and Morcar, along with other leading men, chose submission. It was not necessarily admiration, it was a calculation about survival, property, and the possibility of keeping some authority under a new king. On Christmas Day, 1066, William was crowned at Westminster, in the newly built abbey associated with Edward the Confessor. The setting mattered. Westminster tied William to the memory and sanctity of the last king whose reign had been widely accepted. The ritual oaths, anointing, and acclamation was designed to translate conquest into lawful rule. Yet the atmosphere was tense. When the congregation shouted assent in the old custom, Norman guards outside, not understanding the language and fearing a rising, reacted violently. In the confusion, fire broke out in nearby buildings. Inside the church, the ceremony continued. But the moment captured the reality beneath the symbolism. A kingdom had not simply welcomed a new monarch, it had been forced into one. With the crown placed, William began the early distribution of rewards that would bind his followers to English soil. Lands, offices, and promises were granted, and Norman garrisons held key points. The first castles, timber fortifications thrown up quickly, began to appear as instruments of control. The conquest, in other words, did not end with the coronation. It only changed shape. William had won the crown, but now he had to make it stay on his head, in a country that had not yet finished deciding what it was willing to endure. The months after the coronation proved that submission in a moment of shock was not the same as acceptance. Resistance continued because England was not a single, neatly unified political community. Loyalties were regional and personal, tied to earls, local leaders, and old habits of rule. Many feared dispossession as Norman grants spread, fear that proved well-founded as estates changed hands. And beyond England, William's enemies watched for weakness. Foreign encouragement mattered because it offered rebels something England now lacked: the prospect of outside force arriving at the right time. Early uprisings flared where William's hold was thinnest. In 1067, while William travelled back to Normandy to display his new kingship and manage his duchy, the limits of conquest showed. Rebellions broke out in the west and along the Welsh border, and in the southwest. Exeter resisted and was brought to terms after a hard campaign. It was a warning that large towns could still test the new regime, and that William would answer with siege and the planting of a permanent garrison. In the borderlands, where power had long been contested, Norman lords began carving out marcher strongholds, and violence mixed quickly with settlement. The most dangerous trouble, however, gathered in the north. Northumbria had a tradition of distance from southern rule and a fierce sense of its own leadership. In 1068, Edwin and Morcar, earlier submitters, shifted again, drawn into revolt as it became clearer that William's government would not simply preserve their authority. William marched rapidly, building and garrisoning as he went, and forced a new round of submissions. At York he established castles, not as symbols but as mechanisms, fortified points from which small professional garrisons could dominate a large, resentful region. Yet the north remained unstable. In 1269 it erupted. The Northumbrian Earl Robert de Comines was killed at Durham in an uprising that showed how exposed Norman officials could be when isolated. A new English leader, Edgar Atheling, reappeared as a rallying figure, joined by disaffected nobles and local forces. And then came the development William most feared, a Danish fleet. Denmark mattered because it was both plausible and legitimate in English eyes. The Danish king, Sweyn II, could claim family connections to earlier rulers of England, and could present intervention as restoration rather than invasion. For English rebels, Danish ships meant mobility, experienced warriors, and the chance to break the grip of Norman garrisons. For William, Danish involvement turned rebellion from an internal security problem into an international threat. If Danes could seize a major port or hold York long enough, Normandy itself might be pulled into a wider war. In late 1069 the Danes arrived in force and moved into the Humber, joining English rebels. York fell, and the Norman castles there were taken and burned. Many of their defenders were killed. For a brief moment it looked like the conquest might unravel in the very region where William's authority was newest. William answered with speed and severity. He marched north in winter conditions, bought off the Danes when he could, fought when he had to, and re-established the castles. But he also chose a deeper response, one intended not merely to win back towns, but to make future rebellion harder to sustain. This was the harrying of the north, carried out mainly in 1069 and 1070. Its aim was strategic, to deny rebels food, shelter, and the ability to keep armies in the field, and to punish communities that supported repeated revolts. The methods described by chroniclers are consistent with that aim, and with the brutality of medieval war. Systematic burning of villages, destruction of crops and stores, slaughter of livestock, and the killing of those who resisted. The devastation drove people from their homes and contributed to famine and disease. Even allowing for exaggeration in hostile accounts, historians broadly agree the impact was severe and that it left deep scars across parts of Yorkshire and beyond. The numbers are contested. Some medieval writers speak in vast totals of dead, figures that many modern historians treat cautiously, both because medieval statistics are often rhetorical and because the affected area, while extensive, was not the whole north in an even sweep. What is not seriously disputed is the underlying reality. William's campaign created widespread ruin and hunger, and it was remembered even by later generations living under Norman rule as an extreme act of retribution and control. Repression alone, though, did not hold a kingdom for long. It had to be followed by a structure that made control routine. That structure was a network of castles, most commonly motte and bailey fortifications at first, thrown up quickly from earth and timber. A motte, a raised mound crowned with a tower. A bailey, a fenced enclosure below. Together they formed a compact military base that could be built fast and defended by a relatively small garrison. Castles anchored roads, river crossings, and towns. They stored supplies, housed cavalry, and served as places to imprison hostages and enforce demands. Over time, the combination changed the odds. The harrying and other punitive campaigns reduced the capacity to rebel by stripping regions of resources and leadership. Castles then ensured that any new uprising would face hard points of resistance, able to hold out until relief arrived. Each revolt met not just a royal army, but a landscape increasingly fitted with Norman strongholds and loyal garrisons. By the early 1070s, rebellion still appeared most dramatically in the fenlands around Ely, where Hereward and others used the marshes for defence. But the pattern was shifting. Revolt became more localized, more difficult to coordinate, and easier to isolate. Conquest was turning into governance, not gentler, but more secure. And as England's old elite learned what submission truly meant, William's rule began to rely less on negotiation and more on a new permanent reality: land redistributed, power fortified, and resistance, step by step, deprived of the means to survive. The new permanent reality was built on land. In the years after Hastings, and especially after the great rebellions were broken, William and his followers treated England less as a prize to be shared casually, and more as a system to be rewired. The most visible change was at the top, the replacement of the Anglo-Saxon ruling class. At first, some English lords kept their estates by submitting, and a few continued to serve in limited roles. But each uprising, each suspected disloyalty, and each confiscation narrowed the space for compromise. By the end of William's reign, the great earldoms and most major estates had passed into Norman hands. The old aristocracy was not simply taxed or supervised, it was displaced. In its place stood a new layer of landholders, tenants-in-chief, men who held directly from the king and owed him military service and loyalty. Their lands were often scattered across counties rather than concentrated in a single region, a pattern that reduced the chance that any one magnate could become an independent local king. England's political map was still divided into shires, but the ownership within those shires had been reallocated with careful intent. Yet Norman rule did not wipe away Anglo-Saxon government. William kept much of the existing machinery because it worked. Shires remained the basic units of administration. Sheriffs continued to collect royal revenues and enforce order, though now many sheriffs were Normans, and the office grew more closely tied to the king's interests. The writ, short, authoritative orders issued in the king's name, continued as a practical instrument of rule. Royal justice still leaned on older courts and local assemblies, and many customary laws remained in force. Continuity and conquest ran together. The structure stayed recognizable, while the people directing it and the assumptions behind it changed. Alongside older practices came new Norman habits. More castles, more mounted warriors as a political force, and a tightening of lordship in a way that made landholding and service feel more sharply defined. Language marked the new hierarchy. At the royal court and among the great lords, Norman French became the language of power, law, and fashionable life, while Latin remained the language of formal record and the church. English did not vanish. It remained the language of most people and most daily speech. But the split mattered. Over generations it reshaped English itself, feeding it a tide of French vocabulary, especially in law, government, warfare, and elite culture, until the language that re-emerged in later centuries carried the conquest in its grammar and word choices. The church was also remade, and William treated it as central to stable rule. In 1070, after the Northern Crisis and the need for firmer control, leading English bishops and abbots were removed and replaced with men connected to the wider reform movement on the continent. Lanfranc, an Italian scholar and abbot from Normandy, became Archbishop of Canterbury and helped organise a programme of reform, enforcing clerical discipline, strengthening ecclesiastical courts, and bringing English practice more closely into line with continental standards. Cathedrals and monasteries were reorganised. Some sees were moved from small towns to more prominent urban centres. Reform had genuine religious aims, but it also served governance. A church led by William's appointees could provide educated administrators, legitimise royal authority, and link England more tightly to networks of learning and influence beyond the Channel. Castles, already spreading during the years of rebellion, became part of ordinary administration. They were not only military shelters, they were instruments of authority. A castle's garrison could enforce a lord's claims, protect stored revenues, and intimidate opponents without the king needing to be physically present. As timber forts were replaced by stone in key places, they signalled permanence. Around many castles, settlement patterns shifted. Markets, workshops, and new streets grew near the protection and the pressure of the fortification. Some towns benefited from new trade and security. Others carried the burden of forced labour, requisition supplies, and the constant reminder that power now sat behind walls. The clearest measure of this new order came late in William's reign, when the kingdom was, in effect, audited in 1085, faced with external threats and the need to know precisely what resources England could provide. William ordered the survey that became the Domesday Book. It was unprecedented in scale and method. Royal commissioners travelled through the shires using sworn testimony from juries made up of local men, often drawn from both Norman and English communities, to answer a set of standardised questions. What land was held and by whom? How much was it worth? How many plough teams, villagers, smallholders, slaves and livestock did it contain? What had it been worth in King Edward's day? What was it worth now? And what could it be worth if fully exploited? The survey recorded not just ownership, but productive capacity, as if England were being translated into numbers and obligations. Domesday did not capture everything. Some regions were recorded more fully than others, and its categories reflect the concerns of power more than the texture of lived experience. But that is precisely why it mattered. It created a reference point for taxation and for disputes over rights. It told the king with startling clarity who held what from him, and what could be demanded in return. In a world where memory and custom often decided ownership, written record became a weapon. For ordinary people, the conquest was felt less in royal ceremonies than in the steady weight of obligations. New lords brought new expectations, tighter control over dues, labour services, and payments tied to land. Taxes could rise sharply in difficult years, and the sheriff's visit was rarely welcome. Some communities adapted, negotiating with new masters, continuing to farm the same fields, worship in the same churches, and attend the same local courts, only now under a different language of authority. Others suffered displacement, especially where lands were reorganized or where castles and new estates disrupted older patterns. By the time Domesday's inquiries were compiled, England had not become a different country overnight, but it had become a different kingdom. The old elite had been largely replaced, the church reoriented, the landscape fortified, and the land itself measured and catalogued. The conquest had moved beyond victory and punishment. It had become an enduring system, one that would shape English power, English society, and even English words for centuries to come. Domesday, with its hard answers and harder implications, belonged to the last phase of William's rule, the moment when conquest settled into routine government. Yet even then, the king's hold on his new kingdom was never effortless, because he was not only King of England, he remained Duke of Normandy, and the channel that linked his lands also divided his attention. The later reign was shaped by pressures that did not fade with victory, rebellions that flared when the crown seemed distant, the constant work of rewarding followers without letting any one lord grow too secure, and the strain of commanding loyalty across two political worlds. England was richer in revenue than Normandy, and it had to finance garrisons, castles, and the king's movements. Taxes could be heavy, and the machinery that collected them, sheriffs, writs, audits like Domesday, grew more central because money was as decisive as knights. At the same time, William's own family politics added another fault line. His sons were adults with ambitions, and their rivalries intersected with baronial interests on both sides of the Channel, creating a recurring problem: how to keep an empire together when inheritance, by custom, tended to divide it. William's end came in 1087, not in England, but in Normandy, during a campaign sparked by conflict with the French crown. He was injured. Later chroniclers describe a fatal internal wound, and he died at Rouen. The settlement he left behind revealed the true nature of what he had built. England went to his second surviving son, William Rufus, while Normandy went to his eldest, Robert Curthose. It was not a single seamless state, but a personal union held together by one man's authority. Once that authority was gone, the edges showed. The cross-channel aristocracy now had to navigate divided loyalties, and the struggle over whether England and Normandy should be reunited would echo for generations. Still, the most durable outcomes did not depend on William's presence. Landholding had been transformed, and the new ruling class did not vanish with the conqueror's death. Castles, estates, and ties of lordship anchored Norman power in the countryside. Royal administration, already formidable in late Anglo-Saxon England, was sharpened by conquest into a more penetrative system of record, taxation, and enforceable claims. Feudal relationships, service owed for land defined and tracked, became more explicit, and the English Church remained closely aligned with continental reform and with the Crown's authority. Over time, even identity changed. The language of rulers and law was reshaped. English absorbed French vocabulary and emerged altered, carrying the conquest in everyday speech. By the 12th century, the descendants of conquerors and conquered were no longer simply Normans and English, but a blended elite and a transformed kingdom. That is why 10,066 was not only a battle and a coronation. It redirected land, power, institutions, and culture at once, turning a contested succession into a permanent reordering of England's place in Europe and of what it meant to rule and to belong within the English realm. In 1328, King Charles IV of France died without a surviving son, and the direct male line of the Capetian kings came to an abrupt end. The question was not whether France would have a king, but which branch of the royal family could claim the crown with the least risk of dispute, rebellion, or foreign entanglement. Two claims mattered most. Philip of Valois, a cousin of Charles IV through the male line, stood nearest among adult Capetian males, and had deep support among the French political elite. Across the Channel, Edward III of England had a blood claim through his mother, Isabella, the sister of Charles IV. By strict hereditary logic, Edward's connection was close, but it passed through a woman, and French lawyers and magnates leaned on customary arguments, often summarized later as Salic law, to say the crown could not pass through the female line. The assembly of French nobles and churchmen chose Philip, who became Philip VI in 1328. Edward III initially accepted the decision. He was still young, his position in England was not fully secure, and he had pressing problems at home and on his borders. He also had something practical to lose. The Duchy of Aquitaine, often called Gascony, a rich English-held fief inside the Kingdom of France. Holding it meant living with an awkward feudal relationship, because the King of England, as Duke in France, was expected to do homage to the King of France. That ritual submission was politically poisonous in England, but refusing it invited French legal attacks on English land. Money and strategy sharpened every disagreement. Gascony's Bordeaux wine trade mattered to English revenue and merchants. English wool flowed to the cloth towns of Flanders, and French pressure in the region threatened that connection. Meanwhile, Scotland remained a constant worry for England, and the old Franco-Scottish partnership, the Old Alliance, meant a conflict with France could quickly become a war on two fronts, pulling in English, Welsh, French and Scottish forces, and later many others, from Genoese sailors to Castilian fleets and Burgundian armies. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you are listening from tonight. Which country, which city, or which small corner of the world are you joining us from? And now, back to the story. As the 1330s went on, Philip VI moved closer to treating English rule in Aquitaine as disloyalty rather than a negotiated feud. Court cases, border incidents, and support for enemies of the other side piled up, until the French crown was ready to use its strongest feudal weapon, confiscation. When Philip acted against Aquitaine, the dispute stopped being a tense legal argument and began turning into open war, setting the stage for the first campaigns after 1337. In 1337, Philip VI formally declared Aquitaine forfeit, arguing that Edward III had failed in his duties as a vassal and had sheltered enemies of the French crown. It was a legal act with military consequences. If Aquitaine could be treated as confiscated land, then any French advance into Gascony could be framed not as an invasion, but as enforcement of royal justice. For Edward, it threatened more than pride. Gascony meant customs revenue and the Bordeaux wine trade, and it tied English rule to a network of merchants, towns and local lords who expected protection. Edward's response escalated the dispute beyond any argument over feudal obligations. In 1337 and 1338, he began to present himself not merely as a wronged duke, but as the rightful king of France, and by 1340 he publicly adopted the style and arms of France alongside those of England. The claim was politically useful, even if many contemporaries understood that law and custom in France favoured the Valois. It turned a quarrel over a duchy into a contest for a crown, and it made compromise harder, because now both sides could portray the other as a usurper. But Edward could not simply march into France and expect a quick decision. His early strategy leaned heavily on alliances in the Low Countries, and within the Holy Roman Empire, arrangements with princes, counts and cities who might pressure France from the north and east. These agreements were expensive. They required subsidies, promises and long negotiations, and they depended on the shifting politics of the region as much as on English will. For Edward, the logic was clear. If France could be threatened on multiple fronts, Philip VI might be forced to defend widely, or even face internal dissent. The cost was also clear. England's treasury strained under the weight of paying allies who did not always bring armies into the field. Flanders sat at the centre of this northern strategy. The great cloth towns, Ghent, Bruges, Ypres, were economic engines, and their looms depended on English wool. That dependence gave Edward leverage, because a disruption in wool supply could mean unemployment and unrest. Yet Flanders was also politically complicated. It was formally tied to the French crown and French pressure could squeeze the towns through their count and through trade routes. Edward's diplomacy, there was a mix of commercial pressure and political bargaining aimed at turning economic need into military cooperation. Even while Edward looked to the continent, England's northern border pulled attention and money away. Scotland, bound to France through the Old Alliance, offered Philip an indirect way to hurt England. French aid to Scotland did not need to be massive to be effective. It only had to encourage raids and keep English forces tied down. English kings could not ignore the possibility of a second front, and in these early war years, the need to watch Scotland shaped English priorities as much as any plan for France. Control of the sea became the hinge between plans and reality. In 1340, as Edward tried to move men and supplies across the Channel and support allies in Flanders, a large French fleet gathered to contest the crossing. The resulting Battle of Sluys was brutal and close range, with ships grappled together and fighting like land combat at sea. The French force included many vessels from Normandy and other ports, and it drew on experienced sailors and hired fighters as well. Edward's fleet won decisively. Sluys did not end the war, and it did not make the Channel permanently safe, but it shattered French hopes of immediate invasion of England and gave Edward a window of naval control that made later expeditions possible. While fleets fought in the north, another dynastic crisis opened a new front in the west. In 1341, the Duchy of Brittany fell into a succession dispute between rival claimants, one supported by France and the other by England. What began as a local contest became a parallel war inside the larger one, pulling in French and English commanders, Breton nobles, and mercenary companies. Brittany mattered because it offered ports, bases, and influence along the Atlantic and Channel approaches, and because it forced both crowns to spend men and money in a struggle that rarely produced quick, clean victories. By 1345, the shape of the conflict was clearer. Gascony was still a prize worth fighting for, not only for territory, but for trade and revenue. Flanders showed how economics could turn into politics, and then into war. Scotland ensured England could never focus entirely on France. Sluys suggested that sea control could open the door to invasion, while Brittany showed how succession disputes could widen the battlefield. Edward and his advisers were learning what they could afford, which allies could be trusted, and how much depended on ships, supply, and timing. All of it pointed toward a more direct attempt to force a decision, an invasion designed not just to defend a duchy, but to break French power in the field, beginning with the campaign that would come in 1346. In the summer of 1346, Edward III finally attempted the kind of large-scale invasion his earlier efforts had only prepared for. Instead of landing directly in Flanders, where allies and enemies tangled together, he crossed the Channel with an army of English and Welsh troops and put ashore on the coast of Normandy, near Saint-Vaast-la-Hougue. Normandy was not chosen at random. It was a rich region full of market towns, monasteries and farms, lying relatively close to Paris. By striking there, Edward could hit the economic heartland of the French kingdom and embarrass Philip VI by showing that the king could not protect one of his core provinces. The aim was not yet to conquer and govern Normandy, but to shock it, strip it, and force the French crown into a position where it had to respond. This approach reflected a style of warfare that would mark much of the 100 Years' War, the chevauchée. A chevauchée was a fast-moving mounted raid, with men-at-arms and lighter troops riding quickly through enemy territory, burning crops, looting towns, and seizing movable wealth. Rather than slowly besieging and holding every fortress, raiders targeted unfortified or lightly defended places and the countryside itself. The logic was strategic and political. If the enemy king could not stop the devastation, his subjects might doubt his protection and press him to seek terms. It was war aimed at morale and taxation as much as at fortresses. Marching from his landing point, Edward followed this pattern. His forces moved through Normandy, sacking and burning, most famously at Cone, an important town and commercial centre. Churches and monasteries suffered along with merchants' houses and warehouses. The English and Welsh did not have the numbers or the supply system to occupy what they passed. They were there to damage it and keep moving. The French crown gathered troops to respond, But Philip had to pull forces together from across a large kingdom, and coordination took time. As Edward moved northward, he approached the Seine, and then, rather than pushing directly on Paris, turned toward the Somme, heading for the Channel coast. His goal was to reunite with supporting forces coming from Flanders, and to reach a safer line of communication with England. Philip, now following with a larger host, tried to trap him against the river crossings and the sea. The result was a tense pursuit, with English engineers and scouts searching for fords and bridges, and French leaders hoping to force a decisive encounter before Edward could escape. Edward managed to cross the Somme at a difficult but usable ford, then chose to turn and face the French rather than be chased further. Near the village of Crécy and Ponthieu, he selected ground that suited his army. The site was a gentle slope, with rising terrain that allowed his forces to see approaching enemies and to make them attack uphill. The English and Welsh deployed in 3 main divisions, or battles of dismounted men-at-arms and infantry, with contingents of longbowmen placed on the flanks and in forward positions. The king's eldest son, Edward of Woodstock, later called the Black Prince, commanded one of these divisions, giving him a prominent but supervised role. Philip VI arrived with a larger army that included not only French knights and men-at-arms, but also contingents from allies and subjects, German and Italian troops, and a notable force of Genoese crossbowmen. Crossbows were powerful weapons, but they needed time to wind and reload, and they often relied on large pavises, portable shields, to give cover. At Crécy, fatigue and haste undermined their effectiveness. The Genoese had marched hard under summer conditions and, according to several accounts, some of their protective equipment and heavier gear lagged behind. When they were pushed forward to begin the battle, they faced a combination of factors: rain that had dampened bowstrings and cords, the uphill position of the enemy, and the presence of numerous English and Welsh longbowmen already in place. Longbows, drawn by trained archers with years of practice, could shoot rapidly and at relatively long range. At Crécy, this mattered because of how they were used, in coordinated volleys from prepared positions against advancing enemies. When the Genoese advanced and began to loose bolts, their slower rate of fire and exposed advance made them vulnerable. As English and Welsh arrows fell among them, they began to waver and fall back. French chroniclers describe a breakdown in discipline at this point. Philip's mounted nobles, impatient and angry at the apparent retreat of their hired crossbowmen, rode forward in some cases, cutting down the Genoese in their path and then launching their own charges into the arrow storm. Here command and control became a central problem. The French army did not advance in a single carefully timed wave. Instead, mounted contingents surged ahead in repeated, often uncoordinated attacks, each one tiring horses and men and providing targets for the defenders. The wet ground, churned by hooves, became more difficult to cross, especially for heavily armoured riders. The English and Allied forces dismounted and anchored on their chosen terrain, absorbed the attacks, with longbow fire disrupting formations and men-at-arms finishing those who reached the lines. The Black Prince's division came under heavy pressure during these assaults. At one point, messengers came to Edward III, asking whether reinforcements should be sent to his son. The king is reported to have replied that he would not send more help unless the situation became desperate, so that the young prince could win his spurs and earn honour. Whether the exact words are accurate or not, contemporary accounts agree that Edward was determined to test his son in battle, while still holding a reserve. The prince emerged from Crécy with a reputation for courage and effective command, which later writers amplified into legend. Another figure whose death became legendary was John of Bohemia, a veteran king and ally of France, who was by then elderly and nearly or completely blind. Chroniclers tell that when he learned the battle was going badly, he insisted on joining the fight. According to some accounts, he had his horse's reins tied to those of his companions so he could be led into the melee. He was killed in the fighting, and later stories describe his body found with his retainers around him. Over time, additional details were added, including elaborate speeches and symbols later adopted by others, but the core fact remains. A blind king died in a failed charge at Crécy, and his end became a symbol of chivalric bravery and tragic futility. The role of the longbow at Crécy has often been highlighted, and it was undoubtedly important. Rapid, sustained arrow fire broke up formations, wounded horses and sowed confusion. But the battle was not won by a single weapon acting alone. The longbow's impact depended on Edward's choice of terrain, the discipline of dismounted men-at-arms, the organisation of the English and Welsh positions, and crucially on French decisions, hasty attacks, poor coordination between crossbowmen and cavalry, and the pressure of royal and noble honour led to repeated charges into unfavourable conditions. The outcome was the product of tactics, leadership, geography and misjudgment, as much as of any particular piece of technology. After Crécy, the campaign did not end. Edward moved north to invest the port of Calais in September 1346. Calais was not a random target. It offered a good harbour facing England, close to the narrowest part of the Channel, and lay near Flanders and the Low Countries. If Edward could hold it, he would gain a permanent base for supplying armies, moving goods and threatening northern France. Calais was also strongly fortified, so taking it would require a prolonged siege rather than a quick storm. The siege of Calais lasted through the winter and into the following year, from 1346 into 1347. Edward's control of the sea, won and maintained since Sluys, allowed him to keep his besieging army supplied, while the town gradually starved. Philip VI assembled a relief force, but, perhaps chastened by Crécy and bound by logistical limits, did not force a full-scale battle under the walls. Negotiations, attrition and blockade wore the defenders down until Calais finally capitulated in August 1347. When it fell, Edward did not simply occupy the town as it stood. Over time, he expelled many of the French inhabitants and resettled Calais with people loyal to him, turning it into a predominantly English-held enclave on French soil. For more than 2 centuries, Calais would serve as England's main continental foothold, a secure harbour for troops and trade, and a bargaining chip in truces and treaties. The Crécy campaign, with its chevauchée through Normandy, its bloody defensive victory, and the capture of Calais showed how sea power, raiding, careful choice of ground, and prolonged sieges could work together. It also showed that even a crushing battlefield success did not end the war, but instead set the stage for the next, more complex phase, one that would soon be overshadowed by a devastating new force, the plague. Even as Calais settled into English hands, a much larger catastrophe began to move silently across Europe. In 1348, plague reached the kingdoms involved in the war, often called the Black Death. This outbreak of bubonic and other forms of plague likely arrived by sea routes and overland caravans, spreading rapidly through ports, towns and countryside. Population losses are difficult to measure precisely, but many regions in both France and England may have lost a third or more of their people within a few years. Entire villages disappeared, fields went untilled, skilled craftsmen, merchants and clergy died in large numbers. Tax systems that both crowns relied on suddenly yielded far less, because there were fewer taxpayers and less trade. Rents and feudal dues became harder to collect, and labourers who survived could sometimes demand higher wages or better terms, creating new tensions between lords and peasants. Politically, the plague did not stop the war, but it strained it. Kings still needed money for garrisons and fleets, yet their subjects were exhausted, mourning relatives and facing rising prices. In this fragile world, leaders had to decide whether to scale back their ambitions or press on in hopes that victories would justify new taxation. Neither side truly abandoned the conflict. Instead, they adapted to it in a landscape thinned by death. In the 1350s, one of the key figures in this adapted war was Edward III's eldest son, the Black Prince. After the earlier campaigns in the north, the English crown looked more and more to its holdings in southwestern France, centred on Aquitaine. From there the prince operated as a sort of regional warlord and administrator. Aquitaine's wine trade, customs duties and local taxes were meant to fund his forces. But in practice, money remained tight. Chevauchés in the south served both military and financial purposes. They damaged French royal authority and seized movable wealth to pay troops. Campaigning in this region differed from the coastal sieges of the 1340s. The terrain was often inland, with a patchwork of lordships and fortified towns. The Black Prince led fast-moving expeditions, relying on mounted men-at-arms and archers, striking deep into enemy territory, burning estates and forcing local lords to choose between the Valois king and the Plantagenet Duke king across the Channel. In 1356, one of these chevauchés moved from Aquitaine into central France, heading roughly toward the Loire. The French king by then was John II, nicknamed the Good. He decided to intercept and crush the raiding army before it could escape back south. The two forces eventually confronted each other near Poitiers in September. The exact details of numbers and formations at Poitiers are not entirely clear, but several broad points are well attested. The Black Prince's army was significantly smaller than John's, composed of English, Gascon, and allied troops, many of them dismounted for battle and screened by archers. The prince chose defensive ground among hedges and vineyards, with narrow approaches that limited large-scale cavalry manoeuvres. Negotiations were attempted. There was some talk of truce or withdrawal, but no lasting agreement was reached. John II, leading a larger host of French and allied forces, tried to bring his enemy to decisive defeat. The French advanced in several battles or divisions, including strong contingents of men-at-arms on foot. Archers and missile troops were present on both sides, but, as at Crécy, French assaults had to cross difficult ground under fire. At one stage, the English and Gascon forces launched a counterattack, including a mounted flanking move that struck French troops engaged to their front. Amid the confusion and collapse of French resistance, King John II was surrounded and fought with determination. Eventually, he and his young son Philip were taken prisoner. Chroniclers describe him being captured by lesser-ranking soldiers, who then argued about who had the right to claim such a valuable captive. However embellished these stories may be, the core fact is clear. The French king had been taken alive on the battlefield by an enemy prince. The capture of John II created a political crisis. With the king in English hands, his eldest surviving son, the Dauphin Charles, had to govern as regent in a kingdom traumatized by plague and military defeat. The ransom demanded for John was enormous, ultimately set at 3 million gold écus, payable in instalments, though the exact terms shifted over time. Raising such sums required repeated taxation and financial innovation, which in turn required some level of consent from the kingdom's elites. In France, the consent was negotiated through bodies like the Estates General, an assembly of representatives from clergy, nobility, and towns. In 1357 and 1358, under the leadership of figures such as Etienne Marcel, the powerful provost of the merchants in Paris, sections of the estates tried to use the crisis to extract reforms. They pushed for limits on royal authority, oversight of finances, and protection from arbitrary abuses. Marcel, in particular, became a symbol of urban political assertion, trying to steer the monarchy toward a more controlled form of rule. These tensions in Paris intersected with unrest in the countryside. In 1358, a violent peasant uprising known as the Jacquerie erupted in northern France. The causes were complex: war damage, heavy taxation to pay ransoms, noble exactions, and anger at what many commoners saw as the military incompetence of their social superiors. Bands of peasants attacked manor houses and killed nobles and their families. The revolt was brutally suppressed by coalitions of royalist and princely forces, but its shock lingered. It highlighted how deeply repeated defeats and financial strain had shaken the social order. While France wrestled with internal turmoil, Edward III tried to turn the capture of John II into a permanent political advantage. In 1359 to 1360 he launched a major campaign aimed at Rheims, the traditional coronation site of French kings. His idea was to be crowned there as King of France, using his prisoner and his military strength to force broad recognition of his claim. The campaign gathered a substantial army, including English, Welsh, and continental allies, and marched deep into France. Yet the Rheims campaign failed in its main objective. Rheims itself held out behind its walls and could not easily be taken. The French, under the Dauphin, avoided a pitched battle, relying instead on fortified towns and a kind of strategic patience. Bad weather, supply problems, and the sheer difficulty of besieging well-defended cities in a war-torn, plague-scarred land wore down Edward's forces. Although he moved on and threatened other areas, including the region around Paris, he never secured the decisive coronation or a complete political collapse of French resistance. In this context of military stalemate, exhausted populations, and a captive king, negotiations gained momentum. The result was the Treaty of Bretigny in 1360. Under this agreement, Edward III formally renounced, at least on paper, his claim to the French crown. In return, he received enlarged territorial holdings in France, especially in the southwest. Aquitaine and surrounding lands were to be ceded to him in full sovereignty, not merely as a vassal fief. This represented a significant territorial concession by the Valois monarchy. The treaty also laid out terms for John II's ransom. The sum remained extraordinarily high, but its payment was structured over time, and hostages from the French nobility were to be sent to England as guarantees. Some were already in English hands from earlier captures at Poitiers and other engagements. In theory, as payments were made and territories formally transferred, hostages would be released in stages, and a more stable peace would settle over Western Europe. Each side believed it had gained something important. Edward III could present himself as a powerful monarch with a greatly expanded, legally recognised domain in France, an achievement built on sea power, battlefield success, and diplomatic pressure. The Valois government could hope that, by making territorial sacrifices and paying ransoms, it had removed the immediate threat of an English claimant to the throne and bought time to repair a battered kingdom. Yet the settlement also planted clear seeds for renewed conflict. On paper, the boundaries of English-held territory in France were extensive. On the ground, many lords and towns were reluctant to accept a shift in allegiance. Questions about jurisdiction, taxation, and appeals to royal courts quickly arose. Moreover, the idea that Edward had truly and permanently abandoned his claim to the French crown was fragile. Future kings on both sides could reinterpret the treaty when it suited them. The years after Bretigny would therefore see not a simple end to the war, but a reconfiguration of it. The map had changed, hostages and ransoms tied the fates of noble families to the success of tax-raising, and both realms struggled to recover from plague and devastation. Out of this uneasy peace, new forms of warfare, new commanders, and new strategies would emerge, reshaping the struggle in the decades to come. The uneasy peace after Bretigny unfolded under a new style of French rule. The Dauphin, who had managed the crisis during his father's captivity, became King Charles V in 1364. Unlike his father John, famed for personal courage but repeated battlefield disasters, Charles preferred administration, calculation, and patience. He worked to restore royal finances, reorganize the household and council, and rebuild the image of the monarchy as a source of law and stability. Charles relied heavily on competent advisers and on written records, using ordinances and inquiries to assert royal authority over towns and nobles. He also invested in legitimacy, supporting the church, promoting learning, and commissioning chronicles that presented the Valois as the rightful defenders of the realm. Instead of trying to win glory through spectacular set-piece battles, he focused on recovering territory and influence step by step, making the crown appear as the natural protector of order after decades of chaos. One of the most important military instruments of this recovery was not the king himself, but commanders like Bertrand du Guesclin. Du Guesclin was a Breton knight of relatively modest origins who had proven himself in earlier fighting. Under Charles V, he rose to become Constable of France, the kingdom's senior military officer. He excelled in the kind of grinding local warfare that now dominated the conflict. Small sieges, ambushes, negotiation with towns, and the steady harassment of enemy garrisons. The mid-1360s were also troubled by large bands of unemployed soldiers, known as routiers or free companies. These were mixed forces of English, Gascon, French, and other mercenaries who had been left without work when truces and treaties halted major campaigns. Rather than go home, many turned to plunder, extortion, and selling their services to whoever could pay. They ravaged regions in both France and neighbouring territories, undermining royal authority and terrifying local populations. Charles V and Du Guesclin tried to solve this problem in part by exporting it. They encouraged many of the routier companies to take service in the Castilian Civil War, a struggle in Iberia between King Pedro the Furis of Castile, often called the Cruel or the Just, depending on perspective, and his half-brother Henry of Trastamara. This conflict drew in both major sides of the 100 Years' War. The English, led in person by the Black Prince from Aquitaine, chose to back Pedro. The French crown supported Henry, largely through Du Guesclin and allied forces. This Castilian war mattered for more than just Iberian politics. Control of Castile meant influence over powerful Atlantic fleets and over trade routes that linked the Channel, the Bay of Biscay, and the Mediterranean. English and allied ships, French, Castilian, and later Portuguese sailors all played roles in this wider struggle. Victories or defeats in Spain could shift the naval balance in the Channel and along the French coast. Initially, the Black Prince helped restore Pedro to his throne at the Battle of Nájera in 1367, but the campaign was enormously expensive. The prince had to transport and maintain a large army of English, Gascon, and allied troops far from their home bases. Pedro struggled to reimburse his allies. As costs mounted, the prince turned back to Aquitaine, insisting on new taxes and aids from his subjects there to pay debts and soldiers. These financial demands caused serious resentment. Many Gascon lords and towns argued that the prince, as their duke, had no right to levy such taxes without their consent. Some appealed over his head to the French king, claiming that, under older law, the French crown remained the ultimate court of appeal. This legal and fiscal dispute cut directly across the settlement, reached at Bretigny, where Edward III had been promised full sovereignty in his expanded lands. Sensing an opportunity, Charles V used these appeals to declare that the English prince had violated the terms of the treaty. In 1369, he formally summoned the Black Prince to appear at his court. When the prince refused, Charles proclaimed the confiscation of his French possessions. In effect, the war reopened, not with one grand invasion, but with a legal challenge that justified a new military campaign. From this point, the pattern of fighting changed. Charles V and Du Guesclin avoided major pitched battles whenever they could. They had learned from Crécy and Poitiers that large frontal assaults against well-positioned English and Allied forces, especially those using disciplined archers, could end in disaster. Instead, they concentrated on sieges, local alliances, and cutting off isolated English garrisons from supplies and reinforcements. Town by town, castle by castle, French forces and their allies reclaimed much of the territory granted away in 1360. They negotiated with local elites promising protection, offices or confirmation of privileges in return for renewed loyalty to the Valois crown. English and Gascon outposts, when not strong enough to resist, might surrender in exchange for safe conduct. Even when a fortress was stubborn, French commanders preferred to surround it, starve it, and offer terms, rather than risk their limited manpower in open battle. This gradual pressure eroded the English position in Aquitaine and beyond. The English crown, already strained by the costs of earlier campaigns and the aftermath of plague, struggled to send enough money and men across the Channel. Raids still occurred on both sides, and there were naval clashes and chevauchées, but the overall trend in the 1370s was a steady French recovery, driven more by administration, sieges, and local diplomacy than by dramatic battlefield triumphs. The English also faced a crisis of leadership. The Black Prince's health had been failing for years, possibly due to illness contracted during his Spanish campaign. He returned to England and gradually withdrew from active command. In 1376 he died, leaving his young son Richard as heir. The following year, in 1377, Edward III himself died after a long reign that had begun in youthful ambition and conquest, but ended amid financial difficulty and unfinished war. With Edward's death, the English crown passed to his grandson, now King Richard II. Still a child, the combination of a minority king, ongoing costs, and the loss of the kingdom's most experienced battlefield commander weakened England's capacity to respond to the new French strategy. In contrast, Charles V's France, though not free from internal troubles, seemed more coordinated and cautious. By the late 1370s and early 1380s, the map reflected these changes. Much of the territory granted to England at Bretigny had slipped back under French control. The war had become less about spectacular confrontations and more about who could endure financially, who could keep garrisons paid and supplied, and who could persuade towns and nobles that their future security lay on one side rather than the other. In England, the accession of the boy king Richard II in 1377 came just as the war was becoming more expensive and less rewarding. Parliament was being asked for repeated taxes to fund garrisons and fleets, yet there were few great victories to justify the burden. Discontent ran through towns and the countryside, and it exploded in 1381 in what is known as the Peasants' Revolt. This uprising was not only peasants, but also artisans and townspeople, angry about poll taxes and wider grievances over lordship and law. Rebels in southeastern England marched toward London, attacking manor houses and legal records. When they reached the capital, they targeted symbols of royal authority, and notably some of the king's leading advisers. Richard, still in his early teens, famously rode out to meet the rebels and promised reforms and charters of liberty. Once the movement had dispersed and its leaders were captured or killed, those promises were quietly withdrawn. The revolt left a deep scar. It frightened the ruling elite, hardened attitudes toward popular protest, and pushed Richard toward a more suspicious, sometimes authoritarian, style of rule. Over the following years, internal politics preoccupied the English court. Barons and royal uncles challenged Richard's favourites, and there were episodes of near civil war in the late 1380s. In this climate, large-scale campaigning in France became less attractive and less affordable. A series of truces with the Valois crown, punctuated by raids rather than major battles, became the norm. The 100 Years' War did not end, but it cooled. Both kingdoms were learning that internal stability was as important as victories abroad. Across the Channel, King Charles V died in 1380, leaving his son Charles VI as a minor. As in England, this meant rule through uncles and counsellors. In his early years, Charles VI seemed promising, and even took the field in person. But in the 1390s, he began to suffer episodes of severe mental illness. During these periods, he could become violent, confused, or entirely withdrawn, unable to govern. Because his condition was unpredictable, there was constant uncertainty over who actually controlled royal policy when the king was incapacitated. This instability helped create two great political factions in France. On one side were the Armagnacs, named after the powerful Count of Armagnac, an alliance centred on the king's brother-in-law, and later on Charles, Duke of Orleans. On the other were the Burgundians, led by the Dukes of Burgundy, who controlled a rich block of territories stretching from Flanders through eastern France. Both groups claimed to act in the king's name, but they had different interests, clients, and visions of royal authority. Control of Paris, of the royal council, and of taxation became the stakes in a struggle that grew steadily more bitter. While France drifted toward factional conflict, events in England took another sharp turn. In 1399, Richard II was overthrown by his cousin Henry Bolingbroke, who seized the crown as Henry IV. Richard died soon after in captivity under circumstances that remain debated. Henry's new Lancastrian regime faced two linked problems: legitimacy and money. Some subjects doubted whether he had a lawful claim, especially since the direct heir of the Black Prince had been set aside. To secure his position, Henry needed loyal nobles and successful displays of power, both at home and, if possible, abroad. Yet the crown's finances were strained, and Henry spent much of his reign dealing with rebellions and unrest in England and Wales, rather than seeking major confrontations with France. Back in France, Charles VI's illness worsened, and the rivalry between Armagnacs and Burgundians escalated. Tensions came to a head in 1407 when Louis, Duke of Orleans, the king's brother and a leading figure of the Armagnac camp, was murdered in Paris on the orders of John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy. John justified the killing as tyrannicide, claiming Louis had abused his influence. In reality, the assassination pushed the kingdom toward open civil war. Cities and regions lined up with one faction or the other. Paris itself shifted between Burgundian and Armagnac control. Royal authority, already fragile, was now split. And the resources of France were increasingly used not against the English and their allies, but against rival Frenchmen. These years of truce and internal upheaval did not end the 100 Years' War, they reshaped it. By the early 15th century, England under Henry IV, and then his son Henry V, had moved from the turmoil of Richard II's fall to a more consolidated Lancastrian regime, while France was riven by faction and governed by a king whose capacity was gravely limited. In that imbalance, Henry V and his advisers saw an opportunity. With French princes at odds, key ports vulnerable, and many French nobles more focused on their domestic enemies than on foreign invasion, the prospect of a renewed English campaign across the Channel began once again to seem plausible. It was in this climate of truce, civil division, and contested authority that Henry V prepared the invasion of 1415 that would lead to the next, and most famous, phase of the war. Henry V came to the throne in 1413, determined to use that opportunity. Unlike his troubled father, he enjoyed a cleaner accession, and quickly set about presenting himself as a pious, orderly king. But to secure his dynasty, he also wanted a strong position in France. He revived the old Plantagenet claim to the French crown. Yet in practice his aims in 1415 were more focused, to gain firm territories, better terms for the lands still in English hands, and a settlement that would recognise him as a major player in French politics. Diplomacy with the divided Valois court went nowhere. So Henry prepared for war. He spent 2 years organising ships, artillery, supplies, and contracts with nobles and soldiers from England and Wales. In August 1415, he sailed for Normandy with perhaps 12,000 men. His first objective was Harfleur, a fortified port on the Seine estuary. If he could hold it, he would have a base to support further operations and control a key gateway into inland Normandy. The siege of Harfleur lasted from mid-August to late September. English guns battered the walls, mining undermined some defences, and assaults probed for weak points. Inside, the garrison and townspeople suffered from bombardment and hunger. Outside, Henry's army suffered from something harder to control, disease. Dysentery swept through the camps, killing and incapacitating thousands. By the time Harfleur surrendered, Henry had taken his port, but lost a significant part of his strength to illness and attrition. He left a garrison in the town and faced a choice: return home by sea or march overland to the English enclave at Calais. Henry chose to march, politically. Simply sailing away after one siege might look like a half-victory. Practically, he needed to show his nobles and Parliament that the expedition still had purpose. So, with a weakened army, he set out across northern France in October, intending to reach Calais and then home. The march was slow and tense. Rivers had to be crossed, bridges defended or destroyed, and French forces shadowed the column. Food was scarce, and the weather worsened. French leaders, despite their internal divisions, gathered an army to block Henry's path and force a decisive battle. That confrontation came near the village of Agincourt on 25 October 1415. Henry's men, tired and outnumbered, took up a defensive position between 2 woods. The terrain there was narrow, funneling any attack straight toward them. Recent rain had turned the ploughed fields into sticky mud. Henry arranged his force with dismounted men at arms in the centre and longbowmen, mostly English and Welsh, on the flanks. The archers drove sharpened wooden stakes into the ground in front of them, angled outward, to deter cavalry charges. The French army, composed of heavily armoured nobles, men-at-arms and supporting troops, formed up in depth, with forward lines intended to crush the English in close combat. But they had to advance across that narrow, muddy field. When the French moved, they crowded together, their armour heavy, their footing poor. English and Welsh archers loosed volleys of arrows into the advancing ranks. Arrows alone did not win the battle, but they disrupted and slowed the French, killing horses, wounding men, and increasing the crush. As the leading French battles finally reached the English line, the struggle turned into brutal hand-to-hand fighting. Men slipped in the mud, fell, and were trampled. In the press, it was difficult to use long weapons, and many fighters resorted to daggers and short swords. The weight of men behind drove the first ranks forward, leaving little room to manoeuvre or retreat. English and Welsh archers, having exhausted their arrows, joined the melee, attacking flanks and isolated groups. At one point, fearing a renewed attack or a threat to his rear, Henry ordered many of the French prisoners killed, an act that shocked contemporaries, but reflected how precarious he felt his position to be. By the end of the day, however, it was clear that the French had suffered a catastrophic defeat. A large number of high-ranking nobles and knights were killed or captured, while English losses were relatively light. The English victory at Agincourt emerged from a combination of factors: well-chosen defensive ground, disciplined deployment, the effective use of longbowmen and stakes to disorder attacks, French overconfidence and poor coordination, and the constricting muddy terrain that turned their superior numbers into a liability. Agincourt gave Henry immense prestige and bargaining power, but it did not by itself conquer France. After returning to England and consolidating support, he planned a more systematic campaign. When he returned to Normandy in 1417, his aim was not just to raid, but to occupy and govern. Over the next years, English forces conducted a methodical conquest of Normandy. They besieged towns, negotiated surrenders, and installed English administrators, judges, and tax systems. Castles and cities became part of a planned occupation, rather than temporary plunder. The key to this effort was Rouen, the principal city of Normandy, and a major commercial and symbolic centre. Henry besieged Rouen from 1418 into 1419. It was a long, gruelling blockade, with English forces cutting off supplies by land and river. Inside the walls, famine grew severe. Chronicles speak of desperate measures by the inhabitants. Eventually, Rouen surrendered on negotiated terms in January 1419. Its fall effectively gave Henry control over Normandy, and demonstrated that his project was not a mere chevauchée, but a real attempt to build an alternative power base in France. At the same time, France's internal divisions deepened. In September 1419, a critical event occurred at Montereau. There, John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, met the Dauphin Charles, the king's son and leader of the Armagnac faction, supposedly to reconcile. Instead, during the meeting on a bridge, John was attacked and killed by men close to the Dauphin. Whether this was pre-planned or a sudden escalation is debated, but the result was clear. The Burgundian camp, now led by John's son Philip the Good, turned decisively away from the Dauphin and toward an alliance with Henry V. With Burgundy's support, Henry was in a position to negotiate directly with the mentally ill Charles VI and the Burgundian-controlled Royal Council. The outcome was the Treaty of Troyes in 1420. Under its terms, Henry married Charles VI's daughter, Catherine of Valois, and was recognised as heir and regent of France, disinheriting the Dauphin Charles. In theory, this meant that on Charles VI's death, the crowns of England and France would be united on Henry's head, or on that of his heir. Many regions, especially those under Burgundian influence or English occupation, accepted this arrangement, though others remained loyal to the Dauphin and rejected the treaty as illegitimate. For a brief moment, it seemed that Henry had achieved what earlier English kings had only dreamed of: legal recognition as future King of France, backed by strong positions in Normandy and by a powerful French ally. But the settlement depended heavily on his own continued leadership. In 1422, events moved quickly. Henry V died in August, likely from illness, while campaigning near Paris. Only a few weeks later, in October, Charles VI of France also died. According to the Treaty of Troyes, the infant Henry VI, Henry's son by Catherine, was now king of both realms in the eyes of his English and Burgundian supporters. But large parts of France did not accept this. The Dauphin's followers proclaimed him as Charles VII, setting the stage for a divided kingdom and a new, decisive phase of the 100 Years' War. With both Henry V and Charles VI dead in 1422, the war entered a strange phase. On parchment, The Treaty of Troyes made the baby Henry VI King of France and England, with his uncles ruling as regents. In reality, France now had two rival monarchs, the infant Henry proclaimed in Paris and London, and Charles VII, the disinherited Dauphin, recognised in much of the south and centre. Each side tried to justify its claim. English and Burgundian lawyers pointed to Troyes and to Henry's marriage with Catherine, arguing that Charles VI, as legitimate king, could lawfully name Henry his heir. Charles VII's supporters replied that Charles VI had been mentally unstable, that the treaty violated the customary right of succession through the male Valois line, and that no foreign prince could legitimately inherit France. The conflict, already about territory and power, hardened into a struggle over who was the true king. In France, Henry VI's government was headed by his uncle John, Duke of Bedford, as regent. Bedford's task was to hold what Henry V had won. He relied on three pillars: maintaining garrisons in key Norman and Parisian strongholds, keeping the alliance with Burgundy, and financing the occupation through French taxes and English parliamentary grants. He appointed English captains and loyal French collaborators to govern towns, tried to keep discipline among soldiers to avoid alienating locals, and used a mixture of sieges and diplomacy to press Charles VII's supporters back toward the Loire. Bedford showed his military ability at the Battle of Verneuil in 1424. There, an army loyal to Charles VII, including a strong Scottish contingent, tried to break English control in northern France. Bedford's forces, largely English and Welsh men, at-arms and archers, met them near the town of Verneuil. The fighting was ferocious, with heavy casualties on both sides. But in the end, the Anglo-Burgundian army crushed its enemies. Many Scottish leaders were killed, and French hopes of quickly overturning English rule in Normandy suffered a major blow. Verneuil reinforced English morale and seemed to confirm that, even without Henry V, their military system still worked. Yet the Valois cause did not collapse. Charles VII's shadow court at Bourges and other Loire towns survived, supported by loyal nobles, towns and clergy who viewed him as the rightful king despite his early reputation for indecision. The front line between the two Frances gradually stabilised along the Loire River. It was here, at the city of Orléans, that the next decisive crisis emerged. By 1428, Bedford and his advisers saw Orléans as the key to breaking Charles VII's remaining power. The city controlled a vital bridge over the Loire and served as a gateway into the southern lands, still loyal to Charles. If Orléans fell, English and Burgundian forces could push deeper into the heartland of Valois France. So an English army under the Earl of Salisbury, later William de la Pole, Duke of Suffolk, began besieging the city. The siege of Orléans lasted through late 1428 and into 1429. The English established fortified positions, called bastilles, around the city to cut off supplies. Inside, the defenders, French soldiers, militia, and some foreign allies hung on. Outside, Charles VII's court struggled to send relief. One notable attempt, in February 1429, became known as the Battle of the Herrings. A French-Scottish force attacked an English supply convoy near Rouvray, laden with barrels of food and famously salted fish for Lent. The English, using wagons as a makeshift fort, repelled the assault. Their victory meant the siege tightened, and morale among Charles's supporters sagged. By early 1429, the Armagnac cause seemed close to disaster. It was at this bleak moment that a young woman from Lorraine entered the story. Joan of Arc was born around 1412 in the village of Domremy, on the borderlands between Burgundian and Armagnac influence. Her family were modest but respectable peasants. As she later told church investigators, she grew up working, praying, and hearing about the war that troubled her region. In her early teens, she began to experience what she described as voices and visions. She said that Saint Michael the Archangel and the female saints Catherine and Margaret spoke to her, urging her to live piously and eventually to help the Dauphin Charles and drive out the English. To contemporaries, visions were not unheard of, but a young peasant woman claiming a personal mission to save the kingdom was highly unusual. Convinced that God had chosen her, Joan resolved to reach Charles VII. Around 1429 she persuaded a local garrison commander at Vaucouleurs to support her, helped by the fact that rumours of her piety and determination had begun to spread. After initial scepticism, he provided her with an escort, dressed in male attire for safety, a choice that would later be used against her. She travelled across enemy-held territory to the Loire region and arrived at Chinon, where Charles kept his court. At Chinon, Joan was brought before the Dauphin. Later stories embellished this meeting, but even in more cautious sources we see that Charles and his advisers tested her. Churchmen questioned her about her faith, and the court probed her intentions. She reportedly told Charles that God wanted him to go to Rheims to be crowned, and that she would help lift the siege of Orleans. Whatever exactly was said, the result was that Charles, desperate for good news and encouraged by some clergy who saw in her a possible divine sign, agreed to let her accompany a relief force. In April 1429, Joan travelled with a small army toward Orleans. She was not a commander in the technical professional sense. Experienced captains still planned operations. But she carried a banner, urged attacks when others hesitated, and constantly framed the struggle in religious terms, speaking of God's will and France's deliverance. Her presence seems to have boosted morale among soldiers and townspeople alike. The relief of Orleans unfolded over several days. Joan urged aggressive action against the English bastilles ringing the city. French forces, inspired and coordinated with the garrison, assaulted these outworks one by one. Fighting was intense, and Joan herself was wounded by an arrow at one point, but she returned to the field. By early May, key English positions had fallen. The besiegers, fearing encirclement and shaken by the unexpected turn of events, withdrew. The siege was lifted. For Charles VII's supporters, this was more than a military success. After years of defeats, it felt like a reversal of fortune, and many attributed it directly to Joan's divinely inspired leadership. Success at Orleans was followed by the Loire campaign in the summer of 1429. French forces under commanders like the Duke of Alençon, working with Joan, moved against English-held towns along the river. They retook Jargeau, Meung and Beaugency, further eroding English control of the Loire line. In June, at the Battle of Patay, a French cavalry force caught an English army on the move before it could properly deploy its archers and defensive stakes. The result was a sharp French victory, with significant English casualties and the capture of noted captains. Patay did not destroy English power in France, but it badly damaged their aura of invincibility that had lasted since Crécy and Agincourt. These victories opened the way for a bold political step. Joan pressed Charles to go north to Rheims, the traditional coronation site of French kings, even though it lay in territory where allegiance was uncertain. In July 1429, Charles's army advanced through towns that, one after another, chose negotiation over resistance. At Reims, the archbishop and citizens admitted him. There, in the cathedral, Charles was anointed and crowned as King of France, with Joan present. This ceremony mattered deeply. In the medieval mindset, being crowned and anointed at Reims by the proper clergy confirmed the sacred legitimacy of a French king. For many subjects it settled doubts. However strong the English legal arguments, here was a visibly consecrated ruler in the traditional mould. The momentum, however, did not automatically translate into total victory. Later in 1429, Joan and some of Charles's forces advanced toward Paris, which was under English and Burgundian control. They hoped that the capital might be won either by negotiation or by force. But this time resistance was stiff. An assault on the city's defences in September failed. Joan was wounded, and morale faltered. Charles, cautious and influenced by advisers wary of overextending the army or alienating potential Burgundian allies, ordered a withdrawal. For Joan, who wanted to press on relentlessly, this was a bitter disappointment. In 1430, while continuing military operations in northern France, Joan went to help defend the town of Compiègne, which was threatened by forces loyal to Burgundy. During a sortie outside the walls in May, she and her companions were cut off as they tried to re-enter the town. The gate was closed and she was captured by Burgundian soldiers. Her captors quickly realized her value. Rather than release her they held her for ransom and negotiations. Eventually, for a substantial sum and under political pressure, Joan was handed over to the English, who transferred her to Rouen, the main English administrative centre in Normandy. There, she faced a trial organised by English authorities, but formally conducted by a church court headed by Bishop Pierre Cauchon, a French cleric aligned with the Anglo-Burgundian side. The charges against her focused on her visions, her claim to divine guidance, her wearing of male clothing, and her role in warfare. The trial at Rouen in 1431 was lengthy and complex. Joan, still a teenager, was interrogated repeatedly by trained theologians and lawyers. They asked detailed questions about her visions, trying to show that they were demonic or fabricated, and pressed her on points of doctrine and obedience to the Church. Despite pressure, she often answered cautiously, refusing to reveal everything she said God had told her, and insisting that her voices came from God and that she had obeyed them in supporting Charles VII. From the English perspective, Joan was more than a military figure. She was politically dangerous. Her appearances on the battlefield had been tied, in the minds of many French people, to astonishing reversals of fortune. She claimed that God rejected the English claim and favoured Charles VII. If her visions were accepted as genuinely divine, this would imply that Henry VI's title, derived from the Treaty of Troyes, was illegitimate in the eyes of God. To undermine Charles's new legitimacy and weaken the powerful myth forming around her, the English wanted Joan publicly discredited as a heretic and a fraud. The court eventually condemned her on theological grounds, focusing in part on her refusal to submit fully to church judgment on her visions and, finally, her return to wearing male clothing after a brief abjuration. In May 1431, she was declared a relapsed heretic. Secular authorities then carried out the sentence. Joan was executed by burning in Rouen. Contemporary accounts report that she faced her death calling on Jesus, and even some of those present were shaken. For Charles VII's supporters, news of her execution turned her from a living symbol into a martyr. Despite the intended effect, Joan's death did not restore English fortunes. Over the next years, the political balance shifted further. Charles VII, gradually strengthening his administration and military, waited for an opportunity to break the crucial alliance between England and Burgundy that had underpinned the Treaty of Troyes. That opportunity came with the Treaty of Arras in 1435. After long negotiations, Charles VII and Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, reached an agreement. Charles made significant concessions and formally reconciled with Burgundy, including recognition of Burgundian territorial gains and expressions of regret for the murder of John the Fearless at Montereau years earlier. By this treaty, Burgundy effectively abandoned the English alliance and recognised Charles VII as King of France. For the English, this was a serious strategic blow. Without Burgundian support, their position in northern France was far more vulnerable. The defection of such a major ally, coming only a few years after Joan's victories and martyrdom, marked a true turning point in the 100 Years' War and set the stage for the gradual French reconquest that followed. With Burgundy reconciled, the English hold on northern France began to crumble. Paris, long under Anglo-Burgundian control, slipped away as Burgundian troops withdrew, and royal officials loyal to Charles VII returned. One by one, towns weighed their options and decided that a distant, cash-strapped English king was a weaker bet than the Valois monarch now backed by Burgundy. England was struggling. Parliament was tired of funding an expensive occupation. Trade disruptions, war weariness, and factional quarrels at Henry VI's court all made it harder to send men and money across the Channel. As garrisons went unpaid, discipline slipped, and local support evaporated. Charles VII, by contrast, used this breathing space to reorganise. He secured more regular taxation, creating a steadier income. With it, he formed compagnies d'ordonnance, permanent cavalry units on royal pay, and began organising Franks archers, rural infantry archers levied and trained under the Crown's authority. This did not instantly produce a modern army, but it shifted France away from ad hoc feudal levies and mercenary bands toward a more professional, centrally directed force, one better able to sustain campaigns and steadily push the English back. Over time, these differences decided the war. England could win set battles like Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt, but it could not permanently occupy a larger, richer kingdom across the Channel. Distance, the cost of garrisons, shifting alliances and factional politics in London all worked against long-term conquest. In France, tighter taxation, more regular armies, and growing artillery strength turned the tide. Gunpowder, once a curiosity, dominated sieges such as Castillon, where French guns shattered English field positions. Feudal levies gave way to paid, disciplined troops and improved logistics in both realms, strengthening royal governments, but also deepening the tax burden and disrupting civilian life through raids, ransoms, and forced contributions. Under occupation, many towns and nobles quietly adjusted their loyalties, choosing whichever side seemed likely to stay. By 1453, only Calais remained in English hands, a lonely coastal foothold that could not disguise the scale of defeat. The 100 Years' War was over, but England's wars were not. Only 2 years later, the nobles who had once fought together in France would turn their weapons against one another. The next chapter would begin in 1455 with the Wars of the Roses. By the middle of the 15th century, England was strained by a war it had largely lost. The long campaigns of the 100 Years' War had drained money and men, and the collapse of English power in France brought humiliation as well as economic shock. One by one, English-held territories fell away, until only Calais remained. The Crown's revenues could not meet its obligations, debts piled up, and the government's attempts to raise funds bred resentment. In the shires and towns, people blamed royal ministers for failure abroad and disorder at home. At the centre of this crisis stood King Henry VI. He had become king as an infant in 1422, and the long minority government that followed encouraged magnates to act with unusual independence. When Henry eventually ruled in his own name, he relied heavily on patronage, offices, lands, and favours to secure loyalty. But rewards were limited, and each grant to one great family could create a grievance in another. Rivalries hardened into factions at court, and royal authority looked less like a firm command, and more like a prize to be competed over. The stakes were heightened by the royal family itself. Henry VI belonged to the House of Lancaster, descended from John of Gaunt, son of King Edward III. Another branch of Edward III's descendants formed the House of York. The Yorkist claim was complex but powerful. Through Edward III's second surviving son, Lionel of Antwerp, and also through his fourth son, Edmund of Langley, the York line could argue a hereditary right at least as strong as Lancaster's, because both houses came from the same royal grandfather. The dispute was not between strangers, but between close kin with competing interpretations of legitimacy. As the court split, noble followings and regional power bases gave factional politics a sharper edge. Powerful families gathered allies, maintained private retinues, and sought control of key offices and local justice. In this environment, two figures began to dominate opposing camps. Richard, Duke of York, the most prominent prince of the blood outside the king's immediate family, and Queen Margaret of Anjou, Henry's determined consort, increasingly committed to protecting Lancaster's hold on the crown. Their rivalry would shape the breakdown that followed. The quarrels at court might still have been contained if royal government had looked competent and fair. Instead, by 1450, confidence in it was collapsing. Years of war had left the crown deeply in debt, and the search for money and influence fed constant allegations of corruption. Offices and contracts seemed to go to favourites. Local communities, already anxious about trade and taxation, watched as law and order weakened, and as powerful men settled disputes with intimidation rather than judgment. That simmering anger broke into open unrest, with Cade's rebellion in the summer of 1450. Men from Kent and the southeast gathered under the leadership of Jack Cade, marching on London with complaints that mixed local grievances with national politics. They condemned evil councillors, demanded reforms, and called for the removal of those they blamed for misrule. For a brief moment, the rebels controlled parts of the capital. The revolt was ultimately put down, and Cade was killed, but the damage remained. It had shown how quickly anger at government could become a mass movement, and how fragile the king's authority could look when pressed. At the centre of blame stood the king's leading minister, Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset. Somerset inherited a difficult war, but he was associated with its disasters, especially the accelerating loss of Normandy and soon after Gascony. To his rivals, Somerset was not simply unlucky. He was unfit, perhaps corrupt and dangerously close to the king. In a political system where patronage was the currency of power, access to Henry VI mattered as much as achievement. Somerset's position meant appointments, grants, and influence that other magnates believed should have been theirs. Richard, Duke of York, saw himself as the natural alternative. York was no outsider agitating at the edges of power. He was a royal prince, wealthy, well-connected, and experienced in high office, including service in France and Ireland. Through his mother, Anne Mortimer, he descended from Lionel of Antwerp, Edward III's second surviving son, a lineage senior to the Lancastrian line that came from John of Gaunt. Through his father, he also descended from Edmund of Langley, Edward III's fourth son. York could present his claim as more than ambition. It could be framed as hereditary right, even if that right remained, for the moment, largely unspoken in public. Yet York's immediate fight was not to seize the crown, but to shape the government around him, and to break the power of Somerset. In the early 1450s, he returned from Ireland and began positioning himself as the leader of a reforming cause. He demanded a place in the king's councils and the punishment of evil advisers, language that echoed popular complaint and allowed political conflict to be expressed as moral necessity. Somerset and his allies responded by treating York as a dangerous malcontent, a man who could turn a reform movement into a direct threat to the dynasty. The court became a battlefield of appointments and accusations. When a sheriffship, a wardship, or a key local office was granted, it could tip the balance of power in a county and create armed followings. The great families who hoped to profit from royal favour took sides, not always out of love for York or Somerset, but because their own local rivalries aligned them. In the shires, disputes over land, inheritances, and authority were increasingly connected to national faction. Violence between retainers and the manipulation of local courts became harder to restrain when the centre itself was divided. In 1452, York attempted to force the issue directly. He raised an armed following and confronted the king at Dartford, presenting his grievances and demanding Somerset's removal. Henry VI, mild by temperament and reluctant to punish his favourites, did not yield. York was compelled to submit and swear loyalty. The episode ended without bloodshed, but it was a warning. Political disputes that once would have been settled by negotiation at court were now being carried by troops on the roads of England. Then, in 1453, the kingdom was struck by a crisis that made normal politics almost impossible. Henry VI suffered a severe mental collapse, becoming incapable of speech and unresponsive to those around him. The timing was disastrous. That same year, English power in France suffered another heavy blow. The defeat at Castillon effectively ended the 100 Years' War in the south, and soon Bordeaux was lost. Military failure and the king's incapacity combined into a single question that no one could avoid: who would govern, and in whose interest, when the king could not rule? The vacuum of authority brought the rival factions into sharper confrontation. Somerset, still the central figure in government, feared what York might do if given formal power. York, for his part, could argue that the realm required a responsible adult prince to lead it, especially with the war in France lost and disorder rising at home. He was the leading duke of the blood, and in a system that valued lineage and precedent that mattered. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you're listening from tonight, your city or country. And are you here to fall asleep, relax, or simply learn some history? And now, back to the story. In the midst of Henry's incapacity, the royal family changed in another crucial way. On 13 October 1453, Queen Margaret of Anjou gave birth to a son, Edward of Westminster, Prince of Wales. The birth solved one problem. There was now a direct Lancastrian heir, but it created another. Until then, York had been widely regarded as the king's most likely successor. Now a child stood between York and the throne, and Margaret's political purpose became clear: to defend her husband's authority and, above all, her son's inheritance. Margaret had never been a passive consort. With the king incapacitated, she moved more openly into politics, gathering allies among those who feared York's rise. Many lords had no desire to see a protectorate under York that might punish them for past decisions, strip them of offices, or redraw the balance of patronage. For these men, loyalty to the Queen and the Prince became both principle and self-preservation. Margaret's court was not merely a household, it was the nucleus of a competing government, asserting that the Lancastrian dynasty must not be displaced under the pretext of reform. In 1454 the machinery of state was forced to make a decision. Parliament and the Royal Council appointed Richard, Duke of York, as protector of the realm, effectively placing him at the head of government during the king's incapacity. York moved swiftly. Somerset was arrested and imprisoned in the Tower of London. York and his closest allies, including Richard Neville, Earl of Salisbury, and Salisbury's son Richard's Neville, Earl of Warwick, began to shape appointments and policy. Their aim was presented as stability and reform, but their actions also consolidated a Yorkist bloc at the centre of power. For a moment, it looked like faction might still be contained within formal structures. The protectorate was legal, approved by the political nation, and it claimed to operate in the king's name. But it could not resolve the fundamental mistrust. To Margaret and the Lancastrian loyalists, York's control of government was intolerable, a step toward permanent displacement. To York and his allies, Somerset's release and return would mean their own downfall, and perhaps prosecution for acts taken during the Protectorate. In December 1454, Henry VI unexpectedly recovered. He could speak again, recognise his surroundings, and resume the outward forms of kingship. Yet the political landscape had changed beyond repair. The moment Henry returned, the old struggle resumed. Somerset was released and restored to influence. York was pushed aside. The Queen, now fighting not only for her husband, but for her son's future, was more determined than ever to prevent York from gaining a legal foothold as heir or governor. Both sides began to prepare as if for war. The language of loyal service remained, but it was paired with the practical reality of retaining men, assembling arms, and seeking alliances. In England, magnates were accustomed to maintaining private followings, but now these retainers were being gathered for a contest over the direction of the realm itself. Trust in the king's ability to arbitrate had weakened. Trust in the law, already shaken by disorder, weakened further when the law was seen as an extension of whichever faction held the court. By early 1455, the drift toward confrontation became harder to stop. The Queen and Somerset sought to tighten their grip around the king and to isolate York. York and his allies believed they were being set up for destruction politically at first, but perhaps physically as well. The fear was not irrational. In a world where opponents could be ruined through charges of treason, confiscation of estates and imprisonment, to lose was to risk everything. That fear encouraged preemptive action. In May 1455, the tension broke into open fighting at the First Battle of St Albans. York and the Nevilles moved with armed forces to intercept the king's party, which included Somerset, near the town of St Albans, just north of London. What followed was brief but decisive. Fighting erupted in the streets and lanes, and the Yorkists broke through to the centre of the Lancastrian position. Somerset was killed, along with several other Lancastrian lords. The king himself was wounded, a shocking sign of how far the conflict had gone. Violence had reached the person of the monarch. York emerged from St Albans, claiming that he had acted in defence of good government and to remove dangerous counsellors. But the meaning of the battle was unmistakable. A dispute that had once been conducted through petitions, councils, and parliamentary manoeuvres had now been decided by weapons in an English town, with noble blood spilled and the king in the midst of it. From this point, the struggle would not simply be about influence at court. It would become a contest over custody of the king, control of the state, and ultimately the right to rule. The First Battle of St Albans did not settle the problem. It made it permanent. Somerset's death removed one enemy, but it strengthened the Queen's resolve and deepened the sense of betrayal among Lancastrian supporters. York's victory brought him closer to power, yet it also confirmed the fears of those who suspected he aimed at more than reform. England had crossed a threshold. Factional politics had turned into armed rivalry, and the path ahead led toward a wider civil war. St Albans left the Yorkists victorious, but it did not leave them secure. Henry VI was still king, and his wounded presence at the battle allowed both sides to speak in the language of loyalty while preparing for the next blow. In the months that followed, there were uneasy truces and formal reconciliations. Richard, Duke of York, returned to high office, and his Neville allies, Richard Neville, Earl of Salisbury, and Salisbury's son, Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, expanded their influence. Yet beneath the official calm, the country's political life hardened into factions that no longer trusted arbitration. The heart of the problem was simple. Peace required a king strong enough to choose ministers, enforce judgments, and restrain magnates. Henry VI could not do this consistently. Even after his recovery, he remained vulnerable to pressure, and his court became a prize to be seized rather than a place where disputes were settled. Queen Margaret of Anjou, determined to protect the rights of her son, Edward of Westminster, treated York's rise as an existential danger to the Lancastrian future. For York and the Nevilles, the danger ran the other way. If they lost access to the king, they could be branded traitors, stripped of offices, and destroyed through legal process. The machinery of government, council, chancery, and courts could be turned into a weapon by whoever controlled the royal household. That is why control of the king mattered more than proclamations. In theory, magnates could announce loyalty or reform, but in practice authority flowed from the royal seal, royal commissions, and royal pardons. To hold the king's person was to direct those instruments, to appoint sheriffs, summon councils, call parliaments, and define who was a rebel and who was a servant. The king was both symbol and legal source of power, and custody of him meant the ability to make power look legitimate. For several years after 1455, open war flickered rather than spread. In 1456, Henry moved his court away from London toward the Midlands, partly to escape the influence of Warwick and the city. Margaret's circle strengthened around him, and the court became more openly Lancastrian in tone. Great lords gathered armed followings not as formal armies, but as affinities. The private retinues that could be summoned quickly, local feuds, especially in the north, merged with national politics. The Nevilles fought for dominance against the Percy family, traditional earls of Northumberland, and that rivalry helped pull northern England into the wider conflict. Each side saw the other not merely as political opponents, but as men prepared to use violence and the courts to ruin them. In 1458, an attempt was made to impose a public reconciliation in London, the so-called Love Day. Rival lords walked in procession, paired with their enemies, and made shows of peace. It was a ceremony of necessity, not trust. The political and legal questions remained. Who would stand closest to the king? Who would advise him, and who would pay for past bloodshed? The Loveday did not undo St. Albans, it merely postponed the reckoning. By 1459, both camps believed that delay was dangerous. The court called a great council to meet at Coventry, a Lancastrian stronghold. York and the Nevilles suspected that they would be arrested. They chose to raise forces instead, presenting themselves as acting in self-defence and in the king's true service. Margaret and the Lancastrian lords answered by mobilising as well, framing York's preparations as rebellion. The first major clash came at Blore Heath on 23 September 1459. A Yorkist force led by Salisbury was marching south to join York when it was intercepted by a Lancastrian army under James Touchet, Lord Audley. Salisbury held his ground and won a hard-fought victory. Audley was killed, and the Yorkists broke through. Militarily, the battle showed that the Nevilles could fight and survive against royal commanders. Politically, it ensured that the conflict would be judged in terms of treason rather than faction. Once blood was spilled again, each side had to fear the penalties of defeat. A few weeks later, the balance shifted at Ludford Bridge, near Ludlow, in October 1459. York, Salisbury, and Warwick gathered their forces there, facing the king's army, which was larger and carried the aura of royal legitimacy because Henry was present in person. The Yorkists had also brought a contingent of soldiers from Calais, loyal to Warwick, whose command of that vital English outpost made him dangerous. But at Ludford, discipline failed. Many of the Yorkists' men hesitated to fight the king's banner. Some deserted outright, including the Calais troops. Outnumbered and politically exposed, York and his closest allies abandoned their army under cover of night. The consequences were immediate and severe. York fled to Ireland, where he had strong support and where royal authority was more difficult to enforce. Salisbury, Warwick, and York's eldest son, Edward, Earl of March, fled to Calais. Their flight mattered because it split the Yorkist leadership, but preserved it. Ireland and Calais were not just places of refuge. They were bases with resources, loyal networks, and strategic value. Calais, in particular, with its garrison and access to shipping, allowed Warwick to project power across the Channel and along the English coast. With the Yorkists in exile, the Lancastrians moved to consolidate through law. A parliament met at Coventry in November 1459, later remembered by Yorkists as the Parliament of Devils. It attainted York, the Nevilles and their principal supporters, declaring them traitors, stripping them of lands and titles, and sentencing them in absentia. This was not mere punishment. It was a statement that the Yorkist cause was outside the political community. If the Yorkists returned, it would be as condemned men, unless they could overturn the legal verdict by force. Yet exile did not end the struggle. In Ireland, York governed in a manner that hinted at an alternative source of authority, cultivating support among the Anglo-Irish lords and presenting himself as a prince wronged by corrupt counsel. In Calais, Warwick maintained control of the garrison and used the sea lanes to raid and to build leverage. The Nevilles were not isolated adventurers. They were connected to a wide web of English politics, and discontent with the Lancastrian court remained strong in the south, and in London, where Warwick in particular enjoyed sympathy. In June 1460, Warwick, Salisbury, and Edward of March launched their return. They landed in Kent and marched toward London, declaring once again that they sought the removal of evil counsellors and the restoration of good governance, not the destruction of the king. London opened its gates to them. The city's support was crucial. It provided money, manpower, and an air of national acceptance. With London secured, the Yorkist leaders moved against the royal army. On 10 July 1460, the armies met at Northampton. The Lancastrian commanders, including Humphrey Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, took a defensive position. Heavy rain fell, and in the confusion the Yorkists broke through, helped by defections within the Lancastrian ranks. The battle was brief but decisive. Buckingham was killed, and Henry VI was captured alive. Once again, custody of the king transformed the political landscape. With Henry in Yorkist hands, proclamations could be issued in his name, commissions granted, and enemies arrested under the cover of legality. The Yorkist leaders could now present themselves not as rebels, but as the king's true servants acting with his authority. They controlled the state because they controlled the monarch through whom the state spoke. In the autumn of 1460, Richard, Duke of York, returned from Ireland to claim the prize. His next step revealed how far the crisis had moved beyond reform. York pressed his hereditary claim to the throne more openly than before. The political nation was not prepared simply to depose Henry VI, but it was also unwilling to abandon York, whose power and following were undeniable. The compromise was the Act of Accord, passed by Parliament in October 1460. The Act of Accord confirmed Henry VI as king for the rest of his life, but it disinherited Henry's son, Prince Edward, and named York as Henry's heir and protector in effect, placing the future of the crown in Yorkist hands. It was a constitutional settlement, forced by military reality, and legalised through Parliament. To York and his allies, it was recognition of right and a guarantee of safety. To Queen Margaret and the Lancastrian faithful it was an outrage, an attack on the prince's birthright, and a declaration that the Lancastrian dynasty would be extinguished by statute. The act did not end the war. It ensured the next phase of it. Margaret, with the prince, refused to accept disinheritance and began gathering supporters in the north. Many lords who might have tolerated York as a minister could not accept him as heir, and others feared what a Yorkist succession would mean for their fortunes and for past acts that could now be punished. With Henry a captive and the Act of Accord in place, the Lancastrian cause became, more clearly than before, the cause of the Queen and the Prince, an armed defence of dynastic survival that would soon bring England to even bloodier fields. The Act of Accord had been written into law, but it could not be enforced in the parts of England that rejected it. In the north, where loyalties were stronger to the old Lancastrian order and to long-standing regional rivalries, the settlement looked less like a compromise and more like a coup carried out under guard. Queen Margaret of Anjou became the centre of resistance. With Prince Edward beside her, she offered Lancastrian supporters a clear purpose, not merely to influence the king, but to restore the prince's right to succeed and to punish those who had written him out of the future. Lords who feared Yorkist rule, men with family ties to the Lancastrian court, and northern magnates hostile to the Nevilles gathered around Margaret. The politics of succession now sharpened the war. Under the Act, Henry VI remained king, but the next king would be Richard, Duke of York, meaning that the Lancastrian dynasty would end with Henry's death. For Margaret, that was unacceptable. For York, retreat was dangerous. If the Act failed, his enemies could revive the attainders of 1459 and destroy him by law as well as by arms. The compromise had left both sides with too much to lose. York moved north late in 1460, seeking to confront the Lancastrian mobilization before it could become overwhelming. He did not go alone. With him were close allies, including his second son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, and his longtime Neville partner Richard Neville, Earl of Salisbury. Yet York's position was more precarious than it appeared. Though he had Parliament's declaration naming him heir, Henry VI was still alive, and the Queen still commanded fierce loyalty among those who regarded the Act as illegitimate. In practical terms, the war was no longer about advising the king. It was about whose bloodline would inherit the crown. On 30 December 1460, the crisis reached a turning point at the Battle of Wakefield, fought near York's stronghold at Sandal Castle. York's forces met a larger Lancastrian army drawn from the northern shires and led by figures committed to Margaret's cause, including Henry Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, and Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, among others. The Yorkists were defeated. Richard, Duke of York, was killed in the fighting, and Salisbury was captured and executed shortly afterward. Edmund, Earl of Rutland, was also killed. Wakefield changed the war because it shattered the settlement on which the Act of Accord depended. The Act had made York the heir. Now York was dead. It could not calm the country when the man it elevated had fallen, and when the Queen's party had shown it could destroy Yorkist leadership in battle. It also transformed the Yorkist cause from one led by a senior magnate, claiming a right in law, into one led by his eldest son, Edward, Earl of March Young, militarily active, and facing immediate pressure to act before the Lancastrians could present themselves as England's rescuers. Edward's claim was direct, and now unavoidable. Under the logic of the Act of Accord, York's right to succeed would pass to his heir. Even apart from the Act, the Yorkists could argue that the crown had been misgoverned and that a stronger king was needed. But Edward had a practical problem as well as a legal one. Henry VI had to be kept from becoming the usable symbol of a Lancastrian comeback. If the Queen recovered the king and carried him through the realm, she could issue commissions, confirm loyalists, and brand Yorkist supporters as traitors. The struggle for custody of the king, which had defined so much of the war, returned with renewed force. Edward was in the Welsh marches when news came of Wakefield. Lancastrian forces under Jasper Tudor, Earl of Pembroke, and James Butler, Earl of Wiltshire, moved against him. In February 1461, Edward met them at the Battle of Mortimer's Cross, near Wigmore. He won a decisive victory. Pembroke's father, Owen Tudor, was captured and executed after the battle, and the Lancastrian advance in the west was checked. Mortimer's Cross mattered not simply because it was a Yorkist win, but because it gave Edward momentum at the exact moment the cause needed a new leader. Wakefield had been a catastrophe. Mortimer's Cross reassured wavering allies that the Yorkist position had not collapsed. Edward could now march toward the political centre of the realm, London, where legitimacy could be claimed, money raised, and declarations made with the appearance of national authority. While Edward was fighting in the west, the Lancastrians struck in the south. On 17 February 1461, they met Warwick at the Second Battle of St. Albans. Warwick was defeated, and Henry VI was recovered by the Lancastrian army. This was a major political reversal. With the king back in their hands, Margaret's party could claim that the Yorkists were rebels who had wrongfully imprisoned their monarch. The Act of Accord, already undermined by Wakefield, now looked like a dead letter enforced only by Yorkist swords. Yet the Lancastrian recovery of the king did not translate into secure rule. Margaret's army, burdened with the realities of campaigning and feared for its discipline, struggled to gain acceptance in the south. London, cautious and politically calculating, did not open itself to the Queen's forces. The city's leaders had learned what it meant to be on the losing side of a civil war, and they preferred the side that could offer stability and protect trade. With London closed to them, the Lancastrians could not easily convert custody of Henry into the administrative control that custody was supposed to bring. Warwick, retreating from St. Albans, moved to regroup, and Edward marched to join him. The decision that followed was the most consequential of the entire conflict. If Henry VI could be moved about by the Queen's party, and if Parliament's Act of Accord could no longer be enforced, then the Yorkists faced a stark choice: either continue to fight in the king's name while he was in enemy hands, or claim that Henry had forfeited the right to rule and replace him. In early March 1461, with York dead, with Henry recovered by Lancastrians, and with the constitutional compromise effectively broken, Edward took the final step. In London, he was proclaimed King Edward IV. The logic was partly legal and partly practical. The Act of Accord had pointed to York's line as the future of the crown. With York gone, Edward was the inheritor of that right. But proclamation also addressed the immediate political crisis. If the Yorkists were to raise armies, levy funds, and punish opponents, it was easier to do so as the government itself rather than as a faction claiming to serve a king controlled by its enemies. London's support gave Edward's claim a crucial platform, allowing him to present his accession not as a northern seizure but as a national necessity. The war was not ended by words spoken in the capital. It would be decided in the field. Late in March 1461, Edward marched north to confront the main Lancastrian army. On 29 March, Palm Sunday, the armies met at Towton, in Yorkshire. It was one of the largest and most hard-fought battles ever fought on English soil, with both sides committing vast numbers drawn from across the kingdom. The struggle was not for influence at court, it was for the crown itself. Towton ended in a crushing Lancastrian defeat. The Yorkists held the field, and the Lancastrian leadership was broken. Many prominent Lancastrian lords were killed, and the survivors fled. Henry VI, Margaret, and Prince Edward retreating first into the north, and then seeking support beyond England's borders. For Edward IV, Towton established what proclamation alone could not. It gave his kingship the hard foundation of victory, dismantling the immediate military threat, and forcing his opponents into exile and resistance rather than government. The Yorkist seizure of the crown was now more than a claim. It was a regime secured by the battlefield and anchored by London's acceptance, yet still shadowed by the knowledge that the Lancastrian line, though defeated, was not extinguished. Towton had broken the main Lancastrian army, but it had not removed the Lancastrian claim. Edward IV was a young king with a battlefield title, and his first years were spent turning victory into government. Parliament was used to make the new order legal and to make resistance dangerous. Leading Lancastrians were attainted as traitors, their titles and lands taken into the crown's hands. Those forfeitures served two purposes at once. They punished enemies and created a pool of property with which Edward could reward the men who had carried him to the throne. Rewards were distributed carefully, because loyalty had to be maintained not only in the shires, but at the heart of the political nation. Offices, wardships, and profitable grants went to Yorkist supporters. At the same time, Edward moved to suppress what remained of open Lancastrian resistance. The north, where Towton had been fought, did not become peaceful simply because the Yorkists had won there. Raids, local feuds, and private armies still shaped politics, and a king who lacked strong roots in the region had to rely on trusted lieutenants to hold it. Lancastrian survival depended on networks rather than armies. The cause was sustained in border regions where royal authority was often contested and where magnates could shelter adherents. In the far north, castles and towns could be supplied from Scotland, and in Wales, the Tudor affinity remained a potential rallying point. Abroad, Margaret of Anjou looked for help where she could find it, treating English politics as part of a wider contest in which France, Burgundy, and Scotland all had reasons to interfere. Exile did not end the war. It changed its shape. Lancastrian leaders could wait for moments of weakness inside England, ready to land small forces, stir uprisings, and turn local disorder into national crisis. In these early years, no figure mattered more to Edward's rule than Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. Warwick had inherited immense naval resources and added to them through marriage and office. His wealth was real, but his power was not just money, it was organisation. He maintained a wide affinity, retainers, tenants, and clients, tied to him by pay, protection, and patronage, capable of moving men quickly in an age when kings depended on noble networks to raise forces. He also held key offices, As captain of Calais, he controlled England's most important foothold on the continent and the professional soldiers stationed there. Calais brought him revenue, military credibility, and contact with foreign rulers and merchants. Warwick's household and following gave him a presence at court that could rival the king's own ability to distribute favour. Warwick's influence also rested on diplomacy. Edward's regime needed recognition and stability abroad, and Warwick was central in negotiating it. His position meant he could speak to foreign powers with something like the king's voice, and he expected his service to be repaid with trust. In these years he was not merely a noble ally, he was a mechanism by which the Yorkist state functioned, keeping Calais, managing relations with major continental players, and acting as the principal broker among magnates whose support could not be taken for granted. Yet even while Edward relied on Warwick, the balance between them was unstable. A king who owed his crown to great lords still had to become a king who ruled. The question was not whether Warwick was powerful, but whether that power would remain subordinate. The strain became clearer after 1464, when Edward's personal decision reshaped the politics of the court. In that year, Edward married Elizabeth Woodville, a widow from a family that was well connected, but not among the greatest magnates. The marriage was politically explosive for several reasons. It appears to have been concluded without Warwick's knowledge, at a time when Warwick was associated with pursuing a foreign match that would strengthen Edward's position in European diplomacy. A royal marriage was never only personal, it was a tool for alliances and a signal about which interests would be advanced. By choosing Elizabeth, Edward made it plain that he would decide such matters for himself, and he introduced a new group of relatives into the competition for offices, titles, and marriages. The Woodville rise was rapid. Elizabeth's kin received advantageous matches and royal favour, and the court's patronage began to shift. To nobles who had risked everything in 1461, it could look as if the spoils of victory were being redirected to a family that had not carried the main burden of the war. For Warwick, it was a direct challenge to his role as the chief manager of Yorkist alliances. His influence had rested in part on arranging marriages and settlements among great families, binding them to the regime. A queen with a large, ambitious kin group altered that landscape, creating new competitors for access to the king. At the same time, disagreements over foreign policy sharpened the divide. England's trade, especially through London and the cloth towns, pulled policy one way. Aristocratic rivalries and continental alliances pulled it another. Warwick's position and connections tended to favour one set of diplomatic outcomes, while Edward's own preferences, shaped by his confidence as a warrior king, and by the counsel of a changing inner circle, began to pull against Warwick's. What had been a partnership during the crisis of accession became, year by year, a contest over who would direct the realm. By 1469, those tensions were no longer contained within court politics. Discontent in the shires over local grievances, the behaviour of officials, and the sense that the rewards of the new reign were uneven created openings for men who wanted to pressure the king. Rebellions flared, and Warwick, working with Edward's brother George, Duke of Clarence, positioned himself as the leader of a movement that claimed to correct the government while drawing strength from the very disorders it condemned. The uprisings were not simply spontaneous riots. They were politically useful. They allowed Warwick and his allies to present themselves as the remedy to misrule, to isolate the king from advisers, and to test whether Edward's authority rested on deep consent or only on past victories. The result was a dangerous drift. Towton had given Edward IV a crown, but it had not guaranteed a settled dynasty. The Lancastrian cause still existed beyond England's borders, and in the hard-to-govern margins of the realm, waiting for opportunity. Inside the Yorkist regime, the partnership that had carried Edward to power was breaking into rival courts and competing affinities. By the end of the 1460s, England was moving toward a second phase of civil war, not because Towton had been reversed, but because the victory had created a new struggle over who would control the Yorkist kingship and what kind of rule it would become. Warwick's challenge to Edward IV now moved from pressure to open confrontation. In the summer of 1469, he and George, Duke of Clarence, Edward's brother and heir presumptive, aligned themselves with unrest in the north. Their aim was not to proclaim a new dynasty at once, but to force the king to accept a different set of advisers and a different distribution of favour. The language used by rebels and magnates was the familiar claim to reform the realm, but beneath it lay a struggle over who would command patronage, diplomacy, and the machinery of rule. At Edgecote in July 1469, royal forces were defeated, and Edward found himself suddenly isolated. Warwick's men seized the moment to take the king into custody, and leading figures associated with the Woodville interest were executed. For a brief time Warwick appeared to hold the king, and therefore the kingdom, in his hands. Yet this was where the rupture became difficult to repair. A king who had been captured by his own chief ally could not easily resume authority without either revenge or submission, and a magnate who had imprisoned a crowned ruler could not easily return to obedience without fearing retribution. Warwick also discovered the limits of ruling through a captive king. Local order depended on the recognition of royal authority, and Edward's detention did not automatically transfer legitimacy to Warwick. Disorder spread, rivalries hardened, and in the face of fresh disturbances, Warwick had little choice but to release Edward and attempt a settlement. The two men were formally reconciled, but trust had been broken. Edward could not accept Warwick as a partner with independent control of policy, and Warwick could no longer be confident that his position would survive at court. The final break came in 1470. Warwick and Clarence tried again to mobilise support, but this time Edward moved quickly, and the rebellion failed. Warwick and Clarence fled to France, pursued by the king's agents and cut off from their base in England. Exile forced Warwick into a decision that would once have seemed impossible, to bargain with his former enemies. The key figure was Margaret of Anjou, the formidable wife of Henry VI, and the hard core of the Lancastrian cause. With French mediation, Warwick agreed to support the restoration of Henry VI. To seal the alliance, Warwick arranged the marriage of his daughter Anne Neville to Margaret's son, Edward of Westminster, Prince of Wales. This was not merely a family match, it was a public signal that Warwick had changed sides, and that the Lancastrian claim now had access to Neville organisation, Calais contacts and foreign backing. In the autumn of 1470 Warwick landed in England. His return triggered a rapid political collapse for Edward IV. The king's authority depended on magnate cooperation. Not only the ability to raise men, but the willingness of regional powers to keep shires loyal, towns supplied, and roads open. As Warwick advanced, key supporters wavered, and some shifted allegiance. Edward found that a crown won in battle could still be lost if the political nation stopped sustaining it. With too few men to risk a decisive fight, he fled across the North Sea with a small company, taking refuge in the Low Countries under the protection of his brother-in-law, Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy. Warwick's victory made possible a remarkable event, the formal restoration of Henry VI in October 1470, known as the Raidadeption. Henry, long imprisoned, was brought from the Tower and publicly displayed as king again. In practice, however, the government did not function through Henry's active leadership. He was mentally fragile and politically exhausted. Power rested with Warwick and a small circle of magnates who attempted to govern in Henry's name, reversing some Yorkist acts, recalling Lancastrian exiles, and seeking recognition abroad. They had to manage a delicate coalition, because many men who disliked Edward did not necessarily desire a full Lancastrian restoration, and many who accepted Henry's return did so because Warwick stood behind it. This Raidadeption regime faced immediate problems. It lacked firm control of the treasury, it faced uncertainty in the shires, and it could not assume foreign neutrality. Burgundy feared a Warwick-led England aligned with France. That fear became Edward's opportunity. In early 1471, Edward returned from exile with Burgundian money, ships, and a small but disciplined force. He landed in Yorkshire and advanced cautiously, presenting his cause at first not as a bid for the crown, but as a claim to his Duchy of York, a political tactic designed to draw in men who might hesitate to commit to another round of civil war. As he moved south, support grew. Clarence, calculating his own future, abandoned Warwick and rejoined his brother, tipping the balance within the Yorkist camp. Warwick and Edward finally met at the Battle of Barnet on 14 April 1471. The fighting was confused and brutal, but its political result was clear. Warwick was defeated and killed, ending the career of the man who had once made kings. His death had immediate effects. The readaption government lost its organizer, its chief military broker, and the noble network that had held its fragile coalition together. Henry VI was once again a king without a functioning power behind him. Yet the war was not finished. Margaret of Anjou and the Lancastrian Prince of Wales had landed in the west, aiming to unite remaining supporters and continue the struggle. Edward marched quickly to prevent a new Lancastrian army from gathering strength. At Tewkesbury on 4 May 1471, the Yorkists won a decisive victory. Edward of Westminster, the Lancastrian heir, was killed, and leading Lancastrian nobles were slain or executed in the aftermath. With the prince dead and Warwick gone, organised resistance collapsed. Soon after, Henry VI died in the Tower of London, removing the restored king whose return had briefly reversed the course of the wars. By the summer of 1471, Edward IV had recovered his throne, and the contest for England's crown entered a new, harsher phase, shaped by the lessons of betrayal and the fear of revival. With the Lancastrian heir dead at Tewkesbury and Warwick removed at Barnet, Edward IV returned to power in circumstances far more favourable than those of his first reign. The victory of 1471 did not merely restore him, it allowed the Yorkist regime to tighten its hold. The lesson Edward took from the years of rebellion was that a crown could not depend on one overmighty subject, and that loyalty had to be tied to the king through offices, rewards, and a firmer control of the political nation. Henry VI's death in the Tower, in May 1471, immediately changed the stakes. The basic fact is clear. Henry died on the night of 21 May, soon after Edward's return to London. The circumstances were politically sensitive even at the time. Yorkist sources tended to present his death as natural, the end of a long decline after imprisonment and loss. Others, including later writers, recorded that he was killed on Edward's orders, or that his death was otherwise arranged to prevent future risings. What can be said with certainty is that Henry's disappearance removed the living focus of Lancastrian legitimacy. It did not erase the Lancastrian claim altogether. Bloodlines could still be invoked, but it made any restoration far harder to organise, because a cause without a king required a new figurehead. In the years that followed, Edward's government was notably more stable. He relied on councils and trusted servants, but he also managed the nobility with a sharper eye than before, balancing grants and honours while keeping the greatest magnates from becoming independent power brokers on Warwick's scale. Patronage remained central. The crown could reward loyalty with lands forfeited by defeated enemies, with offices in the shires, and with influence at court. Yet Edward also worked to ensure that royal authority was felt more consistently, especially through the enforcement of order and the expectation that local disputes would be handled under the king's supervision rather than through private war. Finances were a key part of this recovery. Edward pursued ordinary revenue more carefully than many of his predecessors, tightening the management of crown lands and customs. He made frequent use of loans and benevolences, voluntary in name, but often pressured in practice, which brought in money without the uncertainty of parliamentary taxation. This was not a perfect solution. Such methods could create resentment, but it helped Edward avoid the chronic insolvency that had weakened Henry VI. Solvency mattered because it paid for household government, for rewards to followers, and, when needed, for military readiness. Even so, threats remained. The great Lancastrian families had been broken, but not every opponent was dead, and exile politics continued. Some Englishmen who had lost everything in 1471 looked abroad for support, and foreign courts could still use English claimants as bargaining tools. The question was no longer whether Edward could win battles, but whether he could prevent the reformation of a coalition like Warwick's, combining domestic rivals with overseas backing. Foreign policy revealed both Edward's ambition and his limits. His closest diplomatic alignment was with Burgundy, strengthened by trade interests and by family ties. Edward's sister, Margaret of York, married Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, in 1468. Burgundy offered money and strategic support, as it had during Edward's exile. France, under Louis XI, represented the rival pole. Edward attempted to use this rivalry to his advantage, but it also meant his choices were constrained by continental power politics. In 1475, Edward led an expedition to France, hoping for conquest, or at least a decisive gain. The campaign ended not in battle but in negotiation at Picquigny, where Louis agreed to pay Edward a substantial pension and to promise future payments. For Edward it was a financial and diplomatic success, but it fell short of the kind of military triumph that could permanently reshape England's position. The episode underlined a reality of the later reign. Edward could act boldly, but his resources and domestic priorities made sustained continental war difficult. At home, Edward also planned for the future of the dynasty. His marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had produced sons, including Edward, born in 1470, and Richard, born in 1473, securing a direct Yorkist succession. Around the king stood his brothers, both assets and potential dangers. George, Duke of Clarence, had returned to Edward's side in 1471, but his reliability never fully recovered. Clarence's ambition and shifting loyalties led to renewed suspicion, and in 1478 he was arrested, tried for treason, and executed. The other brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, emerged as Edward's most dependable lieutenant, gaining extensive authority in the north and a reputation for effective regional control. These arrangements strengthened the regime, but they also concentrated power within a royal family where rival interests could easily become matters of state. By the early 1480s, stability began to depend increasingly on Edward himself. Court politics hardened into factions, especially between those associated with the Queen's Woodville relatives and older Yorkist supporters wary of their influence. As long as Edward was healthy and decisive, he could balance these groups. But as his health declined, the question of succession became urgent. A boy king meant a protectorate, and a protectorate meant competition over who would govern in the young king's name. On 9 April 1483, Edward IV died, still only in his early 40s. His heir was his 12-year-old son, Edward V. In theory, the dynasty had been secured. In practice, the kingdom now faced the most dangerous moment of any monarchy, the transfer of power to a child, with the prize being control of the crown itself. Edward IV's death turned faction into crisis almost overnight. The new king, Edward V, was a child, and the first question was not policy, but custody. Who would physically control the king, and therefore the machinery of government? Edward V was in the Welsh Marches, under the care of his maternal uncle, Anthony Woodville, Earl Rivers. The Queen's Woodville relatives expected to dominate the new reign, and they moved quickly to gather authority, offices, and armed support. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, Edward IV's youngest brother, had been named as a leading guardian in the late king's plans, and he had spent years building power in the north with a base of loyal retainers. He presented himself as the defender of the young king against a court takeover in late April 1483. As Edward V travelled toward London for his coronation, Gloucester, acting with Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, intercepted the royal party at Stony Stratford. Rivers was arrested, as was Richard Grey, the Queen's son by her first marriage. The king was placed in Gloucester's custody. The Woodville faction was abruptly sidelined, and the protectorate began with the young monarch effectively in the hands of his uncle. In the weeks that followed, Gloucester took the title Lord Protector. Edward V was lodged in the Tower of London, which was both a fortress and a customary royal residence before coronations. The Queen, Elizabeth Woodville, fearing further arrests, took sanctuary at Westminster with her younger son, Richard, Duke of York, and her daughters, under pressure and negotiation. The second prince was brought out of sanctuary and joined his brother in the Tower. By early summer, two boys, Edward V and his brother, were in royal custody, while Gloucester tightened his control of the council and the capital. The turning point came in June 1483. Gloucester's supporters moved against prominent men around the young king, including the execution without formal trial of William Hastings, Lord Hastings, a long-standing Yorkist ally of Edward IV. The action was justified as the suppression of a plot, but it also removed a potential obstacle to a more radical outcome. Soon after, a new argument was advanced that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid because of a pre-contract, an alleged earlier binding promise to marry another woman, usually named as Eleanor Butler. If true, it meant Edward IV's children were illegitimate and could not inherit. This claim was formalised in an act later known as the Titulus Regius, which declared Edward IV's offspring barred from the succession and presented Gloucester as the rightful heir of the House of York. On this basis, Gloucester accepted the crown, and on 6 July 1483 he was crowned King Richard III. To many contemporaries, the procedure protector to king in a matter of weeks looked less like reluctant duty and more like a coup, even though it was wrapped in parliamentary language and legal forms. It was in this charged atmosphere that the fate of the king's sons became a political wound that would not heal. Contemporary sources agree on certain basics. The boys were seen in the Tower during the summer of 1483, and then they were not seen publicly again. Reports began to circulate that they had been killed, but there is no surviving official record of their deaths, no public funeral, and no definitive contemporary account that settles responsibility. Later writers, especially under Tudor rule, turned suspicion toward Richard III and described murder in detail, but these narratives were written after the fact and often with political motives. What remains clear is that uncertainty itself was damaging. A king whose title depended on declaring his nephews illegitimate could not easily tolerate their survival as living symbols, and yet their unexplained disappearance created a lasting shadow over his legitimacy. Opposition gathered quickly. In the autumn of 1483, a major rising broke out, often called Buckingham's Revolt. It drew in discontented Yorkists, former supporters of Edward IV, and enemies of the Woodvilles and of Richard alike, groups united less by shared vision than by fear and resentment. The rebellion failed amid poor coordination and severe weather, but its consequences were profound. Buckingham was executed, and many rebels fled abroad, particularly to Brittany. In exile, attention shifted to an alternative claimant, Henry Tudor. Henry's claim came through his mother, Margaret Beaufort, descended from John of Gaunt, son of Edward III, by Gaunt's relationship with Catherine Swynford. The Beaufort line had been legitimised, but it carried a complication. Earlier, legal provisions had excluded it from the royal succession. Henry Tudor's claim, then, was not the strongest by strict heredity, but politics was now shaped by survival and coalition. Henry could present himself as the last viable Lancastrian figurehead, and crucially, he offered a settlement. He pledged to marry Elizabeth of York, Edward IV's eldest daughter, uniting Yorkist and Lancastrian claims and giving disaffected Yorkists a reason to support him. Richard III tried to secure his regime through rewards, lawmaking and force, but he faced a growing network of enemies. Abroad, Henry Tudor sought money, ships and soldiers. His chief protection came first from Brittany and later from France, where the government saw advantage in sponsoring an English challenger. English exiles, including the influential Bishop John Morton and other former servants of Edward IV, helped organise the cause, raising funds and coordinating contacts at home. By 1485 the conflict had narrowed to a direct contest for the crown, a king with a contested accession, and widening distrust against an exile whose claim rested on alliance, symbolism, and the promise to end the dynastic war. In August 1485, Henry Tudor finally sailed for England. He landed at Milford Haven in Wales, a region where his family had connections, and began marching east, gathering supporters as he went. Richard III moved to meet him, and the two forces converged in the Midlands. After 30 years of shifting loyalties and broken settlements, the struggle was about to be decided not in council chambers or acts of parliament, but on a battlefield. On 22 August 1485, the armies met at Bosworth Field. Richard III arrived with the larger host, but his position depended on men whose loyalty was uncertain, above all Thomas, Lord Stanley, and his brother Sir William Stanley, powerful figures tied to Henry Tudor by family. As fighting began, Henry's smaller force pressed forward under experienced commanders, while the Stanleys waited, measuring the moment. Richard saw an opening and committed to a decisive move, a direct charge toward Henry himself, aiming to end the contest with one blow. He came close, but support failed to follow. At the critical point, Stanley forces intervened against Richard, and the king was surrounded and killed in the melee. With Richard's death, the last Plantagenet king fell on the field. Henry was proclaimed King Henry VII, and moved quickly to make his rule appear lawful as well as victorious. He dated his reign from the day before Bosworth, so opponents could be treated as traitors, and he secured a first parliament to recognise his title. In January 1486 he married Elizabeth of York, turning a political promise into a dynastic union. Resistance did not vanish. In 1487 Yorkist leaders promoted the boy Lambert Simnel as a rival king, backed by foreign troops and discontented nobles. The challenge ended at the Battle of Stoke Field on 16 June 1487, the last major battle of the wars. The long conflict had thinned the old nobility, strengthened the crown's use of law, forfeiture and patronage, and taught kings to fear over mighty subjects. Henry VII emerged secure, and Tudor England began, stable in appearance, though watchful of threats that still lingered beneath the settlement. In the deep hours before dawn, the walls of Constantinople are still standing, but only just. Men who have not properly slept in weeks lean into the cold stone, eyes burning from smoke and lime dust, hands raw from hauling rubble and arrows. Beyond the ditch, Ottoman campfires stipple the darkness like a second hostile sky. Drums carry in slow, steady pulses, and now and then a shout rides the wind, swallowed by the constant distant thunder of guns. Inside the city, bells answer with a tired insistence. In churches and small chapels, prayers rise and fall, murmured in Greek and Latin, pressed into the air as if sound itself could reinforce crumbling masonry. The smell of burning pitch lingers where fires were smothered on the battlements. Stones are shattered into fresh, pale wounds. Timber braces sag. Every impact in the night has its own character. A dull thud when a cannonball bites the earth. A cracking roar when it strikes a wall already weakened. A rain of chips and grit across helmets and cloaks. Food has thinned to careful portions. Water is carried up in buckets, step by step, and spilled as often as it's drunk. The defenders move like people living in the space between one bombardment and the next, measuring time in repairs, watches, and the dread of what morning will bring. Out in the Ottoman lines, Sultan Mehmed II Young, focused and relentless, prepares to finish what weeks of siege have begun. His commanders gather their men, ladders are readied, signals are planned. The last assault is no longer a possibility. It is an appointment with sunrise. Before we continue, where are you listening from tonight? Leave your city or country in the comments. Now a clear map of what's at stake. Constantinople sat on the narrow throat between Europe and Asia on the Bosporus Strait, where ships passed between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Today this city is Istanbul. Its position made it rich, strategic, and fought over for centuries, and it was protected by some of the most formidable fortifications in the world, especially the great land walls facing west. This was the capital of the Byzantine Empire, the surviving eastern half of the Roman Empire, still calling itself Roman even in the late medieval 15th century. In 1453, that remnant faced a rising power. The Ottoman Turks, expanding across Anatolia and the Balkans. On one side stood Emperor Constantine XI, with a small outnumbered force of Byzantines and foreign allies. On the other stood Mehmed II, commanding an empire on the ascent. And as the night thins toward dawn, the fate of this city begins to narrow to a single irreversible moment. To understand how the fate of one dawn could decide so much, you have to feel the long narrowing that came before it, the way a world-sized empire slowly became a city, and then, almost, a memory. There was a time when ships leaving Constantinople could carry the emperor's authority across the Aegean like a steady wind. The Byzantine Empire, Roman in its own eyes, had once held thick bands of land around the eastern Mediterranean, Greece and the islands, the great cities of Anatolia, rich coasts and valleys, fortresses that watched the mountain passes. Taxes, recruits, grain and timber flowed toward the capital. The imperial court could still imagine itself as the centre of a living world, but centuries of war and pressure wore that world down. In the east, the empire's long struggle with powerful neighbours drained men and money, and after the rise of Turkish states in Anatolia, its old heartland began to slip away piece by piece. In the west, rivals pressed in from the Balkans. Each loss was not only territory on a map, but farmland no longer taxed, villages no longer defended, roads and harbours no longer patrolled. The empire's reach shortened, and with it, its ability to recover. Inside the palace and the church, politics often turned inward at the worst moments. Successions were contested. Regents and generals fought over policy and power. Civil wars erupted more than once, and every civil war did what sieges are meant to do. It consumed supplies, shattered trust, and invited outsiders to take advantage. Even when one side won, the victory could feel like an expensive wound, because the empire had weakened itself to prove who would rule what remained. And then came the shock that never truly healed, the year 1204. During the Fourth Crusade, an expedition that was meant to go elsewhere, Western European crusaders and their Venetian allies turned on Constantinople itself. They broke into the city and sacked it. Churches were looted, palaces stripped, relics carried away, and a capital that had stood for centuries as a symbol of Christian empire was violated by fellow Christians. The details of the sack are well attested, and even allowing for exaggeration in later retellings. The damage was profound, not just in treasure and buildings, but in confidence, population, and the very idea that the city was untouchable. In the aftermath, the empire fractured. A Latin empire was established in Constantinople, while Greek successor states formed in other regions, most importantly at Nicaea in Anatolia and at Epirus in the west, each claiming legitimacy. When Byzantine rule was restored to Constantinople in 1261 by the Empire of Nicaea, the return was real, but the old unity was gone. The restored emperors did not regain the former empire in full. They inherited a realm that was poorer, smaller and more vulnerable, facing new enemies and a changed economy. The capital had been recovered, but the structure around it, financial, military and territorial, was thinner than it looked from a distance. Through the 14th century, the weakening continued. Plague swept through the Mediterranean world, and Constantinople was not spared. Trade patterns shifted, and the empire's resources could no longer support the kind of standing forces that had once filled the walls and staffed the fleets. Worse still, as Ottoman power grew nearby, Byzantium became entangled in the politics of stronger neighbours, sometimes seeking help, sometimes paying for peace, sometimes trading one dependence for another. By the time the 15th century arrived, imperial authority had shrunk to a few disconnected pieces. Constantinople itself, a scattering of nearby towns and fortresses, and distant holdings such as the despotate of the Morea in the Peloponnese, ruled by members of the imperial family, valuable but far away and not easily able to rescue the capital in time. The empire was no longer a broad shield. It was a handful of islands of authority in a sea controlled by others. And the city, the great city, felt the change in quiet physical ways. Constantinople in 1453 was still magnificent in outline, the same long walls, the same harbours, the same commanding skyline of domes and towers. But within those outlines, the population had fallen dramatically from its medieval heights. Historians debate exact numbers, but they agree on the direction. The city held far fewer people than in its prime, perhaps only tens of thousands, where once there had been hundreds of thousands. Whole neighbourhoods were underused. Some quarters were dotted with gardens and fields where dense housing had once stood. Streets could feel too wide for the traffic they carried. Workshops were fewer. The city's great spaces, forums, cisterns, and courtyards, lingered like echoes of an older, louder life. This mattered for the defence in the most practical way. Walls require hands. Constantinople's land walls, the Theodosian walls, ran for miles, layered with towers, a ditch, an outer wall and an inner wall, built for an empire that could summon large garrisons and steady supplies of labour. In 1453, the walls were still formidable, but maintenance had been difficult for years. Repairs were often improvised, dependent on emergency efforts, donations, and the labour of whoever could be spared. A thinner population meant fewer men for watch duty, fewer to carry stones and timber, fewer trained soldiers to stand where the enemy would concentrate his force. Money, too, had become a chronic ache. The empire's own revenues were limited, and its economy was increasingly tied to foreign merchants, especially the maritime republics of Venice and Genoa, whose ships and trading networks dominated much of Mediterranean commerce. Their presence brought goods and expertise, but also dependence. Privileges granted in earlier centuries, reduced tariffs, favoured quarters, legal protections had helped keep trade flowing when Byzantium needed friends and ships. Yet those privileges also meant less income for the imperial treasury, and a sense, among many Byzantines, that the city's wealth was passing through foreign hands. Naval power followed the same pattern. Byzantium had once been a sea power, able to project force and protect its coasts. By the 15th century it had little fleet of its own. In a world where the sea could decide whether grain arrived or blockade tightened, the loss of naval strength narrowed Byzantine options. The empire could hope for help from Venice or Genoa, but those powers acted according to their own interests, and their rivalries could complicate as much as they supported. This was what Constantine XI inherited when he became emperor, a proud capital with a crown heavy in memory, but light in resources. He was not the ruler of a broad countryside that could feed and reinforce his armies at will. He was the emperor of a city and its symbols of the palace, the churches, the ancient name Roman, trying to hold the centre together while the edges had already been taken. And yet, that is exactly why the city still mattered so much. Constantinople was more than walls and streets. It was legitimacy made stone. To rule from Constantinople was to claim the mantle of Rome in the east, the continuation of an empire that had shaped law, faith, and politics for over 1,000 years. It was also a key to trade routes. Whoever controlled the Bosporus influenced the movement between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, the flow of grain, timber, slaves, and luxury goods. Even diminished, the city's position gave it weight far beyond its population. And psychologically, it was an anchor. As long as Constantinople stood, a certain world could pretend it still had a centre, a Christian imperial capital facing east, guarding a narrow strait, holding a name that demanded respect. So when Mehmed II looked toward those walls, he was not only aiming at a strategic harbour and a wealthy prize. He was aiming at the last, concentrated symbol of an older order. And when Constantine XI walked the battlements in the cold hours before dawn, he was not only inspecting crumbling stone. He was carrying a title that meant more than the land beneath it, a title that could outlast armies, until the moment the city itself was taken. Across the dark water of the Bosporus, beyond the city's lanterns and the faint glimmer of domes, another power had been rising for generations, first as a handful of riders and frontier forts, and then as a state with deep roots, steady revenues, and an expanding sense of destiny. The Ottoman dynasty began in the late 13th century on the edge of a collapsing world. In northwestern Anatolia, the old Byzantine frontier had frayed into a patchwork of small lordships, raiding bands, and rival Turkish principalities. The early Ottomans, led by Osman and then his heirs, grew in that borderland atmosphere where authority was earned by taking and holding ground, where warriors gathered around leaders who could provide plunder, pasture, and protection. What started as a minor beylik, a small principality, became something more durable as Ottoman rulers learned to turn conquest into administration. Step by step, they crossed the straits into Europe and began to build a second base in the Balkans. The capture of Gallipoli in the mid-14th century gave them a foothold on the European side. From there, Ottoman forces pressed inland, taking key towns, roads and fortresses, drawing local rulers into vassalage, and planting garrisons that made their presence permanent. Adrianople, Edirne, fell, and became an Ottoman capital in Europe, a clear sign that this was not merely raiding but settlement and rule. In the decades that followed, Serbia, Bulgaria, and much of Greece were battered, divided, and gradually drawn into an Ottoman sphere that reached right up to the approaches of Constantinople. By the early 15th century, the city was not only isolated, it was being gently but relentlessly encircled. Ottoman territory lay on both sides of it, Anatolia to the east, the Balkans to the west. Roads and sea lanes that once fed and reinforced the capital now ran through lands where Ottoman officials collected tolls, where Ottoman garrisons watched the passes, and where Ottoman armies could assemble with alarming speed. This rise was not perfectly smooth. In 1402, the Ottoman state nearly shattered after a crushing defeat by Timur at Ankara. For a time, Mehmed II's grandfathers and uncles struggled for power in a civil conflict historians call the Ottoman interregnum. Constantinople survived in part because its enemies were briefly distracted, because the tightening ring loosened for a moment, yet the Ottomans recovered. Under Mehmed I, and then Murad II, the dynasty reasserted control, rebuilt institutions, and returned to the Balkans with renewed force. The empire that approached Constantinople in the 1440s and 1450s was not a frontier band anymore. It was a matured state, disciplined by near collapse and made more capable by rebuilding. Then, in 1451, the throne passed to Mehmed III. He was young, still in his teens, but not untested. He had already been placed on the throne once before, briefly, while his father Murad II stepped aside, and he had learned what it meant to command in a world that did not forgive hesitation. Contemporary sources describe him as intense, curious, and determined, with a mind drawn to languages, history, and the technical problems of war. Whatever the mixture of personal ambition and calculated strategy, his central decision was clear. Constantinople would be taken, not someday, but in his reign. For Mehmed, the city was the keystone that would lock two continents into one empire. It stood between his Balkan lands and his Anatolian heartland, like a gate that could be shut by someone else. By a weak emperor today, perhaps, but potentially by a revived coalition tomorrow. As long as Constantinople remained outside Ottoman hands, it could be used as a diplomatic lever, a place where rivals might land supplies, money, or men, and a symbol that invited resistance. To take it was to remove a permanent thorn and to claim a capital worthy of an expanding imperial identity. It was also about legitimacy. In the medieval world, legitimacy was not only inherited, it was displayed. Constantinople was still the most storied city of the region, a centre of faith, law, and memory. Mehmed did not need the Byzantine crown to be powerful, but by possessing the city, he could present himself as the ruler who had accomplished what earlier sultans and countless challengers had not. The achievement would speak across borders. It would ring in courts from Cairo to Venice. And yet, for all its weakness, Constantinople had held for so long. Earlier armies had come against it and failed, sometimes spectacularly. The primary reason was simple, heavy, and visible from miles away: the Theodosian walls. These land walls were not a single barrier, but a system. Ditch, outer wall, inner wall, punctuated by strong towers, built to absorb blows and deny easy access. Even when sections aged or cracked, the design created depth. An attacker might seize the ditch and still face an outer wall. He might breach the outer wall and still be stopped by the taller inner wall behind it. And the defenders could move along the wall line, shift men to threatened points, and fight from height against anyone trying to climb, dig, or batter through. Logistics defeated many would-be conquerors as much as stone did. A siege meant feeding an army in place for weeks or months. It meant keeping animals alive, maintaining morale, preventing disease, and protecting supply lines from raids. The ground around Constantinople could not endlessly sustain a besieging host, and without reliable shipping, supplies had to be hauled overland through hostile or difficult territory. Time favoured the city if the besiegers could not maintain pressure. Naval control, too, had often been incomplete. Constantinople's seaward sides were protected by water and by walls that were harder to assault directly. If defenders could keep at least some access to the sea, especially through the sheltered inlet called the Golden Horn, they could receive grain, reinforcements, and news. Even a trickle of supply could prolong resistance. Many earlier besiegers lacked the sustained naval dominance needed to choke the city fully, and without that, a siege could turn into a waiting game the attackers could not afford. Then there was the stubborn practical skill of the defenders. Constantinople had centuries of experience in being attacked. Its leaders knew how to concentrate forces at threatened gates, how to use reserves, how to improvise repairs under fire. Walls could be patched with rubble, timber, and earth. Breaches could be blocked, towers could be reinforced. A siege was not only a test of attack, but of endurance and engineering on both sides, and the city had learned to survive. Mehmed intended to change the balance that had protected Constantinople for so long. The Ottoman state now had stronger administrative muscles than many earlier besiegers, more regular taxation, more reliable mobilization, and a military system that blended different kinds of troops for different tasks. There were the elite janissaries, infantry tied directly to the Sultan, trained, paid, and disciplined. There were provincial soldiers and vassal contingents. There were engineers, gunners, and specialists whose work could turn planning into pressure. The Ottoman court could gather resources, coordinate commanders, and sustain a long operation in a way that a looser coalition of princes might not. Mehmed's mindset was not merely impulsive conquest. It was patient planning, measuring walls, counting days, gathering craftsmen, securing roads, arranging ships, and preparing to make land and sea act together. He meant to bring the city under a level of force that did not ebb with the first setback. He meant to build a siege that would not be lifted, and as his decision hardened into action, the space around Constantinople began to change. The waterway that had always been the city's lifeline, the Bosporus itself, was about to become the first tightening loop in a carefully made noose. On the Bosporus, the current never truly rests. It presses south from the Black Sea in a steady, cold stream, past headlands and coves, past fishing boats and merchant hulls that have learned to respect the wind and the narrowness of the channel. For Constantinople, this water had long been more than scenery. It was a road, a pantry, a warning system, a thin hope, because as long as ships could pass, the city was not completely alone. Mehmed understood that the siege could not begin at the walls. It had to begin on the water. On the European shore of the strait, at its tightest point opposite an older Ottoman fortress on the Anatolian side, he ordered a new castle built, Rumeli Hisari, the fortress of Rumelia, the European lands. The site was chosen with a surveyor's calm. Here, the Bosporus narrows enough that cannon on one bank can speak to cannon on the other, turning open water into a controlled corridor. A ship that ignored orders could be stopped, sunk, or forced to submit, without the Ottomans needing to chase it across the sea. The construction was swift by the standards of medieval fortification, and that speed was part of its message. Men were summoned from across Mehmed's territories: stonecutters, masons, carpenters, lime burners, haulers, and labourers, whose work was as decisive as any soldier's. Timber was brought down from forests. Stone was quarried and dragged to the shore. Mortar rose in thick, pale heaps. Day by day the silhouette changed, walls thickened, towers climbed, and the angled geometry of defence took shape, built to resist attack and to carry heavy guns. The fortress was not simply a barrier, it was a statement that a new kind of siege was coming, one in which the Ottomans would shape the landscape before they ever struck the city, with Rumeli Hisari and the older Anadolu Hisari facing each other across the water like clenched hands. The Bosporus became a gate with guards. Shipping could be inspected and taxed, diverted or punished. Grain from the Black Sea, timber, and any naval help that might come from Genoese or other Christian ports beyond could no longer be assumed. Constantinople's lifeline was not cut in a single day, but it was placed under constant threat, and that was often enough. Merchants calculate risk. Captains listen to rumours. A fortress does not need to fire to change a route. While the castle rose, stone by stone, Mehmed's larger machine assembled behind it. A siege on this scale required more than courage. It required a state capable of feeding pressure. Troops were gathered in layers, elite janissaries at the centre, provincial soldiers and cavalry around them, vassal contingents and irregulars who could raid, screen the army, and wear down the countryside. Supply lines were organised to bring flour, meat, and fodder forward. Roads were prepared. Bridges were repaired or built where needed. Siege specialists, engineers, miners, carpenters, and gunners were attached to the army not as an afterthought, but as a vital arm. The fleet, too, was part of the plan from the beginning. Ships and crews were collected to threaten the sea walls and to blockade where they could, coordinating with the land army so the city could not shift its attention easily. Even if the Ottoman navy could not instantly match the greatest maritime powers, its purpose here was practical: to add weight, to close gaps, to make every approach uncertain. The siege would be a tightening, not a single blow. And then there was the gun. By the middle of the 15th century, gunpowder artillery was no longer a curiosity. Cannons had been used in European and Near Eastern warfare for decades, sometimes clumsily, sometimes effectively, always with the sense that something fundamental was changing. Mehmed wanted to make that change undeniable. Among the craftsmen drawn into his service was a cannon founder often known in Western sources as Orban, an engineer whose origins and earlier career are described differently depending on the account, and whose name itself appears in several forms. What matters is the role: a specialist in casting large bombards, the kind of weapons that could batter masonry in ways rams and ladders could not. The great cannon built for Mehmed was meant to do one thing with relentless simplicity: break the Theodosian walls. It was enormous, a weapon of prestige as much as function, designed to throw a stone ball of astonishing weight. Such guns were not accurate in the modern sense, and they were slow. They strained their own barrels, demanded careful loading, and risked cracking if pushed too hard. Yet they carried a new logic into siegecraft. Walls that had once been almost permanent could now be treated as targets to be worked on, day after day, until endurance failed. Getting the cannon to Constantinople was itself a campaign. A bombard that size could not be whisked along a smooth road, because smooth roads were rare. It had to be hauled on reinforced wagons, inched along by large teams, oxen, and men with ropes, levers, and wedges. Bridges had to bear the weight. Soft ground had to be packed or bypassed. Hills turned into hours of sweating, shouting labour. Progress was measured not in miles, but in patience. Contemporary descriptions emphasise the time it took, and the effort required, the sense that an entire moving village had been formed around the weapon. Drivers, guards, smiths to mend fittings, carpenters to shore up wheels, and workers to prepare the path ahead. As it passed, it became a spectacle, an announcement that could not be ignored. For Ottoman troops and subjects along the route, it was proof that the Sultan meant what he said, that resources could be gathered and made into something monstrous and real. For those in Constantinople who heard reports of it through merchants, spies, or anxious rumour, it was a different kind of reality. Dread, yes, but also calculation. A wall can be repaired after a storm. A wall can be repaired after a night raid. But what does repair mean when stone is being hit by stone, propelled by fire, again and again? By the time the fortress stood on the Bosporus and the siege machinery was moving toward the city, the confrontation had taken on a new shape. Constantinople was still a fortress of legend, deep walls, experienced defenders, and faith in what had saved them before. But now it faced an enemy that was not improvising. It was organizing, it was rehearsing, it was closing the strait, building the roads, gathering the ships, and rolling forward the tools that could turn time itself into a weapon. Inside Constantinople, the news of that moving cannon, of the fortress tightening the Bosporus like a fist, did not arrive as a single message. It came in fragments, merchant talk measured in careful phrases, fishermen's reports, travellers' glances that lingered too long. But the meaning gathered like a shadow at sundown. The siege was no longer a possibility, it was approaching with a timetable. Emperor Constantine, the 11th Palaiologos, prepared the way a man prepares when he knows he cannot conjure an army out of air. He planned for endurance. Food was counted, then guarded. Rationing was tightened, so that stores would not vanish in the first anxious weeks, and so that the poor would not starve before the walls were even tested. Grain, salted fish, oil and wine were inventoried, redistributed, and watched. The city's population was smaller than in its imperial height, and yet it was still too large for comfort when every road outward was threatened. He organized the defense district by district, assigning sections of wall to commanders and groups who could be held responsible when fatigue and fear made attention drift. Men who had fought in earlier wars were placed where experience mattered most. Weapons were collected from churches and private houses, bows, crossbows, spears, and old armour brought out of storage. Orders went out for labour as well as fighting, to clear fields of fire, to strengthen gates, to repair crumbling stone, to bring up timber for palisades and earthworks, where masonry looked weakest. Because the city's strength was its walls, repair became a kind of prayer, made practical. Weak points were patched with whatever could be found, stone, brick, packed earth, that could absorb shock better than clean-cut blocks. Ditches were cleared. Rubble was moved away from the inner lines, so defenders could shift quickly. The emperor could not stop the enemy from arriving. He could only make every hour of resistance as expensive as possible. Beyond the walls, he sent appeals again and again to the Latin West. Popes and princes, kings and city-states all heard versions of the same message. Constantinople was the gate. If it fell, the balance of the eastern Mediterranean would change in ways no treaty could easily reverse. Yet help, when it came at all, came slowly and in pieces. Western Europe was divided by its own wars and rivalries, and the memory of old wounds still lay between Orthodox Byzantium and Catholic powers, especially the bitterness of the Fourth Crusade, when Latin armies had taken the city in 1204. Even in 1453, promises of aid were tangled with demands for church union, and union itself was disputed inside Constantinople. Some accepted it as the price of survival. Others saw it as surrender of the soul before the body had even been struck. Historians still debate how much this religious conflict weakened morale, but there is no doubt it complicated unity at the moment. Unity mattered most. Still, a few did come. Among the most important was Giovanni Giustiniani, a Genoese noble from Chios, a man known for hard, professional experience in war. He did not arrive with a kingdom behind him, but with something almost as valuable in a siege, trained soldiers, and a reputation that made men listen. He brought several hundred fighting men armoured, disciplined, used to holding tight spaces under pressure, and Constantine placed him where the danger was greatest, along the land walls where Mehmed's main weight would fall. Giustiniani's expertise shaped the defence in quiet ways. Where to concentrate crossbowmen, how to manage repairs under fire, how to keep reserves ready for the moments when a breach might open like a wound. The defenders were a mosaic. Byzantines formed the core, citizens, sailors, monks, who carried stones as readily as icons, veterans of small wars and border skirmishes. Alongside them stood Genoese from Galata and other outposts, Venetians with their own commanders and their own priorities, and smaller groups from elsewhere, men drawn by faith, profit, honour, or the simple fact that their ships happened to be in the city when the noose tightened. Their presence strengthened the defence, but it also brought tension. Genoa and Venice were commercial rivals, suspicious of each other even at the edge of catastrophe. Loyalty could be genuine and still be complicated by the arithmetic of trade and the instinct to survive. And then there were the walls themselves. the Theodosian walls, an answer to the question of how a city could endure in a hostile world. On the landward side, they were not a single barrier, but a layered system. A ditch, often described as a moat, lay in front, meant to slow men and machines and expose them to missiles. Behind it rose an outer wall with towers, then a terrace-like space, and then the great inner wall, thick, high, studded with strong towers placed so defenders could fire along the face of the stone. The design forced an attacker to take not one wall but several, while under constant shot from above and from the sides. For centuries, these defences had turned armies away, not because the city could not be attacked, but because it could not be attacked quickly enough before disease, hunger, and politics dissolved the siege. Now Constantine walked those ramparts with the knowledge that the old calculations were changing. The enemy approaching was bringing hunger of its own, but also organisation and guns. As winter eased into spring, the city waited in a tense stillness. Men slept in armour. Priests held services under cracked domes. At the harbours, eyes searched the horizon for sails that might mean help, or might mean the beginning of the blockade. And on the landward plain, beyond the last gardens and the last ruined suburbs, there was only open ground and the sense of listening, as if the earth itself might soon speak with the first deep udar of cannon. The earth did speak first as a distant tremor, then as a steady, approaching weight. In the last days of March and the first days of April, dust began to hang over the western plain, and the horizon filled with movement. Scouts and watchmen on the towers could see it as a slow darkening. Lines of men, wagons, animals, and the glint of metal, where morning light struck spearheads and helmets. Mehmed, the second's host, arrived, not as a wild swarm, but as a machine assembled from many parts. At its centre were the Janissaries, the Sultan's household infantry, trained, paid, and drilled to move together. Around them gathered provincial troops from across the empire, irregular fighters eager for loot, engineers and carpenters, sappers, horsemen, and the long train of labourers who made a siege possible. Men to cut timber, to drag guns, to fill trenches, to carry stone and earth. The army scale is given differently by different sources. Some Christian chroniclers inflate the numbers in shock and fear, while Ottoman accounts can be more restrained, but even cautious estimates leave no doubt. It was overwhelming compared with the thin line Constantinople could place on its walls. They spread outward and settled into camps with a kind of practised certainty. Tents rose in rows. Fires appeared like new constellations at night. The Sultan's headquarters took shape near the centre of the land walls, and the great guns, massive bronze pieces hauled from afar, were brought forward with teams of oxen and men, their wheels groaning in the ruts. Smaller cannons and bombards followed, placed where they could strike at the weakest stretches of masonry and at the gates. Then came the formal beginning. Mehmed sent demands for surrender, offering terms that were meant to sound reasonable. Submission, payment, the promise, at least in the language of diplomacy, that life and property might be spared. It was the traditional opening of a siege, a last door left open before the violence became absolute. Constantine refused. He understood what surrender meant for an emperor crowned in the city's last cathedral of empire, and he also understood that any promise could be narrowed after the gates were opened. The answer, however it was phrased, was a decision to endure. By early April, the encirclement tightened. Ottoman forces positioned themselves along the landward side from the Sea of Marmara up toward the Blachernae area near the Golden Horn, probing for approaches, measuring distances, cutting off movement. Outside the walls, the last orchards and gardens that had fed the city were trampled and stripped. Inside, the defenders listened to the work of an enemy building its grip, earth being moved, timbers being set, the scrape of tools in the night. And then the cannons began to speak in earnest. Early gunpowder artillery did not produce a constant roar like later ages would know. It worked in a rhythm: load, tamp, aim, fire, then long minutes of smoke and resetting. Each discharge was a blunt impact that could be felt through stone. The shots were not always precise. Barrels overheated and cracked, powder varied in strength, and the recoil could shift a gun's alignment, but accuracy was not the only point. Repeated blows in the same area could loosen facing stones, shake mortar into powder, and open small gaps that grew wider with every day. The walls did not simply crumble at once. Often the damage came as patterns: a tower corner chipped away, a section of parapet shattered, the outer wall battered where it was thinner, the ditch filled with fallen debris. The defenders learned to read the marks of impact, where the stone had turned pale and raw, where cracks ran like veins, where another hit might turn a bruise into a breach. When night fell, the city answered with labour. Under cover of darkness, when Ottoman gunners could not easily aim, teams went out with baskets, ropes and timbers. Rubble from shattered masonry was not wasted. It became fill. Earth was packed behind weakened spots because earth absorbed shock better than naked stone. Barrels, planks, doors torn from abandoned houses, anything that could form a barrier, was pressed into service. Men who had stood on the walls all day carried stone all night, hands bleeding, shoulders stiff, eyes gritty with dust. Priests and monks brought water and encouragement. Soldiers dozed sitting up, waking at the next alarm. Inside Constantinople, daily life narrowed and darkened. Markets thinned. Bread grew smaller, and its taste changed as flour was stretched and mixed. The poor felt the squeeze first, then everyone. Families listened for the next impact and tried to guess where it had landed. Children learned the difference between the heavy, slow thunder of the largest guns and the sharper crack of smaller pieces. People spoke more softly, as if loud voices might tempt fate. The city's streets, already marked by empty houses and old decline, filled with a new strain, the sense that time itself was being spent like coin. As April settled in, another truth pressed in alongside hunger and exhaustion. The land walls were only one front. Constantinople lived by the sea, by supplies, by ships, by the chance that help might still slip through. If the Ottomans could close the water as tightly as the plain, the city would not merely be battered, it would be starved. And so, even as the cannon rhythm became the city's harsh new heartbeat, eyes turned again and again toward the dark water of the Golden Horn, toward the chain that guarded it, and toward the fleet gathering beyond, searching for a way inside. The Golden Horn was not open sea. It was a long sheltered inlet curving into the city's side like a cupped hand, calmer than the Bosporus, protected from sudden storms, and close to the warehouses, docks, and inner neighbourhoods that still pulsed with life. As long as it remained friendly water, it was a place where a ship could arrive with grain and men, where messages could come and go, where hope could still be measured in sails on the horizon. Across its mouth the defenders had stretched their great answer, a heavy chain, drawn from the city side near the sea walls across to the opposite shore at Galata, the Genoese district that watched its own interests carefully. The chain did not need to be delicate. It was meant to be blunt, an iron barrier that would catch a ship's bow and stop it dead, turning speed into splintered wood. It was also a signal, as much as a weapon. The Golden Horn is closed. This harbour is not yours. Mehmed understood what that meant. If his fleet could break into the Horn, the city would be threatened from a direction those ancient land walls had never been built to face in full strength. The sea walls along the inlet were lower, designed more to deter raiding than to resist a concentrated siege. And if the Ottomans could anchor inside the Horn, the defenders would be forced to stretch their already thin line, posting men on yet another front, climbing stairs and ramps day and night to answer new dangers. Ottoman ships probed the chain and the harbour defences early in the siege. Fighting on water so close to the walls was claustrophobic and dangerous. A ship could not manoeuvre freely in the confined space near the chain, and the currents and winds that helped at sea could betray a captain in an instant. From the city's sea walls and from towers along the shore, defenders could throw missiles and stones, and where they had the means, they could bring up small guns. Fireships, boats prepared to burn, were a known threat in medieval naval warfare, and even the rumour of flame on the water forced sailors to keep distance and discipline. The Ottomans had numbers, but numbers did not magically turn into control. Their fleet was a mixed force, built quickly, crewed by men of varying experience. It could menace and harass, but the chain remained, and the Golden Horn stayed, stubbornly out of reach. Then Mehmed chose a solution that sidestepped the problem rather than smashing it. North of the Horn, the land rises and falls in ridges. Between the Bosporus and the inlet lay a route over firm ground, a path that could be prepared if enough hands were set to it. Men cut and levelled, laid timbers and greased the way. Rollers were brought. Teams were organized to pull and guide, to brace and to shout warnings when a hull shifted its weight. In late April, historians placed the operation around the 21st to 22nd. Ottoman ships were hauled out of the water, dragged up and over, and lowered into the Golden Horn behind the chain. At dawn, the city saw what the chain had promised could not happen. Sails appeared inside the harbour. Masts rose where only friendly water should have been. The shock was not merely tactical, it was emotional, like a lock turning in the night. The chain had been certainty. Now certainty felt thinner, more temporary. Some chroniclers describe panic. Others emphasize grim disbelief. Whatever the exact mood, the meaning was clear to everyone on the walls. The siege had found a new angle. Ottoman ships inside the Horn could support attacks along the sea walls, land troops on vulnerable stretches, and bring artillery to bear from positions that made repair work harder and rest rarer. The defenders had to redistribute men, pulling some away from battered land sectors to watch the inner shoreline, to guard the docks, to man towers never meant to be a front line. Every shift created a weakness somewhere else, and Mehmed's great advantage was that he could press in more than one place at once. Night work became heavier. The city's exhaustion deepened, and as the waterfront tightened, the struggle began to sink downward as well, into the ground itself, toward another kind of engineering, quieter and more terrifying, where the war would be fought by listening for footsteps in the earth, and by digging in darkness beneath the stones. Beneath the walls, the earth became a second battlefield, one the city could not see, only fear. Ottoman engineers began to dig tunnels toward the land walls, especially where the defences were already strained. The method was old and brutally practical. Reach the foundations, hollow out space beneath a tower, or a section of wall, pack it with timber and combustibles, and then set it alight so the supports would fail. If the ground collapsed, stone would crack, and the breach above could be rushed. Inside Constantinople, the defenders answered with their own kind of vigilance. They listened. Men were posted in cellars, in vaults, and along the inner side of the fortifications where the ground was quietest. They pressed ears to earth and stone. They watched bowls of water for faint ripples. Sometimes they used simple-sounding techniques, anything that might reveal the dull, steady rhythm of picks working in darkness. When they thought they'd found the line of an Ottoman mine, they dug a countermine to meet it. This was warfare without horizon or sky. A tunnel narrowed the world to torchlight and breath. Air grew hot and thin. The soil could be soft one moment, treacherous the next. And the constant danger was collapse, an entire passage burying men in silence before anyone could shout. When tunnels met, there could be sudden violence at arm's length. Chroniclers describe close quarters fighting underground, knives, short swords, the crush of bodies in cramped space, men slipping in mud, struggling for room to swing a weapon. Smoke was used as a weapon too. Defenders might push it into enemy tunnels to choke and blind the miners, or to force them back long enough to collapse the passage. Sometimes fire did the work, licking along supports and eating the oxygen, turning a hidden corridor into a suffocating trap. There were also moments of pure engineering, digging a little deeper, redirecting a tunnel, undermining the underminers. The Byzantines had help from experienced hands, including miners and technicians among their allies, men who understood the language of soil and stone. It did not erase the imbalance in numbers, but it meant the city was not helpless in the dark. Still, each day added weight. Above ground, the cannons kept battering the walls. Below ground, the mines threatened to swallow them. Sleep came in scraps. Injuries accumulated, splintered stone, falling debris, burns, the slow sickness of exhaustion. Even when a mine was found and broken, the relief was brief, because another might already be on its way. The sense grew that Constantinople was being eaten from below while hammered from above, and that nothing in the city was truly solid anymore, not the walls, not the ground, not even time. Under that pressure, the spiritual life of the city intensified. Processions moved through streets with icons and relics. Prayers were offered in churches, whose mosaics watched from shadowy domes. In a siege, faith was not only comfort, it was a way to interpret what could not be controlled. Rumours multiplied as they always do when information is scarce and fear is plentiful. Signs in the sky, unusual weather, strange lights, sudden fogs, each became a message to be read. Different chroniclers describe different omens, and historians do not always agree on what truly happened and what was shaped later by memory. But the effect is clearer than the details. People looked for meaning in everything, because meaning was the last defense against panic. And while the city watched the heavens and listened to the ground, messengers also moved between camps, with words that carried their own kind of threat. Mehmed too offered terms. For him, a surrender without a final assault had obvious rewards. Fewer casualties, less damage to the prize he wanted to rule, and the legitimacy of a conquest that seemed inevitable rather than merely brutal. He could present himself as a ruler capable of mercy, a sovereign whose authority did not require endless blood. For Constantinople, negotiation was a desperate arithmetic. Surrender might spare lives and preserve what could be preserved, churches, homes, families, yet it also meant the end of the empire, in fact, not just in weakness. The defenders were not simply holding a city. They were holding an idea that had lasted more than 1,000 years. Constantine XI, the last Byzantine emperor, refused to abandon that idea. He would not leave the city to save himself, and he would not hand it over as a bargain to postpone the inevitable. Symbolically, it mattered because an emperor fleeing would have turned the siege into a slow collapse of authority. Practically, it mattered because the defence depended on a single will at the centre, someone who could keep the factions together, keep the gates manned, keep the arguments from becoming surrender. So the offers failed, and the war returned to what it had always been: stone, iron, hunger, and time. Mehmed watched the weeks pass and the walls still stand, and his resolve hardened. If the city would not yield to fear, to hunger, or to the ground opening beneath it, then it would be taken in one final, concentrated blow, an assault that would accept the cost and stake everything on a single day. Mehmed's resolve did not mean recklessness. In the Ottoman camp, the decision for a final assault was made with the measured certainty of a commander who had tested every other lever: cannon, blockade, mines, diplomacy, and now chose the simplest answer left: overwhelming force, applied all at once. Orders moved outward through the lines. The great guns were serviced and sighted again toward the battered stretches of the Theodosian walls, the massive land defences that had protected Constantinople for centuries. Ammunition was brought forward. Scaling ladders were gathered in stacks. Fascines, bundles of brush and wood, were prepared to fill ditches and give footing where the ground fell away. Units were assigned their sectors, and the plan took on a rhythm as old as siegecraft: strike hard at the weakest points, keep pressure everywhere, and when the defenders ran to one breach, open another. The night before the assault, the camp was not loud with celebration. It was busy. Fires burned low. Men ate what they could and checked straps and blades. Imams moved among the soldiers, prayers rising and falling like steady breath. Commanders reviewed the order of attack: irregular troops first, then regular Anatolian forces, and finally the Janissaries, the Sultan's elite infantry, held back for the decisive push. Even the promise made to the first waves. Loot, the traditional reward of a city taken by storm, was part of the machinery, a brutal incentive meant to turn fear into motion. Inside Constantinople, the same hours were spent differently but with equal purpose. Along the land walls, repairs continued almost without pause. Men carried stones in the dark, packed rubble into gaps, hammered planks into makeshift reinforcements, and dragged away shattered masonry that threatened to become an obstacle in their own path. There was no illusion that the walls could be restored to their old strength. The work was to make them hold just a little longer, to delay the moment when a breach could become a flood. The defenders were redistributed again, pulled from quieter stretches and pushed toward the most threatened sectors, especially the battered area near the gate of St. Romanus, where the Ottoman bombardment had been most relentless. The Emperor, Constantine XI, moved through the lines to steady discipline and confirm assignments. The Genoese commander Giovanni Giustiniani, whose professional soldiers formed a core of the defence on the land walls, kept his men close to the critical points. The city's forces were few, and every shift in manpower left some other place thinner, some other tower watched by fewer eyes. Every decision was a trade. As darkness settled, there were farewells that did not need speeches. A man might return once to his house, to a corner of his family, to press a hand to a child's hair, or to leave a small bundle with a neighbour. Some sought a priest, others simply sat with someone they loved, holding the moment quietly because the morning was uncertain. Many stayed where they were assigned, sleeping in brief, broken stretches on stone floors or against the inner side of the walls, waking at each distant thud. And in the heart of the city, that night gathered people toward Hagia Sophia. The great church was more than a building. It was an anchor of memory, built for emperors who believed their city was guarded by God, crowned by a dome that seemed to float above the world. On the last night, clergy and laity came together for a final service, and the accounts agree on the essential shape of it. A solemn liturgy, prayers spoken under lamplight, and a congregation filled with those who still hoped and those who no longer could. There is dignity in what is historically supported here, and also sorrow. Constantinople had been divided for generations by bitter arguments over union with the Latin Church, an attempted reconciliation meant to secure Western help. Yet on this night, in the shadow of the siege, those divisions softened. Not everyone accepted the terms of union, and not everyone attended, but chroniclers describe a rare mingling, Greeks and Latins present together, sharing the same fear, the same exhaustion, the same sense that time was narrowing. Outside, the Ottoman lines drew themselves tight. The irregulars were restless, knowing they would go first. The Janissaries waited with a controlled stillness that came from training and from certainty. Their moment would arrive when others had bled the defenders down. Somewhere in the darkness, Mehmed's headquarters remained awake, the final details checked and rechecked, the will of a young sultan pressing toward sunrise. Within the walls, lamps guttered, prayers ended, men returned to posts. The city held its breath, not in drama, but in the practical quiet of people who had done all they could do. And then the night began to thin. Over the eastern horizon, the first pale light touched the sky. Across the ditch and broken ground before the land walls, shapes stirred, ranks formed, and the long-prepared signal for the final assault approached, bringing 29 May 1453 into being. The first signal did not arrive as a single clean sound, but as a swelling, drums, horns, shouted orders carrying over the ditch, before the sun had fully cleared the horizon. The ground in front of the Theodosian walls began to move with men. The assault came in planned layers. First were the irregular troops, the Akinci and other lightly equipped fighters drawn from across the Ottoman domains. They were not expected to take the city by themselves. Their task was harsher and more mechanical, to spend bodies and energy in order to spend the defenders' strength. They ran forward in surges down into the ditch and up again, trying ladders against slick stone, throwing hooks, filling bad ground with fascines, probing for any place where the wall face had cracked or a parapet had fallen. Many died quickly under arrows, crossbow bolts, and stones tipped from above. But each wave forced the defenders to answer, again and again, lifting shields, drawing bows, thrusting spears downward, hauling ladders away, stamping out small fires, shouting for more missiles, more hands, more breath. Behind them, the Ottoman artillery had already done its quiet work. For days the cannons had pounded the same sectors, especially near the gate of St. Romanus, where the land walls were bruised into a landscape of rubble and hasty repairs. In the half-light, with dust still hanging in the air, the damaged sections looked less like the ancient masterpiece of Constantinople and more like a tired barricade built on the bones of greatness. The irregulars kept coming, and the defenders, Byzantines, Genoese, Venetians, and others, held because holding was all they knew. But fatigue is a kind of siege engine. It makes a shield heavier than it should be, turns a shouted order into a misunderstanding, and makes a gap in a line feel momentarily reasonable. When the first waves began to thin, the second phase followed. Regular Ottoman infantry, better equipped, more coordinated, driving toward the same battered points. This was where pressure became dangerous. Attacks were no longer only frantic climbs and scattered thrusts, but organised attempts to gain the crest of the breach, to plant a foothold, to widen it with disciplined violence. The defenders had been repairing by night. Now they fought on repairs that had never had time to settle. Sections of makeshift walling shuddered under bodies pressing against it, and every time a defender stepped forward to strike, he stepped onto uncertain stone. On the city's side, command was stretched thin. The Emperor Constantine XI was present on the land walls, moving where the danger was most urgent, trying to keep different groups acting as one force. Nearby, Giovanni Giustiniani, The Genoese captain, whose soldiers had become the spine of the defence at the critical breach, held his men as a tight core against the point of greatest stress. His professionalism mattered, not just because he fought well, but because others steadied when they saw someone who seemed to know exactly what to do next. And then, in the chaos of the fighting, Giustiniani was wounded. The sources agree on the fact, but not in every detail. Some describe an arrow or bolt, others a shot or splintering impact, and they differ on where and how severe the wound was. What is clear is the consequence. In pain and losing strength, he was taken from the wall. Whether he chose to withdraw or was carried, his movement away from the breach sent a shock through the defence. His men began to pull back with him, and for those around them the sight could only mean one thing: the centre was giving way. Morale is not an abstract word in a siege. It is the decision to stay on a collapsing parapet when the mind is begging the legs to run. Giustiniani's departure created a gap not only in manpower but in certainty. Orders became harder to hear. Small groups fought without knowing what was happening on either side. Some defenders, already exhausted from hours of continuous assault, began to drift backward to catch breath, and in the narrow spaces behind the walls, that backward motion spread. This was the moment Mehmed had been saving. The Janissaries advanced elite infantry trained for cohesion and relentless forward motion, the Sultan's household troops. They did not rush in the same way as the irregulars had. They pressed. They replaced the churn of waves with a dense, controlled push aimed at the most vulnerable sector, where artillery had reduced ancient stone to fractured edges and a tired ramp of rubble. As the Janissaries reached the breach, the defence began to break into separate fights. A tower here, a section of wall there. Men resisting with courage, but without the unified line that had made resistance possible. Key positions were lost in minutes that felt like long, slow hours. Once attackers gained the top of the damaged area, they could pour through in increasing numbers, and every defender still in place faced a simple, terrifying math: too few hands, too many enemies, and no time left to rebuild. Around the same time, another story enters the record, one that historians still debate. Some accounts speak of a small postern gate in the northern land walls, the Kerkerporter, being left open or forced, allowing Ottoman soldiers to slip in and raise a banner inside the walls. The idea has power because it offers a small hinge for a great door, but the evidence is uncertain, and the details vary across sources. It may reflect a real local penetration, or a confusion in the fog of battle, or a later attempt to explain how defence collapsed so suddenly. What can be said with confidence is simpler. Once multiple points were threatened, and the breach at St. Romanus gave way under Janissary pressure, the city's ability to contain the assault was ending. Constantine de Leva did not retreat to safety. The sources agree that he remained near the fighting on the land walls as the breakthrough unfolded. Beyond that, the line between what is known and what is remembered begins to blur. Later tradition tells of the emperor casting aside imperial insignia and charging into the melee. What is historically secure is that he chose to die with his soldiers rather than surrender, and that after the city fell his body was not identified with certainty. In a collapse like this, dust, blood, crushed stone, men pressed together in panic and fury, an individual life could vanish even when it was an emperor's. By mid-morning the struggle on the land walls was no longer about holding the line. It was about holding a moment, about small groups refusing to yield, about defenders trying to slow the flood so that others might escape deeper into the city. The ancient walls that had turned away so many earlier enemies had finally been broken not by a single blow, but by accumulated damage, exhaustion, and a final deliberate weight of force that found the weakest place and did not let go. And as the sounds of fighting began to move inward, away from the ditch and the battered stones, Constantinople, still beautiful, still ancient, entered the next irreversible hour of its history. The fighting spilled into streets that had echoed with empire for 1,000 years. Ottoman troops poured through gaps and gates, and in the first hours there was confusion, flight, pleading, pockets of resistance, and the hard, familiar violence of a city taken by storm, later checked as order was imposed. By afternoon Mehmed II entered, taking in the shattered grandeur. In Hagia Sophia, the great church of Constantinople, prayers were redirected, and the building became an imperial mosque, a signal that rule had changed hands. Mehmed made the city his capital, repairing walls, restoring markets, and forcing and inviting new residents, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, to repopulate emptied quarters. With Constantine XI dead and the court gone, the Byzantine Empire ended, though its learning lived on in diaspora and its orthodox institutions endured under new constraints. Historians often treat 1453 as a hinge, canon and centralized states reshaping warfare, Ottoman power rising, European politics hardening, and trade routes pushed toward new seas, feeding exploration and cultural change. Over time, Constantinople became Istanbul, still the same strait, the same winds, and a new world built on old stones, enduring by becoming different. Pompeii stood in Campania, a fertile coastal region of southern Italy, where land and sea routes met. The town lay near the mouth of the Sarno River, a short distance from the Bay of Naples, with roads running inland toward Nola and the Apennines. That position shaped everything about Pompeii's prosperity. River traffic and small ports connected local farms and workshops to wider Mediterranean trade, bringing in wine, oil, garum fish sauce, fine pottery, and luxuries that marked status in Roman Italy. But Campania's abundance came with a permanent risk. Above the plain rose Mount Vesuvius, part of a volcanic landscape the ancients did not fully understand. Its slopes offered rich soils and steady harvests, yet the same mountain would later overwhelm Pompeii, sealing streets and houses under ash and pumice, and preserving the city with an accidental completeness. This story follows Pompeii across its full-known arc, from early settlement in the first millennium BC, through periods of Oscan, Greek, Etruscan, Samnite, and Roman influence, through wars and political change, and into the final decades of the 1st century AD. Then comes 79 AD and the destruction. After that, the long silence, centuries buried, followed by rediscovery, excavation, and the difficult modern work of conservation. The narration stays close to evidence. Inscriptions cut into stone, painted electoral notices, dedicatory plaques, coins, building phases identified by archaeologists, and ancient writers such as Strabo, Pliny the Elder, and Pliny the Younger. Pompeii matters because it is not only a story of catastrophe, it is one of the clearest records of ordinary urban life in the Roman world, its politics, economy, religion, and the routines of work and leisure. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you're listening from tonight, your city or country. And are you here to fall asleep, relax, or simply learn some history? And now, back to Pompeii. The eruption will be described in detail later, but it comes after a long build-up. Most of the journey is the city before ash, how it formed, how it grew, and what it reveals, because understanding what was lost is the only way to understand what was preserved. Pompeii's earliest history begins with geography and movement. The low ridge where the town would form sits just above the Sarno plain, high enough to avoid the worst flooding, but close enough to the river to control access inland. From this small rise, paths could follow the Sarno toward the interior, toward Nola, and the routes crossing the Apennines, while short overland tracks reached the coast and the sheltered waters of the Bay of Naples. Long before monumental temples or stone theatres, this was a place where people could watch traffic, agricultural goods moving downriver, timber and stone coming from inland, and imported wares arriving by sea to be redistributed. Archaeology suggests scattered settlement in the area from the early 1st millennium BC, with burials and domestic traces indicating small communities rather than a single planned city. Over time, separate clusters near water, along ridgelines and by trackways began to cohere. This is typical of many Italian towns, a gradual shift from dispersed habitation to a more concentrated, defended centre as trade expanded and conflict made secure positions valuable. The earliest distinct cultural layer usually associated with Pompeii is Oscan, Oscan refers to an Italic language and to the peoples of central and southern Italy who used it in different regional forms. In Campania, Oscan-speaking communities were present well before Rome's expansion into the region, and they shaped the early town in ways that can still be traced later through inscriptions and place names. Material culture from early Pompeii points to a community plugged into wider Italic habits. Simple domestic pottery, alongside more finely made wares, evidence for farming and animal husbandry, and the gradual appearance of more permanent building techniques. Early walls and earthworks are difficult to date precisely, but the very choice of a defendable ridge implies an early concern with control and security. As with other Italic centres, sacred spaces likely formed early anchors of community life, even before the later stone temples that survive in ruins. The town's development was not isolated. It was part of a patchwork of Campanian settlements competing, trading, and sometimes fighting across a fertile plain. Oscan identity also becomes visible in language. Later in Pompeii's history, even after Roman colonization, Oscan inscriptions still appear, scratched on walls, painted in public places, and recorded on objects, showing that the language and the cultural memory behind it endured for centuries. That persistence matters. It indicates that Roman Pompeii did not begin as a blank slate. It was built over older ways of speaking, worshipping, and organizing community. While Oscan-speaking groups formed an important base layer, Campania in the Archaic period was also deeply shaped by Greeks. From the 8th century BC onward, Greek settlers and traders established colonies along the coasts of southern Italy. In Campania, key centres included Pithecusae on the island of Ischia and Cumae on the mainland, both early and influential. These were not just distant neighbours, they were hubs through which goods, styles and ideas moved into the region. Greek influence is visible first in commerce. Greek pottery circulated widely, and imported vessels, often used for wine, became markers of status and participation in Mediterranean exchange. Greek craftsmen and traders brought standardized weights, familiar shapes of drinking cups and mixing bowls, and the social rituals connected to them. The symposium, the formalized drinking gathering so central to Greek elite life, left traces across Italy not as a copied institution in every detail, but as an influence on elite dining, display, and the use of imported tableware. Artistic styles followed trade. Decorative motifs, painted figures, and the preference for certain vessel shapes entered Campanian consumption patterns. In religious life as well, Greek models mattered. Southern Italy became a zone of cultural translation, where deities could be identified across languages and traditions, local gods associated with Greek names, Greek gods taking on local titles, and sanctuaries reflecting blended practices. This did not erase older cults, it layered new forms onto existing sacred landscapes. Greek influence in Campania was also political. Greek cities like Cumae were significant powers at different moments, and their fortunes rose and fell with broader Mediterranean conflicts. Sea power and access to trade routes made coastal control valuable. In this environment, inland towns such as Pompeii were never entirely separate from events on the coast. When the coast prospered, river mouths and inland routes gained importance as channels for grain, wine, oil, and manufactured goods. When coastal politics turned unstable, fortified inland positions became refuges and bargaining chips. Another major force in the region was the Etruscans. Though Etruscan heartlands lay farther north, Etruscan influence expanded southward in the 7th and 6th centuries BC, reaching into Campania. Ancient sources and archaeology together indicate periods when Etruscan elites held power or exercised strong influence over parts of the region. This was not a single continuous empire, but a set of shifting dominance and alliances tied to trade, warfare, and elite competition. Etruscan presence can be traced in elite culture, luxury goods, distinctive artistic preferences, and the broader Mediterranean connections Etruscan communities maintained. The Etruscans were major traders, linking Italy with Greek markets and, indirectly, with the wider Near Eastern world of prestige materials and styles. In Campania, this meant that elite households could display status through imported objects and through local imitations of prestigious forms. It also meant that political control often went hand in hand with the control of exchange, ports, river crossings, and the routes that moved wealth. Power dynamics shifted dramatically in the late 6th and early 5th centuries BC. Greek and Etruscan rivalry intensified in the Tyrrhenian Sea, and the balance of power changed. The naval battle traditionally dated to 474 BC, when forces associated with Syracuse supported Cumae against Etruscan power, is often treated as a turning point in the region. Whatever the exact local consequences, the broader pattern is clear. Etruscan dominance in Campania weakened over time, and new regional powers rose, including Italic groups from the interior. For Pompeii, what matters is less the precise sequence of rulers, often difficult to prove for a single town in this early period, and more the accumulation of cultural layers. Oscan-speaking inhabitants, Greek trade and artistic influence, and Etruscan-style elite display all contributed to a mixed environment. The result was not a confused identity, but a flexible one, capable of absorbing new forms while maintaining older habits. Later Pompeii makes this mixture visible. In religion, deities appear with different names and associations, reflecting centuries of exchange and reinterpretation. In the urban layout, the town eventually shows planning principles that echo broader Mediterranean practices, but set within an older settlement footprint, shaped by the ridge and the river route. In inscriptions, the coexistence of languages, Oscan alongside Latin in later periods, with Greek also present in the wider region, points to a community accustomed to multilingual contact and to the social meaning of language choice. Even the idea of what a city was in Campania evolved through these interactions. Early Pompeii was not yet the Roman-style municipality known from the 1st century AD. It was a developing centre in a contested landscape, where power could change hands and cultural signals mattered. A temple style, a coin type, a drinking cup imported from a Greek workshop, or an inscription in a local tongue. Each could mark belonging, alliance, or aspiration. By the time Rome began to press more firmly into Campania, Pompeii was already the product of centuries of contact. The town had learned to live at the junction of roots and cultures, adapting to new powers while carrying its earlier history forward. That long experience of change set the stage for the next major transformation, the rise of the Samnites in the region, and the slow, determined approach of Rome, first as a conqueror, then as an ally, and eventually as the force that would remake Pompeii in its own image. In the centuries after Etruscan influence receded and Greek coastal power shifted, new masters from the Apennine interior pressed into Campania, the Samnites. Samnite is a convenient label for a group of Oscan-speaking peoples organized in separate communities, often described by ancient writers as hardy hillmen. In practice, their power was not only military. When they moved into the rich plains of Campania in the 4th century BC, they also brought new political habits and new elites, and towns like Pompeii developed under their control rather than being simply occupied and frozen in time. Samnite Pompeii grew more clearly into a fortified urban centre. The city walls that still define Pompeii's outline largely reflect this period of consolidation and defence, even if later repairs and rebuilds complicate the picture. The circuit encloses the ridge-top town and uses towers and gates to control movement in and out. Fortifications mattered in Campania because the region was crowded with competing cities, and because the fertile plain made it worth fighting for. A walled town could protect its grain and wine, its workshops, and the wealth moving through its markets. Inside the walls, Pompeii expanded and became more organized. Archaeology suggests that by the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, major public and sacred spaces were taking recognizable shape. An early forum area developed as a central place for assembly, trade, and ceremony. Temples were rebuilt in more monumental form, and sanctuaries anchored neighborhood identity as well as wider civic life. The grid of streets visible in many parts of Pompeii would be refined later under Roman colonial planning, but key arteries and blocks already existed, shaped by the ridge and by earlier paths. This was an Oscan-speaking city with a growing civic confidence, not a small village waiting for Rome to give it a real urban identity. Samnite political life also left traces. The inscriptions of later Pompeii preserve memories of Oscan institutions, including local magistracies and public decision-making that did not simply copy Roman models. Even when the built environment looks familiar to a visitor trained on Roman cities, an open forum, temples, public buildings, the language and the names behind those spaces remind us that the community was part of an Italic world with its own traditions of leadership and law. While Pompeii was developing under Samnite influence, Rome was expanding from a central Italian power into the dominant force of the peninsula. Campania was a strategic prize. Its soil was among the richest in Italy. Its towns were populous and prosperous, and its coastline, especially around the Bay of Naples, gave access to maritime routes. Control of Campania meant grain, wine, manpower, and ports. It also meant secure roads linking Rome to the south, where other powers still mattered. Rome's push into the region is usually traced through the Samnite Wars, fought intermittently from the late 4th into the early 3rd century BC. These conflicts were not a single straightforward conquest, but a series of wars and settlements, shaped by shifting alliances and by the realities of campaigning in mountainous terrain and fertile plains. Campania repeatedly became a contested zone. Wealthy cities sought protection, rivals sought dominance, and Rome insisted on its own security and prestige. In this landscape, Pompeii's relationship with Rome evolved into one of alliance rather than immediate absorption. In Roman terms, an ally was not an equal partner. Many Italian communities became socii, bound by treaty to provide military support to Rome. The practical obligations were clear. Allied cities were expected to supply troops for Roman campaigns, often under Roman command, and to support Rome's strategic goals. In return, they kept a degree of local autonomy, local laws, local magistrates, and control over many internal affairs, while relying on Rome's broader security and on the stability of Roman power. For Pompeii, this arrangement meant that day-to-day governance could still be conducted through local institutions and in local language. But it also meant that Pompeian manpower and resources were tied to Rome's wars. Young men from allied towns served in armies that fought far from home, sometimes for years. The Roman Republic's victories in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC against other Italian powers, then against Carthage in the Punic Wars, and later in campaigns across the Mediterranean, were built not only on Roman citizens, but on a vast allied labour force in arms. Campanian and Samnite communities paid the costs of empire without sharing equally in its political rewards. That imbalance grew more serious as Rome's dominance hardened into a system. Aules could become wealthy through trade and land, and some local elites were closely connected to Roman patrons, but the basic legal divide remained. Roman citizens had the vote in Roman assemblies, the protections of Roman law, and the formal right to participate in the political life that decided war, peace, and distribution of land. Italian allies did not. They could be compelled to fight and could be punished for disloyalty, but they had no direct say in the decisions that shaped their lives. By the late 2nd century BC, the pressure in Italy was building. Rome's overseas conquests brought wealth but also social strain, land distribution, the settlement of veterans, and the political power of Roman voters became bitter issues. Italian allies watched as Roman citizens debated reforms and allocated benefits, while allied communities, who had fought in the same legions and suffered the same casualties, remained outside the civic body. The demand that became increasingly urgent was simple to state and difficult for Rome to accept: citizenship. This tension broke into open conflict in 91 BC with the Social War, also called the Italian War. The name comes from the Latin socii, the allies. The causes were long-term, but the immediate spark involved failed attempts to extend citizenship and the backlash that followed. Many allied communities concluded that negotiation had reached a dead end. They organized to fight Rome, forming their own coalition with councils, magistrates, and even coinage, symbols of an alternative political order. Their aim was not necessarily to destroy Rome, but to force Rome to share what it had long demanded from them: full inclusion in the state they had helped build. Campania became one of the war's important theatres. The region's wealth and its road networks made it strategically vital, and loyalties were divided. Pompeii joined the rebel side. This choice was not an irrational gamble. It was consistent with the broader grievances of many Oscan-speaking communities and with a sense that Rome's system had extracted military service while limiting political dignity. In a war defined by sieges and hard local fighting, Pompeii's walls, built in an earlier age of regional conflict, now faced the most formidable army in Italy. The turning point for Pompeii came with the campaigns of Lucius Cornelius Sulla, one of Rome's most effective and ruthless commanders. In 89 BC, during the Social War, Sulla operated in Campania and laid siege to Pompeii. The archaeology of the city preserves sobering traces of this moment. Impacts consistent with artillery and siege projectiles in parts of the walls, reminders that this was not only a story told in later texts, but violence that struck the fabric of the town. Sulla's siege represented more than a military episode. It was the moment when Pompeii's relationship with Rome shifted from treaty-bound partnership to a path toward direct control. The Social War ended with a paradox. Rome fought to preserve its dominance, yet the solution it adopted was to grant what the Allies had demanded. Through a series of laws between 90 and 88 BC, Rome extended citizenship to many Italian communities, sometimes as a reward for loyalty, sometimes as a way to peel allies away from the rebellion, and ultimately as a redefinition of what Rome meant. But citizenship did not erase the consequences of defeat. For towns that had resisted, Roman settlement and punishment could follow. In Pompeii's case, the decisive transformation would come soon after. As Sulla's power in Rome grew and as he began to reshape Italy through confiscations and veteran colonies, the city that had once navigated a multi-ethnic Campanian world, and then lived as a Roman ally, was now being drawn into a tighter Roman framework. The Samnite period had made Pompeii strong, organized, and distinctly Italic. The Social War, and Sulla's siege in particular, ensured that the next phase of its history would be unmistakably Roman. Defeat in the Social War did not end Pompeii's story, but it did change who could claim the city as theirs. In the years after 89 BC, as Sulla emerged as the dominant figure in Roman politics, Pompeii became part of a larger program to reward veterans and tighten Roman control over Italy. Around 80 BC, the town was refounded as a Roman colony, commonly identified as the Colonia Cornelia Veneria Pompeianorum. The name itself carried a message. Cornelia pointed to Sulla's family and authority. Veneria invoked Venus, a goddess closely associated with Sulla's public image and with ideas of divine favour. The new colony was not simply a legal technicality. It announced a new civic identity tied to Rome's power and to Sulla's victory. Colonization came with settlement policies that cut into the city's older social fabric. Veterans and other Roman settlers were assigned land, often through confiscations from those associated with the defeated side. That meant property changed hands, sometimes abruptly, and older local elites had to negotiate their position in a city where newcomers now held legal privilege, networks in Rome, and the prestige of military service. Citizenship, which had been the rallying demand of the social war, now existed alongside a harsher reality. Being made Roman did not mean being treated equally within one's own community. Pompeii's public life would increasingly be conducted in Latin, under Roman municipal rules, and with new men competing for honour in the spaces of the city. This refoundation also left its mark on the built environment. Pompeii already had a defensive circuit and an established core, but the Roman colony pushed the city toward a more standardized Roman urban form. The street system was regularized and maintained with an attention to drainage, curbstones, and traffic flow that reflected both practical needs and civic pride. Many streets were aligned to create long sight lines and clear connections between gates, neighborhoods, and the central public spaces. The old Samnite walls remained the boundary of the town, still defining Pompeii's footprint, but Roman repairs and additions underscored that the fortifications now served a different purpose. They were less about resisting rival Italic cities and more about marking the colony as an ordered community with controlled access. The city gates, such as the Porta Marina facing the coast and the gates that opened toward Nola, Sarno and Stabii, were not only points of defence, they were the hinges of daily movement. Carts carrying amphorae of wine, farm produce from the surrounding countryside, building stone, timber, and the constant flow of people coming to market or to conduct legal business. From these entrances, roads led toward the civic centre. Roman urbanism was not only geometry, it was a habit of organising life so that commerce, law, religion, and politics met in predictable places. At the heart of that organisation was the Forum. Pompeii's Forum had older roots, but under the colony it became more clearly a Roman civic stage, a broad rectangular plaza, surrounded by major public buildings, carefully defining where official life happened and who could be seen participating in it. Here the colony displayed its public identity through stone, inscriptions, and repeated ceremonial use. When people gathered for announcements, elections, trials, festivals, and market days, they did so in a space that physically framed the community as Roman. One of the most important buildings on the Forum's edge was the Basilica, located at the southwestern end. In a Roman town, a basilica was not a church, but a multi-purpose hall for law and business. It provided covered space for civil trials, contracts, and financial dealings, and it embodied the Roman idea that civic order was administered through formal procedures, magistrates, and public visibility. The basilica in Pompeii, constructed in the late Republic, spoke to the colony's integration into Roman legal culture, where disputes were argued with advocates, decisions were recorded, and public authority relied on recognized offices rather than only local custom. The Forum also contained spaces that tied political life to religion. Temples and shrines reminded the community that Roman civic identity was inseparable from public cult. Pompeii's colonial title invoked Venus, and the Temple of Venus near the western side of the city expressed that connection in monumental form. This did not erase older sacred landscapes. Rather, it layered Roman associations over existing traditions. In Pompeii, continuity often survived in the shape of a place, even when the language and official dedication shifted. Commerce, too, was given a structured setting. On the Forum's northeastern side stood the Macellum, the provision market. It was designed to concentrate the sale of food, meat, fish, produce, in a controlled environment with stalls, and a central space that helped manage circulation and inspection. The Macellum reflected a Roman preference for regulated public markets, where urban supply could be supervised, and where civic authorities could demonstrate their care for the community. In a prosperous Campanian town surrounded by fertile land, and linked to maritime routes, feeding the city was not a minor concern. It was one of the main tasks that made urban life possible. If the Forum represented Pompeii's political face, its water system represented its administrative competence. A Roman city was expected to manage water through a combination of large-scale supply and local distribution. Pompeii's water arrived through an aqueduct connection, fed into a castellum aquae, an elevated distribution point, and then flowed into public fountains and facilities across the city. The most visible result was the network of street fountains placed at intersections, where residents could collect water and where the steady supply became a daily reminder of civic organization. Water also enabled baths, workshops that needed washing and dyeing, and the general cleanliness that Roman writers associated with urban comfort. Maintaining that system required planning, money, and a functioning municipal government capable of contracting work and enforcing rules. This is where inscriptions and offices matter. Pompeii's walls, columns, and public buildings preserve a record of civic life, written in stone and paint, names, titles, dedications, and electoral notices. The colony operated under Roman municipal institutions. Local magistrates, especially the duoviri, served as chief officials responsible for justice and administration, while aediles oversaw markets, streets, and public order, including the upkeep that made Pompeii's infrastructure work. These were not abstract roles, they were stepping stones in local careers, and public generosity was a recognized way to compete for honor. Patronage shaped the city's appearance. Wealthy Pompeians, both descendants of older families and members of newer colonial lineages, paid for repairs, buildings, statues, and public events. In return, their names were displayed where everyone could see them. A dedication on a building facade or a statue base in the Forum did more than record a gift. It asserted that the giver belonged among the leaders of the community. Election notices, painted on walls, show another side of that competition. They reveal organized support networks, neighbors, guilds, and social groups endorsing candidates, suggesting a lively political culture beneath the formal Roman titles. Yet, even as the colony became more Roman in language and institutions, Pompeii never became a blank slate. The street plan followed the ridge and earlier paths. Older sanctuaries remained meaningful, and family histories did not vanish simply because the legal framework changed. In some quarters, building techniques and neighborhood layouts preserved habits, formed long before Sulla's veterans arrived. Romanization here was not a single moment of replacement. It was a prolonged negotiation between the prestige and power of Rome and the stubborn continuity of local life. By the late 1st century BC, Pompeii had been reshaped into a confident Roman municipal community, with a forum that expressed authority, a basilica that housed law and commerce, a macellum that organized supply, and water infrastructure that supported dense urban living. The colony's monuments and inscriptions show a city learning to speak Rome's civic language fluently, even while older patterns remained in its bones. And with this rebuilt framework in place, Pompeii was ready for a new period of stability, one that would come most clearly under Augustus, when peace, trade, and wealth would tighten the links between this small Campanian city and the wider empire. With the long civil wars finally ended, and Augustus consolidating power after 31 BC, Pompeii entered the most stable and prosperous stretch of its history. The first decades of the Principate did not make Pompeii a capital or a military hub, but they did make it secure. Across Italy, peace reduced the risks that had once disrupted harvests and trade, and in Campania the benefits were especially clear. The region's volcanic soils were fertile, its coastline and road network connected it to major markets, and its towns were close enough to Naples and Puteoli to share in the wider commercial energy of the Bay of Naples. Pompeii's wealth in these years was not an accident of luxury. It was the predictable result of land, labour, and access. Agriculture remained the base of this prosperity. The countryside around the city was divided into estates, ranging from modest plots to larger villas with presses, storerooms, and working areas. Vines were a signature crop. Campanian wine already had a reputation in Roman literature, and the landscape around Vesuvius was planted heavily with vineyards. Archaeology gives the industry a practical shape: carbonized routes, planting pits, and the layout of vineyard rows have been traced in Pompeii's suburban gardens and nearby properties, showing dense cultivation rather than decorative planting. The wine business required more than grapes. It depended on presses, fermentation vessels, and amphorae for transport. Amphora sherds, broken pieces from containers once used and discarded, are common finds, and their stamps and forms link Pompeii to broader patterns of production and distribution in the early empire. Olive cultivation complemented the vineyards. Olive oil was a staple for cooking, lighting, and personal care, and it moved through the same commercial system of presses, storage jars, and transport containers. In town and in the surrounding villas, workspaces were built around heavy equipment, pressing installations and basins that could be cleaned and reused season after season. Alongside wine and oil, Campania produced fruits, vegetables, and legumes for local markets, while also supplying higher status goods like preserved foods and garum, the fermented fish sauce that travelled widely across the Roman world. The economy was thus both local and outward-facing. It fed Pompeii and also generated surplus for exchange. That surplus supported a busy urban craft sector. Pompeii's workshops were not hidden industrial zones. They were interwoven with housing and retail. Phalonicae, laundries, and cloth processing shops used water and chemical agents to clean and finish textiles. Their facilities included large tubs and working floors designed for repeated labour-intensive use. Dyers and textile workers depended on reliable water access and a steady flow of customers, both local residents and travellers. Metal workers, carpenters, and potters occupied smaller spaces, while larger bakeries signalled the scale of urban consumption. Several bakeries preserved their milling equipment, volcanic stone millstones arranged for donkey or slave labour, and built-in ovens for high-volume production. Bread was a daily necessity, and the number and distribution of bakeries indicate a city that demanded mass-prepared food, not merely household baking. Pompeii's position made trade the natural companion of production. The town itself did not sit directly on a major deep-water harbour, but it was close to multiple points of access. From the port a marina movement flowed down toward the coast, while other gates linked Pompeii to inland routes. Goods could travel by road to neighbouring towns and to the larger commercial ports of the Bay of Naples, especially Puteoli, which functioned as a major hub for imported commodities in the early empire. To the east, the Sarno River Valley helped connect rural production to transport routes. Even when river navigation was limited, the valley formed a natural corridor for moving goods from farms to town and onward. Amphorae, crates, and sacks went out. Pottery, luxury items, raw materials, and imported foods came in. What tied this network together was simple infrastructure: gates that controlled entry, road surfaces engineered for carts, and a rhythm of market days and shipping schedules that made exchange predictable. Inside the walls, this prosperity could be read directly from the city's physical fabric. Pompeii's streets were paved and rutted by wheels, with raised sidewalks that separated foot traffic from carts and runoff. At intersections, stepping stones allowed pedestrians to cross without wading through water and waste, while still leaving gaps wide enough for wheeled vehicles. Street fountains, fed from the aqueduct system, sat like fixed points in daily life, and their locations created informal meeting places in every neighbourhood. Nearby, small shops opened directly onto the street, many identified by their masonry counters. Some had built-in jars, dolia set into the countertop for storing foods and liquids, suggesting quick sales of wine, hot food, or prepared ingredients. These were not isolated businesses. They were part of a walkable economy where the street itself was a commercial corridor. The Forum and its adjacent markets remained the formal centre of provisioning, but trade did not stop at official boundaries. The Macellum organised the sale of meat, fish and produce under civic oversight, yet neighbourhood commerce spread through side streets, small-scale vendors, workshops and services clustered where foot traffic was highest. Pompeii's walls preserve another layer of evidence for this economy. Signs and notices painted in red or black, along with casual graffiti scratched into plaster. Some texts advertise games or candidates, but many simply mark ownership, prices, or everyday statements of presence and reputation. Even when the content is fragmentary, the sheer quantity of writing shows a city where public surfaces functioned as bulletin boards, and where literacy, at least in practical forms, was common enough to make signage useful. Housing patterns made the social hierarchy of this prosperous period difficult to miss. Elite families invested in large domus townhouses, organised around atria and peristyle gardens decorated with wall paintings, mosaics, and carefully staged views through suites of rooms. These were not just comfortable homes, they were places to receive clients and display status, with storage areas and service corridors that reveal the labour required to run an elite household. At the edges of the city and in the countryside, villas expanded the same logic into agricultural space. Residences linked to production, with presses and storerooms close to dining rooms and gardens. Below the elite were a wide range of households living in smaller homes, apartments, and rooms above shops. Many buildings were mixed use by design. A respectable house might include one or more rentable storefronts opening to the street, converting prime frontage into steady income. In other cases, workshops and living quarters shared the same structure, blurring the line between domestic space and workplace. This was a city where wealth was visible, but so was work. The hum of production and retail was built into the architecture. By the early 1st century AD, Pompeii under Augustus and his successors had the outward form of a confident Roman town and the inner reality of a commercial community. Its streets carried goods from gate to forum and back again. Its walls carried writing, names, and reputations. Its houses ranged from vast decorated residences to cramped rented rooms. And beneath it all the vineyards, olive groves, and workshops kept the system moving, quietly prosperous, tightly connected to Campania's land and the empire's trade routes, and still unaware of how fragile that stability would eventually prove. Prosperity in Pompeii did not express itself only through trade and housing. It also shaped how people honoured the gods, spent their free time, and understood their place in the city. Religion, leisure, and status were not separate categories. They overlapped in the forum, in neighbourhoods and inside private homes, forming a shared public culture that was recognisably Roman, yet marked by local traditions in Campania. Civic religion was anchored in the forum and its surrounding monuments. Temples stood as statements of protection and identity as much as devotion. The Temple of Jupiter dominated the northern end of the forum, aligned with the political heart of the town, and reflecting Rome's official pantheon. Nearby, older sanctuaries preserved Pompeii's longer memory. The Temple of Apollo, with its sacred precinct, pointed to deep Greek influence in the region, while the Doric temple in the triangular forum preserved an even earlier architectural language. Other cults were woven into daily routines. The Temple of Venus, Pompeii's patron goddess, connected the city to ideas of fertility, prosperity, and civic fortune. Outside the core forum space, sanctuaries such as those of Isis and the so-called Temple of the Egyptian gods show the variety of religious choices available in an Italian port region tied into Mediterranean networks. But most religious practice was quieter than the great temples suggest. In houses across the city, Wall paintings and small shrines, Lararia, mark the worship of household spirits, the Lares and Penates, and sometimes the genius of the head of household. Offerings were simple and repeated: wine, incense, small foods, and ritual gestures at the start of the day or at key moments in family life. These home cults did not compete with civic religion, they completed it. Festivals and processions linked private piety to public order. Some celebrations were tied to the imperial family as well, because loyalty to the emperor's household had become part of the civic calendar. In Pompeii, politics, gratitude, and religion could sit comfortably in the same space. The city's bath complexes show another kind of shared routine, one that crossed many social boundaries. Pompeii had several major baths, including the Stabian baths, the Forum baths, and the Central baths, with smaller neighborhood facilities as well. Their design reveals a highly organized public amenity: changing rooms, cold rooms, warm rooms, and hot rooms, with heating systems that circulated hot air beneath floors and through walls. Water supply mattered here, and Pompeii's aqueduct-fed fountains and pipes made large-scale bathing possible. The baths were not merely about cleanliness, though they did help manage the realities of a dense town. They were social institutions, places to talk business, maintain friendships, and observe local reputations. Fees were usually low enough to bring in a wide range of residents, though schedules and spaces could separate men and women. Even then, the baths remained among the clearest examples of urban life lived in public, where status could be displayed, but where the basic experience, sweat, steam, scraping the skin with a strigil, cooling down, was shared. Performance spaces added a more formal kind of gathering. Pompeii's large theatre and smaller Odeon hosted plays, music, and recitations, continuing long-standing Italian and Greek traditions under Roman patronage. Seating itself mapped social order. Distinctions of rank could determine where one sat, and public benefactors could use construction, repairs, and sponsored events to build political capital. These buildings mattered because they tied the population to a civic identity larger than any one neighborhood. A town that could stage performances in stone theatres was announcing its Roman urbanity and its participation in empire-wide culture. The most powerful arena of mass entertainment, however, was the amphitheatre. Built in the late Republic, around 70 BC, it is one of the earliest surviving Roman amphitheatres. Here, gladiatorial games and animal hunts carried meanings beyond violence. They were a language of generosity and competition among elites who financed spectacles, and they created shared memories for the crowd. Pompeii's amphitheatre is also linked to a specific conflict. In AD 59, a riot broke out during games between Pompeians and visitors from Nuceria. Tacitus reports the aftermath: injuries, political fallout, and a ban on games at Pompeii for a period. The episode shows how seriously Romans took public order, and how deeply civic rivalry could run in an arena where identity and honour were publicly performed. Leisure also included less formal venues: taverns, inns, and small food shops, often identified by masonry counters and storage jars. These places served wine and simple meals, and provided a setting for conversation, gambling, and transient business. Pompeii's walls preserve countless bits of graffiti that fit this world: names, boasts, jokes, debts, rivalries, and advertisements, though each text is only a fragment of a larger social reality. Brothels are part of the evidence as well. There are buildings interpreted as brothels, explicit wall paintings, and inscriptions that describe sexual transactions. At the same time, the archaeology cannot always tell whether a given space was used permanently for sex work, or only occasionally, and moral language in graffiti does not translate directly into clear statistics about people's lives. What can be said with confidence is that commercial sex existed, it was visible, and it was integrated into the city's economy, shaped by legal status and vulnerability, rather than romance or scandal. All of these institutions, temples, baths, theatres, taverns, and the arena, were experienced differently depending on class. Pompeii's elites expressed themselves through property, public offices, and benefactions recorded in inscriptions. Freedmen, once enslaved, could become prominent in business and display their success in decorated houses, tombs, and public donations, even while older families sometimes guarded traditional prestige. Artisans and workers left their marks in tools, workshops, and contracts written on walls and tablets, and enslaved people, so often unnamed, are nevertheless present everywhere in the material record, in service corridors, cramped workspaces, and the physical demands built into mills, laundries, and kitchens. Pompeii's abundance of writing and preserved spaces does not make its society fair or fully visible, but it makes it unusually legible. It shows a Roman town where belief and entertainment reinforced civic unity, where public amenities shaped daily rhythms, and where every street corner reflected a social hierarchy that most residents could recognize at a glance. Public life in Pompeii, its temples, baths, theatres, and crowded streets, rested on physical systems that most people rarely had to think about. Water had to arrive under pressure from the aqueduct. Walls and roofs had to hold through winter rains and summer heat. Stone seats in theatres, arches in gateways, and colonnades around the forum had to do their quiet work every day. In the early 60s AD, that sense of permanence was abruptly tested. In AD 62, Pompeii and much of Campania were struck by a severe earthquake. Ancient writers place it in the reign of Nero, and later sources remembered it as a turning point. Seneca, in his Natural Questions, describes an earthquake in Campania that caused widespread destruction and continued tremors, using it as evidence that the earth was not stable but always in motion. His interest was philosophical and scientific rather than local, but the picture he gives, buildings collapsing, repeated shocks, and long-lasting anxiety, matches what archaeology suggests for Pompeii. The damage was not uniform. Earthquakes do not strike a city like a tidy grid. They exploit weak points. In Pompeii, heavy masonry walls, older structures and places already modified over generations appear to have suffered badly. Cracks and collapses would have hit roofs, upper floors, and porticos first, and the city's infrastructure was vulnerable in ways that mattered to daily routines. The water system depended on elevated distribution and pressurized pipes. A major disruption could shut down fountains and baths, not because the aqueduct vanished overnight, but because joints broke, towers and lead pipes shifted, and repairs required money, expertise, and time. Streets cluttered with rubble, damaged facades, and unsafe upper stories would have changed how people moved through familiar neighborhoods. Some of the clearest signs of the earthquake are found in what came after. A city in the middle of rebuilding for years, Pompeii did not die in 62. It worked. The years between the quake and 79 show a community making decisions about what to fix first, what to improve, and what could wait. Reconstruction priorities were practical and political. Public buildings mattered because they projected stability and because they were tied to civic pride. The forum area shows evidence of repair and refacing, and several major projects were underway. The central baths, for example, appear to have been in an extended phase of construction, reflecting both damage and ambition, larger, more modern facilities with new heating systems and a scale that suggests an investment in the future. Elsewhere, older baths continued in use, implying a patchwork recovery rather than a complete shutdown. Temples and porticos needed attention too, but sacred buildings could be repaired slowly, sometimes with changes in design or decoration that revealed shifting taste and the availability of skilled labor. In private houses, reconstruction could mean anything from replastering and repainting to major structural work. Archaeologists find walls reinforced, doorways modified, and rooms rearranged. Fresh plaster sits beside older painted panels. New masonry interrupts earlier patterns. Some owners took the opportunity to update in contemporary styles, while others repaired only what was necessary, leaving mismatched surfaces and visible joins. In a few cases, upper floors appear not to have been rebuilt at all, suggesting either financial limits or a decision to reduce risk. The city that would later be sealed in ash was therefore not a perfect snapshot of a single moment of prosperity. It was a place where prosperity and damage existed side by side. Workshops and shops reveal the same story. Commerce had to continue even amid repairs. Bakeries still milled grain and fired ovens. Fullers still cleaned and treated cloth in vats. Wine and food were still sold at counters opening onto the street. But behind the scenes, rebuilding demanded materials: timber, lime for mortar, roof tiles, and skilled teams of masons and painters. The long reconstruction also meant opportunity. Contractors, labourers, and suppliers could find steady work, and property owners could rethink spaces, turning rooms into rental units, adding small shops to street fronts, or dividing large houses into multiple functions. Politics carried on as well, because civic life in a Roman town did not pause for repairs. Pompeii's walls preserve the evidence in electoral notices painted in bold letters, endorsements for candidates for aedile or duovere, the chief magistracies of the town. These messages often name supporters, neighbours, professional groups, and sometimes women as patrons or endorsers, showing how public reputation was built. Even as buildings were patched and streets repaired, the rhythm of elections continued, and local elites still competed for honour. Public works were part of that competition. In Roman municipal culture, spending on buildings, repairs, games and feasts could strengthen a family's standing. After a major earthquake, that impulse could become even more important. Restoring a temple facade, sponsoring a section of paving, or supporting a bath project was not only charity, it was civic messaging. It said that Pompeii was still a Roman city with functioning institutions, and that its leading families were capable of guiding recovery. Over all of this loomed Mount Vesuvius, though not yet as a clearly understood threat. In the 1st century AD, Vesuvius was not widely recognized as an active volcano in the modern sense. Romans knew of volcanic landscapes, fields of hot springs, sulphurous vents, and the nearby Phlegrean fields, but a mountain that looked quiet could be treated as scenery, farmland, and a source of timber and pasture. The slopes of Vesuvius were cultivated, producing vines and other crops, and villas around the bay benefited from the fertile soils that earlier eruptions had created. Still, warning signs were present, even if their meaning was unclear. After the earthquake of 62, there were continued tremors, the kind of low-level seismic activity that people might gradually accept as part of life. Ancient writers mention recurring shocks in the region. Such tremors could rattle doors, crack fresh plaster, and keep builders busy. They were unsettling, but not necessarily a reason to abandon a thriving town tied into regional trade. So in the late 70s, Pompeii was a city both ordinary and unfinished. The Forum was still the centre of public identity, but it bore the marks of repair. Some grand houses gleamed with newly painted walls, while others showed rough patches and temporary fixes. Construction materials lay in corners. Scaffolding had recently stood in courtyards. Certain projects remained incomplete. Elections were still announced on street walls. Shops still opened at dawn. Water still ran from many fountains, even if the system had required constant attention. The routines of religion, work, and leisure continued, framed by a landscape that seemed stable enough to invest in. These were the warning years, not a simple countdown, but a long period in which damage became normal and rebuilding became part of the city's texture. Pompeii lived on, not as a ruin awaiting its fate, but as a working town in recovery, Still confident in its institutions, still busy with trade and politics, beneath a mountain whose deeper history had not yet become common knowledge. In late summer or early autumn of AD 79, the long background tremors escalated into a disaster no one in Pompeii fully understood. The best ancient eyewitness account comes not from Pompeii itself, but from across the Bay of Naples at Misenum, where the Roman fleet was stationed. Years later, Pliny the Younger wrote 2 letters to the historian Tacitus describing what he and his family saw, and what happened to his uncle Pliny the Elder. The eruption began with a sudden towering column rising above Vesuvius, an ashen gas plume that Pliny compared to an umbrella pine, broad at the top and narrow at the trunk, carried by the wind. The first phase fell mainly as pumice and ash over Pompeii. At first, it was not the kind of instant city-flattening destruction later imagination would supply. It was a sustained fall, hours of grit and stone building up on roofs, filling streets, and reducing daylight to a dim, dusty twilight. As the pumice layer thickened, the physical constraints of escape sharpened. Visibility dropped. Breathing became harder, especially for anyone with existing illness. The load on roofs increased steadily. In many houses, the danger was not flames but weight. Roof tiles and timbers failed, sometimes bringing down upper stories and trapping people inside. The repeated earthquakes, already familiar in the years after 62, grew stronger and more frequent, shaking weakened structures and making movement through the town hazardous. Streets that had once been clear routes toward the gates became choked with debris and drifted pumice, slowing carts and exhausting anyone on foot. Some residents did leave early, and the evidence suggests a mixed pattern. Valuables gathered hastily, doors left open or locked, and bodies found in streets and near city gates, implying late attempts to flee. The main roads out of Pompeii led toward Nuceria, Stabiae, and the coast, but travel meant pushing through darkness and falling pumice while aftershocks continued. Going by sea was not always easier. Pliny's letters describe the Bay of Naples under stress from the eruption, ash falling onto the water, sudden changes in wind, and a restless sea. Even for trained sailors, conditions could become unpredictable, and for ordinary townspeople, boats were limited and harbours could be dangerous. At Misenum, Pliny the Elder, naval commander, scholar, and author of the natural history, made a decision that was both official and personal. Seeing the cloud, he prepared ships, intending to observe the phenomenon and also to assist those along the shore. Pliny the Younger reports that a message arrived from a woman named Rectina, who could not escape by land and begged for rescue. Pliny the Elder sailed across the bay, but the eruption was already changing. Ash and pumice were falling onto decks. The shoreline was difficult to approach. He eventually reached Stabiae, where the ground shook and buildings cracked, and where the air grew thick with volcanic fumes. Pliny the Younger's account is careful. He does not claim his uncle died in flame. Instead, he describes Pliny the Elder collapsing and being found later, his body appearing undisturbed. Modern interpretation often suggests asphyxiation or collapse, brought on by toxic gases and stress, but the letters themselves remain a report, not a medical diagnosis. While Pompeii endured the long pumice fall, the eruption entered its deadliest stage. The column above Vesuvius became unstable and collapsed, generating pyroclastic surges, fast-moving, ground-hugging currents of hot gas, ash, and debris. Unlike the earlier fall that allowed time for decisions, these surges were sudden and lethal. They could pour over walls and through streets, penetrating buildings and enclosed spaces. The heat and the ash-laden air could kill rapidly, even without direct impact from stones or collapsing roofs, in Pompeii. This is the moment that marks final destruction. The shift from a difficult, survivable storm of pumice to a sequence of surges that overwhelmed the town. Herculaneum, closer to Vesuvius, and on a different side of the wind experienced the catastrophe differently. It did not accumulate the same deep blanket of pumice early on. Instead, when the column collapsed, Herculaneum was struck by pyroclastic flows and surges that arrived with devastating speed. The town was buried not primarily under loose pumice, but under dense, hot volcanic material that hardened into a thick, compact layer. This is one reason Herculaneum preserves extraordinary organic remains, carbonized wood, furniture, and even food, sealed by rapid burial and later protected by the hardened deposits. At Pompeii. By contrast, the earlier pumice fall created a deeper, looser cover that both crushed structures and later allowed voids to form where bodies decomposed, voids that excavators would eventually fill with plaster to capture human shapes. In the immediate aftermath, the region did not simply become an empty wasteland. Survivors scattered to nearby towns and to Rome, carrying what they could and leaving behind homes, workshops, and fields now lost under meters of volcanic deposit. Property boundaries and legal claims became complicated when streets and landmarks vanished. The Roman administration responded pragmatically. The coastline and road network were disrupted, but Campania remained economically vital, and life continued in neighbouring communities. Imperial authority under Titus addressed broader damage in the region, and new settlement and rebuilding occurred where land was still usable. Pompeii and Herculaneum, however, were not rebuilt as towns on their original footprints. They became buried places known to some by memory and rough location, but no longer functioning parts of the living map of Italy. For generations after AD 79, the buried towns lay outside daily life. Fields and vineyards returned above the hardened layers. Travellers passed through Campania with only fragments of knowledge, stories of a catastrophe, place names drifting on maps, and occasional finds turned up by wells or ploughs. The disaster entered memory not as a visible ruin, but as a warning attached to Vesuvius and the Bay of Naples. Rediscovery came gradually. In the early 1700s, digging for building stone and curiosities near Resina led to Herculaneum, and in 1748 work began at Pompeii under the Bourbon kings of Naples. At first, excavation often meant tunnelling and removal of art for royal collections, with limited attention to context. Over the late 1700s and into the 1800s, methods shifted toward open-air clearance of streets and houses, recording walls, inscriptions, and the arrangement of rooms. Motivations shifted too, from treasure and prestige to a growing sense of scientific archaeology and public heritage. A decisive figure was Giuseppe Fiorelli, who became director in 1863. He introduced a more systematic approach, dividing the site into regions and insulae to organize excavation and documentation. Fiorelli also developed the plaster cast technique. When excavators found voids in the ash where bodies had decomposed, he poured plaster into the spaces, preserving the forms of people and animals at the moment they died. These casts became powerful evidence, but also a reminder that interpretation is shaped by methods, and that even a snapshot of the past is reconstructed. Pompeii's layers revealed ordinary Roman life in rare detail. Graffiti and electoral slogans, household shrines, tools, looms and workshops, carbonized foods and amphorae for wine and garum, the wear of streets and the rhythm of fountains and baths. It also revealed inequality, cramped quarters behind grand atria, enslaved labour inside prosperous homes, and uneven access to comfort and security. Today, new discoveries continue, alongside urgent preservation challenges: rain, plant growth, structural instability, and heavy tourism. Conservation, careful excavation, and digital recording now compete with time. Pompeii endures because it preserves not only monuments, but routines, one of the clearest windows into everyday life in the Roman world. The Mediterranean, on a still night, looks like a sheet of dark glass. The water barely moves. The stars sit low and close. It was somewhere on that calm ancient sea, around the year 75 BC, that a young man named Julius Caesar found himself in a situation that would have frightened almost anyone else. He was 25 years old, travelling by ship toward the island of Rhodes, where he intended to study rhetoric and refine the art of persuasive speaking. He was not yet famous. He was not yet powerful. He was simply a young Roman, well-born but not wealthy, with ambitions that stretched much further than his current circumstances. And then the pirates came. Cilician pirates were common in those waters in those years. They moved quietly across the sea, intercepting merchant ships and vessels carrying wealthy travellers, always watching for an opportunity. When they found Caesar's ship, they would have seen exactly what they were looking for. A young man of obvious status with companions and enough wealth to suggest a worthwhile ransom. They took him aboard their vessel and they held him there. What happened next is the part of this story worth sitting with quietly for a moment. Most people, held captive by rough and dangerous men in the middle of the sea, would have been afraid. Visibly, measurably afraid. They would have been careful and polite and eager to please. They would have made themselves small. Caesar did the opposite. He was, by all accounts, completely composed. Not the brittle composure of someone hiding terror, but something more settled than that, something almost effortless. He spoke to the pirates as though they were a mild inconvenience. He ate with them, slept among them, and when he felt like resting, he told them to be quiet. He recited poetry and the speeches he had been working on, and if they did not respond with sufficient admiration, he told them calmly that they had no taste. When the pirates told him the ransom they intended to demand was 20 talents, Caesar laughed. He told them they were thinking too small. He was worth at least 50 talents, he said, and they should ask for that instead. There is something almost dreamlike about this detail, that a man being held for ransom insisted his captors charge more for him, as though the original amount were somehow beneath his dignity. He sent his companions off across the water to gather the sum, and he remained. 38 days passed. The sea moved gently around that island. The pirates went about their routines, and Caesar waited among them, composed and unhurried, as though he were a guest who had simply chosen an unusual place to stay. But there was something else running beneath that composure, something quiet and steady and very certain, because during those 38 days Caesar told the pirates more than once and without apparent anger that when he was released he would come back and have every one of them crucified. He said it the way a person might mention the weather, calmly, almost softly. The pirates found it amusing. They laughed. They thought he was performing, that the arrogance was a kind of theatre put on for his own amusement. They did not understand what they were hearing. The ransom was paid, and Caesar was released, and he stepped off their vessel and walked back into the world as quietly as he had endured his captivity. There was no dramatic outburst, no visible relief. He simply began moving with purpose. Without holding any official position, without any military authority granted to him by Rome, he went to the city of Miletus and gathered a small fleet of ships. He called in favours, persuaded people, organised what he needed, and then he sailed back. He found the pirates at the same island where he had been held. He surrounded them. He captured them. The men who had laughed at his promises now stood before him, and the quiet certainty he had carried through 38 days of captivity had become something entirely real. He handed them over to the governor of Asia, expecting swift punishment. The governor hesitated. There were considerations, he suggested. The pirates had money, and there were questions about what should be done with it. He would think about the matter. He would take his time. Caesar did not wait. He returned to the pirates himself, and he ordered that they all be crucified. It was done. The sea went on being still. The same waters that had carried him into captivity carried him away from it, and the episode closed behind him like a door settling softly shut. He continued on toward Rhodes. He resumed his studies. The world moved forward at its usual unhurried pace, but something about this small, strange chapter on a quiet sea tells you something important about the man Julius Caesar would become. There is a kind of person whose stillness is just stillness, and there is another kind whose stillness contains everything. Caesar, even at 25, seemed to belong entirely to the second kind. He was never loud about his intentions. He never raged or threatened with trembling hands. He simply said what he would do, waited with patience that looked almost like ease, and then did exactly what he had said. Calm certainty, it turns out, can hide a very ruthless resolve. The pirates learned that. Others, in the long years that followed, would learn it too, sometimes slowly, sometimes suddenly, sometimes far too late. For now, though, the sea is quiet again. The stars are reflected in the dark water. Somewhere on that ancient coast, a young man with a great deal of ambition and a very long memory is sailing away from an island, back toward a world that does not yet know his name the way it will. And if you are finding your breath slowing as you listen, if the story is beginning to settle around you like something soft and unhurried, then you are exactly where this tale wants you to be. There is much more still to come, unfolding gently, one quiet chapter at a time. Rome, in the late hours before dawn, is a city of murmurs. The great stones of its streets hold the warmth of the day long after the sun has gone, and in the quiet before the markets open and the crowds gather, you can almost hear the weight of the place, the old names carved into doorways, the ancient lineages pressed into the very dust of its roads. It was into this city, on a summer's day that ancient sources place sometime around the 12th or 13th of July, in the year 100 BC, that Gaius Julius Caesar was born. The exact day is not entirely certain. Time has a way of softening its own edges, and even the scholars who came after him disagreed on the precise date, as though history itself could not quite hold still around the moment of his arrival. But the year seems settled enough, and the family into which he was born is clear and old and worth understanding, because it shaped everything that followed. The gens Julia was ancient. The family traced its lineage back through generations so distant they had become almost mythological, back to the founders of early settlements, and further still to the goddess Venus herself. This was the story the family kept and carried, passed down through quiet rooms by lamplight, the way old families hold their histories close. And yet, for all that ancient weight, the Julii were not especially wealthy by the time Caesar came into the world. The name was noble. The name was old. But nobility and comfort do not always share the same house, and the Caesar family occupied a modest home in a district called the Subura, a neighbourhood of ordinary people, narrow streets, and the particular kind of noise that fills a city's lower quarters at every hour. His father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, was a man of reasonable standing who held political offices but never climbed especially high. He was present, and then, when Caesar was around 16 years old, he was gone. He died, around 84 BC, leaving the household quietly rearranged around his absence. What remained was Aurelia. Caesar's mother, Aurelia Cotta, came from an influential family called the Aurelii Cottae, and she was, by all accounts, a woman of uncommon steadiness. She did not disappear into grief or uncertainty after her husband's death. She remained present and watchful and clear about what she wanted for her son. She guided his education. She encouraged his ambitions. She helped him understand that a name, even a great and ancient one, requires effort to keep alive in a world that is always testing the strength of things. Her influence on the young Caesar was quiet but constant, the way a river shapes its banks not through any single moment of force, but through steady, patient movement across long stretches of time. And Rome was not in those years an easy place to have ambitions. The city was tense in the way that places become tense when power is shifting, and no one is quite sure where it will settle. Sulla, the general and dictator, had seized control of Rome in 82 BC, and in the years that followed he produced what were called proscription lists, names written down on public notice, men declared enemies of the state, their property forfeit, their lives unprotected. It was a quiet kind of terror, the terror of a list, of seeing a name written in ink and knowing what that writing meant. Caesar was connected to the Marian faction, the political world that Sulla had crushed. His aunt Julia had been married to the great general Marius, and Caesar himself had married a woman named Cornelia, the daughter of a prominent Marian ally. Sulla ordered him to divorce her. Caesar refused. This is worth holding for a moment in the silence of the early morning. A young man, not yet 20, with no great power of his own, in a city where Sulla's word could mean death, simply said no. The precise consequences that followed are not entirely clear in every account. Some say he was briefly listed among the proscribed, some say he escaped through the intervention of family connections and, perhaps, a carefully placed sum of money. The details shift a little depending on the source, as old stories sometimes do. but what remains consistent is the shape of the choice itself. Caesar did not comply. He held his ground. He waited. Aurelia, it is said, helped defend him. She appealed to people with influence. She worked the quiet networks of Roman society, the relationships between families, the careful conversations held in shaded courtyards and over unhurried meals until the immediate danger passed. Caesar withdrew from Rome for a time, moving carefully through the landscape of a city that was still deciding whether it wanted him alive. He learned in those years what it felt like to exist inside a web of rivals and factions and ancient loyalties, and he paid close attention to every thread. By the time Sulla died, in 78 BC, the worst of the immediate danger had eased, and slowly, carefully, Caesar began to move back toward the light of public life. He was co-opted as a pontifex around 73 BC, a religious office that carried with it a kind of civic weight and visibility. He was elected military tribune for 71 BC. Small steps, taken with patience, the sort of steps that do not look like much from the outside, but that a man with a long memory and a steady temperament understands as the foundation of something much larger. He chose persistence, again and again, over the easier path of staying quiet and safe. He chose to be seen, to be present, to remain in the rooms where the city's business was conducted, even when those rooms contained people who might have preferred his absence. Outside, the streets of Rome were beginning to fill with the sounds of mourning. The murmur of the Forum, distant and low. The soft movement of a city waking up around its oldest stones. And somewhere in it, a young man with an old name was learning, with great patience, how to survive. The years moved slowly through Rome, the way seasons move through a city that has seen so many of them that each one feels both new and familiar. Caesar was no longer the careful young man navigating Sulla's shadow. He had grown into something more deliberate, more patient, more fluent in the particular language of Roman ambition. He had served in Spain, gathered debts and offices, learned the corridors of political life as a man learns the rooms of a house he intends one day to own. And yet the Senate remained a difficult place, a cold place, for those who pushed too hard or reached too visibly for what they wanted. It was sometime around 60 BC. Scholars place it as late as early 59. The precise moment is not quite certain, that three men began to speak privately to one another in a way that would change the shape of Rome, without Rome quite knowing it had happened. The meeting, if it could be called that, was not announced. There was no ceremony, no official record of an agreement reached. The Romans who came after them did not call it a triumvirate at first. They called it a friendship, or in quieter moments a conspiracy. Three men with different needs and different kinds of power, sitting with that shared understanding that sometimes forms between people who recognize each other's usefulness before they recognize anything else. Pompey was the great general, the man who had swept pirates from the Mediterranean and reorganized the East with a quiet confidence that came from having won. He had returned from his eastern campaigns expecting the Senate to confirm his arrangements, to grant land to his veterans, to give his victories the political weight they deserved. Instead, the Senate had hesitated and delayed and held itself apart, the way institutions sometimes do when they feel their own authority is being tested by someone else's success. Pompey was powerful and frustrated, which is a particular kind of restlessness in a man accustomed to being obeyed. Crassus was the wealthiest man in Rome, perhaps the wealthiest Rome had ever seen, and wealth of that scale requires maintenance, requires the steady cooperation of political systems and legal arrangements. He had his own difficulties with the Senate. He wanted financial concessions for the business interests he supported, and he wanted the kind of standing and influence that money alone cannot buy, in a city where old names and military glory still carry a different weight. And Caesar wanted the consulship. He wanted debt relief. He wanted, more than anything, a command beyond the walls of the city, a province where he could do what Roman generals did with a province, extend its boundaries, fill the treasury, and return home with the kind of reputation that makes even a hostile Senate fall quiet. What each man needed, the others could help provide. It was as simple and as complicated as that. Pompey had the soldiers and the popular standing. Crassus had the money and the equestrian networks. Caesar had the political cunning and the willingness to move in the spaces between law and custom, where real power is often quietly assembled. The three needs fitted together the way gears fit, not perfectly, not without friction, but with enough alignment to move something large. The alliance was cemented with the kinds of ties Romans trusted, familial ones. Caesar gave his daughter Julia to Pompey in marriage, a quiet but significant binding of two households. Caesar himself married Calpurnia, a connection that drew Crassus closer into the arrangement. These were not merely domestic decisions. In Rome, a marriage was a bridge between political worlds, and these particular bridges carried a great deal of carefully arranged weight. What followed during Caesar's consulship in 59 BC was visible and efficient. He pushed through the Lex Julia Agraria, a land distribution law that gave Pompey's veterans the settlements they had been waiting for. He secured financial relief for Crassus's allies, and he obtained for himself, through the Lex Vatinia, command of Illyricum and Cisalpine Gaul, provinces that stretched toward the open world beyond Rome's comfortable borders for 5 years. 5 years away from the city and its resentments, 5 years of distance, which a man who understood power knew could become a kind of strength. The Senate watched all of this with the particular discomfort of a body that has just realized it has been moved around without being directly confronted. The conservative voices, men like Cato the Younger, who was sharp and principled in the way of someone who has decided the law is a wall worth standing against, attempted to slow things down. Bibulus, Caesar's fellow consul, issued legal objections and observed unfavourable omens, the traditional Roman way of trying to invalidate proceedings you cannot otherwise stop. The filibusters stretched on, the challenges accumulated, but the triumvirate had enough leverage to push through what it needed, and the Senate found its usual instruments of delay blunted one by one. There was, beneath all of this efficient motion, an unease that settled over Rome like the particular stillness before a change in weather. The senators who had not been drawn into the alliance sat with a quiet resentment that had nowhere immediately to go. 3 men, through private understanding, were shaping public life in ways the Republic's careful architecture of checks and balances was meant to prevent. No one had broken any law exactly, and yet something fundamental had shifted in the arrangement of things. The air in the forum was different. Conversations in the Senate's corridors carried a lower tone. Rome held its breath the way a city holds its breath when it knows something is happening but cannot yet name what it will become. Caesar, for his part, kept his attention on the road ahead. The provinces were waiting. The distance he had arranged for himself was almost within reach. And he understood, with the steady clarity of a man who'd been learning patience since he was 16 years old, standing against Sulla's will, that the real work of what he intended had not yet begun. It would begin far from Rome, under long skies, in the deep quiet of a land that had not yet heard his name. The land beyond the Alps was vast in the way that only lands you have never seen can be vast. Rolling hills folding into dense forests, rivers that had no names in Latin, skies that seemed to stretch further than Roman skies, as though the further you moved from the city the more sky there was above you. Caesar rode into this world in 58 BC, and the years that followed were years of marching, of cold camps built at dusk and broken before sunrise, of crossing rivers whose names his men learned to pronounce slowly, carefully, the way you learn words in a language that is not your own. 8 years! That is how long the Gallic Wars lasted. 8 years of legions moving through terrain that did not welcome them, of temporary forts becoming fortified camps, becoming something almost permanent, of Roman order pressing itself into a landscape that had its own order, older and quieter, and indifferent to the ambitions of men from the south. The Rhine, the Seine, rivers that ran cold even in summer, rivers whose currents his soldiers crossed with the particular kind of discipline that comes from knowing there is no real choice. You cross the river or you stop, and stopping was not something Caesar's legions did for very long. The tribes of Gaul were not a single people. They were many peoples, with their own arrangements, their own disagreements, their own histories of alliance and conflict that stretched back long before Rome had thought to look in their direction. Some tribes negotiated. Some fought with a ferocity that surprised even experienced Roman officers. The campaigns were not clean or simple. They were long and complicated, and sometimes things went badly, though you would not always know it from the accounts that were written down afterward. But that comes a little later in the story. What mattered, in those years under the long Gallic sky, was the slow, steady accumulation of territory. Province by province, winter by winter, Caesar's reach extended until Roman influence had touched the edges of a world that pressed against the Atlantic, where the ocean ran grey and wide and the land simply ended at the water. If you're finding this peaceful, you're welcome to subscribe for more quiet stories like this. There's no hurry. The story will continue. In 55 BC, Caesar did something that was less a military necessity and more a kind of statement. The Rhine, that wide cold river forming the eastern boundary of the world he was shaping, was crossed not by boat, but by bridge. A wooden bridge built from timber cut from the surrounding forests, constructed in what ancient accounts suggest was around 10 days, though the precise time is debated among those who study such things. The bridge was perhaps 150 meters across, perhaps much more. Estimates differ, and the river does not keep records, but it was wide and it was real, and it was built by Roman hands with Roman engineering, resting on wooden piles driven into the riverbed, with the patient, methodical force of an army that had learned to turn almost any landscape into a problem it could solve. Caesar's legions crossed into Germanic territory, stayed long enough to make the point that they could, and then withdrew and dismantled the bridge behind them. The bridge was never meant to hold territory. It was meant to be seen, to be known about, to travel back to Rome in the mouths of men who would describe it in the forum and in letters and in conversations at dinner, where the question of Caesar's name would come up, as it increasingly did, with a mixture of admiration and something quieter that was not quite admiration. And then there was Britain, even further than the forests of Gaul, further than the Rhine. There was an island at the edge of the known world, or what Romans understood as the known world, which is a different thing. Caesar landed there twice, in 55 BC and again in 54 BC. The first expedition arrived with somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 legionaries and roughly 100 transport ships, though ancient accounts vary and modern scholars work with ranges rather than certainties. The second expedition was considerably larger. More ships, more cavalry, more men. A force that crossed the Channel with enough weight to establish a client king and extract some measure of cooperation from the tribes it encountered. Neither expedition resulted in lasting Roman control of Britain. That would come much later, under different emperors, different campaigns, different ambitions. Caesar's Britain was more like a reaching, a hand extended towards something uncertain and then slowly withdrawn, but not before the gesture had been made and witnessed and recorded. There was something almost dreamlike about it. Soldiers from the centre of the Mediterranean world standing on the shore of an island wrapped in mist and unfamiliar wind, at the far edge of everything familiar, and Caesar wrote about all of it. This is perhaps the most careful thing he did during those 8 years, and it was done with a quietness that made it easy to overlook. He wrote his commentaries, the Commentarii de Bello Gallico, accounts of the campaign set down in plain, clear Latin, the kind of Latin anyone with an education could read without effort. He wrote about himself in the third person, which gave the accounts a surface quality of distance and objectivity, as though someone else were simply recording what Julius Caesar had done. Julius Caesar crossed the river. Julius Caesar ordered the bridge. Julius Caesar received the submission of the Belgic tribes. The form suggested neutrality. The content was anything but. The commentaries reached Rome while Caesar was still in the field. They were read in the forum, passed through households, discussed by the very plebeians Caesar needed on his side against the Optimates, who watched his growing power with increasing unease. Every victory was described clearly and fully. Every setback was present in the text, but framed with the careful language of a man who understood that how a story is told shapes what the story means. Modern scholars who study the commentaries tend to see them as something between memoir and political instrument, a genuine account of genuine events, shaped and selected and arranged with the instincts of someone who understood that reputation is not simply earned, but also constructed, quietly, word by word. Distance has a particular effect on power. This is something Rome had always known in theory, but rarely had to confront so directly. Caesar, moving further from the city with every campaign season, was also growing larger in the city's imagination. He was not there to be argued with in the Senate. He was not there to be diminished by proximity or caught in the ordinary wear of daily political life. He was somewhere out there, beyond the mountains, winning, and the winning arrived in Rome before he did, carried in letters and reports and those carefully written commentaries, building something in the public mind that the Senate found increasingly difficult to address. Some of the senators who had watched him leave with relief began to understand slowly that his absence was not absence at all. It was a different kind of presence. The further he marched toward the Atlantic, the more his name filled the spaces of Roman political life. Harder to challenge, harder to diminish, harder when the time came to simply recall. The sky over Gaul was wide and grey and patient. Caesar moved beneath it year after year, learning the shape of a world Rome had not yet owned, and in Rome the shape of what he was becoming settled over the city like weather, gradual and enormous and impossible to ignore. It was January, and the north of Italy held the particular stillness that winter brings to flat land near rivers. The fields were quiet. The trees along the water stood without leaves, their bare branches holding the pale sky like something they had been asked to keep for a while. A small river moved through the cold landscape, not wide, not deep, not remarkable in any way that a traveller passing it for the first time would notice. It was called the Rubicon, and it had one quality that made it different from every other river in the world at that moment. It was a line, not a natural line, a legal one, a boundary drawn by Roman law between the province Caesar commanded and the territory of Rome itself. Any Roman general crossing it with his army still under arms committed a crime against the state. This was the rule that held the Republic together, the rule that kept military power from simply walking into the city and becoming everything. It was an old rule and a serious one, and for a long time it had held. Caesar came to the bank of the Rubicon with Legio III Gemina, his 13th legion, sometime in those cold days of January in 49 BC. The exact day is uncertain in the ancient sources, recorded differently by different hands, somewhere around the 10th or 11th of the month. What the sources agree on is the pause, that before the crossing there was a stillness, a moment in which Caesar stood at the edge of something that could not be undone once it was done. He had governed Gaul for nearly a decade. He had extended Rome's reach further than almost anyone before him. He had written his own story in careful, plain Latin and sent it home season by season. And now the Senate, urged by Pompey and the faction that had always watched Caesar's growing power with unease, was demanding that he lay down his command before returning to Rome. He could comply. He could dissolve the army, walk back into civilian life, trust that the political structures he had worked within would continue to work for him. Or he could cross. Later writers, Suetonius among them, recorded that Caesar spoke a phrase as he moved his men across the water. The die is cast. The words are reported differently by different sources, and some scholars have noted that Plutarch suggests Caesar may have been quoting a line from the playwright Menander, a softer, more literary gesture than the bold declaration the phrase has become over the centuries. What is certain is the crossing itself. The army moved across the shallow river, through cold water and cold air, and the world changed in the way that only irreversible things can change it, quietly, finally, without the possibility of going back. Pompey and the Senate fled Rome. The city they left behind did not erupt into immediate violence. It did something in some ways more unsettling. It held its breath. Citizens who had built their lives within the structures of the Republic watched those structures shift beneath them the way ground shifts before you fully understand that something underneath it has moved. Loyalties divided not always along clear lines. Some Italian cities opened their gates to Caesar almost without argument. Others looked toward Pompeii in the east with something between hope and uncertainty. The civil war that unfolded in the months that followed was not a clean division of forces. It was a slow tightening, a gradual clarification of a tension that had been building for years, the question of who Rome actually belonged to and by what authority it was governed. Pompey moved east, gathering his forces across Greece and Macedonia and the provinces beyond, building an army that in numbers was considerably larger than anything Caesar could immediately assemble. By the time the two forces met at Pharsalus, in Greece, on a warm August day in 48 BC, Pompey commanded somewhere close to 47,000 men. Caesar's veterans numbered roughly 22,000. The disparity in numbers was real, and Pompey's advisers understood it. What they perhaps understood less well was the difference that years of campaigning together makes in men who have learned to trust each other under difficult skies. The battle was decisive in the particular way that some battles are, not through some dramatic final moment, but through the quiet, grinding application of discipline and experience against numbers that never fully organized themselves into the force they were meant to be. Caesar's cavalry was overwhelmed, as Pompey had planned, but his infantry, specifically his fourth line of veterans held in reserve, turned the battle in a direction that Pompey's larger force could not reverse. The losses on Pompey's side were severe. Ancient accounts speak of around 15,000 killed and 24,000 taken prisoner. Those scholars approach Caesar's own reported casualty figures with appropriate caution, as such numbers tend to reflect the interests of the men who record them. What is not in dispute is that Pharsalus ended the military question, if not the political one. Caesar had won. Pompey fled south and east, toward Egypt, toward what he hoped would be safety or support, or at least time. He received none of these. On the shore of Egypt he was killed on the orders of the young Ptolemy XIII, a decision made by a court that feared backing the losing side of a Roman civil war. When Caesar arrived in Alexandria and was presented with what remained of Pompey, the man who had once been his co-ruler of Rome and then his enemy, the accounts suggest he wept. What he actually felt is something the historical record cannot tell us with any certainty. These are the private interiors of moments that leave only their surfaces behind. Egypt did not release Caesar quickly. The country was in its own internal crisis, a conflict between young Ptolemy and his older sister, who had been removed from power. Her name was Cleopatra VII, and she was, by the time Caesar met her, already a skilled political operator who understood the uses of alliance with a precision that matched his own. If you're resting somewhere comfortable as you listen to this, perhaps that is the right way to be with a story like this. Some things in history are best received slowly, without effort. What developed between Caesar and Cleopatra was both personal and political, in the way that power and intimacy have sometimes been impossible to fully separate. She was queen of a wealthy and ancient kingdom. He was the most powerful man in the Roman world, though that world was still unsettled and uncertain. Their alliance made sense by the cold logic of the time. What was less easily managed from Rome's perspective was what the alliance produced. Sometime in the middle of 47 BC, Cleopatra gave birth to a son. He was called Ptolemy XV, though history has known him mostly by the name Caesarion, the Little Caesar. The child's parentage was never formally acknowledged by Caesar, at least not in any legal Roman sense, but the resemblance was remarked upon, and the name itself made a kind of argument that did not require documentation. Rome, a city that had spent centuries building its identity on the careful management of inheritance and bloodline and civic duty, looked east at this child with the discomfort it found difficult to articulate, but impossible to entirely set aside. There was something in the existence of Caesarion that troubled the idea of the Republic in a way that military victories did not. Victories could be honoured and then contained. A child who looked like Caesar and carried a name that echoed his was harder to contain. It suggested something that the Republic had always said it did not want, and had built its entire architecture to prevent. It suggested a dynasty, a king's child, a line of succession that ran not through the consent of the Senate, but through blood. Caesar returned to Rome. The river he'd crossed in January of 49 BC could not be uncrossed. Everything that followed moved in only one direction. The city waited, with its old stones and its old arguments, for what came next. Rome received him back as it had always received powerful men, with ceremony and a careful arrangement of faces that showed whatever expression seemed safest. Caesar moved through the city with the unhurried authority of someone who no longer needed to argue for his position. He simply occupied it, the way a long silence occupies a room, without announcement, without apology. As dictator, he turned his attention to the quiet work of reordering things. The calendar was among the first. For generations the Roman year had drifted from the actual movement of the sun, months falling in the wrong seasons, festivals held in the cold when they belonged to warmth, the whole civic rhythm slightly out of time with the world it was meant to measure. In 46 BC, with the help of Alexandrian astronomers, Caesar redesigned it. The new calendar gave the year 365 days, with an extra day added every fourth year to account for the slow remainder left by the sun's actual path. It came into effect on the 1st of January in 45 BC, and though Rome adjusted to it gradually, the way bodies adjust to a new temperature, the shape of it held. Most of the world still keeps something close to that shape today. He expanded the Senate, increasing its membership from roughly 600 to somewhere near 900, filling the new seats with men from the provinces and the equestrian class, men who owed their position to him in a way that older senators did not. The exact count varied by ancient account, but the direction was clear enough. He adjusted the grain dole, reducing the number of recipients sharply, from somewhere around 300,000 to perhaps half that, and he established new colonies for veterans in places like Carthage and Corinth, and further cities in Gaul and Spain, distributing both land and people in patterns that served his larger design. And he was merciful. This was perhaps the quality that most unsettled those who watched him closely. He pardoned former enemies, granted land to men who had fought against him, welcomed back into civic life people who had expected punishment. Clemency was the word attached to this policy, and Caesar seemed to believe in it, or at least to practice it with enough consistency that it became associated with his character, in the way that certain habits become associated with a person until they are inseparable from them. But mercy, when it comes from someone with the power to do otherwise, is not the same as forgiveness. It carries within it the reminder of what was not done. Some of those pardoned men walked back into Rome understanding that their continued presence in it was a gift from Caesar, and that understanding sat in them like a stone. The whispers began in the places where whispers usually begin, porticos in the late afternoon, doorways at dusk, small gatherings that dissolved before they could be described as meetings. The word that kept returning was king, not dictator, not general, not even the ambiguous title he already held. King. The word Rome had driven out centuries before, the word its entire identity had been built against, the word that carried with it the suggestion of sons and dynasties and blood, determining what only the Senate was meant to decide. Whether Caesar wanted a crown in any formal sense remains uncertain. What is certain is that enough people believed he did, or feared he might, and that fear was sufficient. The conspiracy gathered slowly, the way certain things gather, without a single moment you could point to as the beginning. About 60 senators were eventually part of it, drawn together by different grievances and different readings of the same anxiety. Brutus, who Caesar had trusted and shown particular affection toward. Cassius, who had watched Caesar's accumulation of power with a long, cold attention. Others whose names history has preserved less carefully. On the Ides of March,
44 BC, they brought him down in the Curia of Pompeii, in a chamber named for the man Caesar had defeated and outlived. The ancient sources suggest he was stabbed around 23 times, though the accounts differ in their details, and which wound proved fatal was a question even those present could not agree upon. The physicians who examined him afterward offered their own uncertain answers. He fell near the base of Pompey's statue, and the Senate chamber went quiet in the way that rooms go quiet when something permanent has just occurred. The Republic did not survive the event it had hoped might save it. What followed was years of further conflict, shifting alliances, and the slow dissolution of the structures that senators like Brutus had believed they were protecting. The world Caesar had made by crossing a small river in the cold of January was not unmade by his death. It continued forward, changed in shape but moving still in the direction he had set. And so, a man who had once bargained calmly with pirates on a quiet sea, who had whispered agreements in borrowed rooms, who had watched the rain fall over Gaul from the edge of a campaign tent, ended in a marble chamber surrounded by men he had, many of them, once forgiven. Power can feel very still, right up until the moment it does not. That may be the quietest thing this story has to say. It moves without announcing itself, reshapes the world in ways that only become visible after the fact, and the people at the centre of it often cannot see it any more clearly than anyone else. If this story has kept you company tonight, a gentle like or subscription helps more stories find their way to more quiet evenings. Rest well.
Winter had closed the roads, but it could not stop people from moving. In the months between late 1240 and early 1241, refugees from the Rus lands drifted west in small, exhausted knots, merchants without caravans, monks without monasteries, boyars without households. They carried the same story, told with the flat certainty of those who had seen too much, cities that had simply stopped being cities. Ryazan burned and vanished. Vladimir fell. Kiev, ancient, river-bright, and walled, was taken after siege and storm, its churches broken open, its streets turned quiet, along the frontier markets of Poland and the border fortresses of Hungary. These accounts gathered like frost. The attackers were described as riders who came in winter as easily as in summer, who moved fast without seeming to tire, who appeared, withdrew, and returned from another direction. They fought in a way that confused men trained on feudal battlefields, feigned retreats, sudden encirclements, arrows that arrived before a charge could even be formed. To people who had never faced steppe warfare, it sounded uncanny, less like an army and more like a weather system, sweeping over a landscape and leaving only silence behind. Yet the rulers and churchmen of Latin Europe did not truly know what was coming. They had names, half-heard and inconsistent, Tatars, Mongols, sometimes simply the people from the East. They had letters and rumours, but little reliable intelligence, and less agreement on what it meant. Some assumed this was another raiding wave that would break on forests and fortifications. Others folded it into familiar categories: pagans to be converted, nomads to be bribed, divine punishment to be endured. The road of fear ran from the devastated riverlands of the Rus toward the Vistula in the north, and toward the passes of the Carpathians in the south, opening onto the wide Hungarian plain. Every mile westward turned rumour into policy, too late, or in the wrong direction. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you are listening from tonight. In the east, the force behind those rumours was not a single warband but a planned campaign, with Batu Khan as its political commander and the veteran strategist Subutai shaping its movements. In the west, Europe faced it as a patchwork: kingdoms, duchies, bishoprics, and rival claims. To understand why the response was so fragmented, we need to pause and look at what Europe was politically, militarily, and spiritually on the eve of 1341. Europe in the early 13th century was not a single body that could tense its muscles and turn toward danger. It was a landscape of overlapping loyalties, legal fictions, family claims and church jurisdictions, strong in local power, weak in collective action. When news arrived from the east, it did not enter one council chamber. It landed in dozens of courts, each with its own enemies, its own calendar, and its own reasons to hesitate. In the centre of the continent, the Holy Roman Empire looked imposing on a map, but its strength was scattered. The emperor's title carried enormous prestige, yet imperial authority depended on negotiation with princes who guarded their rights jealously. Great lords, dukes, margraves, counts, prince-bishops raised armies for their own wars and defended their own borders first. Frontier defence along the empire's eastern edge was not a unified system, but a chain of regional responsibilities, marches and bishoprics, fortified towns and noble estates, each expected to hold its own. This mattered because the empire was also distracted. Power was contested between dynasties, and politics pulled attention south toward Italy and the long struggle between emperors and popes. Even where a ruler understood the eastern danger, calling men to arms across the empire meant bargaining, summoning, persuading, promising, and paying. Feudal levies were time-limited, knights owed service for set periods, and campaigns were planned around seasons, harvests, and obligations at home. An army gathered too early ate its supplies and dissolved. An army gathered too late arrived after the damage was done. North of the Carpathians, Poland offered another kind of fragmentation. The Polish realm had been divided into duchies, ruled by Piast princes, bound together by blood but separated by rivalry. Krakow carried senior status in theory, yet in practice each region guarded its independence. Silesia, Greater Poland, Lesser Poland, Masovia, each with its own duke, its own retinue, and its own grudges. Cooperation was possible but never simple. Princes watched one another as closely as they watched foreign threats, calculating whether a neighbour's misfortune might become an opening. That internal division shaped the way defences were organised. Border warning systems existed, castles, monasteries, market towns, river crossings. But they were local. A duke could call his own knights and militia, reinforce his own strongpoints, and send messengers to cousins and rivals. But there was no single Polish command that could coordinate the whole front, assign responsibilities, and concentrate forces without argument. When danger came, it would meet pockets of resistance rather than a wall. Further south, Hungary was different, more centralised than Poland, and positioned like a gate. The Kingdom of Hungary lay open to the east, where the Carpathian Mountains formed a long arc of passes leading down into the Great Plain. That plain, wide, grassy, and crossed by rivers, could be rich and defensible, but it could also be a highway for steppe armies. Hungarian kings had long experience with frontier threats, and the kingdom maintained border counties and fortresses. Yet Hungary's strength was also its vulnerability. A frontier kingdom had to watch many directions at once, and it had to keep allies close. By 1241, the Hungarian court under King Bela IV, Bela, was wrestling with internal strains, the balance between crown and nobility, the distribution of lands and privileges, the loyalty of powerful magnates. Even before the Mongols arrived, Hungary had to manage the politics of the steppe, because steppe peoples did not vanish when they were pushed west. They arrived at borders, asking for refuge, tribute, or passage, and every decision about them created enemies at home. East of all these realms, the lands that had just been shattered, what Latin writers often called the Rus, were themselves divided long before the Mongol campaign began. The Rus principalities were a constellation of cities and territories linked by language, trade, and the prestige of the old Kievan past, but separated by competing branches of a ruling dynasty. Kiev had been a centre, not an unquestioned capital. Its authority faded as other cities grew stronger, Vladimir in the northeast, Halych and Volhynia in the southwest, Novgorod in the north. Princes fought one another for thrones and for revenue from river routes, hiring steppe allies when it suited them, then fighting those same allies when the price changed. The steppe had shaped Rus politics for generations. Pechenegs, then Cumans, also called Kipchaks, had raided, traded, and intermarried along the frontier. Rus's princes learned to build alliances and payoffs into their strategy. They learned that a raid could be survived, that a burned town could be rebuilt, that diplomacy might redirect danger toward a rival. These were hard lessons, but they created habits that made sense against earlier nomad confederations, and failed against an enemy that did not come to bargain. So when the Mongols began their western campaign, Europe did not receive the shock as a single event. It arrived as disjointed reports. A city fallen here, a river crossing forced there, refugees with conflicting details, letters copied and recopied. Communication itself was a constraint. Messages travelled at the speed of a horse and the safety of the road. Winter slowed movement, spring floods reshaped routes. A warning could take days to reach a court and longer to become action. Meanwhile, rulers had to interpret what they heard. Was this a temporary raid, a punishment expedition, an outburst that would burn itself out? Or was it conquest? Rivalries clogged every decision. A duke asked whether helping a neighbour would strengthen a competitor. A prince-bishop weighed the risk of leaving his diocese unguarded. A king considered whether calling a levy would provoke resistance among nobles who already resented royal demands. Even within the church, unity was imperfect. Bishops might preach resistance, but their resources were local, and Latin Christendom was preoccupied with disputes over authority, and with other fronts that seemed more immediate than a distant calamity across the forests. And what did Europeans actually know of the Mongols? Very little, and not in a form that could guide policy. The name Mongol was not yet stable in the Western imagination. Many called them Tatars, a label that blurred together different peoples and carried an echo of the unfamiliar. Some thought they were a remnant of earlier foes. Others imagined them as monsters from the edge of maps, or as the armies of a mysterious Eastern king who might be ally or threat. Reports emphasized what frightened the witnesses most: speed, cruelty, the ability to appear where no one expected them. But reliable intelligence, how many armies there were who commanded them, what they wanted, how they supplied themselves, was scarce. Rumour filled the gap, because rumour is what travels when institutions cannot. A merchant repeated what he had heard in a tavern at a river port. A monk copied a letter from a distant bishop, with additions from his own fears. A noble retainer exaggerated a skirmish into a battle, because it sounded more convincing that way. People reached for familiar explanations. Perhaps these riders were like the Avars of old, or like the Hungarians before they became Christian kings, or like the Cuman raiders who could be chased away after a hard season. In that sense, Europe misread the threat, not out of stupidity, but out of experience. The past provided a template, and the Mongols did not fit it, because what advanced from the east in 1241 was not a typical frontier raid. It was a coordinated operation designed far beyond the horizon of any single European court. Batu Khan directed the campaign as its political commander, and Subutai, the seasoned strategist, shaped its routes and timing. They did not depend on capturing one prize city and going home. They could separate forces, reconverge, and strike across distances that European commanders struggled to imagine. They had already tested the borderlands, mapped river crossings, learned who might resist and who might hesitate, and unlike earlier steppe pressures, this was not a negotiation by arrow and gift. It was an argument made in movement, systematic, relentless, and prepared. Europe, meanwhile, remained a patchwork, its seams visible everywhere. Princes bargaining, courts delaying, messengers riding, councils arguing over priorities. The continent could still fight fiercely, castle by castle and field by field, but it could not easily move as one. And as the snow began to thin on the eastern roads, that difference between a coordinated campaign and a divided defence would decide how the first blows landed and why they landed where they did. That coordination did not appear by accident. It was built deliberately on the far side of the steppe long before any European court heard the name Batu. In the late 12th century, the Mongol world was not an empire at all. It was a field of rival clans and shifting alliances spread across grasslands, river valleys, and forest edge. People who could unite for a season and fracture the next. Out of that violence rose Temujin, an exile, and a survivor who learned that power on the steppe depended on more than bravery. It depended on loyalty that could outlast a raid, and on rules that could bind men who were not kin. Temujin's early victories mattered for Europe only because of what he did with them. He broke older aristocracies, promoted commanders for ability, and tied followers to him through a mix of reward and obligation that reached beyond family lines. When he was proclaimed Genghis Khan, Genghis Khang, around 1206, it was not simply a new title. It marked the creation of a state that could demand service, distribute plunder and pasture systematically, and punish disobedience with a consistency that earlier confederations struggled to enforce. That state had a structure that travelled well. Mongol forces were organized in units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000, often called an arbun, zuun, mingun, and tumen in later terminology, though chroniclers in different languages use their own words. The exact sizes could vary in practice, especially after losses and detachments, but the principle held. Each level had a leader. Each leader was responsible for discipline, and groups could be combined or split without losing their chain of command. It meant orders could move down the hierarchy quickly, and accountability could move up just as fast. A commander did not merely lead brave men, he managed an organized instrument. Discipline was not an abstract virtue, it was what allowed the Mongols to fight in ways their opponents found baffling. A Mongol army could ride for days, scatter into separate columns, and still arrive at an appointed crossing or battlefield with a shared plan. They could feign retreat, one of their most famous tactics, not as a spontaneous trick, but as a controlled maneuver that required units to break contact without collapsing into panic. They could leave a siege to continue under one detachment, while the main force moved on, confident that the subordinate commander would do what was required without constant supervision. On the battlefield, the core advantage remained the mounted archer. Riders trained to shoot accurately at speed, to turn in the saddle, to release volleys while advancing or withdrawing. But it was not only the bow, it was the way the bow was used inside a wider system of mobility. Mongol horses were tough, and armies moved with spare mounts, letting men rotate animals and maintain a pace that infantry-based forces could rarely match. Movement itself became a weapon, used to choose where to fight, to refuse battle until conditions were favourable, and to strike at the enemy's weak points while avoiding strong ones. Communication held it together. Messages could be carried by fast riders, and across the empire, a relay network, later known as the Yam, supported long-distance travel for officials and couriers. In campaign, signalling was done by flags, horns, and pre-arranged drills over longer distances by dispatch riders moving between columns. This made coordination across wide fronts possible, and it helped explain how, in 1241, separate Mongol forces could strike Poland and Hungary in the same season without becoming isolated adventures. Just as important was intelligence. Mongol commanders did not ride blindly into unknown lands. Scouts moved ahead and to the flanks, reading terrain, tracing roads and river fords, identifying fortified places and supply zones, and measuring how quickly local forces could gather. They interrogated prisoners, recruited guides, and exploited merchant knowledge. Information was collected, compared, and acted upon. For European defenders used to slower, more localized warfare, this could feel like being watched by an enemy who was always already there. And the armies that would reach Europe were not an ethnically pure horde spilling out of the grasslands. As the Mongol Empire expanded, it absorbed people with specialized skills and then used those skills systematically. Engineers from conquered regions brought siegecraft, traction and counterweight throwing machines, sappers, techniques for undermining walls, and methods for surrounding strongpoints so that flight and relief became difficult. Administrators and translators helped manage tribute and communication. Allied and subordinated troops, Turkic steppe warriors, forest peoples, city fighters from Central Asia, filled out the manpower, often fighting under Mongol command structures. The result was a force that could do more than raid. It could reduce fortifications, manage prisoners, and continue operating far from its base. This institutional capacity mattered when Genghis Khan died in 1227. His death did not break the machine. Succession was managed through the ruling family and a council tradition, and after a period of settlement his son Ogedei, good day, became Great Khan. Under Ogedei, the empire did what it had learned to do, convert conquest into administrative reach, and then use that reach to fund and coordinate further expeditions. Campaigns were no longer only personal ventures of ambitious princes. They became imperial projects, planned across years, supplied through tribute and organized herds, and staffed by commanders whose careers depended on results. Out of that system came the men who matter for 1241. Batu Khan, Ba-Tu, was a grandson of Genghis, and he carried the authority of the ruling house. In the Western campaign, Batu was the political commander, the prince whose presence made the expedition legitimate, who represented the interests of the Jochid line, and who could demand cooperation from other nobles. Alongside him stood Subutai, Su-Bo-Ti, Genghis Khan's veteran general, famed for campaigns fought thousands of kilometers apart, and for an ability to plan like a map maker and strike like a hunter. Subutai was not merely a battlefield tactician. He was a strategist of routes, seasons, and converging columns, the kind of mind that could turn the distance between the Volga and the Danube into a single theatre. By the time Europe heard winter rumours on its eastern frontier, the Mongols were not improvising. They were deploying a state's capacity for war, disciplined units, reliable communications, practiced intelligence gathering, and a leadership pairing that combined Batu's political authority with Subutai's operational design. The next step, Europe's first real lesson, had already been delivered once, years earlier, on the plains by a river called the Kalka. The Kalka was not the beginning of the Mongols' Western War, but it was the first time the borderlands heard the Empire's method up close and survived to report it. In the early 1220s, 2 Mongol commanders rode far beyond the settled frontiers most states could imagine as a single campaign. One was Jibei, an aggressive, fast-moving general trusted by Genghis Khan. The other was Subutai, Sub-O-T, already showing the habits that would define him. Wide scouting arcs, careful timing, and an instinct for turning geography into advantage. Their movement west was not a migration and not a formal invasion aimed at holding territory. It was closer to a reconnaissance in force, probing the steppe, measuring enemies, mapping routes, and testing how quickly distant powers could respond. They crossed from the world of Central Asia into the Pontic steppe, the broad grasslands north of the Black Sea, where river systems fan out like veins and the horizon offers few places to hide. Here, alliances were personal, borders were elastic, and mounted warfare was a language many peoples already spoke. The Mongols struck and negotiated as needed, pushing through the networks of steppe politics, drawing out opponents and learning which groups could be threatened, bribed, or turned into guides. Their approach inevitably collided with 2 forces whose fortunes were tied to that landscape. The first was the Cuman Confederation, often called Cumans or Kipchaks, Turkic steppe nomads who dominated the region's pasture routes and served as raiders, mercenaries, and trading partners. The second was the Rus, the loose constellation of East Slavic principalities linked by dynastic ties, commercial rivers, and a shared Christian culture, but divided by rivalry. When the Mongols pushed into the steppe, the Cumans felt the pressure first. They did what steppe peoples often did when faced with a stronger mounted enemy. They looked for allies beyond the grasslands. Cuman leaders appealed to the Rus princes, warning that today's raid on the steppe could become tomorrow's raid on the river towns. Some Rus rulers accepted the logic. Others distrusted the Cumans, old enemies who had burned borders and carried off captives for generations. Even when agreement was reached, coordination was fragile. The Rus did not mobilize as one kingdom. They mobilized as a temporary coalition, several princely retinues and militias with different leaders, different priorities, and no single chain of command that could compel obedience in a crisis. Decisions could be debated, delayed, and ignored. In war, that meant movement without unity, and unity without discipline. Jabei and Subutai read this kind of enemy quickly. They did not need to defeat a single Rus army. They needed to keep a coalition moving, tired and uncertain, until it lost the ability to choose when and where to fight. In 1223, the opposing forces finally converged near a river remembered as the Kalka. The details in surviving accounts vary. Medieval chroniclers rarely agree on distances, timings, or numbers, but the outline is consistent enough to understand the lesson. The Mongols drew the coalition onward with controlled withdrawals and fast skirmishing, pulling the Allied vanguard farther from its supports. It looked to many pursuers like an enemy in retreat. But it was a retreat executed as a maneuver, part lure, part screening action, buying time and shaping the battlefield. The coalition advanced in a stretched formation, with Cumans and some Rus's elements pressing ahead, and others following more slowly. In that gap lived the Mongols' advantage. When the moment came, Jabei and Subutai turned from flight to attack with forces that had remained coherent, coordinated, and ready. The Allied line, by contrast, met the blow in pieces. Units arriving at different times fought separate fights. Attempts to reinforce became confused by dust, distance, and the speed of mounted archery. Once panic began in the forward elements, especially among the Cumans, whose withdrawal could look like betrayal to their allies, collapse spread backward along the riverbank like a cracking plank. Some Russ's forces managed to form a defensive camp, using wagons and terrain to hold out for a time. But isolated and surrounded, without a unified relief effort, their position became a trap. The battle ended not as a clean annihilation in a single moment, but as the disintegration of a coalition that could not recover its order once it had been broken. Captured leaders were dealt with harshly, in a way meant to demonstrate Mongol authority and to discourage future resistance from the region's elites. Chroniclers emphasize that prominent prisoners were executed after the fighting and that their status did not protect them. The purpose was political as much as military, to show that rank alone could not bargain away defeat. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the Mongols did not stay. This is one of the most important parts of the Kolkha story. Jibei and Subutai were deep in unfamiliar territory, far from the empire's main centres of supply and reinforcement. Their mission had never been to occupy the Rus lands or rule the steppe permanently in 1223. They had achieved something more valuable for the future, a survey of roads and rivers, an understanding of who could unite against them, and evidence that the Rus princes struggled to coordinate under stress. They learned how the Cumans would react when threatened, which routes could carry fast-moving cavalry, where the river crossings and bottlenecks lay, and how quickly news travelled between principalities. They saw the strengths too, fortified towns, difficult forests, and the endurance of defenders behind fieldworks. But they saw those strengths in a scattered system, not a single wall. After Kolkha, the Mongol commanders withdrew eastward, fighting as needed on the return, leaving behind shock, stories, and an unresolved question: was this a raid or the edge of something larger? For the Rus and their neighbours, it was a warning that did not turn into immediate occupation, and warnings that fade are often misunderstood. For the Mongol leadership, it was reconnaissance paid for in sweat and distance. When, years later, the empire chose to come back with a full-scale western campaign, an expedition with Batu Khan's authority and Subutai's design, the path into Europe would not be guessed at. It would be remembered. Years passed after the Kolkha, and the steppe's memory settled into rumour. Then, in the 1230s, the decision was made at the centre of the empire. The west would no longer be tested. It would be taken. Under Ogedei, Genghis Khan's successor, a major expedition was authorised, not as a raid, but as a deliberate, multi-year campaign. It gathered not only seasoned commanders, but princes of the ruling family, men whose presence signalled that this was imperial policy. Their participation also carried a second purpose. These young leaders would learn conquest the way the Mongols taught it, through movement, coordination, and hard choices enforced at speed. The political commander chosen for the Western campaign was Batu Khan, Bash II grandson of Genghis, and a figure with the rank to speak for the dynasty. Batu did not need to be the most brilliant tactician to be indispensable. He was the one who could hold a coalition of princes together, distribute plunder, settle disputes, and represent the campaign's results to the great Khan. Beside him, shaping the campaign's logic, was the strategist already known from the Kalka, Subutai, Su-Bo-Ti, older now, experienced and trusted to coordinate movements across distances that would break most armies. Before the Rus towns and forests, the campaign first turned toward the middle Volga, into the lands of Volga Bulgaria. This was not a detour. Volga Bulgaria controlled river routes, trade arteries, and fertile zones that could feed horses and men. It sat like a gate between the steppe and the forested north, between the empire's eastern approaches and the corridors that led toward the Rus. If the Mongols intended to operate for years in the west, they needed secure crossings, supply regions, and a base that could be taxed, garrisoned, and used as a staging ground. In 1236 the Bulgars were attacked and overcome. Sources disagree on the exact sequence and scale of individual sieges, but they agree on the result. Organised resistance was crushed, towns were taken, and the Volga region was folded into the campaign's logistics. For the next stages that mattered as much as any battlefield success. An army of mounted archers still needed fodder, grain, replacement bows, ironwork, and reliable routes for messengers. Conquest created a system behind the front, one that could keep the front moving. With the Volga secured, the campaign pivoted toward the Rus principalities. Here the terrain changed. The open steppe gave way to river networks, mixed forests and towns fortified with earthworks, timber walls, and in a few places, stone. The Mongols did not mistake these cities for easy targets. They approached them as problems to be solved by isolation, intimidation, and siegecraft. In late 1237, the first great blow fell on Ryazan, on the Oka River frontier. Medieval accounts describe envoys, demands, and refusal. The details are coloured by later memory, but the pattern is consistent with Mongol practice elsewhere. Submission and tribute could mean survival under new authority. Refusal could bring exemplary punishment. Ryazan resisted, and the city was stormed and destroyed. Chroniclers speak of slaughter and fire, and while they often amplify horror, the archaeological and narrative record agree on devastation. The purpose was not mindless killing. It was a political message delivered through violence. Resistance would be expensive, and the campaign would not stall to negotiate with every wall. From Ryazan, the Mongols advanced deeper into the northeast Rus. The winter itself became part of the campaign. Frozen rivers turned into roads, swamps hardened. The season that normally slowed movement could, for a disciplined army, become an advantage. By early 1238, the focus was Vladimir, one of the key centres of the Vladimir Suzdal lands. The Mongols brought siege technology that Eurasian warfare had been sharing for centuries. Traction and counterweight machines capable of hurling stones, heavy arrows and incendiaries. Sappers who could undermine walls, mobile screens and shields to protect approaches. These methods were not uniquely Mongol, but the Mongols were unusually effective at collecting specialists, engineers from conquered peoples, artisans compelled into service, and crews drilled to operate under fire. Vladimir fell. The prince's family, according to the chronicles, died in the catastrophe, and the city's churches and courtyards became scenes of panic and smoke. Other towns followed, some after siege, some after surrender. The point was not merely to take one capital, but to break the ability of separate principalities to support one another. Subutais' influence shows in the way the campaign did not hinge on a single decisive battle. Instead, pressure moved like weather across a map, striking multiple nodes, separating allies, and turning each town into an isolated decision. Submit alone or be destroyed alone. Over the next 2 years, the net tightened through the southern Rus's lands, until the great symbolic target came into view, Kyiv on the Dnieper, ancient, wealthy, and still resonant as a cultural and religious centre even after the Rus's world had fractured politically. In 1240, Kyiv was besieged. What medieval sources agree on is the broad arc. The Mongols invested the city, breached its defences, and captured it after hard fighting. They agree, too, that destruction followed, churches damaged, neighbourhoods burned, survivors reduced to a fraction of the pre-siege population. Where they disagree is in the details that later generations most wanted, the exact length of the siege, the precise numbers killed or enslaved, and whether some accounts exaggerate ruin to frame Kyiv as a martyr city in a cosmic struggle. Medieval writers often write with moral purpose as much as with military accuracy. Still, even allowing for embellishment, the fall of Kyiv marked a turning point that was felt far beyond the Dnieper. It was not simply another town taken. It was a signal that no reputation, no saints, and no old prestige would halt the campaign. And now the human consequence began to flow westward. Refugees, merchants with what they could carry, monks with relics and manuscripts, families driving half-starved livestock, moved along the rivers and forest roads towards safer frontiers. They carried stories that travelled faster than armies, of cities that fell in days, of winter marches across ice, of engineers battering walls that had held against steppe raiders for generations. Some tales were accurate, others grew in the retelling, but all had the same effect. Poland and Hungary heard that the Mongols were no longer a distant steppe rumour. They were a system, advancing, fed by conquered lands behind them, and guided by commanders who seemed to plan years ahead. By the time the snows returned after Kyiv, fear was no longer abstract. It had names: Ryazan, Vladimir, Kyiv, and it had witnesses arriving at western courts with hollow eyes and broken maps. What had begun as a campaign against the Rus was becoming something larger, pushing toward the plains where Europe's kingdoms would soon have to decide whether to stand apart or fall apart in the west. The frontier that mattered most was the Kingdom of Hungary, spread across the Pannonian plain, like an open invitation to steppe cavalry. Yet when the news from the Rus arrived, Hungary was not a kingdom ready to move as one. It was a kingdom arguing with itself. Its king was Belar IV, Belar, young enough to still be shaping his authority, and determined to reverse what he saw as decades of drift. Before him, royal lands and privileges had been granted away to powerful families, creating magnates who could raise their own forces and resist the crown's demands. Bela tried to pull that power back toward the centre, reclaiming estates, challenging private fortresses, insisting that the realm's defence was the king's business. It was a programme with logic, but it came at a cost. On the eve of invasion, many of the very men whose horses and spears Bela would need were resentful, slow to obey, and quick to question his judgment. Then another pressure arrived from the east, not as an army, but as a people. They were the Cumans, Cumans, Turkic-speaking steppe nomads, organised in clans, famous as horse archers, and long accustomed to moving between the grasslands north of the Black Sea and the edges of settled states. For generations they had fought, traded, and raided across a broad frontier world. But now the Mongol advance had shattered that world. Some Cuman groups were defeated and absorbed, others fled, seeking any border that might hold. In 1239 and 1240, a major Cuman faction approached Hungary asking for refuge. Their leader is usually named Khotan, Kur 10, sometimes rendered Kuthan. He came not only with warriors but with families, herds, and the hard momentum of a migration driven by fear. Bela saw an opportunity where others saw danger. The Cumans were exactly the kind of mobile cavalry Hungary lacked in sufficient numbers, and if settled as royal dependents, they could strengthen the crown against both foreign threats and rebellious lords. Bela accepted them, and Khotan, in a gesture meant to bind the alliance, agreed to baptism. But the kingdom did not receive the Cumans with a single mind. The Cumans' way of life, tents, herds, seasonal movement, did not fit neatly into a land of villages, fields, and legal boundaries. Their arrival strained resources and tempers. Clashes broke out with local communities over grazing and theft, sometimes real, sometimes imagined, often impossible to judge in the panic of rumour. To many Hungarian nobles and townspeople, the Cumans looked less like allies and more like the very kind of steppe raiders the kingdom had fought for centuries. And as stories of Mongol methods spread, suspicion hardened into a simple accusation. The Cumans were Mongol scouts in disguise, or they would betray Hungary when the invasion came. Batu Khan's envoys understood how to press that fear. The Mongols did not treat the Cumans as a separate question. In their view, the Cumans were subjects, defeated people who had fled from rightful authority. If Hungary sheltered them, Hungary was interfering with the empire's order. So demands followed. Surrender the Cumans, hand over Khotan. Submit and acknowledge Mongol overlordship, or face the consequences. These were not diplomatic requests in the European sense. They were notices of a decision already made. Belar refused. He could not give up the Cumans without admitting weakness to his own nobles, and he could not accept Mongol terms without turning Hungary into a tributary frontier. The pressure did what Mongol pressure so often did. It widened cracks that already existed. While Bela tried to call up the kingdom's host, the political quarrel over the Cumans turned into open violence. In the spring of 1241, as the invasion drew close enough to feel like thunder beyond the mountains, a mob in Hungary seized Khotan and murdered him. The sources differ on the exact setting and the men behind it, whether it was a spontaneous riot or the work of nobles who wanted the alliance broken, but the outcome was unmistakable. Hungary had killed the guest it had promised to protect. What followed was panic, and then blood. The Cumans, convinced they had been betrayed and now trapped between Hungary and the Mongols, struck back as they withdrew. They moved south and west in a tearing flight, raiding and burning as they went, leaving behind a trail of chaos that deepened the kingdom's internal fear. A policy meant to strengthen Hungary's frontier had detonated inside its own borders. And with the Cumans went something Hungary could not easily replace. Thousands of skilled riders used to steppe warfare, men who could scout, screen an army's march, and answer horse archers with horse archers. Their departure also stripped the eastern marches of a human buffer at precisely the moment it was needed. Worse still, it poisoned trust. Bela's summons to arms now met a nobility that blamed him for inviting disaster, and communities that had just seen violence erupt in their own streets. By early 1241, the map narrowed to a few hard corridors. The Carpathians rose like a wall along Hungary's eastern edge, but they were a wall with gates, passes, and river valleys that an army could force, especially an army guided by careful reconnaissance and coordinated timing. Behind those passes, Hungary struggled to mobilize, arguing over who would lead, where to assemble, and whether the kingdom's own allies could be trusted. Beyond the mountains, Batu Khan's authority held the campaign together, and Subutai's planning shaped how the invasion would enter. The collision was no longer a distant possibility carried by refugees. It was an approaching fact, moving toward the Carpathian approaches as Hungary tried too late to turn a divided realm into a single army. While Hungary argued and bled internally, the Mongol plan unfolded on a wider map. Batu Khan, the political commander, and Subutai, the chief strategist, did not send every rider straight at the Hungarian plain. A separate northern force was tasked with striking into Poland, partly for plunder and shock, but more importantly, to screen the main operation, drawing attention and preventing neighbouring rulers from marching south to help Bela. In the winter and early spring of 1241, that northern column crossed into the Polish lands with speed that outpaced rumour. Towns learned the news the old way, by smoke on the horizon, and refugees on the road. Lublin was hit first, then the attack rolled onward toward Sandomierz. The pattern was recognisable from the Rus: sudden arrival, swift assault, and then the force dissolving back into the countryside before slow-moving levies could gather. Sandomierz was ravaged with particular severity, its defences unable to stop a raid that struck like a storm and moved on. By late March, the pressure turned toward Krakow, the great city of Lesser Poland, where the mere approach of the Mongols was enough to cause flight and confusion. Krakow was burned, and the roads west filled with the displaced people carrying what they could, leaving behind granaries, workshops, and churches that had taken generations to build. Poland was not defenceless, but it was not coordinated. The realm was fractured among dukes, bishops, and local lords, each with their own interests and rivalries. When two leading nobles, often identified as the voivode of Krakow and the castellan of Krakow, attempted to block the advance at Schmielnik, the result was a warning written in blood. At the Battle of Schmielnik, Polish forces met Mongol horsemen in the open and were broken. The sources are uneven and sometimes confused, but the signal is clear. Local resistance was brave and immediate, yet improvised, lacking unified command, and facing an enemy that controlled distance, tempo, and information. After Schmielnik, there was no quick second line, no national host already assembled to seal the gap. Farther west, Duke Henry II, the pious Henry, ruler in Silesia, and one of the most capable princes of his generation, understood what was coming. He began gathering a mixed army: Silesian knights, men from other Polish duchies, contingents from towns, and such volunteers as could be persuaded to ride. Messages went to neighbouring rulers, to Bohemia, and to the empire's borderlands. But medieval mobilization was a slow craft. Men had to be summoned, equipped, fed, and brought to a meeting point along roads now choked with refugees and threatened by fast-moving raiders. Even when allies were willing, they were not always close, and they did not always trust one another's leadership. Henry was assembling an army against time itself. The meeting with the Mongols came near Legnica, also known as Liegnitz, on 9 April 1241. The exact size of either force is uncertain. Later chronicles inflate numbers to make the story grander, and different traditions count different kinds of troops. What can be said with confidence is simpler. Henry had a coalition army built from what could arrive quickly. The Mongol detachment was experienced, cohesive, and operating as part of a larger strategic design. Some later accounts mention Teutonic knights among Henry's men, but the evidence is unclear and may reflect later memory more than battlefield reality. If any were present, they were likely few, not the core of the host. At Legnica, the battle opened with the usual medieval problem: a knightly army seeking decisive contact, and a steppe army determined to control when and how that contact occurred. Henry's force advanced in successive elements, trying to bring the enemy to hand-to-hand combat. The Mongols answered with movement and missile fire, horse archers pressing forward, releasing volleys, then slipping away before a heavy charge could land. When portions of the Polish lines surged after them, the Mongols yielded ground in what looked like flight. It was not collapse, it was the feigned retreat, one of the most practiced tools in Mongol warfare. And it worked because it demanded discipline from both sides, discipline to run without breaking, and discipline to resist pursuit. Henry's men, like many European armies, found the second discipline harder. The line stretched, units lost touch, and the battlefield became a series of separate fights, rather than one coordinated push. Then came smoke, whether from prepared materials or fires set at the right moment, thick enough to confuse and to hide movement. In that haze, Mongol signalling mattered, flags, mounted messengers, and pre-arranged cues that allowed scattered groups to act as one. Where Henry's army struggled to hear and see its own command, Mongol subunits could pivot close in and strike at exposed flanks. The retreat became an encirclement. The isolated groups that had chased were cut down first, and then the remaining formations were pressed from multiple sides. Henry himself fought on, but he was killed in the final stages, his death turning resistance into rout. Later stories tell of his head displayed to break the will of defenders. Whether every detail is true, the purpose is believable, psychological warfare aimed at ending organized resistance without a long siege. And yet the Mongols did not ride on into the heart of Germany. This northern campaign was never meant to become a separate conquest. It was a shaping operation, devastating, fast and finite, designed to pin down Polish and neighbouring forces and keep them from marching to Hungary. With Henry dead and the region stunned, the strategic goal was achieved. While Poland reeled from Legnica, no strong relief army moved south in time. The roads that might have carried reinforcements toward Bela instead carried fugitives westward, and the main Mongol blow, carefully timed beyond the Carpathians, was about to land. While Poland reeled from Legnica, the real weight of the campaign was already pressing through the mountain gates into the Kingdom of Hungary. The Carpathians were not a wall so much as a rim, pierced by passes and valleys that could be used by an army that travelled light, split into columns and lived off speed. In late March and early April of 1241, Mongol detachments spilled down the river routes and along the old roads, appearing where watchers had sworn no large force could pass. Some came through the northeastern approaches by the Vereka Pass, others by different crossings, converging as if drawn by invisible lines across the map. Ahead of them moved fear. Villages emptied into market towns, and the market towns emptied toward Pest, on the flat by the Danube opposite Buda. Pest swelled with refugees, families with carts, monks with relics, nobles' retainers driving livestock, everyone carrying the same story in different words, horsemen in the distance, smoke behind them, and no time to bargain. Rumour arrived faster than orders. Some said the invaders were a mere raid, others said the end of the world had ridden in from the steppe. The truth was worse for a kingdom that could not agree on how to fight. This was an invasion plan to break Hungary's ability to resist in one decisive season. King Bela IV, Bela, had called his host, but calling an army was not the same as commanding one. Hungary's magnates distrusted the crown, and the crown distrusted its magnates. The Cumans, recently admitted as allies and settlers, had become a lightning rod for resentment. Many Hungarians suspected them of guiding the Mongols, while the Cumans feared betrayal and vengeance. Messages went out for levies, but they arrived unevenly, each lord with his own men and his own expectations. Bela needed scouting and clear intelligence. Yet the roads were clogged, the frontier was already breached, and local forces that might have screened the advance had been shattered or scattered. He had an army, but its cohesion was fragile, and its eyes were half blind. By early April, Bela moved to meet the Mongols east of the Danube. The Hungarian host encamped near the Saho River, Sharyo, close to the village remembered as Mohi. Here the land mattered as much as courage. The Saho was not a vast river, but in spring it ran cold and stubborn, bordered by marshy ground that could trap men and horses. Crossings were limited. The key point was a bridge, an engineered choke point, where an army could, in theory, hold off a larger force. Bela's camp, protected by wagons and the natural barrier of the river, was set to face the bridge. If the Mongols had to come by that narrow throat, then Hungary's heavy cavalry and packed infantry might finally force a straight fight. Batu Khan, Bar II, was present as political commander. the senior prince whose authority held the coalition together. But it was Subutai, who shaped the battle. He did not accept the bridge as a problem to be solved head-on. He treated it as an anchor to fix the Hungarians in place, while other hands moved around them. On the night of 10 April, into the early hours of 11 April 1241, pressure built at the bridge. The initial struggle was brutal and confused, Hungarian defenders contesting the crossing, Mongol troops probing, pushing, withdrawing, then returning in force. For a moment the bridge fight seemed to validate Bela's position, as if the river had indeed forced the invaders into the narrow combat Hungarian knights preferred. But while attention locked on the bridge, Subutai's manoeuvre unfolded. A separate force worked its way to a different crossing, whether by a ford, a makeshift bridge, or a prepared point selected in advance, getting men and horses over the Saho away from the main fight. Dawn revealed the trap. Mongol riders were not only in front of the Hungarian camp, they were moving into its rear and flanks, turning the river from a shield into a boundary that hemmed Bela's army in. Then the camp itself came under coordinated assault. This was not only arrows and charges. Mongol units brought forward siege engines, compact field catapults and other throwing machines, used here not against stone walls but against the dense, crowded space of an army in its own enclosure. Missiles fell among horses, wagons and men, pressed too close together, spreading panic and breaking the order needed for a controlled sortie. At the same time, attacks converged from multiple directions. Pressure at the bridge, pressure from the new crossing, and strikes aimed at openings in the wagon line, inside the camp. Command failed in the way medieval command so often failed, through noise, dust, conflicting orders and units that could not see the whole field. Knights tried to form for a decisive countercharge, but found no clean front to charge into. Infantry held pockets of resistance, then were enveloped. When a breakout was attempted, it funneled into limited exits, and those exits became killing grounds. By the end of 11 April, the Hungarian host was collapsing into flight. Many were cut down along the riverbanks or in the marshy ground, where armour became a sentence. Bela IV escaped, driven not by choice but by necessity, first toward the Danube and then westward, a king with no field army left between the invader and the heart of his kingdom. What followed was not a single battle's aftermath, but the opening of a plain. With organised resistance shattered at Mohi, devastation spread across central Hungary like a fire in dry grass. The roads out of pest, and the villages of the Great Hungarian Plain, filled with the same people who had crowded in days before, now fleeing again, but with fewer places left to run. In the weeks after Mohi, Hungary did not fall with a single surrender. It emptied. On the flatlands east of the Danube, whole villages were abandoned so quickly that ovens were left cold and tools lay where they had been dropped. Those who could run did not form orderly columns. They scattered into the landscape they knew best, into willow thickets along rivers, into marshlands where a horse could bog down, into forests that offered cover but little food. Night after night, people slept under carts or under branches, measuring survival by what could be carried and what could be stolen back from their own fields. Hunger became the quiet enemy that followed the loud one. Refugees stripped bark, gathered roots, and fought over stores in half-emptied barns. Shelter was never enough. A monastery might take in the first wave and then bolt its gates against the next, not from cruelty, but from arithmetic. In a medieval kingdom, the margin between normal life and famine was thin, even in peaceful years. Now, with spring planting disrupted, herds driven off, and granaries burned or seized, that margin vanished. The Mongol occupation did not rely on chaos alone. Batu Khan, as the senior prince commanding the campaign, presided over a system designed to see farther and move faster than any enemy. Reconnaissance rode ahead and to the sides, small, hard units reading tracks, questioning prisoners, mapping routes to fords, towns, and storehouses. Requisition followed. Where supplies could be taken, they were taken. Grain, livestock, draft animals, iron, and men compelled to guide or labour. The Mongols were not wandering raiders. They were running a moving state at war, feeding horses and soldiers through organised collection, enforced tribute, and deliberate dispersal of forces so that the land was consumed in wide arcs rather than in one exhausted corridor. Terror was part of that logic. And it was used strategically. Places that surrendered early sometimes bought time and a measure of survival. A town that opened its gates could be spared the worst immediate slaughter, its artisans registered, its stores inventoried, its leading men bound by hostages and promises. But resistance, especially after a demand to submit, often invited exemplary punishment. Earth and timber fortifications, so common on the plain, were vulnerable to fire, to engines, to sustained arrow fire that made the walls impossible to man. When such places were taken by force, the outcome could be catastrophic, not only for those inside but for the next settlement down the road, which now had a lesson delivered in smoke. Medieval chronicles tried to count this suffering, and their numbers often climb into the hundreds of thousands, even the millions. Modern historians treat these totals with caution. Medieval writers rarely had access to reliable population figures, and they were not producing censuses. They were recording trauma, sometimes using numbers as moral language, countless, without measure, translated into the largest figures their readers would understand. Hungary was badly hit, and many died by violence, exposure, hunger, and disease. But the most extreme totals almost certainly exceed what the region's population could sustain. As 1241 turned to winter, the Danube, wide, cold, and normally decisive, became first a shield, then a corridor. For months it had been a barrier between the Mongols and western Hungary, complicating movement and supply. But the winter of 1241-1242 was harsh. The river froze, and with it a line on the map hardened into a road. Mongol forces crossed onto the western side, pushing into Transdanubia, taking or pressuring towns, probing towards stronger places, and tightening the net around whatever remained of royal authority. King Bela IV was already in flight, moving westward through a kingdom that could no longer protect him. Then beyond it, he sought refuge toward the Adriatic, through Croatia and into Dalmatia, where terrain and stone offered what the plain could not. The Mongols pursued, not as a reckless chase, but as a calculated attempt to prevent regrouping, and to capture the king whose survival kept resistance legitimate. Yet here the campaign met different limits. The further they moved into broken country, the more roads narrowed, the more grazing thinned, the more local strongpoints mattered. And those strongpoints were increasingly stone. A wooden palisade could be burned, a stone castle on a height demanded time, engines, and secure supply lines. Some fortresses fell, but others held, their walls resisting arrows and fire, their garrisons able to wait out raiders who could not afford long sieges everywhere at once. In the cold of that winter, Hungary's fate hung between frozen rivers and hard walls, between a conquest that could move quickly and the stubborn mathematics of stone. Stone changed the tempo of the war, and tempo was everything to an army built around speed. In early 1242, the Mongols were still deep inside the Hungarian kingdom, still collecting supplies, still testing crossings and roads, still pressing toward Bela IV along the Adriatic coast. Then, almost as suddenly as they had arrived, they began to pull back from the heart of Europe. Camps thinned, columns turned east. By the spring, the great host was moving out through the Carpathian gateways it had once forced open. Why they withdrew is the central question of the entire invasion, and the answer refuses to sit neatly in a single cause. The most famous explanation begins far from the Danube, in the Mongol heartlands. Ogedei Khan, pronounced Ukgadei, son and successor of Chinggis Khan, died in December 1241. In the political order of the empire, that mattered immediately. The ruling family was not a distant symbol. The Khan's death triggered an obligation for princes of the royal line to return for a Kurultai, the great council where the next Khan would be chosen and alliances renegotiated. Batu Khan, Batu, was not merely a battlefield commander. He was a senior prince with immense prestige and potential claims. His presence or his absence could shape the future of the empire. Even if messengers took weeks to reach the Western army, the news would eventually land like a command. The centre had changed, and the family must assemble. But Ogedei's death, important as it was, does not automatically explain the timing or the scale of the withdrawal. The Mongols were capable of continuing campaigns during successions when unity held, and unity, in early 1242, was not guaranteed. Rivalry ran through the royal house like a fault line. Batu's authority in the west could be resented by other princes, and the long-distance campaign offered many chances for arguments over spoils, over the treatment of subject peoples, and over who could claim victory as their own. Subutai, Su-Boti, was the leading strategist, the mind of the campaign, but he could not vote at a Kurultai. He could not settle dynastic disputes. If a struggle for influence was coming, remaining in Hungary with a tired army, and a long supply chain could turn from boldness into vulnerability. Then there was the simplest constraint of all, grass. The Mongol army was above everything a cavalry army, and horses do not live on glory. They live on pasture and on movement between pastures, so the land can recover. The Hungarian plain could feed many animals in good seasons, but an occupation is different from a raid. Staying means returning to the same districts again and again, stripping fodder, exhausting herds, and forcing longer and longer foraging circuits. It also means securing routes for grain and livestock, protecting workshops and siege equipment, guarding captives, administering tribute, and garrisoning key points, tasks that pin mobile troops down. The Mongols were experts at extracting resources. But extraction has limits when you're feeding a vast horse herd at the end of a continent. Environmental conditions tighten those limits. Chroniclers describe wet weather in 1242, and much of Hungary's lowland is a landscape that can turn treacherous with thaw and rain, marshes swelling, rivers wandering, roads dissolving into mud. A mounted army can move astonishingly fast on firm ground, yet lose its advantage when hooves sink and wagons bog. Even without a decisive European counterattack, the campaign had already cost lives and animals, losses in battles, attrition in winter pursuit, sickness, accidents, and the slow bleed of constant operations. A force can win every engagement and still grow weaker with each month it remains in the field, and stone continued to impose its own arithmetic. The Mongols could take many fortified places, and they did, through engines, fire, sapping, intimidation, and the use of specialized troops drawn from across the empire. Yet a Europe that had watched towns burn was learning quickly. Survivors crowded into strongholds. Garrisons stocked food. Royal authority, battered as it was, pushed new defences, and even where castles were old, they were now taken seriously. Each stone fortress that refused to fall demanded time, and time was the one resource the invaders could not spend everywhere. A long sequence of sieges is not simply slower, it is dangerous. It disperses forces, invites local resistance to gather, and turns a campaign of movement into a war of positions. All of this leads to a larger question. What was the Western campaign meant to achieve? One interpretation sees it as punishment and enforcement, an overwhelming strike to break the Rus principalities, to neutralize Hungary's sheltering of the Cumans, to terrify rivals, and to map routes, rivers, and political weaknesses for the future. Another interpretation argues that conquest was real and expanding, and that Europe was spared not by intention but by circumstance, succession politics colliding with logistical and operational ceilings. Historians continue to debate how to weigh these factors, because the evidence can point in more than one direction at once. What is clear is that the withdrawal was not a rout. It was a decision shaped by imperial politics, by rivalries among princes, by grass and weather, by the wear of a hard year, and by the growing cost of stone walls. Europe did not find a single lever to stop the Mongols. The Mongols encountered the edge, where even their system, so adaptable, so intelligent, so ruthless in its efficiency, began to pay more for each mile forward than it could justify. And so the great host turned back toward the steppe, leaving behind a continent shaken, and a question that would haunt European memory, not only how they were beaten, but why the beating stopped. In the spring of 1242, as the columns rode back through the passes, Europeans were left to measure a disaster that felt like an ending, and yet was not. Did Europe almost fall? In Poland and Hungary, the answer is uncomfortably close. The best field armies were shattered, rulers fled, and entire districts were emptied by fire, flight, and hunger. But conquest of all Europe was a different problem. Beyond the open plains lay thicker webs of rivers, forests, and fortified regions, and a hard logistical truth: an army of horses could devastate widely. Yet holding the land meant garrisons, supply routes, and time spent under stone walls that multiplied the cost of each advance. Europe's political division had invited catastrophe, and it remained a vulnerability. Still, the Western kingdoms and principalities were not bled white. They retained manpower, dense networks of castles, and the ability to learn. Nowhere was the lesson sharper than in Hungary. Bela IV returned to a kingdom in ruins and rebuilt with a new priority: stone. He encouraged castle building, strengthened royal fortresses, reorganized defense, and reshaped settlements so people could shelter behind walls when the riders came again. And they did come again. Later, Mongol raids into Hungary and Poland struck hard, but met a landscape better prepared, more fortifications, better warning, fewer easy prizes, so they achieved nothing like 1241. To the east, the shadow lasted longer. The Golden Horde remained a dominant power on the steppe frontier, extracting tribute and obedience from the Rus principalities and shaping politics for generations, even as envoys, friars, and merchants travelled to learn what this empire was and what it wanted. The withdrawal spared Central and Western Europe from the immediate continuation of the campaign. It did not undo the ashes. In 1241, Europe learned how fast a world could break, and how uncertain the reasons were when the breaking stopped.